Chapter 1276 Spicy Soup Made from Dragon Water. 10 draws in a row. With a flash of light, 10 cards were drawn out and lined up in a row in front of Zhang Tuohai. Peach, holy fruit. After eating, it can nourish yin and yang, cleanse the essence and cut the marrow, beautify the skin, and prolong life. Ginseng fruit, holy fruit. After consumption, it can strengthen the body, cleanse the essence and cut the marrow, beautify the skin, and prolong life. Golden acorn, holy fruit. After eating, it can increase lifespan and has the ability to resurrect corpses. Dragon heart, the heart of a giant dragon, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. Eating it can greatly increase your strength. Dragon's liver, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After eating it, it enhances the immune toxin effect and greatly increases the amount of alcohol. Dragon kidney, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After eating, it nourishes yin and yang, and has a great effect on reproductive ability. Dragon shudders, the dragon's stomach, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After eating, it has a great effect on digestion and absorption. Dragon treasure, dragon's yujin, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After consumption, it nourishes yin and yang, and has a great effect on reproductive ability. Dragon brain, the brain of a giant dragon, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After eating, it has a great effect on increasing magic affinity. Dragon meat, dragon muscle, a rare magic material, is an important material for making magic props. After eating, it has a great increase in physical strength. Looking at what he pulled out, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. He felt that the way he drew the cards today was a bit incorrect. Why were all the ingredients drawn out? Is it because I killed a dragon clan today that these dragons have extra materials? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. However, even after smoking, I can't put these things back. Zhang Tuohai sorted it out, washed a few of the fruits and stuff, put them in a fruit plate, and ate them as fruits while waiting to watch TV, and put the rest in the refrigerator. As for dragon liver and dragon kidney, Zhang Tuohai plans to make spicy soup. Now that the weather is getting cooler, especially with the continuous autumn rain outside the window, it is a rare treat to have a bowl of spicy soup that warms the stomach. After sorting it out, Zhang Tuohai made arrangements for these materials. Why did you come back so quickly today? Lilith was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and was quite surprised to see Zhang Tuohai come back so soon. Well, today went smoothly, so I came back early. Zhang Tuohai handed the washed fruit to Lilith. Peach? Where did you buy it? What kind? It tastes good. Lilith picked up one and took a bite, her mouth filled with peach juice. It tastes really good. Peach, a specialty of Tiannong. If you like it, you can wholesale more if you have the opportunity in the future. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he cleaned up the dragon's water. Seeing that there was still some time before lunch, Zhang Tuohai returned to his apartment property and took a look around. The science man invented a bunch of things again. However, most of them are like cars with 2 steering wheels, which seem to be useful. But when you think about it, they are useless. After some picking and choosing, Zhang Tuohai found 2 sets of things that could be used. One set is a tight-fitting night jacket that can make you visually invisible in the dark. The other set is a complete set of combat armor, which is characterized by the ability to release strong currents. These 2 things would have definitely helped Zhang Tuohai a few worlds earlier. All can play a huge role in special occasions. However, for Zhang Tuohai now, it is of little use. If there are any enemies, they can be dealt with by simply breaking the chains of crime. Strong currents are of little use. Originally, Zhang Tuohai did not intend to take him away. However, he suddenly had an idea. Just because you can't use it doesn't mean others can't use it. For example, the 2 Su sisters are still wearing windbreakers made of Kevlar material, which can block bullets and so on. Compared to combat armor, it is still more than 1 level lower. You can use it to exchange for something. Zhang Tuohai brought the 2 sets of equipment back to the real world, and then contacted Su Mu. These 2 sets of equipment are for sale. You bid me a price. If the price is right, I will sell them to you directly. Seeing the effects of the 2 sets of equipment, Su Mu almost drooled. She has experienced several worlds, and she has never seen such good equipment even from plot characters. Su Qi's eyes were bright. Take it down. Sister, you must take these things down. It's easy to say. What should we buy? Sumu was also very moved. But she also knew the price of this equipment very well. After calculating her own worth, she really couldn't afford that much money. Sister, how about, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Sumu picked up the feather duster. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Suchi reflexively covered her buttocks. I asked if it could be cheaper. Sumu sighed. She really liked these two pieces of equipment. It's best to exchange for ingredients. Special materials are also acceptable. Dungeon tickets and special equipment can all be valued. Zhang Tuohai said happily. Is the food also okay? Sumu's eyes lit up. Look at these things, Sumu said, taking a few pictures and sending them. Moonlight spring water, holy spring. A special magic material. Is a necessary item for making certain magic equipment. Drinking it can increase the speed of magic recovery. Frost honey, special food. Special magic material. A necessary item for making certain magic equipment. Eating it can increase the speed of physical recovery. Stormwind city spirits, special drink. Long-term drinking can enhance physical resistance and dodge. Ancestral salted fish, special food. Special magic material. Necessary for making certain magic equipment. Eating it can increase resistance to illusions. Black boar ham, special ingredient. Special magic material. A necessary item for making certain magic equipment. Eating it can increase endurance and physical strength. Unknown mushroom, special food. Special magic material. Necessary for making certain magic equipment. Eating it can increase resistance to illusions. There are 5 ingredients in total. They're all things I've never eaten before. And they look pretty good. Zhang Tuohai is very satisfied with this transaction. He can exchange some rare ingredients for equipment that he doesn't need, which is still a good deal for him. In particular, these ingredients can also increase attributes, which is a good thing for both him and Lilith. Both parties reached a deal happily. There are a few more dishes on Zhang Tuohai's dining table. After lunch, Zhang Tuohai made a pot of tea and was about to take a rest when a message suddenly came from Sumu. Boss, are you still taking orders? There is a contract agency business. The destination is said to be a world full of special ingredients. Are you interested? Chapter 1277 Food World. A special world full of ingredients? Zhang Tuohai was moved after seeing the news. Now, his demand for ordinary equipment is really not high. No matter how good the equipment is, it can't compare to what he has in hand. Special types of equipment are only useful on special occasions, and there is currently little demand. However, these special ingredients are quite valuable. It can not only satisfy the appetite, but also increase attributes and resistance. Although the increase is not much each time, it is always useful. In the long run, it is much better than equipment that is used for a while and then thrown away. What specific needs are there? Despite the need, Zhang Tuohai still asked. The demand is not high, just to help pass the test. The higher the evaluation, the better. The people are also very obedient. The only disadvantage is that they are relatively poor. The fee for playing is more than the copy. I will pay after I get the reward. However, if you are willing, boss, if he accepts it, I can be the guarantor. And if he defaults on the bill, I'll help cover the costs. Sumu said. That's no problem. Zhang Tuohai quickly reached a contract with Sumu. Sumu also pushed over that person's contract. Zhang Tuohai took a look and stipulated the obligations and rights of both parties very clearly, just like what Sumu described. The time to enter the instance is tomorrow morning. Zhang Tuohai calculated that the time was just right. After resting at home for a day, Zhang Tuohai got ready on time. Along with a white light, Zhang Tuohai was transported to a new world. The world is a bit strange. The snow-capped mountains in the distance smell like cream ice cream. The vast grasslands smell like matcha. The clear river smells like blueberries. And even the black rocks smell like cocoa. It's as if the whole world is made of delicious food. Not far away stood a man wearing a hoodie, his face completely hidden by the hood, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Is this the boss of this car ride? Zhang Tuohai was going to say hello. At this time, the game prompt popped up. Copy, Food World. Main mission, eat. Detailed explanation, the more you eat, the higher the task evaluation will be. What the hell kind of mission is this? Looking at the simple task prompt, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. He had never seen such an outrageous mission description. And for a time, he thought he had read it wrong. Zhang Tuohai looked at it carefully a few more times, and finally confirmed that he had read it correctly. The missions in this world were just so outrageous. For a moment, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. At this time, the man in the hoodie came over and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I really can't do anything about this task. I tried it twice and couldn't pass it. If I still can't pass it this time, there is really nothing I can do. Can you tell me how you did it several times before?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "Okay. The first time I entered this world, I followed the mission instructions and started eating. Then I couldn't eat anymore. I was going to rest for a while. And then I fell asleep without knowing it. When I woke up, I found that I was dead. Because of the scapegoat, I escaped with my life. But I don't know the cause of death at all. The second time I entered this world, I didn't eat first, but thought about checking the surrounding situation. I have walked a long way, but they are all monotonous and repetitive scenery. There are woods, volcanoes, and oceans outside, and they are all made of food. This world is very big. Anyway, I walked for a long time and never reached the border. Because I was too tired, I took a rest. This time, I brought something refreshing. It can guarantee that I won't sleep for a few days. But I fell asleep again without realizing it. Then, when I woke up, I found out I was dead. The cause of death is still unknown. Now, my scapegoat has been almost used up. If he dies again, I'm afraid he will really die. This time, it's all up to you," the client said respectfully. The world is not as simple as it seems. After listening to the client's narrative, Zhang Tuohai nodded. This world is indeed weird. A world made entirely of food. And the main mission is to eat. I really can't see where the goal of the challenge is. Is it specially prepared for big eaters? Zhang Tuohai is sure that the City of Trials is definitely not that boring. Especially the setting where people will fall into sleep after a period of time. Which made Zhang Tuohai even more certain that there must be something fishy in this world. From the current known conditions, it is speculated that there is either something wrong with the food, or something may appear after falling asleep. If we want to break the situation, we can only start from these two aspects. Zhang Tuohai didn't know the setting of sleeping, and didn't know how to deal with it. If you are hit, there is nothing you can do to deal with it. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, Zhang Tuohai decided to start from the first point. He is not a big eater, and just picking up a chocolate stone is enough for him to eat until he is full. Coupled with this client, I'm afraid it won't have much effect. However, just because he can't eat it, doesn't mean his food can't be eaten. Zhang Tuohai released the chains of sin breaking. After the chain appeared, it plunged into the chocolate soil, spreading around like the roots of a big tree. "What's this?" the client asked curiously when he saw the chain in Zhang Tuohai's hand. "Just wait slowly." Zhang Tuohai smiled. The crime-breaking chain spread to the surroundings while constantly devouring them. As a super powerful item that swallowed up the energy of a world and caused it to collapse. The appetite for breaking the chains of crime was undoubtedly extremely high. Even if all the people in the world were added together, they would still be less than 1/10 of the number of people who could break the chains of sin. On the surface, the entire world seems to be peaceful. But beneath the invisible crust, the chains of guilt have emptied a large area. And it is still spreading to the surrounding area. Blah blah blah. Blah blah. The crime-breaking chain spread to thousands of people, eating up a large area. Many areas under Zhang Tuohai have turned into empty shells. Just then, a sudden violent vibration came, and cracks emerged from under the feet and spread to the surroundings. "There's an earthquake? Let's run!" The client was a little scared when he saw this. "Don't worry. This is the safest place. If I guess correctly, the truth is about to come," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. The client may not be able to see what is happening while standing on the ground. However, as the master of the crime-breaking chain, he has a clear view of the situation underground. This is not a planet, but a giant cocoon. Those chocolate soils, matcha grasslands, and ice cream peaks are all secretions from the outside of the cocoon. Inside the cocoon is a huge larvae. A special toxin is constantly seeping from the larvae's body to the outside. As long as you eat these things, we'll fall into a deep sleep. Because there are too many toxins accumulated. Just breathing will also inhale the toxins. Therefore, as long as you stay for a little longer, you will fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, the way to break the situation is to kill the larvae in the shortest possible time. Chapter 1278 Endless Ice Cream. The crime-breaking chains quickly extended to the surroundings, constantly branching off new chains and spreading to the surroundings. In invisible places, a huge net gradually formed, wrapping around the cocoon at the core of the planet. The larvae sleeping in the cocoon seemed to be aware of the crisis. and its body began to tremble. And the concentration of toxins secreted out quickly soared. If we let it continue and ignore it, I am afraid that soon the surface of the planet will become a planet full of toxins. What will happen then? No one knows. Of course, Zhang Tuohai would not let the larvae use his tricks. The sin-breaking chain was quickly absorbed, and the surrounding soil, water, air, and toxins were all sucked away by the sin-breaking chain. Around the crime-breaking chain, a vacuum space was formed in a short period of time. If it weren't for the support of the sin-breaking chain, the outer shell of the planet would be separated from the core. At that time, just by the collision between the two, the entire planet will be shattered. By then, Zhang Tuohai might not feel well either. After isolating the outer shell of the planet from the inner core, Zhang Tuohai launched a general attack on the larvae in the inner core. The crime-breaking chain split into billions and rushed towards the black cocoon at the core. Countless sin-breaking chains were wrapped around the black cocoon. The huge force dented the black cocoon, and cracks appeared in several places. As if aware of the crisis, the larva tore open the black cocoon and tried to get out of the gap in the sin-breaking chain. The larvae have flattened their bodies and are drilling outward. The larva continued to secrete a kind of mucus with its body while drilling outward. This mucus is extremely viscous and wraps up all the crime-breaking chains close to the larvae, making it impossible for the crime-breaking chains to harm the larvae. Moreover, this mucus is extremely corrosive, making the sin-breaking chain sizzle when burned. If it hadn't been tempered by a world, this sin-breaking chain might really be burned by the larvae. Still a bit capable, Zhang Tuohai did not take action immediately, but watched while letting part of the crime-breaking chain go deep into the black cocoon, cutting off the larvae's escape route. When the larvae were halfway through, black balls of red lotus karma fire suddenly burst out from the sin-breaking chains. The red lotus karma fire not only ignited the mucus wrapped in the sin-breaking chain, but also the larvae. The black red lotus karma fire spread to all parts of the larvae's body like the flames of a prairie fire. The larva struggled to twist its body in pain, trying to break free from the shackles of the sin-breaking chain. But how could Zhang Tuohai let it go? More and more crime-breaking chains swept in from all directions, wrapping the larvae in groups. It's like a new cocoon, sealing the larvae. Seeing that something was not going well, the larva became anxious. It began to struggle hard, and its tens of thousands of meters long body kept twisting. Every movement was like a huge earthquake, and the vibrating sin-breaking chains roared. Even the ground beneath Zhang Tuohai shook. The client's legs softened, and he sat directly on the ground. But Zhang Tuohai didn't panic at all. On the contrary, he knew that at this time, it meant that the enemy was at the end of his rope. He just needs to push harder. Zhang Tuohai continued to activate the crime-breaking chain. On the one hand, it continued to shrink, squeezing the larvae's activity space. And on the other hand, he continued to release the red lotus karma fire, constantly burning the larvae. After several rounds of burning, the entire larva turned into a huge torch, burning brightly in the giant cocoon formed by the chains of sin-breaking. The larvae kept twisting in the flames, secreting mucus crazily. But the more mucus there is, the more vigorously it burns. The more it twists, the more intense the flame. The body size of the larvae slowly decreases from tens of thousands of meters to several kilometers, hundreds of meters, or tens of meters. After several hours of burning, one larva was finally completely burned. Zhang Tuohai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, it was just a larva. If it were an adult insect, I don't know how much effort it would take. The violent shaking gradually stopped. The planet slowly returned to stability. Is it over? What happened just now? The client asked in shock. Well, it's a trade secret, but the mission is almost completed. Zhang Tuohai dispersed the crime-breaking chains and let them continue to devour the core of the planet, trying to swallow more. It would be great if it could swallow the entire planet. Just when Zhang Tuohai swallowed 1/3 of the entire planet, a game prompt popped up. The main mission is completed and is being settled. Evaluation of this copy, SSS. The player has received a perfect treasure chest. Please check it. 2 perfect treasure chests fell in front of Zhang Tuohai and the client. The client was stunned, and even his breathing became rapid. In the real world, he is a professional player who makes a living by studying game strategies. My biggest hobby is studying strategies for various games, as well as various extreme operations and extreme data parties. After the City of Trials arrived, he felt like he was in heaven. Every time he passed a copy, he had to conduct detailed data research. However, the trial copy was different from the real game after all, and there was no open source data for him to study. After going through several dungeons, his results were mediocre. and the highest rating he received was only A level. As for the few scapegoats, it was all a coincidence. He once thought that the highest rating for this game was only A level. However, Zhang Tuohai did nothing, in his eyes, and casually received an SSS level evaluation, which shocked him greatly. All three perspectives were impacted. Boss, please tell me how you did it. I'm willing to give you this perfect treasure chest as a reward, the client shouted. Sorry for the trade secrets. By the way, remember your reward and send it to me later. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he waved his hand and left the copy directly. After returning to reality, Lilith was directing the sweeping robot to sweep the floor. I've been here. This way. So many times. Why can't I remember it? Lilith kept correcting the direction of the sweeping robot. You're back? How was your harvest? Lilith asked. This. Zhang Tuohai took out a bucket of ice cream from his windbreaker. Endless ice cream. A box of ice cream that you can never finish. You never know what the next bite will taste like. Long-term consumption can increase frost resistance. Improve ice magic affinity. Have a certain probability of awakening ice spiritual roots. And a certain probability of awakening ice powers. It seems to be of some use. Lilith took it in her hand and took a bite. It tastes pretty good. It would be better if the matcha flavor was removed. At this time, Zhang Tuohai's phone vibrated. Zhang Tuohai saw that it was the client who had sent the reward. Endless rainbow beans. A box of rainbow beans that you can never finish. You never know what the next one will taste like. Long-term consumption can increase luck. Chapter 1279 Invasion of Reality. It's a good thing. Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with this thing. After all, it is something that can increase luck. No amount of this thing is too much. After sorting out the harvest, Zhang Tuohai lay on the sofa and turned on his mobile phone. Because work ended relatively early today, Zhang Tuohai decided to take a rest and watch short videos to pass the time. Zhang Tuohai turned on his phone and had just viewed 2 short videos when a live broadcast room suddenly attracted his attention. The anchor is a seagoing anchor, carrying a small plastic bucket and a small shovel on the beach looking for seafood. There are already 2 crabs, 3 cat's eye snails, 2 razor clams, a sea cucumber and 3 plastic bottles in the anchor's small plastic bucket. It seems that the harvest is not bad. Zhang Tuohai also likes to watch this kind of videos and finds them more relaxing. My family, we found another blowhole. I bet it's a king razor clam. As the anchor spoke, he dug down quickly with a small shovel. This anchor does have some skills. The hole was dug along the breathing hole, long and straight, and soon he saw a piece of software black shadow sweeping past. However, the thing moved too quickly and retracted into a deeper hole. I'm still lying on the sand. Family, have you seen it? I met a big guy today. The anchor continued to dig deeper as he spoke. The small shovel flew up and down. And soon, a pile of sand piled up on the shore next to it. The sand piled higher and higher. And then, Zhang Tuohai felt something was not right. He had seen many videos of people rushing to the sea before, but he had never seen such a big hole dug. Moreover, the pit is getting bigger and bigger, extending from the thickness of a thumb to the thickness of an arm. The thing down here is definitely not a razor clam. Moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai seemed to see an eye flashing past in the deep cave. The anchor didn't seem to see it, and was still digging. Zhang Tuohai felt that something was not right. He turned to Lilith, who was curled up on the sofa and basking in the sun, and asked, Can you hack in and check the location of this guy? It's not a big problem. Lilith took a look, took out her mobile phone, found the live broadcast room, opened several software and checked. It's done. The location is not far. It's in this city. 10 kilometers away in a straight line. It's actually from this city? Then I'll go over and have a look. Zhang Tuohai rushed out of the room, swept a shared bicycle, pedaled like a hot wheel, and passed 3 taxis in a row. Master, drive faster. The bike will overtake you, a passenger said dissatisfiedly. It's already 50. It's not that I'm too slow, but that guy is too fast. Maybe it's some kind of superpower. The driver probably had seen too much and said nonchalantly. Zhang Tuohai was riding the car while looking at the live broadcast room. The anchor in the live broadcast room was still digging. At this moment, the big hole had been dug to a depth of almost 1 meter, and the air hole was getting bigger and bigger. It's already as thick as a cantaloupe. Zhang Tuohai had already arrived at the beach. After some searching, he quickly found the anchor. Around the anchor, there were several young people carrying various things in their hands, including cameras, lighting boards, and some carrying overseas goods. They seemed to be the anchor's team. Zhang Tuohai changed his position, pretending to be alone, and came to see Hai, and then released the crime-breaking chain when no one was paying attention. The crime-breaking chain quickly spread towards the anchor. The distance between the two was not far from each other, and almost instantly, the crime-breaking chain came to the anchor's feet. The crime-breaking chain quickly went down the sand pit and spread towards the hole, about 100 meters underground. Zhang Tuohai saw the guy's true form. It was a brain-like thing with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were hundreds of tentacles on its body, and each tentacle was covered with eyeballs of various sizes. These eyeballs are hollow, and if you look directly at them, you will feel like you have fallen into an abyss. It feels like falling into an endless abyss. It makes people scared, but they can't bear to give up, giving people a feeling that they can't stop. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Tuohai's expression changed. He was sure that most of this thing had something to do with the City of Trials. Judging from the appearance of this thing, according to Zhang Tuohai's experience, it is probably related to the power of bewitchment and hypnosis. The anchor who became gradually crazy is evidence of this. If you dare to cause trouble in my city, I won't let you go. Zhang Tuohai needs a peaceful living environment. Anyone who dares to destroy this stability will have a chance of being hit hard by him. The crime-breaking chain split apart, forming a huge net that enveloped the monster below. The monster felt the momentum of the sin-breaking chain and wanted to withdraw from the siege. But the sin-breaking chain had already enveloped it in the siege with lightning speed. Then, chains pierced into the monster's body. Massive amounts of blood and life were submerged in the chains of sin-breaking. The monster wanted to struggle, and the eyes on the tentacles looked towards the chain. A layer of light gray-white, limestone-like stuff appeared on the chain. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing scream, spreading in all directions. Zhang Tuohai only shook twice when he heard the scream. The anchor and his staff around him all covered their heads and screamed, as if they were in great pain. The fight between trapped beasts. Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly and snapped his fingers. The chain of sin breaking speeds up the absorption speed. More crime-breaking chains were inserted into the monster. The monster was drained instantly. Only a shriveled corpse was left. However, a pool of black evil thoughts flowed out from the monster's corpse and spread to the surroundings, dyeing the surrounding soil black. It's really a monster. It doesn't forget how disgusting it is even after death. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it with disgust, and the red lotus karma fire emerged, burning the corpse left by the monster to ashes along with those evil thoughts. Huh? He is really a difficult guy. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. This guy was not very strong for him. At least not among the top 10 in terms of combat effectiveness. But it's disgusting. Especially the evil thoughts after death. If it is not removed in time, it will continue to poison a place like pollution, causing the creatures in this area to transform in an evil and crazy direction. It turned into a monster's lair in disguise. The anchor just now is an example. The worst part is, this is the real world. If monsters completely invade the real world, I'm afraid the peaceful and stable life will soon be broken. Zhang Tuohai looked up at the Trial City hanging upside down in the sky. It seems that we have to solve this Trial City quickly. If it takes too long, the impact on reality may not be as simple as it is now. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and decided to clear the dungeon first to calm down the panic. Zhang Tuohai turned on his phone. It is detected that the player's strength is higher than the limit of the current level, Layer 6. And a forced upgrade copy is opened. Copy matching. Selected copy, Sinful Wasteland. Start transmission. Chapter 1280 The Sinful Wasteland. When he first saw this world, Zhang Tuohai saw a world full of desolation. The sky is gray-black, and there are black particles visible to the naked eye floating in the air. It's like a foggy city in the industrial age, with no sunlight visible. His location was in ruins. There are ruins everywhere. The building still maintains its intact form, but the glass is basically broken. The exposed windows had either been boarded shut, or a dark hole is exposed, like a big hungry mouth, ready to devour everyone who enters it. The entire world is almost entirely composed of gray and black, with no trace of green in sight. It's really a wasteland world. So desolate. Zhang Tuohai looked around with some emotion. Then, he discovered a problem. That is, he didn't bring much food. In addition to an endless bottle of wine and an endless box of Skittles, there are only a few energy bars and 2 pieces of chocolate. There are also a few buckets of instant noodles and cans packed randomly. In the previous world, he mostly prepared ingredients on the spot. These are all leftovers from previous installations. So much so that I almost forgot about them. But there seems to be nothing to eat in this world. There's some trouble. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. At this time, the game prompt popped up. Copy, Sinful Wasteland. Main mission, end the end of the world and stop the wasteland of the world. Well, what a lofty mission goal. Zhang Tuohai looked at the task panel. If this were the case, the mission would not be accomplished by destroying the world. However, in order to end the wasteland of the world, we must find the reason for the wasteland. Zhang Tuohai looked around. There wasn't even a living thing there. Where could he go to find the reason? Just as Zhang Tuohai looked around, there was a sudden sound in the distance. Zhang Tuohai followed the sound and saw a half-tracked open-top transport vehicle slowly approaching from a distance. The car has a steering wheel in front and 2 powered tracks at the back, dragging an open cargo bucket. From a distance, it looks like a combination of half a motorcycle and half a crawler tractor. 2 men in woolen coats were driving the car. One person was in the driver's seat, and the other was sitting in the cargo bed. Both men were wearing helmets, and the one in the cargo compartment was carrying a bolt-action rifle with his hands clasped together, looking listless. It looks like there's no threat. Maybe we can get some useful information. Zhang Tuohai walked towards the highway and waved to the car. The car slowly stopped. The 2 people in the car looked wary. The man in the truck also took off the bolt-action rifle from his back. As the distance got closer, Zhang Tuohai also saw the 2 people clearly. Both of them were neither very old nor tall, and looked similar to bolt-action rifles. He was wearing a coat that didn't fit very well, and his body shape couldn't be seen. However, his face under the helmet was very thin, and he looked like he was suffering from chronic malnutrition. However, the eyes are very clever. Now, who are you? The man in the carriage asked first. The voice was very clear. It was a woman. If you don't mind being an aimless wanderer, can you give me a ride for a while? I have something here that can be used as payment, Zhang Tuohai said, taking out 2 energy bars and placing them on the ground. What is this? The girl in the truck jumped out and curiously picked up the energy bar on the ground. This is a newbie with little experience. Zhang Tuohai made a judgment. Because, in a situation where there is only one gun, it is the person driving the car who should be checking the thing, not the only person holding the weapon. This can easily give the enemy an opportunity. If Zhang Tuohai had any intention of attacking them, he would have succeeded by now even if he only relied on his physical strength. This is something to eat, Zhang Tuohai explained. I call it an energy bar. 1 bar can serve a meal. You can tear it open and eat it. Energy bar? The girl seemed to have heard the term for the first time and repeated it. Want to try? The girl tore open the package and took a bite. Well, it's delicious. Come and try it. Xiaoqian, it's really delicious. The girl handed over the energy bar in her hand. The girl who was driving jumped out of the driver's seat, took a bite of the energy bar, and looked happy. Well, it's really delicious. Delicious? Zhang Tuohai was speechless. He was sure that something like an energy bar couldn't be compared to being delicious. Well, you are a good person for sharing your food with us. We decided to allow you to go with us. The girl raised her right hand high. Well, let me meet you. My name is Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hand. What a long name. My name is Yuna. And her name is Xiaoqian. The girl took off her helmet and held it in one hand, revealing her short brown hair. The transport truck moved on. Zhang Tuohai felt that sitting in an open-top cargo compartment was really not a comfortable position. Bumpy and windy. But Yuna was enjoying it very much, lying in the cargo compartment and staring at the sky in a daze. The gun was also put aside. No defense at all. Where are you going? Zhang Tuohai asked. Go up there. Yuna pointed to it and said, Up there? What's up there? Zhang Tuohai looked at the sky. It was gray and couldn't see anything. There is food and warmth up there. And I heard you can see the true color of the sky. I heard from the village chief that the real sky is blue. Do you know what color blue is? Yuna turned to Zhang Tuohai and asked. It's the same color as your eyes. Like the lake in autumn. Zhang Tuohai said. The color of my eyes? I've never seen this before. What is autumn and what is lake water? Yuna asked curiously. Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. For the first time, he discovered that explaining something to others that the other party had never seen seemed to be a very difficult thing. This is something I found in the ruins. I call it a mirror. Its main function is that you can see yourself with it. See for yourself. Zhang Tuohai casually took out a small mirror and threw it to Yuna. This is what he uses for shaving. Yuna caught the small mirror and placed it in front of herself. Why can't you see it? Yuna was curious. You took it backwards. Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. Oh! Yuna turned over the mirror and leaned over with one eye, trying to see clearly. Then, a close eye appeared in the mirror. Yuna almost threw the mirror. Xiaoqian, come here and take a look. There's someone here. Chapter 1281 Xiaoqian and Yuna. Are there new people showing up? Xiaoqian slammed on the brakes. Zhang Tuohai was almost thrown out by inertia. Xiaoqian rolled over from the front seat into the bed of the car. Why is this person dressed like me? This is you. Look. You all move the same. How amazing. Is this something made in peacetime? It's really amazing. They were so lucky to be able to use something like this every day. Then why are they fighting? Have no idea. This question is too profound. How about, let's ask him. If he can come up with such a magical thing, he might know something. Xiaoqian and Yuna turned to look at Zhang Tuohai. Do you know why they started fighting? I don't know either. I'm also looking for the answer. Zhang Tuohai spread his hands. He was just a player who had just arrived in this world for 10 minutes and knew nothing about this world. However, through the conversation between the two, he guessed that the world might be destroyed by war. Since it is a war, there should be survivors. Is there a huge force still surviving? If we can find the gathering place of survivors, or get more information. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. Xiaoqian and Yuna looked at the mirror for a while, and then reluctantly returned the mirror to Zhang Tuohai. If you like it, just keep it. It's of no use to me anyway. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. Really? Thank you so much. Yuna is very happy. It can be seen that she really likes mirrors. Xiaoqian returned to the driving position and continued driving. It's really hard to tell the time in places where you can't see the sun. You can only make a rough estimate based on the brightness of the light. It's getting dark, and I'm hungry too. Xiaoqian, let's rest. Yuna said loudly. Okay, I'll find a place. Xiaoqian parked the car behind a broken wall to block the cold wind. Xiaoqian opened a well-kept iron box and took out a bag from inside. 3 hard biscuit-like objects were taken out. Then put the remaining things away carefully. Xiaoqian first handed a hard biscuit to Yuna. Yuna took the cookie, put it in her mouth, and ate it in small bites, as if she was eating the most delicious thing in the world. Xiaoqian gave another hard biscuit to Zhang Tuohai. This is our food. It's not as delicious as an energy bar, but this is all we have now. Thanks. Zhang Tuohai took the hard biscuit and took a bite. It feels like this thing is like a hard cookie without dough. Even tougher than a sack. One bite can break your teeth. When you take a bite, it tastes of oil, salt and sweetness. I guess the energy is enough. But the taste is hard to describe. It is very similar to the military rations from the early days of the flintlock era. However, Zhang Tuohai saw that the packaging was plastic. In this era, there is either no delicious food, or supplies are scarce to a certain extent. So it can only be made like this. Zhang Tuohai guessed. Zhang Tuohai could eat this kind of hard cake. But he definitely couldn't let himself suffer this injustice if he had the conditions. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while. Took out a gas stove, a gas can, a bucket of pure water, and a pot to boil water from his coat. What are you doing? Yuna came closer like a curious baby. I found it in the ruins. It's kitchen utensils. It's boiling water now. Zhang Tuohai explained one by one. It's amazing. How did they burn without wood? Yuna squatted next to it, looking at the dancing flames, and stretched out her hands to keep warm. It's burning gas. Seeing that the water was boiling, Zhang Tuohai took out 3 buckets of noodles and threw the noodles into the pot. If possible, he prefers to cook the noodles before eating them. He felt it tasted better this way. Yuna and Xiaoqian watched his movements curiously. It smells so good. Yuna sniffed, feeling an indescribable smell spreading in the air. Although she had never smelled it, her saliva flowed out involuntarily. This is for you. Zhang Tuohai filled a bowl for Yuna and handed it over. Tear the biscuit into small pieces and soak it in it. It will taste better. Really? Thank you so much. Yuna picked up the fork, stirred up a ball of noodles, and put it in her mouth. Hiss, so hot. So fragrant. So delicious. Yuna's head was almost buried in the bowl. Although she was burned badly, she still ate with big mouthfuls. This is for you. Zhang Tuohai served a bowl to Xiaoqian. Thanks. Xiaoqian took the bowl. She eats better than Yuna. Little bites. Zhang Tuohai noticed that Xiaoqian had put away the cookies. Don't you want to soak it in water and eat it? Zhang Tuohai asked. These are enough. And the rest can be eaten for the next meal. It can last for 1 more day. Xiao Qian carefully put away the cookies. Zhang Tuohai was stunned after hearing this, and then patted Xiao Qian's shoulder. Everything will get better. Although, he has seen scenes of lack of food and clothing in various war-torn areas on the internet. Even biscuits made from Guanyin soil are still eaten in some areas. However, when faced head-on, the impact is always the greatest, especially when such words are said by a child. After eating, Xiao Qian and Yuna took down 2 sleeping bags from the car. The sleeping bag was very worn, and there were signs of fire damage on it. Don't know where it was picked up from. There are no extra sleeping bags, but I have a blanket here that you can use. Xiao Qian handed a thick blanket to Zhang Tuohai. Just sleep on the ground like this? Zhang Tuohai asked. Yes, Xiao Qian said matter-of-factly. Yuna was already in her sleeping bag. I have something new here. Zhang Tuohai took out a portable travel tent from his windbreaker. Just pull it open and place it on the ground, and lay out moisture-proof mats and blankets inside. Then, the fixing nails were driven. Sleep here. At least it will block the wind and moisture, Zhang Tuohai said. What is moisture? Xiao Qian asked. This is something that will make your whole body sore when you wake up in the morning. Is this like this? Xiao Qian seemed to feel a little sore as she recalled her previous state when she woke up. It's so amazing. Yuna got out of the sleeping bag at some point and was studying the tent curiously. The previous inventions were really amazing, Xiao Qian explained. Yes, but when we already have such good things, why do they want to fight? Yuna asked. I have no idea. Xiao Qian shook her head. Do you know? Yuna turned to Zhang Tuohai and asked. I'm looking for answers too. Chapter 1282 War Machinery and Blizzard. Early the next morning, Yuna got out of her sleeping bag and stretched out. She felt very relaxed, and she didn't feel the pain in her waist and legs when she got up before. The tent is really amazing. Yuna sighed again. Morning. Put your things away. We are going to prepare for dinner, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. What? It seems. Is it instant noodles? Yuna came over curiously. A fragrant smell spread out from the pot, making her saliva flow involuntarily. It's broth. You can eat it after a while. You still need to wait for a while. I'll teach you how to disassemble and assemble the tent first. Zhang Tuohai taught Yuna step by step how to make a tent. Yuna learned quickly about these things that required hands-on work. After practicing twice, she was able to assemble and disassemble the tent independently. Throwing the tent on the car, Zhang Tuohai distributed the broth to several people, using the bowls left over from the instant noodles last night. Although it is just ordinary soup made from canned meat and water, it is already rare and valuable in this wasteland world. It also contains the hard biscuits left by Zhang Tuohai yesterday, which is enough for several people to eat in the morning. Call! It feels so comfortable, and my belly feels warm. Is this what it feels like to be full? Yuna ate 3 bowls of broth and lay on the floor, rubbing her belly with a happy face. Yuna, get up quickly. We are leaving. Although Xiao Qian also liked this feeling, she still said, I know. Yuna reluctantly got up from the ground and got into the car. The transport truck continued to move forward. The car drove for a long time again, and a huge city appeared in front of it. The city towers high into the sky, its top disappearing into the clouds. The city that leads all the way to the zenith is right here. The village chief did not lie to us. We are finally almost there. Xiao Qian and Yuna hugged each other excitedly. What is that place? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. That's where it all ends. At the top, where there's food and a fire and hard biscuits every day, Yuna said. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai looked at the city that stretched straight into the sky. He had a feeling that there was everything he needed at the top of the city. The transport truck continued to move forward. The car entered a huge city. The city has many streets, some of which go up diagonally, leading to the upper levels of the city. Xiao Qian drove the car onto an upward street. The car drove upwards. Chunk. Chugging. Chugging. The only sound in the silent streets was the sound of transport truck engines. This reminded Zhang Tuohai of the days when he would deliver tofu to various merchants in the early morning. The streets in the early morning were very quiet, with only my car moving forward. This feeling is very strange. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the front. Click. Click. Boom. Boom. There was the sound of metal rubbing against each other, and there was also the sound of metal hitting heavily. Very rhythmic. Something is approaching. Zhang Tuohai made a judgment based on the loudness of the sound. Yuna grabbed the bolt-action rifle, and Xiao Qian held on to the handlebars tightly. The atmosphere became tense. Zhang Tuohai quietly released the crime-breaking chain. Not long after, a huge figure turned around the corner. It was a giant metal robot. It looks like a humanoid, with its entire body made of metal, over 5 meters tall, and equipped with many weapons. The most eye-catching ones are the 6 Gatling guns and an artillery piece with a diameter exceeding 100 millimeters. Intruder found. Prepare to eliminate. A mechanical voice sounded. Gatling's barrel began to turn. At this moment, dozens of crime-breaking chains rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the giant metal robot from all directions. The huge force pulled the metal robot to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, the metal robot fell to the ground, stirring up a thick layer of dust. Crunch! The chains of guilt began to tighten. The huge force directly broke the metal robot's body into several sections. Stab! Sting! Electric light flashed at the fracture, and engine oil flowed out. It's solved. We can move on, Zhang Tuohai said. What is this? Yuna asked, confused. An automatic combat robot that kills all humans or robots that are not its own. If there is a war, they should be involved and they will be an important part of it. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and added, if such a robot existed in the real world, it goes without saying that it would definitely be used on the battlefield. They actually built something this big for the war. Yuna looked at the huge war machine and then at her transport vehicle. Don't know what to say. Keep walking. Maybe there will be answers above, Zhang Tuohai said. Xiao Qian stepped on the accelerator, and the car continued to move forward. During the next journey, Zhang Tuohai will continue to release the crime-breaking chains around him, searching for war machines that may be encountered on the road. Try to kill those things before Xiao Qian and Yuna encounter them. Although there were dull sounds from time to time, Xiao Qian still grasped the handlebars without any hesitation. The car drove all the way up. Zhang Tuohai cleaned up various combat machines along the way. However, after cleaning more than a dozen floors, all Zhang Tuohai could find were some robots. There are good ones, and there are bad ones. But there are no humans. Not even a body was found. It seems we can only go to the top to find the answer, Zhang Tuohai thought secretly. The car drove up more than 30 floors. Then, he slowly stopped. A few people got out of the car and rested for a while. And Zhang Tuohai started making lunch. Can we actually eat now? But it's not dark yet. Yuna looked confused, but with a hint of excitement. This is lunch to replenish your energy. The higher you go, the stronger the wind and the colder the weather. You need to replenish your energy in time, Zhang Tuohai said. Wow, you know a lot. But this is really a good habit. Yuna sat aside. Zhang Tuohai still cooked a pot of noodles and added canned meat to it. After lunch, a few people were just about to leave. Suddenly, a snowflake fell down. Snowing! Zhang Tuohai took a look at the sky. The black clouds were getting darker. The wind was getting stronger, and large flakes of snow fell. A blizzard is coming. Zhang Tuohai frowned. What is a blizzard? Yuna asked. The weather is very bad. We'd better leave immediately. If we stay here, we will be buried alive, Zhang Tuohai said with a frown. I see. Xiao Qian heard the words and knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 1283 The Truth of the World. Thud! Tug! 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 The transport truck drove quickly towards the inner side of the city. There will be less wind and snow in inner city areas. When you encounter an upward passage, go straight up. The wind and snow are getting stronger and stronger, and people who are blown by the strong wind can't open their eyes. Zhang Tuohai used replica rings to replicate 2 sets of down jackets, the kind that can withstand the extreme cold in Antarctica. By the way, I copied 2 sets of windshield masks. Xiao Qian and Yuna are already immune to Zhang Tuohai's ability to come up with something new from time to time. I just lament that the things invented by humans in the past are really useful. At the same time, I feel puzzled that my life was so good before, but I still want to start a war. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how to explain this problem, because the same is true in the real world. Obviously, we only need to give in to each other, and we can all live well. But there are people who take advantage of it. Maybe it's because of greed, Zhang Tuohai said. The transport truck sped up all the way, making a clanging sound and being drowned in the roar of the blizzard. It was almost impossible to see clearly in front of her, and Xiao Qian could hardly control the steering wheel. Leave it to me. Zhang Tuohai jumped into the driver's seat and helped control the handlebars. Zhang Tuohai released the crime-breaking chain to clear the way in front to prevent the car from hitting the pillar, because there is a crime-breaking chain searching the road ahead. Zhang Tuohai can know the conditions of all paths ahead in advance. Not only can it clear out all combat machines on the road, It can also clear dead ends and find the nearest path. Since I had been taking shortcuts, Zhang Tuohai was traveling very fast during this period. It only took an hour to walk up more than 20 floors. After reaching the 30th floor, they finally crossed the rain and snow line and reached the top of the building. When they reached the top floor, a bright light shone down from the sky, causing several people to cover their eyes involuntarily. Zhang Tuohai was the first to recover. He looked up, and the sky across the rain and snow line returned to blue. The blazing sun hangs high in the sky, releasing light and heat. Under their feet was a dark cloud of pollution, enveloping the world. At the top is a huge city, full of exquisite buildings and wide, neat streets. There are even flowers and plants lining the streets. And apparently there are automatic thermostats and sprinklers. Even when no one is around, it is still functioning. What is this place? Xiao Qian looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. For as long as she can remember, the city has been a dilapidated ruin, and the world has been dark. She has never seen such a scene. This is how the city used to be. Let's move on. Zhang Tuohai led the two of them forward, heading towards the center of the city. There are various buildings on both sides of the street, including theaters, bars, restaurants, stadiums, and all the buildings that a city should have. Xiao Qian and Yuna looked at the buildings on both sides with curiosity, their faces full of differences. It seemed like I had arrived in a different world. The car arrived all the way to the city's central square. There is a huge launch pad here, and there is a large spaceship on the launch pad. There are thick bones everywhere around the spacecraft, and there are traces of burns in many places. The Shura field-like scene is completely different from the previous paradise on Earth. Careful. Zhang Tuohai got out of the car and inspected it carefully. Yuna took off her bolt-action rifle and carefully guarded her surroundings. Zhang Tuohai found many warheads scattered on the ground, and there were bullet marks on many bones. Apparently the men had been shot. Zhang Tuohai moved all the way towards the spacecraft. The further you go, the denser the bones are and the more bullets are on the ground. Not only were human bones on the ground, Zhang Tuohai also saw the bones of cats, dogs, and other animals. Zhang Tuohai moved forward all the way until he entered the spacecraft. It's the same inside and outside the spacecraft. There are bones everywhere. You can even see some scattered firearms on the ground. Because of the complex terrain, Zhang Tuohai did not enter rashly, but released the criminal chains to search the interior of the spacecraft. There were no living people inside the spacecraft, only corpses and weapons. Following the chain to the spacecraft command module, Zhang Tuohai found a plan book. Opening the plan, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that it was actually a plan to purify the world. The origin of the plan is recorded in the plan. Because of population explosion, resource depletion, and lack of breakthroughs in technology, development has become unsustainable. In order to ensure that the quality of life does not decrease, the elite studied a human elimination plan to kill those people they considered redundant and save resources to supply them. The first ones used were war and plague. According to their plan, these two solutions in parallel can quickly eliminate those resource wasters, and then leave them with a wonderful new world. However, the resilience of the redundant population in their eyes was far beyond their understanding. A small team actually attacked the wealthy area, causing damage to them. The elites couldn't sit still, so they gathered together and built this super city as a doomsday fortress, while spreading pollution to clean up the population on the ground. In order to prevent themselves from being accidentally injured, they built a spaceship in the top city, which allowed them to hide outside the planet when an accident happened. However, due to limited technology, the number of people the built spacecraft can carry is limited. Only the best of the best are allowed to ride. Then, those sub-elites became a redundant population in the eyes of the elite among the elites. Became an outcast. It only hurts when the knife hits your body. Those abandoned elites, unwilling to suffer the same fate as those below, secretly planned a coup, try to capture the ship. Then, there was this scene today. Through the video, it seems that there is no winner on the entire battlefield. Both the elite of the elite and the sub-elite were dead. Not even a dog was left. Only the spaceship remains here. It's really ironic. Looking at the plan and video, Zhang Tuohai completed the whole story and roughly understood why the world became like this. It's all caused by the original sin of greed. However, everyone is dead. What about my main mission? Zhang Tuohai continued to look at the plan. When he reached the end of the page, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. When those elites released pollution, they thought about how to control it. There are a large number of spores in the spacecraft. As long as the spores are released, they can swallow up pollutants in the air, water, and soil. and even clean up various nuclear radiation pollution. It is a good thing to clean up pollution. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai saw hope of completing the mission. He followed the spacecraft design drawings and found the dispenser for storing spores. He saw hundreds of huge jars filled with spores. The spaceship is broken. How to launch it? Chapter 1284 Folklorist. Zhang Tuohai dug out the jars. Each one weighed several hundred kilograms. Without the chains of guilt, it would be quite difficult to take them out. How do you use this thing? Just throw it out? Zhang Tuohai used the crime-breaking chain to crack the jar, and then threw it out with great force. The jar exploded in the air, and massive amounts of spores were released, floating in the air. These spores fell on the black clouds, and the black clouds quickly turned white, and the spores also grew larger and turned into mushrooms of various sizes. And those mushrooms began to grow, spreading out new spores. And the new spores continued to absorb pollution, grow, and spread out spores. As the mushrooms spread, a small area was cleared. Although it was quickly filled with contamination from other areas, it was enough to show that the spores were really useful. After seeing the effect, Zhang Tuohai immediately cracked the remaining spore jars one by one and threw them away. Pieces of spores spread in the air and spread around. The black fog in the sky began to become dim and visible, and it was only a matter of time before it was cleared away. Main mission: end the end of the world and prevent the world from continuing to become a wasteland. Game review is being generated. 2 lines of game prompts popped up. Is this the end? Zhang Tuohai was a little stunned. He originally thought there would be a boss or something, but in the end, there was no such thing. While waiting for the evaluation, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt something in his heart, and he looked up to the sky, where the sun shines. A figure flaps its wings and descends in front of him. Pure white wings, neat school uniform and pleated skirt, long silver hair swinging in the wind, and a pair of amber eyes shining brightly. Liuli. Zhang Tuohai looked at the person in front of him. He didn't expect to see Liuli here again. I'm here to pick up these 2 lonely souls, and thank you for bringing them out of the loop. Liuli fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Are they dead? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Xiao Qian and Yuna, who were wearing shabby coats. The 2 of them looked dumbfounded, completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The 2 of them were actually dead a long time ago. They just didn't know it. They just kept moving towards the roof of the building according to their last thought before they died. It was you who got them out of the cycle so that I could lead them back to heaven. Fair enough. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Although the world has been purified, it still takes time to recover. Even if they recover, it is too much for Xiaoqian and Yuna to survive in this kind of world. Whether they can survive for more than a year is a question. It would be a good thing for them if they could enter the kingdom of heaven, at least with Liuli taking care of them. Their lives would not be too difficult. Then it's up to you. Zhang Tuohai nodded. It's a matter of duty. Thank you for helping them. Liuli stood on tiptoes and kissed Zhang Tuohai on the face. This is your reward. Get a blessing, Angel's Kiss. Angel's Kiss. The lucky ones, who are trusted by the angels, will receive extra care from the goddess of fate. Note, some people are born to be favored and chased and fed by the goddess of fate. And you are one of them. It seems very powerful. Zhang Tuohai was speechless when he saw the reward. Being chased and fed by the goddess of destiny in a black silk miniskirt. This is probably the kind of treatment a talent who is a child of luck receives. Then, see you later. Liuli had already taken Xiaoqian and Yuna's hands and slowly flew towards the sky. Review generated. Copy evaluation, SSS. Rewards have been distributed. A golden box fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai opened the box. A golden card appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Universal ID card. Explanation: after obtaining this identity card, you will have an adaptive identity in any world. After getting the card, Zhang Tuohai was also enveloped in white light and returned to the real world. You smell like another woman. Lilith just walked out of the bathroom and passed by Zhang Tuohai. She paused and said while wiping her hair, Zhang Tuohai. He felt like he was lying on his back. I just received a blessing. Why did it become like this? Looking at Lilith, she seemed to be angry for a while. Zhang Tuohai decided to hide and wait until Lilith calmed down. Zhang Tuohai turned on his phone and chose to flash a copy. It has been detected that you have entered the 7th floor of the City of Trials and are looking for a matching copy. Matching ends and loading begins. Zhang Tuohai was enveloped in white light before being teleported away. Zhang Tuohai vaguely saw Lilith walking out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup, because white light transmission blocks sound. But looking at Lilith's mouth, it seemed like, if you can't come back within a minute, you're doomed. It seems like the problem is a bit serious. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. The white light dissipated, and Zhang Tuohai appeared in front of a quaint village. Enter the copy, Mysterious Festival. Main mission, survive until the end of the festival. Just survive? Is it that simple? It seems like this world is very difficult. Zhang Tuohai thought while holding his chin. Just then he felt his hands getting hot. When he looked down, he saw that the golden card in his hand had changed its shape and turned into an ID card. Name, Zhang Tuohai. Identity, folklorist. Note, as a folklorist, you will never look too weird wherever you appear. Folklorist? It seems that there is a title of team-killing engine in a certain game. This status is not very auspicious. Zhang Tuohai looked at the golden card in his hand. At this moment, the protection dispersed, and lively sounds came from outside. Zhang Tuohai turned around and found that there were many people around him. Everyone was laughing and walking in a certain direction. Zhang Tuohai took a glance and discovered a problem. That is, many people were carrying masks in their hands. These masks are all made of wood, and the carvings are very simple, with only the simplest wood texture and no patterns. Is this a souvenir? Such a simple souvenir shouldn't be so popular. Right. Is there something fishy about it? Zhang Tuohai became suspicious. He looked around and saw people in front and behind. He thought for a while and decided to follow these people and see what happened. He followed these people forward. Lanterns were hung on both sides of the street, illuminating the street clearly. However, there was no shop or vendor. Everyone is walking in the same direction. After walking about 2 kilometers, the front suddenly became clear. Ahead was a huge open space, where many people had already gathered. Lanterns were hung everywhere, illuminating the entire area. The most striking thing is that there is a big tree in the middle of the clearing, with a large number of masks hanging on the treetop. Chapter 1285 Mask. What is this? Looking at the strange big tree, Zhang Tuohai became cautious, because he considers himself a tree demon. When he sees a strange big tree, Zhang Tuohai can't help but feel involved in it, and he will unconsciously feel that there is something wrong with it. At this time, thousands of people had gathered around the big tree, and everyone had an excited look on their face. Zhang Tuohai took a glance and found that most people were holding masks in their hands. At this moment, an old man holding a cane came to the crowd and said loudly, "Congratulations to everyone! You passed the test of the gods and became the favored ones of the gods. You have the opportunity to participate in this harvest festival. During the festival, you will accept God's favor, become God's dependents, and share God's glory." The old man shouted loudly as he spoke. "Ugh! Ugh!" People around him also shouted. Amid bursts of cheers, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Zhang Tuohai felt that these people were becoming more and more fanatical, and kept shouting loudly. More and more people became excited, and fell into a state of excitement involuntarily. Why does it feel like a morning meeting in the company? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a step back. He hated this state of affairs. If you work part-time, just work hard. Why do you have to do all these things? Companies that don't have enough money will only try to make a fool of themselves. It was precisely because he didn't like this atmosphere that Zhang Tuohai handed in his resignation notice, and chose to go home and inherit the family business. Although it will be a bit harder and more tiring, the mood and atmosphere will be much better. Ugh! Ugh! The people around became more and more enthusiastic. They shouted loudly and began to circle around the square. The big tree in the middle of the clearing seemed to feel this fanatical emotion and was shaking constantly. Those masks were like human faces, constantly shaking. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt that the corners of the mask's mouths seemed to be tilted up a little, from expressionless to smiling. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and quietly released the crime-breaking chain. He was very familiar with this scene. He had experienced this kind of scene many times when he was the old crooked-necked tree in the world of gods and ghosts. According to his own experience, the real drama is about to begin. Sure enough, as Zhang Tuohai expected, as the people around him became more and more enthusiastic, the atmosphere gradually reached its peak. Ugh! Ugh! The people around him changed from shouting to roaring. The veins on their foreheads jumped, and their faces were covered with beads of sweat. The crazier the people around them are, the more the corners of the masks hanging on the branches turn up. Finally, all the smiles on the mask changed from smiles to weird and ferocious smiles. Chosen believers, bring your symbols! The old man shouted loudly. The strong men around him all put on their own masks. Those around Zhang Tuohai, who were watching the ceremony, also put the masks in their hands on their faces. In the entire festival, only a few people were left without masks. Catch those heretics and offer them as sacrifices to the great god. The old man roared loudly. Those people immediately turned their attention to the people around them, who were not wearing masks. You? What are you going to do? I'm warning you. My brother-in-law is the district chief. If you dare to touch me, I will catch you all and eat steamed buns. A fat man holding a briefcase was horrified by the sight, and said in a panic, Ugh! With a roar, several strongmen rushed forward and lifted the fat man directly up. What are you doing? Put me down quickly! The fat man kicked and kicked, trying to escape from the control of several people. However, his body had long been hollowed out by wine and sex, and he was no match for several strong men. He was lifted all the way to the big tree. A branch hung down, and several masks hanging on the branch surrounded the fat man from all directions. They opened their mouths and bit into the fat man fiercely. Click! Click! Blood spattered. Blood and mincemeat dripped down, and a roar like a slaughtering pig came. This job is too rough. It's not elegant at all. It's really a scum. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. This big tree's method was too rough and bloody, wasting a lot of energy, and was extremely inefficient. It was not as good as what he had done in the Ming dynasty, and he was greatly disappointed. Several strong men noticed Zhang Tuohai and walked towards Zhang Tuohai. I advise you to think carefully. Zhang Tuohai took out the shotgun. The strong men remained unmoved and continued to walk towards Zhang Tuohai while shouting. The pace is firm, and there is no intention of stopping. Has your mind been controlled? Let me check. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a gunshot, and a white energy bullet shot out, hitting a strong man's head directly. Boom! The strong man's head was shot. Not only was his head blown out, but half of his body was also broken into pieces. The body shook in place twice before falling to the ground. The people around him didn't seem to react at all, and they still walked slowly towards Zhang Tuohai. Not even the pace was affected in any way. It seems that he has indeed lost his mind. After verifying this, Zhang Tuohai put away the shotgun and used the replica ring to create a Gatling gun. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. The electric Gatling gun sprayed out a massive amount of bullets to form a death storm. Wherever the barrage passed, everyone was shattered into pieces. Within a minute, there were almost no living people in sight. How dare you destroy the god's ceremony? The great gods will not let you go. The old man who had been presiding over the ceremony suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his chest. Red blood flowed out. Great God! With my humble body, I ask you to come, to kill the heretics who blaspheme you. The old man muttered something. Duh. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger on the old man. The metal storm tore the old man into pieces in an instant. The kind that even if you try to put it together, you can't put it together. Would I be so stupid as to let you use your ultimate move? The cast forward swing is so long. So naive. Zhang Tuohai slammed Gatling to the ground and blew a puff of gun smoke. Blah. Blah. At this moment, the big tree moved, and its huge branches swayed and extended in the direction of Zhang Tuohai, trying to attack Zhang Tuohai. However, Zhang Tuohai always stood outside the range of the branches. Dashi tried hard several times, but was still a little short. Zhang Tuohai stood outside the attack range of the big tree, looking at the big tree, wanting to observe what other skills this big tree had. Use it as a reference for becoming a big tree in the future. After the big tree tried hard several times, it seemed to be angry, and the masks on the branches suddenly made a clattering sound. Chapter 1286 Obsidian Gate. Whoa! Whoa dash! A strange sound came from the mask, as if there were thousands of people laughing wildly in his ears. But it was mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish the source of the sound. Is that all? Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed. He looked at his watch and saw that time was running out. So he immediately activated the crime-breaking chains that were in place. Wow! Hundreds of crime-breaking chains emerged from the ground and rushed towards the big tree. The masks hanging on the treetops were also stunned when they saw the sin-breaking chains rushing out from the ground. They had no idea that something would attack them from underground. For a moment, those branches paused. Then, they were locked by the chains of sin that broke out of the ground. Dash! The masks roared and shook their branches, trying to break free from the control of the sin-breaking chains. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake the chains of sin-breaking. Instead, they felt that their own energy was constantly passing away. The branches began to dry up, and the leaves fell off. The originally lush tree became extremely old in the blink of an eye. with dead branches and yellow leaves scattered in the wind. As if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The masks no longer had the power to roar. A large number of masks had already shown signs of cracking. And more masks were directly turned into fragments on the ground. The big tree seemed to feel the crisis. The crown of the tree shook violently. And the surrounding ground shook. A tree root was pulled out from the soil and pulled towards Zhang Tuohai. That tree root was as fast as lightning and as powerful as breaking bamboo. It actually produced a sonic boom. Even if Zhang Tuohai was made of fine iron, it could be split open by it. However, the next second, the tree root was entangled with two sin-breaking chains. The big tree tried hard to pull out the roots, but it was wrapped tightly by the sin-breaking chains and could not move at all. That's it. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to waste any more time and commanded the criminal chain to launch a general attack. Dozens of sin-breaking chains wrapped around the trunk of the big tree, exerting force in several directions. Click, click. The tree trunks made a crisp sound. The big tree still wanted to resist for a few seconds, but after a few seconds, the trunk was broken by the punishment chain. Click, boom, with a huge sound. The trunk of the big tree broke into 7 or 8 sections, and was torn apart by the sin-breaking chains. Those roots buried deep in the soil are still trying to escape. However, how could Zhang Tuohai, who had rich experience, give them this opportunity? As early as the attack on the tree trunk, another batch of crime-breaking chains were ready to deal with the roots. At this time, when the tree roots moved, those sin-breaking chains also moved. The roots of the tree were directly entangled. The next second, with bursts of crunching sounds, the tree roots were torn into pieces. Feeling a large amount of energy pouring into the sin-breaking chain, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. After killing this big tree, the main mission should be considered completed. Right. However, at this moment, violent vibrations came from the ground. The vibration was so violent that Zhang Tuohai could hardly stand. Huge cracks appeared one after another. The cracks were bottomless, like a huge mouth of an abyss, leading to nowhere. What else? Zhang Tuohai frowned. He had previously inspected everything within a few hundred meters of the ground, and there was nothing else except tree roots. Did you move too much just now and wake up something deeper? Zhang Tuohai guessed. However, he was not afraid. He has killed bugs as big as the core of the planet, and he is no longer afraid. Let me see what it is. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and looked down. Boom, boom, accompanied by bursts of dull noises. It seemed like something was crawling up again. After a while, a thick pool of mud climbed up the cliff. The thick mud was like a wave, crawling towards the top of the cliff one after another. Zhang Tuohai took a few steps back, rearranged the crime-breaking chains, and was ready to deal with it. Boom! The mud surged up along the cracks. Roar! A big hole opened in the mud, as if a huge mouth of the abyss had opened, and a loud roar was made towards Zhang Tuohai. Nasty guy! With a thought in Zhang Tuohai's mind, dozens of chains shot out from all directions and inserted into the giant mouth of mud. The giant mouth of mud collapsed and shattered in an instant, turning into mud all over the ground. So weak! Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised. This mud monster was weaker than he expected. However, he had just killed a mud monster. Dozens more emerged from the surrounding cracks, each with huge cracks, as if they were biting Zhang Tuohai with a big mouth. So much! Zhang Tuohai frowned, while controlling the surrounding crime-breaking chains to resist the mud monsters. On the other hand, he set a large number of crime-breaking chains deep into the underground cracks. The chain of sin-breaking continues to split and extend downwards. When the mud saw the sin-breaking chains coming toward their lair, they immediately surrounded them and wrapped the sin-breaking chains. At this time, the red runes on the sin-breaking chains flickered. The mud quickly dried up and condensed into mud. Finally, it turned into dry sand, fell off the chains of sin, and fell back into the abyss. More and more mud monsters rushed up, but without exception, they all turned into gravel and fell into the abyss again. The chains of guilt are getting deeper and deeper, and there are more and more mud monsters. But without exception, they were all absorbed by the chains of sin-breaking. Zhang Tuohai controlled the sin-breaking chain downward continuously. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters. In the end, Zhang Tuohai didn't even know how many meters underground it was. Mud monsters have become rare. Those mud monsters did not dare to continue to rush forward, hiding in the gaps and shivering. However, Zhang Tuohai did not intend to let them go. He would kill all the mud monsters wherever he went. The sin-breaking chain spread downwards. And suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. Zhang Tuohai controlled the crime-breaking chain and inspected the situation ahead. It was discovered that in front of him was a gate made of obsidian, with blue ripples echoing in the gate. A mud monster is crawling out of the gate. Is this the lair of the mud monster? Zhang Tuohai controlled the crime-breaking chain and tested the inside of the door. Suddenly, a huge force came from inside the gate, pulling Duan Sui in uncontrollably. Huh? What is this? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but retract the crime-breaking chain, trying to pull the crime-breaking chain back. However, at this moment, the land under Zhang Tuohai suddenly collapsed, and large pieces of soil and rocks fell into the abyss. Chapter 1287 Red Moon World. Wow! Zhang Tuohai fell toward the depths of the abyss along with the massive amounts of collapsing rubble. Zhang Tuohai just wanted to use the crime-breaking chain to pull himself back. However, when I saw the obsidian door below, my heart moved again. Maybe this is a hidden secret. Maybe exploring it can increase the evaluation? At the worst, I can still get something good. Adventure is often equated with treasure. Moreover, he also wanted to know where these mud monsters came from. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai controlled the crime-breaking chain to adjust his descent speed. Soon, Zhang Tuohai landed in front of the obsidian gate. After cleaning up the sin-breaking chain before, no new mud monsters can be seen coming out of it. In order to ensure safety, Zhang Tuohai placed another section of the crime-breaking chain to ensure that there was no danger there before he stepped in. As soon as Zhang Tuohai walked in, a series of prompts popped up. It is detected that players use unconventional means to enter the 8th layer of the world, and the difficulty of the game increases. Copy name, Red Moon World. Main mission, resist the invasion of the Three-Eyed Clan and kill a member of the Three-Eyed Clan royal family. Zhang Tuohai. He just wanted to see if there was any secret realm behind this door. Why did he enter the 8th level of the world? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Zhang Tuohai wanted to look back and see if he could return to his original world, but it was discovered that the obsidian door had collapsed. Fine. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to go back. He could only study how to complete this damn task. Zhang Tuohai looked at the environment he was in and found that it was an underground cave, surrounded by stalactites, damp and dark. The cave wall is very smooth, and there are many luminous stones installed, which provide a certain brightness inside the cave. The location where he was a huge hollow, with a tunnel in front of him that led to an unknown location. Zhang Tuohai took out a flashlight from his windbreaker and walked out of the tunnel. The tunnel is long, but generally upward. Zhang Tuohai walked all the way up for several hours, and finally felt the sound of wind. The exit is ahead. Zhang Tuohai walked forward quickly, and after walking for another 10 minutes, the front suddenly lit up. Zhang Tuohai took 2 quick steps and rushed out of the cave. Ahead was a wilderness. It seemed that it had just rained, and the wind carried a moist smell. The stars in the sky illuminate the lake water. Zhang Tuohai had no time to appreciate the scenery, because, above his head, there was a huge red moon hanging. This red moon is very huge, as if it is right in front of you. The huge sphere hangs above your head. It is 10 times larger than the Hanging Trial City, giving people a full sense of oppression. What was even more unsettling was that Zhang Tuohai also saw what seemed to be a huge building above the red moon. What kind of world is this? A twin sphere? A companion world? Or an interstellar world? Zhang Tuohai guessed the type of world. However, there are too few clues now, and no reference basis. Zhang Tuohai looked around, wanting to find a city to inquire about. Suddenly, he saw lights flashing not far away, and a large building, like a town. Go over there and have a look. Zhang Tuohai quickly walked over there. Approaching the town, Zhang Tuohai discovered that it was a pre-industrial city. There are tall chimneys everywhere, huge gears and pipes everywhere, and steam can be seen steaming from time to time. The houses are basically made of iron sheets and connected with thick rivets. It has a bit of a steampunk feel to it. Zhang Tuohai took out his golden ID card, which still read Folklorist. I hope this identity can continue to be useful. Zhang Tuohai continued walking towards the city. Gas lamps were hung on the streets of the city, casting a dim light on the dim streets. But the street was not deserted, and people walked by from time to time. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the people around him. Most of them were wearing heavy woolen coats, and some were wearing round hats and leather shoes or boots, similar to his outfit. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. In addition to their clothing, Zhang Tuohai also discovered that these people were more or less wearing weapons. Some were wearing revolvers or carrying shotguns. There are also some who carry rapiers or long knives on their waists. At worst, you have to hold a stick or wooden stick in your hand. Zhang Tuohai even saw someone holding a sickle and a kitchen knife. Is this city so dangerous? You want everyone to be armed? A trace of doubt arose in Zhang Tuohai's heart, and he became increasingly cautious. The further he walked, the more people he met, all of whom were hurriedly walking outside. They only glanced at Zhang Tuohai, and no one paid much attention to him. Something must have happened that I don't know about. I need to find someone to ask about it. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind to find someone to ask. At this moment, the sky suddenly became brighter. Zhang Tuohai looked up and found that there seemed to be many bright spots in the night sky. Those bright spots moved very quickly across the sky and fell toward the ground. Meteor? Zhang Tuohai stopped. Those meteors are getting closer and closer, and it seems that they will hit their heads in the next second. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly took out a shield from his windbreaker and put it on his head. Snap! With a crisp sound, a meteor fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai walked over. It was a black fruit-like thing, a little soft when pinched. A line of game prompts pops up. Power seeds, black quality. You can get black quality power after eating. Superpower seeds? As long as you eat them, you can gain extraordinary power? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. He was very interested in this seed. However, because he didn't know the side effects or what the black quality was, Zhang Tuohai did not take it immediately. Instead, he took out a box and put the superpower seeds inside and put it away. If Lilith was here, she might be able to research something. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to leave, another ball of light suddenly fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. The light group shattered with a bang, and a hard-shelled bug covered with spikes emerged from it. When the insect saw Zhang Tuohai, he screamed twice and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. With a move of Zhang Tuohai's fingers, 2 crime-breaking chains flew out of his sleeves, rolled up the insect, and pulled it into the air. Try your strength. Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth to the insect. Call! A burst of flame spurted out and completely enveloped the insect. After a few seconds, the flames died out. The insect was burned to ashes, and a burnt smell filled the air. It's not that good either. Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed with the strength of the insects. Sure enough, he is a person who is not interested in the seeds of black quality. He does have some abilities. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Chapter 1288 Xiaoye. Swish. Zhang Tuohai turned around sharply. Not far behind stood a girl wearing a windbreaker with a collar turned up high. Her long red hair was dancing in the wind, and there was a long knife at her waist. Hello. What can I do? Zhang Tuohai asked politely when he saw that the other party did not take action directly or move. However, the crime-breaking chain in his hand was secretly accumulating strength, and he was ready to take action at any time. Because this is an emergency, can I check your ID? I am the sheriff of this city, the woman said, pointing to the armband on her sleeve, a pair of crossed swords on a shield. This is my ID. Zhang Tuohai thought about it and handed over his golden ID card. The woman took it and took a look, and couldn't help but look at Zhang Tuohai. A folklorist actually still exists in the Red Coral City-State? I thought this profession disappeared at the end of the War of Seven Kings. It's just a family tradition. A family tradition. Zhang Tuohai laughed dryly. No wonder. The woman nodded and returned the ID card to Zhang Tuohai. In this era, only family inheritance can pass on such unpopular knowledge. The rest must serve the coming war. The woman sighed. Is it a war against the three-eyed people? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of his main mission, and his heart moved. That's right. With the main enemy in front, the conflict between our ancestors and you is not that important anymore. The woman looked at the red moon in the sky. A breath of white breath came out of his mouth. Could it be that those three-eyed tribes came from Red Moon? Seeing the woman's appearance, Zhang Tuohai had a guess. To confirm, he asked tentatively. Guess how they're going to come? Who knows? It is said that the first batch of people came through the Starry Sky Gate. However, that thing is unstable. But I can't say. Maybe it is stable at a closer distance. The woman put her hands in her pockets and looked up at the huge red moon. There are also rumors that it may be a warship flying in the sky, just like the Queen Anne's Revenge that the first emperor sailed on, the woman said. However, these are not important. Anyway, the big shots above will have the headache. We just need to act according to the orders, the woman said nonchalantly. Aren't you curious? Zhang Tuohai asked. There's no point in being curious. Anyway, the answer will be revealed in a month. Rushing won't solve the problem. Why don't you just wait quietly and wait for the answer to be revealed? The woman shook her fiery red hair and said nonchalantly, Is the invasion only a month away? Zhang Tuohai's heart moved and he wrote down the time point. By the way, if you want to conduct in-depth folklore collecting, remember not to go to the Catwoman bar. According to rumors, several noble children have been infected there, said the red-haired woman. Zhang Tuohai, what do I look like? Aren't you folklorists interested in these weird things? Aren't you curious about what Catwoman is like? Said the red-haired woman. That makes sense. Zhang Tuohai actually felt that what she said made sense, and he couldn't refute it. I'm just interested in various special cultural practices and want to study the structure in depth. That's the job of biologists. Zhang Tuohai tried to clear his name. Is it so detailed now? Then you have lost a lot of fun. The long-haired woman patted Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt a hint of pity in her eyes. I was actually despised by a woman. This is intolerable. You sound like you know it, but you still can't get into the Catwoman bar. Zhang Tuohai said angrily. My work doesn't allow it, but my neighbors are employees of Catwoman bar. If I want to call, they can come to serve me at any time. The red-haired woman immediately retorted. Her voice seemed a little excited. Who knows if what you said is true? Zhang Tuohai stared blankly. Do you dare to come back with me and have a look? The red-haired woman looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What are you afraid of? Wait, are you plotting against me? Zhang Tuohai tightened his coat. Just you? Huh? The red-haired woman snorted. Turn around and walk towards a small street. Follow me if you dare. Looking at the silent street, Zhang Tuohai decisively chose to follow. After finally encountering a woman who is so easy to talk to, she can't let her go easily. The two people turned left and right in the alley until they came to a two-story building. This small building is very dilapidated. From the outside, it looks like it is pieced together with various discarded iron sheets and steel plates. Crooked. There is an all-metal fire escape outside that goes straight up to the second floor. The surrounding architectural styles are also similar. It looks like a ghetto. Your living environment here is not very good. Zhang Tuohai followed the red-haired woman to the second floor. It doesn't matter how good it is. Anyway, in another month, all the good areas will become the focus of attack, and they will all be battlefields. This kind of shabby place is relatively safer, because there is nothing they need here. The red-haired woman said as she took out the key and prepared to open the door. But the keyhole seemed to be corroded, and the red-haired woman couldn't get the key in after trying for a long time. This broken door. I told the landlord long ago that the door lock should be changed, but he never changed it. The red-haired woman muttered, took a few steps back, and then kicked her hard. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The iron door was kicked open. The door lock collapsed and parts were scattered everywhere. Zhang Tuohai looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. He didn't expect that this girl was so violent and would open the lock in this way. He began to reflect on whether it was a mistake for him to come back with this woman. Does this count as a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? While Zhang Tuohai was meditating on the side, the red-haired woman took his arm. Why are you standing there? Why don't you come in quickly? The red-haired woman pulled Zhang Tuohai into the room. The layout of the room is similar to the outside, with old iron sheets everywhere. The room was cramped and small, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It reminded Zhang Tuohai that he had watched the movie Other People Are Hell. Seeing the red-haired woman's residence, he felt that the examination hall seemed to be heaven. At least have a clean bed. And here, there are wine bottles everywhere. Why are there so many wine bottles? The landlord came to my room to drink again? The red-haired woman frowned. It seems that the lesson I gave him last time was not enough. I will let him live in the police station for a few days tomorrow. The red-haired woman clenched her fists. Well, this is my house. Your house is next door. Miss Xiaoya, you went to the wrong room again. At this time, a trembling voice came from the bed. Chapter 1289, Sheep's Small Intestine. Alia Lu, why are you here? Char asked in surprise. This is my home. Why can't I be here? The person on the bed said angrily. Stab. A candle was lit. Zhang Tuohai saw clearly the situation in the room. This is a very dilapidated house with mottled walls, a sense of moisture in the air, and all kinds of junk on the floor and shelves. The bed was made of wooden boards and boxes, with a shabby quilt and a ragged woman huddled in the quilt. After seeing the furnishings in the room clearly, Xiaoya was a little embarrassed. Her boots made 2 dents on the iron floor. I said why the key doesn't work anymore. It turns out that I went to the wrong door. If you continue to sleep, just treat it as we haven't been here. Xiaoya said and stepped away. Wait a minute. Xiaoya, you finally enlightened yourself and learned how to bring a man into your home. Eliulu looked at Xiao with surprise. No, don't think about it. Good night. Xiaoya closed the door. Boom. The iron door closed again. The only drawback is that the door handle fell off the iron door. Is this really okay? Zhang Tuohai asked, looking at the handle in Xiaoya's hand. Don't worry. Eliulu won't care. I will help her install it tomorrow. Cheria casually placed the door handle on the broken box near the door. The two came to the door of the next door. This time, Xiaoya tried several times before inserting the key. I twisted it several times, but the door lock wouldn't budge. I knew I had to use the old method. Xiaoya took half a step back and kicked the door. An additional footprint appeared on the iron door instantly. The lock fell and the door opened. Zhang Tuohai took a closer look and saw that there was not just one footprint on the iron door, but many footprints superimposed on each other. Only then did he understand why Xiaoya kicked him so naturally. It turned out that he was used to it. Come in. Char walked into the room and lit the kerosene lamp on the table. Zhang Tuohai followed and walked in. The room was similar to the previous room. Both were very shabby. But there were very few things in this room, making it appear to be larger. There is a broken iron bed in the corner with a quilt on it, which looks relatively clean. In the center of the room was a table with a kerosene lamp on it. There was a broken chair beside it, but there was nothing else in the room. Xiaoya looked around and handed the chair to Zhang Tuohai. Sit down. After saying that, Xiaoya sat on the bed by herself. Zhang Tuohai looked around and sat on the only chair. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Just when Zhang Tuohai wanted to say something to break the embarrassment, he suddenly saw a shadow poking his head at the door. Who? Xiaoya stood up suddenly, holding the long knife at his waist with his right hand. It's me. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that it was Eliulu who came in. What's the matter? I will help you repair the door tomorrow, Xiaoya said. Sister Xiaoya, do you need sheep intestine? Don't worry. It's brand new, and no one has used it, Eliulu said cautiously. I don't need sheep intestines, Xiaoya said. It's not for food. It's for use. Eliulu leaned into Xiaoya's ear and said softly. Char's face turned crimson. You have no nostalgia for the human world anymore. Right. Xiaoya grabbed Eliulu's back collar and picked up Eliulu. Sister Xiaoya, I'm doing this for your own good. We're about to welcome an invasion. You don't want to run around with the ball, do you? Although there are many bards' poems written like this. It is really inconvenient to be pregnant. For safety reasons, I think it is appropriate to sacrifice a little comfort, Eliulu explained. Get out of here. Xiaoya carried Eliulu to the door and kicked her out. Sister Xiaoya, don't do anything. I'm doing this for your own good, Eliulu said loudly while still outside. Boom. Cheria closed the door. The iron door has a dent visible to the naked eye. Xiaoya took 2 deep breaths before turning back. He showed a kind face. You didn't hear anything just now. Right. Just now. Weren't we discussing the current situation just now? Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. With his hearing, not to mention Eliulu's whisper in Xiaoya's ear, he could also clearly hear a few mice under the neighbor's bed talking about which family was the poorest. However, his emotional intelligence is not low enough to expose Xiaoya's pain points. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's answer, Xiaoya was very satisfied. Yes, the current situation is too chaotic. Everyone knows that the three-eyed man is coming soon. Many people feel that they will not survive anyway, and they are thinking about how to enjoy themselves in time. Some people are actually plotting to study how to cooperate. The three-eyed people are attacking these rebels. Xiaoya knocked on the table bitterly, and a dent appeared on the table. It's normal. Not everyone has a firm will to resist. Even some who are not doing well may think this is an opportunity to change their fate. Zhang Tuohai said. Why do they think so? Don't they have any loyalty to the kingdom? Xiaoya didn't understand. It's normal. For the lower class, the kingdom and the royal family are too far away for them. And the righteousness and the overall situation are invisible and intangible to them. All they care about is their 3 meals a day. Firewood, rice, oil and salt. When the fleet of the British Empire spans the 7 seas, the beggars on the streets of London will not feel proud. They would rather be the chiefs of a small tribe. It does not matter to him whether they will be enslaved by Britain as a colony. Anyway, his own live a more comfortable life. Zhang Tuohai said. He has seen this kind of thing a lot. If you read a few more history books, you will see too many similar stories. But, they are the Three-Eyed Clan after all. Xiaoya was still a little confused. So what? if you can turn from a small police officer to a king. But the price is that there will be another king above your head. And you will become a being below one person and above 10,000 people. Do you accept? Maybe you won't accept it. But can you guarantee that others can endure such a big temptation? Beggars on the streets, cows and horses in factories, strip club hosts, low-level clerks, small workshop owners on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you think they can withstand this temptation? Zhang Tuohai said. But haven't they considered the risks? If they fail, they will die. Compared with their current life, which one do you think is more pleasant than death? Zhang Tuohai asked rhetorically. Xiaoyu was silent. She thought about what Zhang Tuohai said. Although she didn't quite understand some things, her consciousness told her that Zhang Tuohai was right. If you can say this, you must have a solution. Right? Xiaoyu grabbed Zhang Tuohai's hand and asked. Chapter 1290 Warlock. There are indeed many ways. The most fundamental one is to solve the immediate problems of those who are easily deceived. No one is born a rebel, as long as the problems they care about are solved. For the vast majority of people, they can still live their lives peacefully. The little days are what they like most. I have to say, what you said makes sense. Xiaoyu pondered for a while and said, however, the empire has too many shortcomings, and it will not be solved overnight. Moreover, the Three-Eyed Clan is coming in a month. There is not much time left for us. We cannot solve so many problems. This requires another approach. Zhang Tuohai said. Any solution? Weakening the Three-Eyed Clan. What's the meaning? The literal meaning is to continuously weaken the Three-Eyed Clan and make them weak enough for ordinary people to notice. They are the grasshoppers after the fall. No one will try to connect with the Three-Eyed Clan. They will even turn against them. Follow us to defeat the Three-Eyed Clan, and then share a share of the pie. But the Three-Eyed Clan is so powerful. How should we weaken it? Char asked. Well, I can do this. Zhang Tuohai said. You? What can you do? Char asked. You will know when the time comes. Zhang Tuohai looked at the red moon hanging in the sky outside and smiled. He may not be good at anything else, but he is very good at killing people, even if he is given enough time. It is not impossible to tear Hongyu into pieces. The main mission is destined to be that he and the Three-Eyed Tribe are enemies. Do you have such a great ability? Although you have that strange fire power and a black quality power seed, the powers cannot exist side by side. Although you have the highest quality power, you have not eaten it before. You couldn't be sure what the superpower was like. It's not unheard of for black quality power seeds to develop life-oriented powers. How can you guarantee that what you gain will be the ability suitable for combat? And don't forget, superpowers also need to be trained. Xiaoyu said. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows. Through Xiaoyu's words, he learned more about supernatural seeds and supernatural powers. Anyway, don't worry about my affairs. You will know when the time comes. Can I ask what your superpower is? If it's very private, no need. I am a warlock, not a supernatural being, Xiaoyu said calmly. Warlock. Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that in addition to superpowers, there were also warlocks in this world. It's surprising, isn't it? I, a warlock, am actually living in such a small city, working as a low-level police officer, Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. It doesn't matter. I have wine here. It's a long night, so you can speak slowly, Zhang Tuohai said as he took out 2 wine glasses from his windbreaker, took out the endless wine bottle, and poured a glass for each of them. Then I took a plate of drunken peanuts, a plate of dried beans with 5 spices, a plate of chicken feet with pickled peppers, and a plate of garlic scallops to go with the wine. The small table was filled to the brim. You actually put these things in your space equipment? Char's eyes widened. Eating and drinking are the most important things. If not these, why would you put them? Zhang Tuohai asked rhetorically. This asked about Xiaoyu's knowledge blind spot, and Xiaoyu didn't know how to answer it for a while. So, why are you, a warlock, working as a peace officer in such a small, broken city? Zhang Tuohai picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, picked up a few peanuts, threw them into his mouth and asked. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, Xiaoyu seemed to be driven by something in her heart. Tons! 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 Xiaoyu picked up a glass of wine and drank it clean. Zhang Tuohai just wanted to remind Xiaoyu not to drink so fast. This is high alcohol. However, as soon as he raised his hand, Xiaoyu had almost finished drinking. Boom! Char knocked the wine glass on the table. Come again! Are you sure? Zhang Tuohai was a little worried. Do I look like a good girl? I often drink with Elyulu. 3 or 5 bottles is nothing. Xiaoya waved her hand, looking unconcerned. You said that yourself? Zhang Tuohai poured Xiaoya another glass. When he looked up again, he found that Xiaoya had fallen asleep on the table. Zhang Tuohai, if you can't drink it, don't drink it. Zhang Tuohai was a little regretful that he finally found such a person who was so easy to get information from. As a result, just after getting some information, this guy actually got himself drunk. That's me. If it were anyone else, you would be in danger. Zhang Tuohai threw Xiaoya on the bed, turned around and sat on the chair, eating and drinking. Ever since I took Lilith home, this happy time of drinking and drinking by myself has disappeared. Zhang Tuohai cherishes this opportunity. As soon as I ate a piece of chicken feet with pickled peppers and a piece of dried tofu, a resentful voice sounded from behind. Are you a man? I've given you a chance. And you're just drinking here? Zhang Tuohai turned around and found Xiaoya standing behind him with a resentful look on his face. No. What do you mean? Zhang Tuohai didn't turn around. Isn't my expression simple? What's the difference between your behavior and a fisherman who catches a mermaid and only lets her help you catch fish? Xiaoya said depressedly. Why are you doing this? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Judging from his experience, Xiaoya was not the kind of person who liked to play. So why did he suddenly act like this? Did you drink too much? Aren't you curious as to why I, a warlock, hide in this small, broken city and serve as a police officer? It's simple. My bloodline awakening is not enough. I have barely reached the first level. I am not strong enough to join the Warlock Legion. And I don't want my family to be shamed because of me. Just hid. Xiaoya picked up a dried tofu and took a bite. What does that have to do with this? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. Because the awakening of a warlock's bloodline requires stimulation. Only particularly exciting things can stimulate the development of the bloodline. I have tried most of the conventional stimulation methods, but they have basically no effect. I can barely develop it to the first level. This is the only way left. Xiaoya said a little depressed. Then why not find other warlocks? I think you should have a very systematic method. I don't want that. I've seen my best friends participate in that. I don't want to be watched like an actor. And I don't like to find someone who doesn't have feelings. Moreover, the props they use disgust me. Xiaoya said. Then why choose me? Am I not a stranger? Zhang Tuohai asked. Although this is the first time we have met, there is an aura about you that makes me like you. Moreover, the three-eyed people are about to invade. I need strength. If I have to choose someone, you are the most suitable. Xiaoya said. After listening to Xiaoya's words, Zhang Tuohai knew that it was the heart of glass and angel's kiss that worked. But this luck is a bit too heavy. Zhang Tuohai was left scratching his head. Chapter 1291 Warlock Bloodline. And you said you've never been to a strip club? Xiaoya pinched Zhang Tuohai's waist with the tips of her nails and turned to the right. Hiss, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Why do you women like to pinch people in the same way? Zhang Tuohai rubbed his waist. If his physical fitness hadn't exceeded his limit, he would have turned purple by now. You women. Who else are you talking about? Xiaoya changed her posture, raised her head, and asked Zhang Tuohai. They are not even in this world. And even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize them. Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Why does every woman like to ask about love history? Especially after the fact. Wouldn't it be nice to have a good sleep and rest? I can't tell that your experience has been rough. Tell me, how did you learn these special methods? I observed them several times, but I didn't see those warlocks doing these tricks. How did you come up with this? Xia asked with a slightly red face. Just thinking about the scene just now will make her feel excited. Her blood will boil. Her adrenaline will rise. And her blood vessel development will slowly increase. Judging from her several experiences of observing and practicing, once conducted, the average level will be improved by 1 to 1.5 levels. If it can be improved to level 2, it is definitely a gift. Coupled with chance, all participants need to hold a meeting to discuss. And it is profound research. Moreover, this is still an early stage. At higher levels, it is more difficult to improve. But Zhang Tuohai just promoted her to level 4 in one go. Moreover, the bloodline of the 4th level is more than half developed. As long as you work hard, I believe there will be no problem in entering the 5th level. You know, the commander of the Warlock Legion is only level 6. There are even times when there are too few high-level warlocks. And 5th level warlocks are needed to fill the vacancies. Normally, a level 5 warlock is already a senior officer in the Warlock Legion and can lead a large group on a mission alone. If you don't want to join the army and directly enter the government system, you can also be assigned as the lord of a city-state. Directly become the core backbone member of the empire. This was something she had never dreamed of before, and Zhang Tuohai helped her achieve it in one go. The only drawback is that you need to wash your face again, and water is not convenient in this place. Fortunately, I have something called wet wipes provided by Zhang Tuohai, which is cool and quite comfortable. Zhang Tuohai really didn't want to answer this kind of question. He couldn't say that he studied in the spiritual realm. However, he has experience with this kind of thing. The simplest and most effective way is to block the other party's mouth so that the other party cannot ask questions. Elyulu next door was once again so noisy that she couldn't sleep. After a hard night, Xiaoya was not sleepy, but became energetic. The improvement of the Warlock's realm has greatly improved Char's physical fitness. It's several times stronger than before. Although she has not yet crossed the threshold of the 4th level and entered the 5th level, the development progress is not far away. Xiaoya estimated that at worst, when the three-eyed man came, he should be able to advance to the 5th level. By then, you will be able to control your own destiny to a certain extent. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai was also checking his harvest. Yesterday, he helped Char to improve his bloodline development. In addition to the pleasure of his basic senses, the most important thing was because of a game system prompt. Get Warlock bloodline incomplete. He obtained the blood of a Warlock through Char, and through in-depth communication, he improved the level of the Warlock. Now he is a 2nd level Warlock. In addition to the improvement in physical strength, 2 bloodline spells were also awakened. Due to several improvements in physical strength, Zhang Tuohai's physical strength has exceeded human limits. He looked down upon the physical strength provided by the Warlock template. However, those 2 bloodline spells are a bit interesting. The first bloodline spell is Transmutation. It is the first skill that all Warlocks can master. It's the core of everything. This transformation technique, at a low level, can only change the face and voice. It's not a change in makeup, but a change in the color of bones, muscles, and skin. Of course, you can only change your face at first. However, when the level is high, the body can also be changed. Not only male and female, but also animals or some extraordinary creatures. Even to the extreme, elementalization is also possible. According to Xiaoya, there was once a 7th level Warlock who transformed into a sun. Although it only lasted a few seconds, he still killed several 7th level strong men. It seems that the Warlock profession also has great development prospects. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and thought about the potential of this profession. In addition to this skill, the second skill is Bubbles. It condenses a bubble around the body, which is a defensive skill. Although the effect is average, it fills the gap in Zhang Tuohai's defensive skills. The most important thing is that the effect of this skill can be improved as the level increases. It is considered a growable skill. It's an unexpected surprise. Zhang Tuohai checked his status for a while, closed the panel, looked up and found that Xiaoya had already gotten up and put on his clothes. Why so early? The sheriff has a breakfast benefit. Go to the sheriff's office and have a free breakfast, Xiaoya said. Zhang Tuohai, is this so early for the free breakfast? Isn't this reason enough? I'll treat you to breakfast. Can you go later? Zhang Tuohai asked helplessly. Did you bring breakfast? Xiaoya looked at Zhang Tuohai with the eyes of a monster. What on earth are you using space equipment for? What do you think is space equipment? Of course it's a large suitcase. It can contain some things related to food, clothing, housing and transportation. Isn't it? Zhang Tuohai asked rhetorically. There seems to be nothing wrong. Xiaoya scratched his head. I don't understand what you are thinking. Anyway, I don't have space equipment. If I want to have space equipment, I must. When Xiaoya fell into fantasy, Zhang Tuohai took out a portable gas stove and started making breakfast. I said I was making breakfast, but in fact, I just heated up the canned rice pudding and opened 2 bottles of canned pickles. Well, where did you get all this delicious food? And why have I never heard of it before? Xiaoya put down the spoon in his hand and looked at Zhang Tuohai carefully. They are really not as cute as Xiao Qian and Yuna. Zhang Tuohai adjusted his expression, and then said, I don't know if you would believe it if I told you. Actually, I don't know where I come from. Ever since I woke up, I know how to use these things on my body, but the memory of myself was gone. I couldn't remember where I came from, and I didn't know where I was going. I'm always looking for my own memories. Zhang Tuohai said casually. It must be hard to lose yourself. Right. Don't worry. I will accompany you to find your memory. Xiaoya held Zhang Tuohai's head and warmed Zhang Tuohai with her majestic mind. She actually believed it. Zhang Tuohai's face was full of disbelief. Chapter 1292 Catwoman Bar. Over breakfast, Zhang Tuohai successfully made Xiaoya accept his identity as an amnesiac folklorist. This is good for both people. Zhang Tuohai needs to blend into this world through Xiaoya, and then collect information to decide on the next plan. Xiaoya also needs Zhang Tuohai's help in developing bloodline. Both sides get what they need. After breakfast, the two went out. He ran into Elyulu, who had dark circles under her eyes and looked sleep-deprived. Elyulu pulled Xiaoya over and whispered in a low voice. Sister Xiaoya, the red moon will come in less than a month. Meteor shower attacks are becoming more and more frequent, and the intervals are no longer even according to the rules. It comes every few days instead of every few months. Do you really plan to bring a ball to survive in the chaotic apocalypse? Don't worry. I'm a warlock. I won't dribble the ball if I don't want to. Xiaoya opened her heart and stopped hiding her identity as a warlock, speaking openly. You are actually a warlock? Elyulu didn't expect that Xiaoya, the low-level police officer who lived with her in the slums and patrolled the streets every day, was actually a warlock. It's been chaotic outside recently. If you can, don't go to work and stock up on food. When the red moon comes, I will protect you. Xiaoya, who was in a good mood, said with a smile. But I don't have much money. If I want to buy it, I can't buy a few loaves, Elyulu said while poking each other with her index fingers. No money? Xiaoya seemed to have heard some joke. You're the top guy in the tavern. And if you just dance, it's more than my monthly salary. How can you have no money? But it's all money on the books. It's all in the tavern's ledger. I need to have a good reason to withdraw it. And there is an upper limit each time, which must not exceed 500 dinars. Otherwise, why do you think I would living with you in this slum as a neighbor? Is there such a thing? Xiaoya was very angry when he heard this, because the Catwoman Tavern where Elyulu worked was within her jurisdiction. So something like this happened, and she didn't look good on her face. However, Zhang Tuohai was happy when he heard this. What does it mean to have an unruly Catwoman Tavern? It means a lot of money, secret channels, and all kinds of people. From here, you can get a lot of information and items that cannot be obtained by conventional means. You can even follow the power behind them, and find a channel to enter the upper echelons of this world. This is a great opportunity. Don't let it go. This is Zhang Tuohai's idea. What? They dare to deduct salary. It is simply unforgivable. Xiaoya, how about we go help Elyulu get the money back? Okay. Xiaoya also felt that she should help Elyulu seek justice. Coupled with a surge in strength, her self-confidence was soaring, and she was ready to try her luck at the Catwoman Tavern. The two hit it off immediately, said goodbye to the stunned Elyulu, and walked towards Catwoman's Tavern. It was early in the morning, and there were only civilians and small vendors who got up early to work on the streets, because the invasion of the Three-Eyed Tribe is imminent. Many people are not interested in doing business, resulting in fewer people on the streets. The two of them came to Catwoman's Tavern. At this time, there were several carriages parked at the door of the pub. Several well-dressed gentlemen came out of the pub, got into the carriages and prepared to leave. Is this right here? Zhang Tuohai asked Xiaoya. Yes, it's right here. I patrol this area at least 3 times every day, and I can find it with my eyes closed, Xiaoya said. That's no problem. Zhang Tuohai strode over. It's non-business hours now. Please come back in the evening. A security guard at the door saw the unfamiliar face and immediately stopped Zhang Tuohai. Snapped. Zhang Tuohai slapped the security guard in the face. The security guard was sent flying directly. He knew that if he came here this time, he would definitely not be able to solve the problem by peaceful means. It was better to resort to direct means, which was simple and quick, and save time. Xiaoya in the back was dumbfounded. On the way here, she thought about several versions of her lines and prepared several excuses. But as soon as she arrived at the door, nothing was used, and Zhang Tuohai took action directly. Is this really appropriate? Xiaoya asked from the side. Don't worry, as long as you are harder than their fists. You are right. Nothing is inappropriate, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. What if the fists are not as strong as theirs? Char asked. Then why are you hesitating? It's best to run away, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. However, this situation basically does not exist, Zhang Tuohai said as he walked towards the tavern. At this time, there was a sound of leather boots in the tavern, and several strongmen rushed out with long knives, iron bars, and other cold weapons. Zhang Tuohai also pulled out a long iron rod from his windbreaker and swung it at the strong men. A tiger dancing with an iron rod creates wind. In the spiritual realm, Zhang Tuohai has long been recognized as a master of cold weapons. He can dance all kinds of cold weapons with style, and it is no problem to deal with these ordinary people. He even beat the shit out of these people without using power far beyond the limits of normal humans. When Zhang Tuohai whipped the last strong man away, he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Boom! Zhang Tuohai blocked the iron bar in his hand, and a bullet hit the iron bar and fell down. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw several people not far ahead, holding long shotguns in their hands. The gun in the leader's hand was smoking. This is your upgraded combat level. Zhang Tuohai turned his fingers, and the long stick in his hand turned into a Winchester shotgun. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger one after another. Number 12 shotguns were shot out one after another. In such a small area, the shotgun exerts its greatest power. Each person was hit by several small steel balls. It turns out that the average person's body is very fragile. Even if he was only hit by a few small steel balls and fell to the ground bleeding profusely, if he was not treated in time, death would be only a matter of time. Someone dares to come to my place to cause trouble. They are very courageous. An angry shout came from inside the bar. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw a muscular man 2 meters tall walking out of it. He had steel gloves full of spikes on his hands and a fierce look on his face. Are you the boss here? Zhang Tuohai asked. You are not qualified to know this. The strong man roared loudly, moved his body, rushed in front of Zhang Tuohai, and punched Zhang Tuohai. Then I won't hold back. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the strong man's fist, and the steel spikes on the gloves were bent by Zhang Tuohai's electric shock gloves. Then, a strong high-voltage current was transmitted along the gloves to the strong man's body. Stab! The strong man fell to the ground and twitched constantly, foaming from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 1293. The Three-Eyed Clan suddenly appeared. After pressing the strong man to the ground, Zhang Tuohai stood up and looked around, and found that no one was rushing up to him anymore. He couldn't help but frown. Just this little power? Your body hasn't moved yet, and there's no one left? Zhang Tuohai looked around, and saw that there were indeed no strong men standing around. There were several waiters and maids in the distance. When they saw Zhang Tuohai looking over, they were frightened and ran back quickly. Isn't this too exaggerated? Xiaoya came over and asked worriedly. What's the point? Extraordinary times use extraordinary means. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to use some drastic means. You are no longer who you were before. Don't use the previous rules to restrain you. You have to adapt to the new rules. Zhang Tuohai pointed out. After listening to Zhang Tuohai's words, Xiaoya nodded, feeling that it made sense. As the peace officer of this area, she knew that this striptease bar was doing some illegal activities overtly and covertly. But she was unable to take action due to the hint from the chief of security. Today is different from the past. She has become a level 4 warlock, and the rules that restrict ordinary peace officers no longer apply to her. Apart from anything else, even the chief security officer had to be respectful when he saw her. But we are just here to ask for money. Is it worth making such a fuss? Xiaoya was still a little worried. Don't worry. It's all worth it. At times like this, the tougher we are, the better we can achieve our goals. Zhang Tuohai signaled to Xiaoya to feel at ease. He has done this kind of thing many times, and is very skilled at it. Anyway, they are in a favorable position now. Presumably the owner behind the striptease bar will not offend a level 4 warlock because of the salary of a dancer. If the boss's vision is really that short-sighted, then he wouldn't mind helping the boss reincarnate. Sure enough, after a moment, a man who looked like a butler came out. The man glanced at the scene and frowned at first. But after seeing Xiaoya, his eyes lit up. Came over quickly. Secretary Xiaoya, why did you come to me this morning and attack my people? Is there something rude about them? Xiaoya was obviously not used to the status yet, and she didn't know what to say when facing the old housekeeper. Zhang Tuohai saw this and took Plek over. We have no other intention here. We just want to help Elia get the salary that should belong to her. Unfortunately, these people under you didn't even give me a chance to speak, and just took action directly. It seems that the quality of the people under my command needs to be improved. The old housekeeper looked at Zhang Tuohai and then at Xiaoya, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. But he said, so that's what happened. It's simple. You two come with me first to check the accounts. As long as the accounts are correct question, I will give you 2 cents of the money. What do you think? Xiaoya turned to look at Zhang Tuohai and asked for his opinion. Okay, but where is the ledger? Zhang Tuohai asked nonchalantly. It's right inside. You two follow me, the old butler said, leading the two of them towards the inside of the bar. The interior decoration of the bar is very gorgeous. Even ordinary gas lamps have solid gold brackets, which look exquisite. After passing through the main hall and walking through an employee passage, the old butler opened a hidden door, revealing a downward staircase. Where are you going? Char asked. The vault under the bar has a large cash flow and needs a safe place to store cash. So it was chosen here. Important items such as ledgers are also placed here. If it weren't for Miss Xia's special identity, I won't let you two enter either, the old housekeeper said as he walked into the downward passage first. How about it? Do you want to come in? Why do I feel something is wrong? Xiaoya whispered to Zhang Tuohai. This old guy wants to do something small. But it doesn't matter. I'll take care of everything. Let's go down and see what he wants to do, Zhang Tuohai said, taking Xiaoya's hand and walking into the passage. The passage is very long. After walking for 200 to 300 meters and turning a few turns, the front suddenly becomes clear. A huge room appeared in front, as big as a basketball court, surrounded by huge stones, with a high arch top at the top, which was 5 or 6 meters high. In the room, there were more than a dozen people wearing black robes, sitting cross-legged on the ground. There is a magic circle outlined with Mercury on the ground. The magic circle is extremely complicated and filled with various mysterious symbols. Xiaoya felt dizzy after just one glance. The magic circle was running at this time, and the mysterious symbols were shining with red light. In the center of the magic circle is an eye composed of various symbols. The eye looks mysterious and profound. One glance at it makes people unable to help but get stuck in it and cannot extricate themselves. A black-robed man led by several people who noticed that they had entered said dissatisfiedly, Charles, I remember I said that now is a critical moment. Don't bring idle people to wait. If you delay the construction of the secret eye, you won't be able to bear it. Of course I know, the old butler said with a smile. However, I discovered an interesting thing. Someone can upgrade from a level 1 warlock to a level 4 warlock overnight. If you are not interested in this secret, I'll take them away right now. What? The man in black robe couldn't help but trembled when he heard this. As the secret agent of the three-eyed man who infiltrated the Red Moon continent, he naturally knew the details of the warlock's advancement. It would take at least several years for a normal warlock to advance from level 1 to level 4. Coupled with bloodline purity and bottleneck restrictions, many warlocks may not be able to advance to level 4 throughout their lives. And Tier 3 and Tier 4 are already the backbone of a team. If the warlocks of the Red Moon continent find a way to instantly promote level 1 warlocks to level 4, it means that they can instantly train a large number of intermediate warlocks and form a large number of warlock legions. And these massive warlock legions will definitely change the balance of combat power, and may even reverse the balance of power between the two sides. This is definitely not good news for their three-eyed clan at that time. Not to mention that the invasion of the Red Moon continent may be frustrated, and even their own Red Moon world may be counter-invaded by warlocks. At that time, it was not the warlocks on the Red Moon continent that should be worried, but the three-eyed clan living above the Red Moon. This is definitely strategically important information. The man in black robe stood up abruptly, and the hood on his head slipped off, revealing his face. The face was covered with large and small scars, making the whole face look very terrifying. The most striking thing is that he also has an eye on his forehead. Chapter 1294 The Mysterious Eye. Is everything you said true? The three-eyed man asked coldly. Of course. How could I lie to you? Lord Divine Envoy? Butler Charles asked with a smile. Where's the evidence? Asked the three-eyed man known as the Envoy. She is. Butler Charles raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoya. When I saw her yesterday, she was only a level 1 warlock. But today she has become a level 4 warlock. She must have mastered some secret method to improve her strength. As long as we catch her, all the answers will come to light. The three-eyed man turned to look at Xiaoya, and the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. That eye is full of rings, and you can vaguely see mysterious symbols, which makes people unable to help but stare. Is this the three-eyed man? Zhang Tuohai observed with interest how this three-eyed man was different from ordinary people. Tell me your secret. The three-eyed man's eyes glowed faintly red, and his tone was full of commands. Xiaoya on the side seemed to be controlled. Her eyes became a little dull, and she began to open her mouth involuntarily. Huh? Zhang Tuohai looked at it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although Xiaoya and him had only known each other for less than 24 hours. They had had a happy night after all. He couldn't watch Xiaoya looking at him, being bullied. Think I don't exist? Zhang Tuohai took out his shotgun and shot the three-eyed man. Boom! Huge gunshots rang out in the basement. The special structure of the basement amplified the gunshots, making people's ears buzz. More than a dozen shotguns hit the three-eyed man. When the three-eyed man saw this, he stopped looking and turned to look in the direction of the bullet. Those bullets stopped in midair, as if someone had pressed the stop button. Huh? This ability is kind of interesting. Zhang Tuohai saw this and pulled the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets were fired towards the three-eyed man. However, those bullets stopped half a meter away from the three-eyed man and were suspended in the air. Has a defensive field similar to a force field been constructed near the body? Zhang Tuohai observed while conducting tests. Since firearms are no good, try this. A man-bearing shovel appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand, and he rushed to the three-eyed man with a quick step, and struck the three-eyed man with the man-bearing shovel in his hand. Snort! The three-eyed man snorted coldly, and the bullets in front of him fell to the ground. At the same time, he turned his attention to the bearing shovel. Zhang Tuohai felt that the man-bearing shovel in his hand encountered huge resistance, as if it was stuck in the mud. It encountered great resistance and could hardly move. Something! Zhang Tuohai hasn't faced such an opponent for a long time. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Call! A strong flame spit out from the mouth and swept towards the three-eyed man. The three-eyed man's eyes widened when he saw this. Full of disbelief, he jumped back as hard as he could, somersaulting and hiding behind the huge eye in the magic circle. Use the mystical eye to kill that guy, the three-eyed man said coldly. However, the secret is not complete yet. If you use it now, it will be greatly compromised. A man in black robe said. This guy is powerful. Don't use it now. We are all going to die. Act immediately, the three-eyed man said loudly. Yes. Several men in black robes pressed their hands on the magic array. The red light of the magic array was overwhelming, and the eyes of the secret method slowly turned to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai felt a huge amount of energy, which was then gathered towards the eye of secret technique. He knew he couldn't hold back at this time. Crash! The crime-breaking chains flew out of his sleeves, rolling a dozen men in black robes into the air. Those men in black robes moved their hands and feet in midair, trying to break free from the control of the crime-breaking chains. However, within 2 seconds, their bodies shriveled up and turned into puffs of fly ash, scattered in the basement. The light of the magic circle also dimmed. Seeing this scene, the butler Charles turned around and wanted to run away. However, as soon as he took 2 steps out, his feet were entangled by the chains of condemnation, and he was hung upside down. Want to leave? Stay here. In addition to the butler Charles, the three-eyed man known as the Angel of God was also hanged up by Zhang Tuohai with a crime-breaking chain. Zhang Tuohai came to the three-eyed man and asked with a smile, Are you going to say it yourself? Or will you say it yourself after being educated by me? Bah! Dirty two-eyed garbage. Don't let me bow my head. When our great three-eyed clan army comes, you dirty maggots will be beaten into slaves and will be stepped on by us forever. Really? I just like your toughness. I hope you can be this tough again soon, Zhang Tuohai said, and punched the three-eyed man in the face. While punching, the skill was activated, and the prodigal son turned around and punched in the face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhang Tuohai punched the three-eyed man in the face. The three-eyed man's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tuohai opened his bow from left to right. And soon, the three-eyed man's head was swollen like a pig's head. After 18 punches in a row, the three-eyed man was successfully transformed. Woo-hoo-hoo! We shouldn't invade the Red Moon continent. We shouldn't seek to seize territory that doesn't belong to us. The three-eyed man actually started crying. Tell me about your missions and plans. And who are your internal agents? Zhang Tuohai said. We are the spies of the three-eyed clan who entered the Red Moon continent through the Starry Sky Gate. Our main task is to divide and disintegrate the resistance forces on the Red Moon continent and lay the foundation for the three-eyed clan's attack. This is an important stronghold for us. The main task here is to build the Eye of Secrets and increase our power. The main members are us three-eyed tribe members. Except for me. The rest were all killed by you just now, the three-eyed man said. Then what's going on with Butler Charles? Zhang Tuohai looked back and asked Charles, who was hanging up. He is the steward of the city lord. Because he is just an ordinary person. He cannot obtain extraordinary abilities and cannot live forever. So he is resentful. After learning about us, he is willing to offer his loyalty and help us. All he wants is to get great things. With the blessing of the mysterious eye, you will gain extraordinary power and a longer life, the three-eyed man said. Can your mysterious eyes still grant blessings? Zhang Tuohai became interested. Of course. The great mysterious eye is omnipotent. The three-eyed man looked proud. However, blessing is not an ordinary thing for the great mysterious eye. Even ordinary three-eyed people cannot obtain blessings. Therefore, for Butler Charles, there is a high probability that he will not be able to receive blessings. Blessed. It's just difficult. In other words, it's not like there's no room for maneuver. Right. Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1295 Planning. What do you want to do? Right. Xiaoya seemed to have guessed something and looked at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief. That's right. Since they can come to the Red Moon continent, why can't we go to the Red Moon? Ko can go. And so can I. It is too passive to only defend on the Red Moon continent. The defense line is too long. We cannot cover everything. If we let them attack, they will continue to look for our weak points on the periphery and penetrate our defense line again and again. If we are strong enough, we may not lose. But the price is too high. By then, the entire Red Moon continent will probably become a scorched earth. So, it's better to burn the flames of war to the Red Moon. Even if they can't get their main force to come back for reinforcements, it can still involve some of their energy. If you can do it well, you might be able to destroy the mysterious eye. Those three-eyed people who are fighting on the front line will have interesting expressions when they learn that their faith has been destroyed. Will their spiritual pillars collapse? Will the team be in chaos? When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to counterattack. When will we do it? Xiaoya asked excitedly. She thought about that situation for a moment. It must be very wonderful. Ever since she learned that the three-eyed people would invade, she and the entire empire had been preparing. Everyone was like clockwork. No one knew whether they could survive the invasion. Some people are actively preparing. Some are drunk and dreaming. And some are in panic all day long. No one knows what tomorrow will be like. Now, there is suddenly a hope of victory. How can Xia not be excited? We have to find a suitable opportunity for this. Wait until I ask them how to land, and see if there is a way to enter the Red Moon. Zhang Tuohai continued to interrogate the three-eyed man. However, the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. The three-eyed people who arrived first were all teleported through the Starry Sky Gate. The Starry Sky Gate is very unstable and can only be projected in one direction. And they themselves cannot go back with their own strength. We can only wait until the two worlds are close enough and wait for the three-eyed clan army to arrive. As for the method the three-eyed tribe will use to log in, this is a strictly confidential matter, and even spies like them don't know. It seems that we can only wait for their arrival before looking for a chance to enter the Red Moon. Zhang Tuohai was a little helpless. That has to be it. Xiaoya was a little disappointed when he heard this. But that was all. But, what should we do here? Xiaoya looked at the messy basement. Don't worry. He will take care of it for us. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the housekeeper and gave him a slap in the face. The old housekeeper only lasted 3 punches before he was saved and successfully corrected his position. This Will is too weak. He is worthy of being a young man. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. The old housekeeper went out to clean up the aftermath. And Zhang Tuohai and Xiaoya continued to interrogate the three-eyed man. According to the three-eyed man's narrative, Zhang Tuohai had a preliminary understanding of the three-eyed man's situation. The three-eyed tribe uses the cultivation of their eyes as their power. The power of each person's eyes is different. A bit like a superpower. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the power of the eyes. The power of the eyes of a three-eyed person is to confuse and assist, and they need to stay together for a long time to have obvious effects. As for the magic circle they just arranged, it is a secret technique that can summon a secret eye to assist in the battle. However, the summoning failed because Zhang Tuohai destroyed the ritual. Of course, the interrogation was not without success. That is, Zhang Tuohai gained a deeper understanding of the mysterious eye. According to the three-eyed man's narrative, the mysterious eye is the source of their power. It is placed in the holy place of the whole clan and is guarded by several great elders. The most powerful three-eyed clan guards are stationed around, located on the backside of the Red Moon. It cannot be seen from the Red Moon continent. Is it on the backside of the Red Moon? It seems that even on the Red Moon, if you want to find the mysterious eye, you have to walk a long way. The traffic problem must be solved first. At least get a means of transportation. Zhang Tuohai recorded it. You continue to stay here. Don't alarm other people. And continue to report to me if there is any situation. Zhang Tuohai left the three-eyed man in the basement. There's no harm anyway. So why not stay here in case it comes in handy in the future? After leaving the basement, the old housekeeper was waiting respectfully. After seeing Zhang Tuohai, he immediately took out a bulging bag, which was heavy on the hand. This is Elyulu's salary, including the dividends and commissions that she deserved in the past. All of them are 1 penny. The old housekeeper said respectfully. She has been here for so long. Should the interest be calculated as well? Zhang Tuohai threw the money bag to Xiaoya and continued. Yes. Look at my head. The old housekeeper hurriedly asked someone to take out another small bag and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. Here is the interest, which is calculated based on the highest interest rate on the market. I traveled such a long distance. Shouldn't the carriage and horse expenses be taken into account, as well as lost work expenses? In addition, your people attack my fists with their faces, causing some damage to my fists. Shouldn't the medical expenses also be included? Do you want to do the math? Zhang Tuohai shook his money bag and continued. Yes, I understand. The old housekeeper immediately took out a big money bag, which was bulging and bigger than the previous 2 money bags combined. This is a small amount of hard work and no respect. Zhang Tuohai shook it and then put it into his windbreaker with satisfaction. By the way, has the city lord been corrupted? Zhang Tuohai asked. The city lord has been patrolling the territory, and I have no chance to get close. However, the city lord's second son has been corrupted by me, and now he has become a minion of the Three-Eyed Clan. The old housekeeper said quickly. Arrange an opportunity, and I want to meet him, Zhang Tuohai said. Although the Three-Eyed Clan here has been dealt with, those minions still need to be properly cleaned up. Otherwise, these losers may do bad things. These converts are sometimes more caring than their own people, because they have no way out. As a trivia fact, the last unit in Berlin to stop resisting was the Gallic Chicken. Still everyone died in battle. I understand. Tonight, I will arrange a meeting at the tavern and I will send a carriage to pick you up, the old housekeeper said quickly. Don't miss the mark. Zhang Tuohai warned and left the bar with Xiaoya. Where are we going? Send the money back to Elyulu first? Xiaoya asked. No. Buy some supplies first. After all, the war is coming in less than a month. It will be difficult to buy supplies in the future. Let's stock up on a batch of goods first, Zhang Tuohai said. Chapter 1296 Jealousy. Zhang Tuohai deeply understands the necessity of stocking up, especially in a place where war is about to break out. The hoarding of various items is a top priority. At least Allura must be supported to survive the initial stage. That's a good idea. But what should I buy? Xiaoya has little experience in stocking goods. In the past, she didn't need to worry about buying things at home. There would naturally be a housekeeper and other people in charge. After sneaking out to work, I only had enough money to eat, and there was basically no need to stock up on goods. In this case, we can only look at Zhang Tuohai. Leave this to me. Zhang Tuohai brought Xiaoya to the market. Bring me 20 pieces of ham, 60 pieces of salted fish, and all the bread. Zhang Tuohai started throwing coins in the market. Anyway, money won't be important soon, and replacing it with various durable materials is the right way to go. By the way, what kind of wine does Elyulu like? She just drinks some. She drinks beer mainly because she can't afford more expensive wine, Xiaoya said. That'll be easy. Zhang Tuohai bought all the wine from a stall. There are also oranges here. Zhang Tuohai saw oranges selling at a stall and tasted one that tasted pretty good. All inclusive. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. Elyulu doesn't like oranges, Xiaoya said. It's okay. You bought this for me. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and bought a lot of apples. Zhang Tuohai took Xiaoya from the street to the end of the street. He bought whatever he saw that was good, and collected all the things that Zhang Tuohai liked, leaving a lot of money in his hand. Zhang Tuohai threw the remaining money to Xiaoya. Take these. They might be useful later. Aren't you going to leave some? Xiaoya asked. If I need it, just come and get it, Zhang Tuohai said nonchalantly. Isn't this not good? Xiaoya was a little worried. There's nothing wrong with it. If you're short of money, just come here and get it. Anyway, this place won't exist for long. Don't be soft-hearted. Just take it, Zhang Tuohai said while holding Xiaoya's waist. This? Okay. Char nodded. The two returned to Char's residence. At this time, Elyulu had just repaired the door and replaced the door lock. This is your salary. Xiao gave a bag of money to Elyulu. Wow! There are so many! And that old miser is actually willing to take them out. Has he changed his gender? Elyulu looked at the big bag full of money in disbelief. The boss originally refused. But thanks to him being here, you have to thank him more. Xiaoya hugged Zhang Tuohai's arm and said, But, how should I thank you? How about I perform a show to show off a bottle of wine? How about a dance? Elyulu asked. Forget it. Xiaoya pulled Zhang Tuohai and walked out. But, I don't know anything else. Elyulu said from behind. No. Xiaoya silently pulled Zhang Tuohai back to the room. You are not allowed to have other thoughts about her. Xiaoya pulled Zhang Tuohai and said, If you like her figure, I can become like her. Okay. Xiaoya took Zhang Tuohai's arm and said, I understand. Don't worry. I won't go looking for her. Zhang Tuohai said. Really? I don't believe it. Char turned into Allura's form. After some tenderness, Xiaoya fell asleep with satisfaction. Her bloodline development level increased as expected, and the progress was even greater than she had expected. Could it be that becoming someone else can increase the level of shame and accelerate the development of bloodline? Xiaoya fell into a deep sleep while thinking. As the sun set, a carriage stopped on the dilapidated street in front of the door. Zhang Tuohai walked out, and the old butler Charles was standing respectfully at the door of the carriage. Are you all ready? Zhang Tuohai asked. Everything is ready as you ordered, the old housekeeper said. Well, let's go! Zhang Tuohai got into the carriage. The carriage drove away from the dilapidated streets and returned to Catwoman's strip club. It's almost the same as during the day, but there are a lot more carriages on the street, and these carriages look very high-end at first glance. The cars are all decorated with gorgeous decorative patterns. Butler Charles helped Zhang Tuohai open the car door. Where are our guests? Exclusive private room on the second floor, said the butler Charles. If you use too much force, won't people hear some strange sounds? Zhang Tuohai asked. Because many guests have some special hobbies, and they don't like to be known by outsiders. So the private rooms are specially soundproofed. Even if the people inside scream, the people outside will not hear it, said the butler Charles. That's no problem. Let's leave quickly. Don't keep the guests waiting. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his fist and made a clicking sound. Under the guidance of the butler Charles, Zhang Tuohai entered a small box. The box was lavishly decorated, and all the utensils were covered with gold rims. The huge crystal lamp shines brightly. In the center of the box is a large circle of sofas. A young man sits in the center, accompanied by 7 or 8 girls in various costumes on the left and right. In front of it is a small stage, and several girls in very simple clothes are dancing. The dance is very bold. The young man looked happy as he swung his glass. At this time, the young man noticed the old butler, waved and said, Charles, come here and play together. The old butler Charles ignored the young man and turned to look at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai nodded. The old housekeeper understood immediately and waved his hand. Upon seeing this, the girls immediately stood up and retreated, not daring to stay at all. What is this for? The young man put down his glass. Get out and close the door, Zhang Tuohai said. I will. The old housekeeper closed the door gently. Who are you? The young man said as he touched his waist. Don't try to resist unnecessarily. Zhang Tuohai walked quickly to the young man and reached out to grab the young man's arm. Suddenly, a spherical bubble emerged from the young man's body and enveloped him. Are you a warlock too? Zhang Tuohai saw the cavitation bubble and recognized it. This was the warlock's second-level signature skill, cavitation bubble. It is the most important protective skill for the warlock in the early stage. Snort! The young man snorted and his eyes began to turn gray. According to Char's account, this is a sign of using the third-level skill Petrified Eyes. If you are hit by this skill and have insufficient resistance, you will be turned into a stone statue. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to try. However, this guy's bubble is very strong and cannot be broken for a while. Wait a minute. I wonder if this skill is useful. Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a skill. Punch you! Zhang Tuohai used the skill. The force of the punch was transmitted through the air bubble to the young man's face. Boom! With a heavy punch, the young man fainted and the bubble dissipated. Chapter 1297 Follow the clues. The young man felt that he had had a dream, in which he dreamed that he was a great villain, robbing men and dominating women every day and enjoying himself in a life of luxury. His biggest hobby was drinking. Anyway, it was not his turn to inherit the family fortune and title, so all he could do was to wait for death. He would rather live in the tavern than go home. where only his father and brother looked at him with disgust. Until one day, his father's housekeeper found him. There is a way for him to inherit the title and the position of city lord, and maybe even be promoted one step higher. Then he was moved. After that, he was led into a trap by the housekeeper. The two began to secretly cultivate party members, preparing to cooperate inside and outside when the Three-Eyed Clan attacked, and welcomed the Three-Eyed Clan's army into the city. How could I do this? Isn't this a traitor to the human race? I absolutely cannot do this. The young man's heart was filled with a sense of justice, and he stood up suddenly. He saw the butler Charles not far away, and then punched Charles in the face. How dare you instigate me to betray the human race? Unforgivable! Charles was stunned. Didn't you take the initiative to find me? Fart. I'm living a good life. Why should I come to you? Are you going to rebel against me? Seeing the two talking nonsense, Zhang Tuohai had a headache. You all shut up! The two people who were arguing immediately fell silent. Where is your father? Zhang Tuohai asked. Getting rid of the second son of the city lord, who had no real power, was not his main purpose. What he wanted was a channel for him to get close to the city lord. My father is at the manor at this time, taking stock of his collections. Take me there. Okay. Take my carriage, and you won't be searched. A group of people arrived at the manor in the suburbs in a carriage. As soon as the carriage arrived at the door, two guards immediately ran over and intercepted the carriage. Didn't you see that I'm back? If you don't have the eyesight to see something, why don't you open the door quickly? The young man stuck his head out and yelled. Seeing the young man's face, the two guards shrank their necks and immediately opened the door. They had long heard of the young man's name. Although he is only a second son and has no real power, he is famous for being petty and will retaliate against others. There was once a cook who accidentally soiled his clothes, and he tormented the cook to the point of resigning voluntarily. It's not worth being targeted by such a person. He immediately helped open the door, not even daring to search the carriage. The carriage entered the manor directly. Where is my father? The young man grabbed a servant and asked. The master is meeting important guests in the study. No one is allowed to come near. The servant said quickly. I know. Get out of here. The young man pushed the servant aside and walked towards the study. The guards on the road did not dare to stop him and allowed the young man to come all the way to the study door. The young man pushed the study door and found that it was locked. He took 2 steps back and then kicked out fiercely. Boom! With a loud noise, the door was kicked open and the door lock was broken. Why do you all like to kick in doors like this? Zhang Tuohai felt a little familiar looking at this scene. In the study, 2 people were sitting at a square table talking about something. They were startled by the sudden sound and both looked towards the door. Zhang Tuohai looked inside and found 2 people inside. One was about 50 years old, wearing gorgeous clothes and holding a wooden stick in his hand. He looked like the young man's father, the old city lord. As for the other one, she was a young woman wearing a white trench coat. The collar of the trench coat was raised high, covering half of her face. You bastard! Who asked you to come in? When the old city lord saw that it was his useless second son who came in, he was immediately furious. The second son he despised the most on weekdays. He loves to eat, is lazy to work, not to mention whoring and gambling, and often stays up all night, making the strip club his home. All his good genes were wasted. He also tried hard to discipline him several times, but with little success. In the end, he was too lazy to take care of it and asked people to buy up all the strip clubs in the city. Anyway, as long as it didn't go too far, he just let him go, as long as it doesn't cause him any trouble. However, at this important moment today, the second son, who was usually invisible, suddenly came home and rushed into his study, interrupting his important business. This made him furious. Are everyone out there just losers? When this matter is over, I will fire you all. The old city lord was thinking as he stood up, raised the wooden stick in his hand, and prepared to discipline this incompetent second son. As a result, as soon as I stood up, I heard a noise. Then the next second, his hands and feet were entangled with a chain as thick as a thumb. I advise you not to move. Zhang Tuohai stood up from behind. Who are you? The old city lord asked loudly. Better not use those little tricks of yours, Zhang Tuohai said, wrapping the old city lord's eyes with sin-breaking chains to prevent him from using the petrifying eyes. And that lady over there, you'd better let go of that thing in your hand. Otherwise, I will have to use some ungentlemanly means, Zhang Tuohai said to the woman with a standing collar next to him. Schwa, the woman snorted coldly, raised one hand, and a flashing golden card flew towards Zhang Tuohai. The card turned into a boot in the air and kicked towards Zhang Tuohai. What is this? Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to make excuses. So he separated two chains of guild-breaking. A sin-breaking chain wrapped around the boot, frantically absorbing the energy in it. After the energy was absorbed by the boots, they transformed into cards, lost their light, and fell to the ground. As for the other chain, it split into several pieces and wrapped around the woman. The woman moved and flew up, with a spherical bubble appearing on her body. After preparing her defense, the woman put her hand into her pocket, as if preparing to take something. As a result, the next second, those chains burst the bubbles on her surface and then wrapped around her limbs. He pulled the woman into the air in a large shape. Put me down! The woman felt that this position was too shameful and shouted loudly. I have already said that if you let go of the things in your hands, this will be the fate of you if you insist on taking action. If you continue to want to take action, then I am afraid that it will be even more degrading than what you are doing now. I think you'd better think it over carefully. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be even uglier than it is now. Zhang Tuohai said and walked up to the woman. When the woman saw Zhang Tuohai coming over, her eyes showed a look of secret joy. She suddenly opened her mouth, and a bolt of lightning shot out from her mouth and struck in front of Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 1298 Crimson Queen. Stab! A bolt of lightning shot towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai raised his hand and caught the lightning. The lightning fell into the electric shock glove in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Then, helped Zhang Tuohai fully charge the electric shock gloves. Back to you. Zhang Tuohai touched the woman's face with electric shock gloves. Stab! A bolt of lightning flashed, causing the woman to become paralyzed. Then the fists hit like a storm. Zhang Tuohai is sure that this person who can sit down and chat with the city lord must have a high status. And maybe he is more valuable than the city lord. Zhang Tuohai decided to influence this woman first. After being slapped in the face by the prodigal son, the woman was converted. What is your identity? I am Qing Cheng, Her Majesty the Queen's personal maid, and I am here to supervise the defense work in various places, the woman said. The Queen's personal maid? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. His original goal was to control the city lord and then the city's defense force. Then use this power to involve some three-eyed people and gain opportunities for them to enter the Red Moon. But a city is nothing compared to the Queen. If he could control the Queen, then he could control the power of an entire empire. You can even open up a battle formation and fight guns against the Three-Eye Clan. This is much better than just one city. Do you have a way to go back immediately and see the Queen? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course. I am Her Majesty the Queen's personal maid and have the right to visit her at any time, the woman said proudly. This is her prerogative. Even the commander of the guards did not have this honor. Then take me there. I have something important to see the Queen. Zhang Tuohai put the woman down. Okay, but it's too far from the imperial capital. We need to take a steam airship back. We have to buy tickets first, Qicheng said. Are you so obedient? You actually take public transportation? Zhang Tuohai looked shocked. The maids beside the majestic empress don't even have special cars. Because it's an unannounced visit. We have to keep a low profile, Qicheng explained. Then let's go to the steam airship platform first, Zhang Tuohai said and walked out. Master, first instigate my father to rebel. Otherwise, if I stay here for a while, I will be hung from the room and whipped. The second son of the city lord knelt in front of Zhang Tuohai with a sliding shovel. Zhang Tuohai slapped his head and forgot that there was a city lord next to him. He was so preoccupied with the queen's affairs that he ignored the city lord. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his wrist, then punched him in the face, successfully inciting the city lord to rebel. Prepare the army for war. Take care of your housework by yourself. Just don't kill anyone. Also, help me take care of Char and Elyulu. Zhang Tuohai quickly left the city lord's mansion with Qing Cheng. The old housekeeper had already prepared the carriage. Go to the steamship platform. The carriage was moving rapidly. After walking towards the suburbs for more than 30 minutes, Zhang Tuohai finally saw a huge factory building and a station parked alone in the wilderness. The carriage drove into the platform. The airship will take off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Some of you are here early, the person on duty at the platform said, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Are there any privileges? Zhang Tuohai asked Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng took out a metal badge from his pocket and waved it to the person on duty. This is my badge. I want to see the top person in charge here. As soon as the person on duty saw the badge, he immediately became energetic, because that badge represents the Conduct and Discipline Picket Committee. which is in charge of conduct in name, but actually does the work of the Genie. The right to arrest and try secretly. It even had its own prisons, courts and execution grounds. No one wants to be associated with these people, because this means endless trouble. After seeing the badge, the officer on duty immediately scrambled to find the station master. A few minutes later, the station master appeared in front of the two of them. Now! This place has been commandeered by me, and I require the steam airship to take off immediately. This is my authorization, Chi-Chung said, throwing a sheepskin scroll over. The webmaster opened the scroll, and there was only one sentence written on it, for the benefit of the Empire. Please see the maximum cooperation from all units with the authorization letter. The Empress of the Empire. Crimson. Behind it are the crimson badge and seal. The magic anti-counterfeiting mark shines brightly. I understand. The steamship needs to do final takeoff inspections. It will be ready to take off in 15 minutes. The station master said immediately. The bell rang, and workers were summoned to do final checks before takeoff. Because the airship is taking off in the morning, most of the work has been done in advance. After the final inspection work was done, the roof of the factory was slowly opened. The airbag of the airship was filled with air, and the airship began to slowly lift off. I didn't expect that I could actually take this kind of transportation. Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge airbag painted with shark paint. There are also 4 propellers at the back. It has a whole metal frame with a large number of steam pipes on it. It gives people an aesthetic feeling of industrial power. The airship is ready and ready to go, said the station master. Let's go! Zhang Tuohai nodded and walked up the ramp onto the airship. The airship untied its cables and flew high into the sky. Zhang Tuohai was sitting in the first-class cabin of the airship, sitting on a soft sofa, with freshly brewed black tea and washed fruits placed on the coffee table in front of him. Rich people really enjoy it. Zhang Tuohai leaned on the sofa and turned to Chi-Chung and asked, How far is it from the capital? If we drive at full speed, we can reach the royal capital before tomorrow evening. Chi-Chung estimated the time and said, Then go full speed. We don't have much time, Zhang Tuohai said. I understand, and I will remind them. Chi-Chung nodded in response. The steam airship moved forward rapidly in the dark night sky. In the imperial capital, the palace is brightly lit. In the study, the Queen of the Empire Scarlet looked at a huge map and was silent. The study was quiet. After a long while, the Crimson Queen spoke. Blueberry, how's your patrol going? The legions in various places have entered a state of preparation for war. But the attitudes of the city lords and legion commanders in various places are ambiguous, and they refuse the Empire's orders in every possible way. Especially the people of the Red Siren family have a very tough attitude. They even found 3-eyed people in their territory. Traces of action, a maid said respectfully. These insects are actually causing trouble at a moment like this. Scarlet Hong punched the long golden table, and fine cracks appeared on the long table. After a few seconds, the entire long table shattered. Repair! Blueberry tapped the long table with one hand. The fragments all over the floor flew up and reassembled into a long table. There is no trace of damage on the table. It looks like new. Chapter 1299, Don't Shoot. We're on our own. Your Majesty, please calm down. At this time, please put the overall situation first. The maid Blueberry persuaded softly. The overall situation is the most important thing. I really put the overall situation first. How can they, these insects, ever have the overall situation in their eyes? The Crimson Queen said, crushing the crystal cup in her hand. Red wine and broken crystal shards were scattered all over the floor. Repair, Blueberry sighed, and light appeared on her fingertips. The fragments flew up and recondensed into a brand new crystal cup in midair. It's the same as before, without any gaps. Even the wine inside flew back into the crystal glass. Not a drop more. Not a drop less. Your Majesty, the Empire still needs people like them to lead the army to resist the invasion of the 3-eyed tribe. If there is another dispute at this time, no matter who wins or loses, the Empire will lose its power. I am afraid that those 3-eyed people will take advantage of the situation and sneak in. At that point, we really had no hope of winning. Blueberry continued to console him. Humph. I'm afraid these insects have already figured out how to collude with the 3-eyed clan to counterattack the Empire. The Crimson Queen snorted coldly. A bunch of short-sighted things. Don't they know that people who are not of my race will have different hearts and overthrow the Empire? And they will reap the benefits? The 3-eyed clan can offer them generous terms not because of how powerful they are, but because of the existence of the Empire. Once the Empire no longer exists, what use are they? The day when the Empire collapses will be their demise. A bunch of things that can't see the situation clearly. Although the Crimson Queen was still angry, she controlled her power, and the crystal cup in her hand did not break again. Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to find a way to appease these guys, and let them deal with the Three-Eyed Clan. After all, the Three-Eyed Clan is our biggest enemy. The rest can be dealt with slowly. Blueberry said from the side. It's easier said than done. The Crimson Queen looked out the window and sighed. At this time, the sky outside the window was covered with clouds, and it was as dark as the current situation in the Empire. The Crimson Queen looked out the window. She wished that someone could help her and deal with this mess. Although the Empire still looks strong to outsiders, it has long been decayed internally. The local nobles were divided into one side. A general who leads an army must support his troops with self-respect. The important ministers in the DPRK are all mouthpieces of various factions. Internal fighting and disputes continued. Now that the Three-Eyed Clan on the Red Moon is watching eagerly, the Crimson Queen feels like the building is about to collapse. She had a premonition that the Empire would collapse at her hands. If someone can come out to help me, I am willing to give him the throne. The Crimson Queen sighed quietly. Your Majesty, the night breeze is getting cold. Blueberry walked to the Crimson Queen, picked up a scarlet cloak, and put it on the Crimson Queen. The Crimson Queen was about to close the window when she suddenly paused, because she saw a steam airship flying from a distance. Steam airships are not unusual, but steam airships appearing at night are very unusual, because, for safety reasons, steam airships are prohibited from taking off and landing at night in the Imperial City. Of course, the most important thing is that this steam airship seems to be heading in the direction of the palace. The Crimson Queen looked straight at the steam airship. The airship was getting closer and closer, rushing straight towards the palace without any intention of slowing down or turning. Are they bold enough to start openly assassinating people? Anger arose in the Crimson Queen's heart. She just doesn't have good governance skills. But that doesn't mean her strength is bad. In any case, she is also a 6th level warlock, and is only one step away from reaching the 7th level. The art of transformation has been practiced to an advanced level. Self-protection is still no problem. These people actually assassinated her so openly. Did they look down on her? Crimson was angry. Energy began to gather in her hands. At this moment, the steam airship suddenly lifted upwards, and its speed suddenly increased. Along with a muffled roar, the entire palace trembled. It is presumed that the steam airship hit the roof of the palace. Let's go up and have a look. Crimson picked up a long sword and walked towards the top floor. The maid Blueberry touched the revolver under her short skirt, then took off a long shotgun from the wall and walked out. The two of them quickly arrived on the rooftop terrace. I saw a steam airship hanging on the spire of the palace. A large piece of the tower tip was knocked off, and a large hole was opened in the steam airship's cabin. With a bang, a muffled sound, the hatch of the steam airship opened. Two figures appeared at the door. However, because there was too much dust rising, his face could not be seen clearly. Your Majesty, be careful. Blueberry loaded the bullet and stood in front of the Crimson Queen. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the cabin while coughing. He felt a little unlucky. Everything was going smoothly during the flight. However, when we were about to arrive at the Imperial capital, we caught up in a storm. While avoiding the storm, the airship was struck by lightning and its steering system was damaged. It became very difficult to control it, and it was under thick clouds. I got lost in the middle of the road and wandered around for a long time before I found my direction again. After arriving in the Imperial capital, the overwhelmed steering system completely collapsed. It was he who pulled the airship up a little at the last moment, so that the airship did not hit the palace directly. I hope the damage won't be too big. I'll still be living here for a while. Zhang Tuohai thought while coughing. Qin Sheng followed him, and the two walked down the gangway together. Don't shoot. You're one of our own. Zhang Tuohai greeted loudly. Blueberry's sharp eyes caught sight of green-orange. Your Majesty, Qin Sheng is back. Green-orange? The Crimson Queen let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. Qin Sheng was the maid she had grown up with. Her loyalty was unquestionable. Anyone would betray her, except Qin Sheng and Blueberry. These are the two people she trusts the most. However, her heart soon became excited again. Qin Sheng was sent out on business by her, and if he could come back in this way, it meant something big must have happened. Could it be that there were rebellions in those places as well? The Crimson Queen's heart twitched fiercely. Qin Sheng, what happened? The Crimson Queen took 2 steps and walked to Qin Sheng, took her hand and asked, Your Majesty, I have helped you find a solution to your current predicament, Qi Cheng said excitedly. What can I do? The Crimson Queen's eyes lit up when she heard this. It would be great if Qi Cheng could help her find a solution. She is worried about this matter. Even if it can't be completely solved, it can only be alleviated. It's still much better than the current mess. What is the solution? Crimson Queen asked anxiously. It's him. Qi Cheng pointed at Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 1300 Computer Accessories. Him? The Crimson Queen glanced at Zhang Tuohai, who had a completely unfamiliar face, coupled with the aura of a second-level warlock exuding from his body. A feeling of distrust instinctively arose in her heart. However, out of trust in Qi Cheng, the Crimson Queen still let Qi Cheng continue talking. He has special abilities to rectify this empire. Please give him a chance. Your Majesty, Qi Cheng whispered. Okay then. Come with me. The Crimson Queen glanced at Qi Cheng and decided to give Zhang Tuohai a chance. Come with me. The Crimson Queen led a group of people to the secret room. Tell me, what's the solution? Crimson Queen asked. Zhang Tuohai glanced at Qi Cheng, who immediately understood and pulled Blueberry out. Come on. Let's go for a walk. Now! There are only 2 of us left. You can say anything you want, the Crimson Queen said. She was not worried that Zhang Tuohai would do anything to her. The level difference between the 2 sides is too big, and she is confident that she can crush Zhang Tuohai to death with one finger. I have a secret method that can change people's will. What your Majesty is worried about is the disloyalty of his subordinates. As long as I use the secret method one by one, I can change their minds and make them loyal to us again, Zhang Tuohai said. What? There is such a secret method? The Crimson Queen almost stood up when she heard this. Her first thought was excitement. If there is such a secret method, the Empire's internal hidden dangers will be eliminated instantly. No matter what local nobles, what kind of military generals, what kind of distinguished courtiers. As long as you use it once, all problems will no longer be a problem. As long as the Empire is unified into an iron plate, the Three-Eyed Clan can't touch it. But then she felt disbelief in her heart. As the Empress of the Empire, she has full access to secrets. In the various documents of the Empire, there is no such secret method at all. The Empire's intelligence-gathering capabilities are still very strong. If it is not recorded, there is a 90% chance that it does not exist. Moreover, if the secret method existed, the environment in the Empire would not be what it is today. How can I prove that what you said is true? The Crimson Queen stared at Zhang Tuohai with burning eyes. It's simple. We just need to be a test queen to find out. Zhang Tuohai stood up with a smile. The queen looked at Zhang Tuohai, wanting to see how he performed the experiment. However, the next second, dozens of chains stretched out from Zhang Tuohai's sleeves and entangled the Crimson Queen, wrapping the queen like a mummy, unable to move. Even his eyes were covered. What are you doing? The Crimson Queen knew she had been tricked and tried to break free. However, the chain of sin breaking has been blessed by an entire world and cannot be broken by humans at all. The Crimson Queen used all her strength but couldn't break free. Just as she was trying to break free, a heavy punch hit her on the head. I am conducting an experiment. Please experience it carefully. Your Majesty. Bang, bang, bang. Following Zhang Tuohai's words, fists hit him like raindrops. He directly knocked the Crimson Queen unconscious. The Crimson Queen is indeed a 6th-level powerhouse. Zhang Tuohai punched her dozens of times, but he still couldn't make the queen repent. A few dozen punches are not enough. I'll give you a few hundred punches. I don't believe I can't convince you. Zhang Tuohai's fists hit like raindrops. Zhang Tuohai was a little tired after throwing countless punches, and a game prompt popped up. Congratulations. You successfully made the Crimson Queen repent. It finally worked. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. The chains were loosened. The Crimson Queen slipped out of her chains. The injuries on his face recovered quickly and returned to their original appearance in less than a minute. What a strong recovery ability! Zhang Tuohai secretly marveled. How dare you hit me in the face? The Crimson Queen pushed Zhang Tuohai to the ground and grabbed his neck with both hands. How so? Zhang Tuohai tried to break free, but the Crimson Queen's hand tightly clasped his neck, causing him to lose power. Damn it! You damn guy! How dare you hit me in the face? The Crimson Queen pressed her hands hard. Zhang Tuohai's windbreaker burst into pieces, and a large number of things scattered out, rolling all over the ground. One of the bottles labeled computer accessories fell to the ground and shattered. Pink powder was sprinkled all over the floor. These pink powders evaporated quickly and turned into a cloud of pink smoke in an instant. What? Poison? The Crimson Queen subconsciously held her breath. However, it's too late. Before she knew it, she had inhaled quite a bit. The Crimson Queen felt a little confused, looking at Zhang Tuohai, who was being suppressed. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Wait! I'm not just a casual person. Looking at the Crimson Queen with blurred eyes, Zhang Tuohai said loudly. However, he also inhaled a lot of pink smoke from this mouth. The Crimson Queen felt her mouth go dry. There seemed to be a fire in my heart. She needed something to cool down. Her subconscious told her that Zhang Tuohai in front of her was the best choice. Outside the secret room, Blueberry looked at the time. It's been 2 hours. Why haven't we finished talking yet? The big plan to save the Empire will definitely not be simple. Her Majesty the Queen is smarter than us. We just need to obey the orders and do our own thing well. Don't worry too much about the rest, Chi-Chung said. And, have you forgotten our responsibilities? Protect the secrets of the Empire. Complete the tasks assigned to us by Her Majesty the Queen. And don't ask too many questions about anything else. Yes. Blueberry nodded, took out the engine oil, and began to maintain his shotgun. In the secret room, Zhang Tuohai was panting from exhaustion and lay on his back on the ground. This is the first time he has been so exhausted since he obtained a body that surpassed human limits. The whole person seemed to have been hollowed out. But the rewards are also huge. The Crimson Queen was now lying on top of him like a docile cat. All the previous wildness disappeared, leaving only gentleness and submissiveness. Zhang Tuohai has completely conquered her. In addition, Zhang Tuohai's warlock bloodline has also been improved. He jumped from a 2nd level warlock to a 5th level warlock. Not only has his physical fitness been improved to a certain extent, but he has also unlocked several bloodline spells. There is the 3rd level warlock signature skill, Eye of Stone. There are the signature skills of the 4th level warlock, Sleep and Thunder Shackles. What satisfied Zhang Tuohai the most were the 2 5th level bloodline spells, Finger of Death and Disintegration. The former is for people. The latter is for things. As long as it hits the target, there is a certain probability that the instant death effect will be triggered, directly killing or crushing the enemy or items. Of course, the more seriously injured the enemy is, and the higher the damage to the items, the greater the probability of triggering. With the acquisition of these skills, Zhang Tuohai's strength has been greatly improved. Chapter 1301 Spaceship. Apart from skills, what makes Zhang Tuohai most satisfied is the improvement of his bloodline. The system prompts that his warlock bloodline has been replenished. Could it be that the blending of life can not only improve the development of bloodline, but also complete the bloodline? Zhang Tuohai decided to try it out. He lowered his head and pulled up the Crimson Queen. After a fierce battle, the system prompt did not pop up. The progress of bloodline development is better than nothing. Not as fast as before. However, the Crimson Queen has benefited a lot. He actually crossed the threshold from the 6th level to the 7th level. Zhang Tuohai, who had found nothing, was a little unhappy. He pulled the Crimson Queen up and asked, Does the warlock have to be replaced every time? Can't one person repeatedly improve the purity of his bloodline? It seems not. But the first effect is best to be real. The subsequent effects will be reduced accordingly, and eventually reduced to nothing, Crimson Queen said. That's true. Zhang Tuohai was a little annoyed. This meant that his plan to upgrade while grabbing a sheep and gathering its wool had failed. How high can a warlock be promoted? Zhang Tuohai asked again. The current highest level is the 7th level, but I read from the secret history records that warlocks can reach the highest level of the 9th level. However, our bloodline is incomplete, and the 7th level is the limit. If we want to break the limit, we must complete the bloodline, the Crimson Queen said softly. Complete the bloodline? How to complete it? Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly. I don't know this either. It is recorded in the secret history that we warlocks are not the local primitive life forms, but outsiders. Our original home is called Deep Blue, which is our starting point and the source of our bloodline. I guess there must be supplements there. The whole bloodline method, the Crimson Queen said. Outsiders? Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that there was such a secret. It seemed that the world was much more complicated than he had expected. At least not as simple as it seemed. Then why did our ancestors come here from their homeland? To colonize? Zhang Tuohai asked. Probably not. The Crimson Queen shook her head. The secret history is unclear. But from the context, it seems that he was escaping and must have encountered some huge danger. Where is my hometown, and how do I go back? Zhang Tuohai asked. Secret history records that Deep Blue is deep in the starry sky and requires a steel battleship to reach it, the Crimson Queen said. Steel battleship? I can't tell. Just come with me. The Crimson Queen brought Zhang Tuohai to the fireplace, stretched out her hand and pressed inside a few times. The fireplace automatically cracked open, revealing a shining golden metal box. The Crimson Queen pressed her hand on the metal box. The runes on it flickered, and a door opened. Zhang Tuohai discovered that this turned out to be an elevator. "Come in!" The Crimson Queen pulled Zhang Tuohai into the elevator, pressing his hand on the wall again. The elevator door closed. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of weightlessness, and the elevator seemed to be going downwards. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the elevator stopped. The elevator door slowly opened, and there was a passage in front of it, dark and deep. The lights above the head lit up, illuminating the entire passage. "This place is a forbidden area of the palace. Only the Emperor and others can enter. If any outsiders try to break in illegally, they will be killed by the mechanism designed here. Even a 6th-level warlock," the Crimson Queen reminded from the side. "Is it so powerful?" Zhang Tuohai looked at both sides. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary passage. But behind the wall, there is a faint sense of murderous intent. "I understand." Zhang Tuohai nodded to express his understanding. The two of them walked forward along the passage. When they reached the end of the passage, the front suddenly became clear. Ahead is a huge space. The entire space is made of metal, shining with metallic luster. In the center of the space, there is a huge spaceship parked. The spacecraft was over 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters high, making it even bigger than an aircraft carrier. There was a huge hole in the hull. The edge of the hole was severely fractured, exposing broken pipelines. "It is said that this is the steel battleship that our ancestors rode on. It just stopped here because the technology was lost and no one knew how to repair it." The Crimson Queen touched the cold shell of the spaceship inside. If the ship could still be used, she wouldn't have to worry about the Empire's internal and external troubles. With this spaceship, those courtiers, those local nobles, and those military generals still dare to mess around. No need to do anything. Just park the spacecraft above their heads. That's enough. "It's really a spaceship." Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and looked at the spacecraft. Although he has learned many things in the spiritual space, he has never learned how to repair a spaceship with his bare hands. The main reason is that you won't be able to use it once you learn it. And the structure of spaceships in different worlds is very different. What you learn in one world may change in another world. And there is nothing in common. "We have to find a chance to repair the spacecraft," Zhang Tuohai said. "It's useless. After the establishment of the Empire, I have been looking for ways to repair the spaceship in this world. I have searched all over the Red Moon world, but I haven't found anything suitable." The Crimson Queen shook her head and said, "Just because it's not here doesn't mean it's not available elsewhere." Zhang Tuohai shook his head and disagreed with the Crimson Queen's opinion. "Where can I find it?" Crimson Queen asked. "On the Red Moon." Zhang Tuohai pointed to the top of his head. In Zhang Tuohai's view, since a spaceship appeared here, there must be a way to repair it. Since the Empire has searched through the entire Red Moon continent but has not found it. In terms of players having access to the world, the possibility of it being above the Red Moon is the greatest. As long as this spaceship is repaired, the invasion of the Three-Eyed People can even be directly ended. "It seems that this Red Moon has to go no matter what." Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. "But the Red Moon is so far away from us. How can we get up there?" "The Empire's engineers have tried many methods, but they have all failed," Crimson Queen asked. "Since the Three-Eyed tribe can come over, we have a way to go up. Wait for them to come over. Then capture a few of the higher-up people. Torture them out of methods. Then follow the clues to go up. Raid their lair. Find out how to repair the spaceship. And return home. Find a way to complete your bloodline," Zhang Tuohai said. "Okay, I will listen to you." After hearing this, the Crimson Queen was very excited. Repairing the spaceship and replenishing the bloodline has been the wish of several generations of emperors. But no one has been able to realize it. Now, it seems possible that all this can be realized in her hands. How can she not be excited? "What do we do now?" Crimson Queen asked. "First call together those important officials in the Imperial City. I want to physically convince them one by one to ensure the stability of the Imperial City first." Zhang Tuohai clenched his fist and said, Chapter 1302 Physical Persuasion. The alarm sounded in the palace. This is the sound of an emergency summons. After hearing the siren, all officials, generals, and nobles must immediately go to the palace to assemble. "Why sound the alarm? Wouldn't it be better to notify each person one by one?" Crimson Queen asked. "This way we can see who is more loyal in this royal capital. Not everyone is qualified to repent." Zhang Tuohai took a sip of tea and said, Asking him to change all the officials in the entire royal capital would be a huge workload. And just beating people would be tiring. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai decided to do a screening. If you are still willing to come at this time, it means that you still have the value of saving and can be persuaded by physics. If you are unwilling to come, there is no value. Such people should be eaten as nourishment instead of continuing to waste resources. Sometimes, fewer people are better. Sirens rang throughout the royal capital. The Crimson Queen anxiously walked around the conference room. After a while, Qing Chung came in and said, "Your Majesty the Queen, the leader of the Imperial Guard, Tong Hammer, has arrived." The Crimson Queen let out a sigh of relief. Finally someone came. It would be too embarrassing for her if no one came. When it comes to being a queen, it's quite a failure. "Let him in," the Crimson Queen said. "Yes." The door to the conference room opened, and a man wearing full body armor, carrying 2 oversized pistols at his waist, and holding a heavy war hammer walked in. "His Majesty." Bronze Hammer bowed and saluted. "Look." The Crimson Queen turned to look at Zhang Tuohai. She is very satisfied with the copper hammer. In her opinion, this is a qualified loyal minister. Can she be exempted from physical persuasion? "The leader of the Imperial Guard. This is a key position and must be held by one of our own people." Zhang Tuohai stood up as he spoke. "What are you up to?" Copper Hammer felt something was wrong in the atmosphere, and his hand holding the war hammer tightened a little more. At this moment, dozens of chains emerged from the surroundings and wrapped around his body, tying him so tightly that he could not move at all. "What are you doing?" Bronze Hammer tried to break free of the chains, but he used all his strength to no avail. "Don't bother. Unless you have the power to fight the whole world, you can't break free." Zhang Tuohai walked up to Tong Chui and punched Tong Chui in the head. "Who are you?" Tong Wei shouted loudly. The only answer to him was Zhang Tuohai's fist. Bang bang bang. The prodigal son turned around and punched Tong Chui in the face repeatedly. The copper hammer's head was buzzing as the fists hit him one after another. At the same time, several carriages stopped outside the palace. Several officials got out of the car and hurried towards the palace. "Sorry. Please wait a moment." Qing Chung blocked them outside the conference room door. "Do you know what happened? Can you afford the responsibility for delaying business at this time?" One of the leading officials wanted to push Qing Chung away. However, the next second, a huge pistol was pressed against his head. "This is an order from Her Majesty the Queen. Everyone is waiting at the door. Anyone who enters the conference room without permission will be killed on the spot," Qing Chung said coldly. The officials looked at each other and chose to stop. "Humph. If something happens, I will explain the situation to Her Majesty the Queen." The leading official glanced at Qing Chung and said coldly, "Light." Qing Chung also put away her gun, but she kept her eyes on this group of people, and no slight movement could escape her surveillance. While Qing Chung was arguing with these officials, Tong Hammer's education also came to an end. Looking at the game prompts in front of him, Zhang Tuohai withdrew his fist. "This guy's skin is really tough," Zhang Tuohai muttered. The difficulty of Tong Hammer's persuasion exceeded Zhang Tuohai's expectation. Just a little worse than the Crimson Queen. However, Tong Hammer was finally convinced. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have colluded with the Prime Minister and conspired to overthrow the Queen's rule." Tong Chui knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying, "Crimson Queen." At this moment, the Crimson Queen felt as if 10,000 alpacas were flying past her. "I also feel that you are the most loyal minister in the entire court. And you were the first to arrive. I didn't expect that you were also a rebel. Give me back my touch." The Crimson Queen was so angry that she didn't know what to say. "Don't be angry. Isn't this the return of education? At times like this, it always pays to be careful," Zhang Tuohai said with relief. "Besides, hasn't he repented? We can use him to arrest the Prime Minister and his accomplices. I think their faces will be very exciting when the time comes. That's all we have to do." The Crimson Queen took a deep breath and said to Blueberry, "Call the rest of us in." "Yes." Blueberry went out and opened the door to the conference room, letting in the officials waiting at the door. The impatient officials waiting at the door filed into the conference room after getting Blueberry's permission. The official who had a gun put to his head by Qing Chung snorted coldly when he walked past Qing Chung to show his dissatisfaction. Qing Chung didn't care about this and just showed a contemptuous smile. Seeing Qing Cheng's appearance, the official was furious and prepared to find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. However, as soon as he entered the gate, several chains surrounded him from all directions and tied him up. Qing Chung slowly closed the door outside. The moment the door closed, Screams came from the conference room. Thanks a lot. The Crimson Queen squeezed Zhang Tuohai's shoulders. It's nothing. It's just that there's something wrong with your rule. Why are 18 of the 20 officials showing rebellious tendencies? 16 of them taking action. And 10 of them having more than 2 organizations? Your empire has become leaky. Civ. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his head and felt a headache. Scarlet's face also turned red. She felt that she had done quite well since taking the position. But she never expected that she would be like this below. The castles on the beach were stronger than her empire. If you challenge the Three-Eyed Clan with this look, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for a whole day. Fortunately, she met Zhang Tuohai and changed the situation in time. There is still a month until the Three-Eyed Clan invades. So there is still a chance. Thank you for your hard work. Please help me. Isn't my empire your empire? The Crimson Queen whispered in Zhang Tuohai's ear. No big deal. I'll reward you a little more tonight. I know a lot of the secret techniques hidden by the royal family. And I know all the various postures. There's nothing we can do about you. Zhang Tuohai sighed, stood up, and started a new round of physical persuasion. Chapter 1303, Confiscating the House. Under Zhang Tuohai's patient persuasion, all the officials who entered the conference room repented, realized their mistakes, and were willing to make atonement and return to the Queen's banner. Are there any more outside? Zhang Tuohai asked, rubbing his fists. No more. From the beginning to now. This is all, Qicheng said. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the Crimson Queen. He felt that if he hadn't arrived, the Crimson Queen's fate might not be much better than Chongzhen's. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's intriguing gaze, the Crimson Queen also knew that she was a bit of a failure as a queen. However, she still said with a stiff neck, This is all their problem. Why are you looking at me like this? If you look at me like this again, the reward for the night will be gone. You are a duck. Your mouth will be hard when cooked. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and stood up. Those who didn't come should be killed as traitors and traitors. The war is imminent, and there is no need to keep these unstable factors. Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to correct those who didn't come one by one. Otherwise, he would have died of exhaustion before the Three-Eyed Tribe came. However, many of those people are 6th-level warlocks. They have been operating in the imperial capital for many years, and their families are powerful. Will there be trouble if we act rashly? The Crimson Queen was a little worried. Don't worry. They're just some chickens and dogs. They won't make any waves. Ever since Zhang Tuohai learned about the Crimson Queen's combat power, he really didn't care about these people. Bronze Hammer. Take the guards and follow me. Zhang Tuohai called the Copper Hammer in the corner. Zhang Tuohai really can't do this kind of thing by himself. He needs at least some people to help him. And these Imperial Guards are just right. Yes. Tong Jue immediately stood up and followed Zhang Tuohai out. Who is the most powerful person in the city? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course, it is Her Majesty the Great Queen. Bronze Hammer straightened his chest and said, I'm asking about the officials who didn't come. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. That's Prime Minister Shagath. Tong Hammer said quickly. Take me to his house. Clear. The Copper Hammer immediately led the way. Zhang Tuohai followed. Finally, there were 500 Praetorian guards. Everyone is armed. The group of people came to a large courtyard with a high gate, and Tong Jue pointed at the gate and said, This is the residence of the former Prime Minister. It is said that a large number of powerful people are employed there. The Prime Minister himself is also a 6th-level warlock. Zhang Tuohai looked at the tall and grand door. It was wrapped with iron sheets and steel nails and looked very strong. It's quite strong. But it's a pity it's of no use. The crime-breaking chain in Zhang Tuohai's hand reached out, pulled on the door, and pulled it outward fiercely. The huge door was pulled directly from the door axis. Bang! The huge door fell to the ground, and the dust on the ground was as high as a person. Zhang Tuohai strode towards the inside. Who? Hearing a strange noise at the gate, the guards in the Prime Minister's office were alerted. Many people rushed out of the room and rushed towards the door with various weapons. Seeing those people, Zhang Tuohai was not even interested in talking. The crime-breaking chains flashing with red runes spread around, directly entangling these people. The next second, the tied people were beaten into ashes and scattered all over the ground. Many guards opened their mouths in shock when they saw this scene. They had never seen anything like this. Although the salary given by the Prime Minister's office is quite high, it is not high enough to make them work hard. Let's go! The men turned and prepared to run. But before they could make any move, the crime-breaking chains wrapped around them from behind. Stay! With Zhang Tuohai's words, those people turned into ashes. Zhang Tuohai walked inside. The crime-breaking chains also continue to spread inside, surrounding the entire mansion and turning everyone in sight to ashes. "Follow me," Zhang Tuohai said to the Imperial guards behind him. "Your mission is to ransack the house. Do you understand the house search? That means killing all the people, leaving no chickens or dogs behind, filling all the mouse holes with water, and all the eggs." It's yellow after shaking. "Do you understand?" "Yes." Bronze Hammer immediately conveyed the order. Although he didn't know why Zhang Tuohai specifically mentioned eggs, he still singled out 2 people and asked them to be responsible for shaking the eggs. Zhang Tuohai strode towards the interior of the Prime Minister's residence. Everywhere along the way, all life was reduced to ashes. There wasn't even an ant left. This is not because he is too cruel, but because he has to be so during wartime. The entire empire is in a period of turmoil, and any source of trouble may overturn the broken ship of the empire. Therefore, it is necessary to kill all those who may cause disaster before it causes a big disaster. Although he has killed many people now, compared with the chaos these people may cause and the deaths caused by triggering wars, these people he killed are not worth mentioning at all. In a way, while Zhang Tuohai killed people, he also saved more lives. Does this really mean killing to stop killing and using force to stop fighting? Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. Suddenly, there was a roar from the front. "Who dares to cause trouble in my mansion?" Zhang Tuohai followed the sound and found an old man in a robe standing on the roof, holding a long wooden staff in his hand. "This is Shoggoth, Prime Minister of Rain, a 6th-level warlock. Very powerful," Tong Chue said quickly. "He's the one I'm looking for." Zhang Tuohai looked up at Shoggoth and sneered. "It turns out you are not deaf yet. You can still hear sounds. Even the loud alarm in the palace failed to call you. I thought you were deaf. Are you from the Crimson Sect?" Shoggoth asked with a cold face. "You don't even bother to call Her Majesty the Queen? It seems that there is no value in saving it." Zhang Tuohai snapped his fingers. The chains of sin-breaking were wrapped around the Shoggoths from all directions. Shoggoth yelled, stretched out his hand and pointed towards the crime-breaking chain. And a bit of cold light hit the crime-breaking chain. Zhang Tuohai knew that this was the warlock's 5th-level skill, Dissociation Technique, which was specially used to dismantle extraordinary items. After being hit, there is a chance that extraordinary items will be dismantled into parts. But Zhang Tuohai is an item that has been blessed by the power of a world, and it cannot be dismantled by ordinary disintegration techniques. It's like giving a person a screwdriver and asking him to dismantle an aircraft carrier. Although it's theoretically possible, in reality, he's too exhausted to do it. The Shoggoth used several cleavage techniques in succession, but the chain of sin was no big deal, and he still rushed towards the Shoggoth. Shoggoth turned his eyes around and aimed his gaze at Zhang Tuohai. "I can't handle this thing, so why can't I defeat you?" Shoggoth raised his hands, and a black cloud fell towards Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 1304 Cleaning Up the Traitor. Cloud of Plague? Looking at the black clouds, Zhang Tuohai frowned. The Crimson Queen once concealed from him that this was a 6th-level skill for warlocks. Although it looks like a dark cloud, it is not water vapor that makes up the dark cloud, but a variety of strong plague viruses. If covered, a person will be infected with dozens or hundreds of different viruses in an instant. Almost no one can resist being attacked by so many viruses at the same time, and will die almost instantly. If powerful enough, a cloud of plague can destroy a city. Is this a skill? Zhang Tuohai's heart moved, and 2 sin-breaking chains rose into the air and inserted into the cloud of plague. The red runes on the chain flashed, and the black cloud of plague disappeared. Sure enough, my guess was correct. The body that constructs the plague is still energy, and it can also be absorbed. Zhang Tuohai smiled, but the Shoggoths looked shocked. Plague Cloud is his special skill, and he relied on this skill to defeat countless enemies. Let countless people die without their bodies intact. However, in front of this person, he couldn't even get close. How can this be? The Shoggoth's face was filled with astonishment. The one who did not believe in evil cast Plague Cloud again. This time, as soon as the Plague Cloud formed, it was entangled by 2 sin-breaking chains, and then turned into energy and disappeared without a trace. Shoggoth still wanted to take action, but it was too late. The remaining chains of sin-breaking had already entangled him. Shoggoth felt that the energy and life force in his body were rapidly dissipating. How come? The Shoggoth tried to break free of his chains, but the energy in the body is getting less and less, and the strength is getting weaker and weaker. Ah! The Shoggoth's body turned into dust all over the ground in his unwilling roar. Who else? Zhang Tuohai jumped onto the roof. and the crime-breaking chains in his hands continued to spread around. Because the most powerful existence, the Shoggoth, had fallen. Other people in the mansion gave up the idea of resisting, and turned into birds and beasts to flee. However, Zhang Tuohai had expected this a long time ago, and crime-breaking chains had been arranged around him. The entire Prime Minister's office has been surrounded and turned into a cage, locking everyone inside. Those people are like fish in a fishing net, struggling left and right, but unable to break out of the cage. In the end, they all become nourishment for the chain of sin-breaking. Sir, the search has been completed. No one is left alive. All the flowers in the pots have been pulled out and burned. Bronze Hammer came over and said, Zhang Tuohai is very satisfied with Tong Chui's success. Let's go to the next house. Zhang Tuohai turned around and walked towards the next house. The Imperial Guard left 2 people to guard the door, while the rest followed Zhang Tuohai to the next place. That night, the Imperial capital was filled with blood. Countless lives were turned into powder. However, after this purge, the entire Imperial capital has regained control and is completely at the mercy of the Crimson Queen. Dear, thank you for helping me clean up the mess in the Imperial City. I thought the Imperial City was under control, but I didn't expect that it was secretly made like this by these black-hearted maggots. Fortunately, you saved this place. Otherwise, this place would definitely become the first city to fall, the Crimson Queen said with some fear. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't helped clean up the evil-minded rebels in the Imperial City, these people would have rebelled when the Three-Eyed People attacked, and the Imperial City would have been the first to fall. The Empire will also end at her hands. She doesn't want to be a subjugated king. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai arrived and helped her avoid this fate. It's too early to be happy now. The Imperial capital is like this. You can imagine how other cities will be. Therefore, other cities must also be cleaned up, Zhang Tuohai said. But there is only less than a month left, so time may not be enough, the Crimson Queen said worriedly. Then we must at least clean up the surrounding important cities. Those must also be the focus of infiltration. We must take these strategic nodes into our own hands. By then, there will be hope of a comeback. Then it will be hard on you. The Crimson Queen held Zhang Tuohai's hand. It doesn't matter. We just need them to nourish the crime-breaking chain. Zhang Tuohai boarded the steam airship. At the same time, I brought Qincheng as a guide to guide me. This is one of the important towns in the Imperial capital's defense circle, Giant Rock City. There is a legion of warlocks stationed here. It is the core fortress that protects the Imperial capital. Qincheng pointed to a fortress below and said, Then let's start here. Zhang Tuohai fell to the ground along the rope ladder. Who are you? Several defenders rushed over, aiming various weapons at Zhang Tuohai. I am an inspector sent by the Queen. I want to see your Supreme Commander. Where is he now? Zhang Tuohai took out the handwritten letter given by Hong Hong. The defenders did not dare to neglect Zhang Tuohai's handwriting after seeing it, and quickly brought Zhang Tuohai to the army commander's office. I don't know. What is the purpose of Her Majesty the Queen sending you here? To check the defense or to check supplies? The Legion commander asked. I'm sorry, although it's very rude, but the matter is urgent. So please be more patient. Zhang Tuohai bowed slightly, and then dozens of chains came out to tie up the stunned Legion commander. Then, an old fist hit the Legion commander's face. After the game prompt popped up, Zhang Tuohai untied the chain that bound the Legion commander. Excuse me. Take my leave. Zhang Tuohai thoughtfully helped close the door, leaving the Legion commander with a puzzled look on his face. It's just that the leader has no problem. Why don't the people below sort it out? I'm worried that there may be traitors in the middle and lower levels, Qincheng said. This is all the matter of the Legion commander. I can't cover everything. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the fortress below and said, If he can't do it, it means he is not worthy of being the commander of this army. So he might as well die. Let's go to the next fortress, Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. Qincheng turned the steam airship and headed towards the next fortress. It took 3 days for Zhang Tuohai to clean up 18 towns and fortresses of various sizes around the imperial capital, including city lords, governors, and regimental commanders, to ensure that the defense circle around the imperial capital was in complete condition. Reliable status. Zhang Tuohai had a hunch that this would be the core battlefield. Only by ensuring the safety here could the Empire stop the first wave of the Three-Eyed Clan's offensive. As long as you survive the first wave, the follow-up will be easy. Whether it's frontal combat, harassment behind enemy lines, or even entering the opponent's world to attack the enemy's base camp, Zhang Tuohai has plenty of options. The Imperial Capital Circle alone is not enough. There is still time. Take advantage of this time to visit the important cities in each region. When arranging the route, try to take connected cities. We must control these strategic pivots, Zhang Tuohai said. I'll make arrangements right away. Xi Cheng went down to arrange the route. Chapter 13:05 The storm is coming. This should be the last one. Right. Zhang Tuohai threw down the Legion commander, who was still crying bitterly. Yes. All 23 first-level Legion commanders have been purged. There are still more than 40 second-level legions, more than 100 garrison legions, and local armed forces not included in statistics. Xi Cheng said. It's too late. We need to grasp the strategic support points first and deal with the rest slowly. Let's go back to the imperial capital first, which is the main battlefield. Zhang Tuohai looked up at the sky. The red moon was getting closer and closer. Meteor showers hit the ground from time to time, bringing supernatural seeds and a large number of monsters. Although the supernatural seeds have enhanced the average strength of the residents of the Red Moon continent, many ordinary people have extraordinary powers. Let them increase their chances of survival in the upcoming war. However, the sudden increase in power also allowed many people whose daily lives were filled with too much misfortune and hardship to find a channel to vent their dissatisfaction, and began to use this power to vent their dissatisfaction, causing many casualties. This further turbulent the public security and intensified the level of panic. And the monsters that came with the supernatural seeds amplified this situation. The air is filled with unease and fear. We must fight quickly. Otherwise, the various negative effects alone will be enough to destroy the world. Zhang Tuohai thought as he looked at the increasingly grim and depressed city below. The steam airship returned to the imperial capital. Things are not good here either. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and traces of fire still remained on some buildings. Several soldiers were using carriages to pull the bodies out of the city. The originally noisy street became very quiet. The shops on both sides of the street were all closed, and weeds even grew in the gaps between the square bricks. Has the imperial capital become like this? Zhang Tuohai frowned. The steam airship landed at the site, and Zhang Tuohai and Qin Cheng returned to the palace in a carriage. At this time, the Crimson Queen is arranging a series of matters. After seeing Zhang Tuohai come in, he jumped up happily, rushed off the throne, and hugged Zhang Tuohai. You're finally back. You've been annoying me to death lately. Is the situation difficult? Zhang Tuohai asked. Indeed. The Crimson Queen said. During the time you left, large-scale meteor showers fell 9 times. And most of the meteor showers landed directly in the city. Many monsters ran rampant in the city. Although the Imperial Guard immediately organized manpower, the encirclement and suppression campaign was carried out. But it still caused a certain number of casualties. In addition, many people actually attacked other civilians in order to grab the supernatural seeds, causing certain casualties. There are also some people who began to organize themselves and carried out organized plundering of the surrounding civilians. They occupied some of the official residences that had been freed by ransacking their homes. Some even openly robbed material storage warehouses. Fortunately, they were captured by the Imperial Guards. After the suppression, the main suspect was arrested, and now the prison is severely overcrowded, with almost every cell holding 7 or 8 prisoners, and many of them don't even have a place to sleep. The Crimson Queen talks about recent difficulties. Kill them all, Zhang Tuohai said calmly. What? The Crimson Queen was stunned. Isn't there no place to sleep? Then kill them all so that there will be a place to sleep, Zhang Tuohai said. Wouldn't this be too cruel? Moreover, there is no trial. The Crimson Queen hesitated. Why didn't they think of cruelty when they attacked other civilians? Kindness to them is cruelty to those innocent people. What did those innocent people do wrong? To be treated roughly, robbed, or even killed by these scum? Hands stained with blood cannot be washed clean. These are troubled times. So we need to use thunderous means to suppress all the gangsters. Otherwise, we not only have to feed them with scarce supplies, but we also have to be careful that once the prison is breached, they will be organized and become the vanguard to attack us. Anyway, they have already stood against us, so there is nothing to hesitate about. Kill them all immediately and avoid future troubles. Not only must we do it, but we must execute it openly, and use blood and steel to suppress those who are ready to move, Zhang Tuohai said. Would it be too cruel? The Crimson Queen was still a little hesitant. This was not the way she had been taught. If we let them go, they will deal with us together with the Three-Eyed Tribe. Will you choose the civilians who silently support you, or these rebels who can rebel at any time? Zhang Tuohai asked with burning eyes. Well, okay. How to do it? The Crimson Queen agreed. The sooner the better. Let's do it now. A public execution in the central square. The strongest visual impact is the most shocking. In addition, count their property. And after the execution, distribute it evenly among those watching. This way, there will be both sticks and carrots. It will probably maintain stability for a period of time. I see. The Crimson Queen signed the order. In the prison, in a cell, a strong man wearing a white robe sat on the only bed, and several strong men stood beside him. They all looked at the man in white robes in fear. Boss, what should we do? A strong man asked. Don't worry. The man in white robe showed a sneer. I have studied the Queen's character. She is very weak and will not kill us. If my guess is correct, we will be released soon, because she has nothing to spare. The power to watch over us. Really? That's great. The faces of a group of strong men were full of excitement. Then, boss, what are we going to do after we get out? Hide and rest for a while? Asked a strong man. No. Now is a good opportunity for us to expand rapidly. Taking advantage of the Three-Eyed Clan's invasion, we can quickly recruit a group of refugees, then collect superpower seeds, build up a strong force, and then sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If the Three-Eyed Clan wins, we will defect to the Three-Eyed Clan. If the Queen wins, we will defect to the Queen. Anyway, someone in our hands has power, and whoever wins will have to win over us. By then, we will also be able to become a city. The City Lord. The man in white robe said, his eyes full of light. Really? Brother, if you become the City Lord, don't forget us. The strong man under his command became excited. Don't worry. There's mine and there's yours. Your benefits are indispensable. The man in white robe said. While a group of people were discussing happily, a group of guards came over. Open the door. The leader of the guards said to the cell leader. Did you see it? They are opening the door, and we are about to be released. The man in white robe said. Boss is indeed wise. Long live the boss. This time I go out. I want to grab a good deal. Sophia, how dare you refuse me? This time, I won't be so polite. I have been eyeing the Roar Jewelry store for a long time, and I must get it this time. Lilith Cafe is mine. Don't steal it from me. A group of people are gearing up and preparing to realize their great dreams. Chapter 1306, The Three-Eyed Clan Invasion. Crash. The prison door was opened. A group of Imperial guards rushed in like wolves and tigers, dragged out the prisoners one by one, and put on the magic handcuffs and shackles, with heavy weights hanging on them. Everyone who wants to walk can only hold the weight and move slowly. Otherwise it will be difficult to move. It doesn't look like leaving. One criminal muttered. What are you yelling about? A jailer came over and hit him with a stick. The prisoner who was beaten was dizzy. Keep them silent, said the warden. Many jailers took out mouth balls and stuffed them into each prisoner's mouth, making them unable to speak. Let's go. The guards used sticks to escort the prisoners to the central square. It was surrounded by civilians watching. A detachment of Praetorian guards stood ready with rifles in hand. At this point, even the dumbest prisoner knows something is wrong. However, they were wearing heavy chains and shackles and could not run away at all. The ball was stuffed in his mouth again, and he could only make whining sounds. They wanted to turn back, but the Praetorian guards gave them no chance. Aim. Prepare. Release. Boom! 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 With the sound of gunshots, the criminals were knocked to the ground. The corpses piled up into a hill, and the blood flowed into a river. However, the guards and jailers showed no mercy and pulled the remaining prisoners over one by one for execution. The surrounding civilians were a little scared at first, but when the guards began to distribute the confiscated wealth to them, they became enthusiastic and shouted, "Long live Her Majesty the Queen." You see, things are so simple. If you want to be a good leader, you only need to do one thing well, and that is to make the people below feel that they can live a better life by following you. Zhang Tuohai stood on the balcony, pointed at the crowd below, and said to the Crimson Queen, "Is this so?" The Crimson Queen looked at the noisy crowd below. What Zhang Tuohai told was inconsistent with the education she received, but looking at the scene below, she felt that what Zhang Tuohai said was right. Thank you for helping me so much. For your hard work, I will give you a reward. The Crimson Queen took Zhang Tuohai back to the room. There was a huge pool with dense water vapor floating on the pool, and there was a faint fragrance. The pool is covered with pale pink petals. I found this ancient recipe from the book. It is very beneficial to the body. I will rub your back. The Crimson Queen pulled Zhang Tuohai into the pool. As soon as he touched the pool, Zhang Tuohai felt that the water contained a lot of energy, seeping into his body, making his body, that had already reached the limit of human beings, become stronger and stronger. Let me tell you secretly, I have used it several times before, and my physical strength has tripled compared to before. I'm not sure who will win and who will lose, the Crimson Queen said with a smile. Provoking me? Zhang Tuohai must not admit defeat in this regard. The battle lasted until dawn. In the end, Zhang Tuohai won with a slight advantage. However, Zhang Tuohai's hard work was not in vain. After a night of hard work, his bloodline development speed increased a bit, and he was already very close to the 6th level. It was getting slightly brighter. Zhang Tuohai stood up, came to the window, and looked out the window. The central square has been cleared. The streets were very quiet. The whole city seemed to be in a deep sleep. Just then, a beam of light lit up in the sky. It's daybreak! Zhang Tuohai suddenly raised his head and discovered that a huge metal ball was passing through the sky, with a long tail flame at its tail, and it was galloping away into the distance. Is this a new meteor? Zhang Tuohai frowned. Then, he saw the second and third one. Densely packed metal balls passed through the air and flew in different directions. A metal ball hit him in the direction above the city. The ball suddenly stopped. Circular holes were opened in the ball. And then from those circular holes, three-eyed people riding broomsticks emerged. These people rode broomsticks, whizzing through the sky and circling the ball. Is this the Three-Eyed Clan? Invading in this way? Zhang Tuohai frowned. Let me test your strength. Zhang Tuohai opened his hands, and thousands of sin-breaking chains stretched out, spreading towards the metal ball. Seeing the spreading crime-breaking chains, the Three-Eyed Clan riding a broom roared. They shouted, opening their third eye. Rays, flames, ice, gravel, and moon-shaped blades shot towards the chain. Many of them hit the chains, but they all fell like snowflakes into the fire, leaving no trace. The sin-breaking chains still slowly gathered around them. Seeing that their attacks had no effect, the three-eyed tribesmen riding broomsticks were obviously a little anxious. They tried to rush through the gaps in the chains, but every time they tried to pass through the chains, some tiny chains stretched out, hoisted them up, and were absorbed into ash. The Three-Eyed Clan tried several times, but failed to break out from the gaps in the chains. On the contrary, the scope of their actions was continuously squeezed by the chains, becoming smaller and smaller. Seeing the frustration of one's own personnel, the round metal ball moved. Huge holes emerged on the metal ball, and huge cannons were pushed out of the holes. At a glance, the artillery's caliber started at least 3 meters. Runes lit up on the muzzle of the cannon, and the muzzle of the cannon shone slightly with a blue light. Or energy cannon! So high-end! Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge cannon muzzle seriously. Boom! Suddenly, a huge blue beam of light shot out from the muzzle, and shot toward the sin-breaking chain. Ho ho ho! The three-eyed tribesmen riding broomsticks cheered. Apparently the victory celebrations had begun in advance. Many people rode broomsticks, and followed the beam of light, and rushed towards the chain. However, after the thick beam of light broke through the chain of sin, there was no abnormality in the chain of sin, except that the red rune shone, absorbing all the energy in the huge beam of light. Finally, the light beam gradually became thinner until it disappeared without a trace, and the chains of sin were unscathed. The three-eyed people who rushed over were shocked and prepared to turn around and return. But it was too late. The chains of sin breaking have spread, sucking these people into ashes. Is that all you have? Zhang Tuohai was a little disappointed. He originally thought that the Three-Eyed Clan was so powerful, so he made complete preparations, and even mentally expected that the mission would fail. But I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Zhang Tuohai controlled the crime-breaking chain to speed up, preparing to capture the huge ball to see if he could try to control it, thus proceeding with the second phase of the plan. Chapter 1307 Red Stone. Seeing the chains of punishment getting tighter and tighter, those three-eyed people riding broomsticks did not dare to continue wandering outside. All those who do not believe in evil will be sucked into ashes by the chains of sin breaking. The remaining three-eyed people rode broomsticks and slipped back into the big ball. The upper lids are closed one by one. Only the huge artillery was still firing energy shells. However, in Zhang Tuohai's eyes, the three-eyed man's approach was in vain, because these energy cannons are simply not enough to break through the defense of the sin-breaking chain. They are absorbed as soon as they come into contact. Instead, they help the sin-breaking chain to charge up. Come down, you! Zhang Tuohai began to recover the crime-breaking chains. The crime-breaking chain is like a big net, dragging the metal ball downwards. Seeing that the situation was not good, the metal ball wanted to fly in the opposite direction. But it was like a fish in a fishing net. No matter which direction it went, It couldn't break free from the shackles of the fishing net, and was eventually dragged to the central square.
Is this the Three-Eyed Clan spaceship? It's so ugly.
The Crimson Queen looked at the huge ball and pouted. From the appearance point of view, this spherical spaceship is indeed much worse than the streamlined spaceship in the underground palace.
Ask the guards to keep an eye on the surroundings and keep people away. I'll go up and take a look,
Zhang Tuohai said as he searched for the entrance door on the ball. There are many entrances and exits on this sphere. Zhang Tuohai was not familiar with the structure and could not find the main entrance for a while.
Forget it. It doesn't matter so much.
Zhang Tuohai directly found an entrance and exit, and used the crime-breaking chain to pry open the door. With a bang, the huge metal door opened, revealing a gun emplacement and several three-eyed men who were caught off guard.
Hello you all.
Zhang Tuohai smiled and used the sliding shovel skill. The whole person teleported directly in front of a three-eyed clan and shoved the opponent to the ground. Only then did the three-eyed tribesmen react and grab the weapons around them, preparing to resist. But it's too late. The crime-breaking chains have spread in from the outside, directly tying up several people. Zhang Tuohai didn't kill these people directly because he didn't know how many people were needed to control the spacecraft. He simply stayed with them first and slowly planned after taking control of the entire spacecraft. Zhang Tuohai walked towards the spacecraft. The spaceship is intricate, with pipes and corridors everywhere. And not only are there front, back, left, and right, but also up and down. It's really easy to get lost here without a familiar person to guide you. However, Zhang Tuohai will not be troubled by such things. The crime-breaking chains continue to extend towards each tunnel, and at every fork, new chains will be split to explore. Zhang Tuohai can ensure that every pipeline is explored by the crime-breaking chains. Naturally, all the three-eyed clans encountered on the way were tied up and put aside for disposal. It took Zhang Tuohai half an hour to fully understand the internal structure of the entire spacecraft. He followed the path explored by the crime-breaking chain and arrived at the central control room. The central control room is located in the center of the sphere. It is a huge hall with 3 walls made up of screens that display the situation around the spacecraft in real time. In the middle is a huge console with rows of buttons. Dozens of operators were stranded. Next to it, there were several obviously higher-end seats, and several three-eyed people in gorgeous costumes were tied to the chairs.
You are the one!
Zhang Tuohai chose the one sitting in the middle. After the three-eyed tribe saw Zhang Tuohai approaching, they guessed that he might be the mastermind behind the strange phenomenon in the spaceship. And worst of all, he was also one of the executors. If he can be taken down, the dilemma in the spaceship may be solved. The third eye on the forehead of the three-eyed tribe opened. Before he could make any move, he felt a heavy punch on his head. The socket of his third eye was turned blue. The eyelids were bloodshot, and he could not open his eyes. The three-eyed man was stunned. Zhang Tuohai was obviously more than 10 meters away from him. So why did he hit him? He tried to open his eyes again without belief. But another punch hit him on the head. This time, he saw clearly. Zhang Tuohai waved his fist in the air, muttering something about punching you. And then he received a heavy blow on his head, as if he had been hit by a meteor hammer. If his body wasn't stronger than the average three-eyed person, his head would probably be broken. However, now, he is not relaxed either. He is feeling dizzy. His eyes are full of stars, and he can't see anything clearly. He just felt the man coming over. And then, he was punched. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tuohai was afraid that his persuasion was not strong enough, so he deliberately increased his strength, giving the three-eyed clan member a solid punch. After playing for 10 minutes, the game prompt popped up saying that persuasion was successful.
Now, tell me what's really going on with this ship,
Zhang Tuohai said while rubbing his fists. The three-eyed clan member honestly told what he knew. According to the three-eyed tribe statement, this big round ball is the Comet 2 low-orbit vehicle Redstone developed by the three-eyed tribe. Using plasma thrusters, it is equipped with 600 energy cannons and rapid-fire cannons of various calibers, as well as a legion of broomstick pilots. There are 80 ships like this in total. Their main task is to capture a ground city, clear out the resistance, and take over. Then build a larger landing site, send out signals, and welcome the arrival of follow-up troops. The main reason why a landing site needs to be established is that resources are limited, and only so many Vanguard troops can be built. The spacecraft used by the follow-up troops are all rush-built, and can only fly short distances. They are so crude that they do not even have self-defense weapons. If they are intercepted, if so, it is very likely to suffer devastating damage.
Is that so?
Zhang Tuohai had an idea in his mind. That is, If he can control all 80 spaceships, he can control the message sent to Hongyu. Can he lure Hongyu's follow-up troops over, and then take the opportunity to kill them? By then, the crisis will be over.
How many people are needed to control the spacecraft?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The Redstone has a total crew of 3,200 people, including 12 operating stations, 1,200 maintenance workers, 1,600 gunners, and the rest are logistics support personnel,
the three-eyed tribesman said quickly.
So, we just need to keep these people at the operation desk.
Right. Zhang Tuohai understood. It is very simple to launch a spaceship. Most people work in various departments to ensure work. He does not need those functions. And he does not have the time to persuade so many people to surrender. The easiest way is to only retain people who can make a ship fly. Get rid of all the rest.
This is war.
The crime-breaking chain in Zhang Tuohai's hand moved, and he cleared out all the remaining three-eyed clan. And then directed the remaining people to lift the spaceship into the sky. He was going to look for other spaceships. Chapter 1308 Asymmetric War. The Redstone slowly started up. Under the control of the sin-breaking chain. The three-eyed tribe controlled the Redstone, and flew staggeringly towards other cities. Soon, Zhang Tuohai arrived at a fortress next to the imperial capital. By this time, the war was almost over. The three-eyed clan spaceship hovered in midair. A large number of flying troops of the three-eyed clan patrolled back and forth in the air, searching for the remaining warlocks. Although the defenders left behind to guard the fortress were brave and resisted tenaciously with the help of the castle. Sometimes, the manpower could not withstand the difference in weapons. One side is a stone castle, and the other side is a spaceship equipped with energy cannons. The difference between these levels is not 1 or 2. Strong castles were directly reduced to ashes by energy cannons. Large-scale resistance was directly destroyed by energy cannons. And small-scale ones were surrounded and killed by supermobile flying squads. The Warlock Legion was completely at a disadvantage in the frontal battle. It can even be said that he was beaten so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the battlefield situation, analyzed the strength comparison between the two sides, and thought of an opportunity for the Warlock to make a comeback. That is to completely give up frontal confrontation. Use transformation techniques to transform into various animals and civilians, and then launch an all-round sneak attack on the relaxed three-eyed tribe. Use a piecemeal approach to gradually erode the power of the three-eyed clan. Although it is possible to win in this way, the time required is really too long. Zhang Tuohai didn't have much patience to keep them wasted.
It's better for me to take action myself.
Zhang Tuohai walked to the door of the Redstone's warehouse and stretched out his hands. A large number of crime-breaking chains spread out and stretched towards the three-eyed clan spaceship.
What it is?
The commander of the three-eyed tribe spaceship opposite noticed something strange.
Go and find out which ship is on the other side. It's the Redstone. In charge.
The operator said immediately.
Ask them what they are doing. And tell them that this is our occupied territory. Don't think about coming over to grab the credit. This territory already belongs to the great Sir Horton. If you want the territory, just grab it yourself.
The commander said.
Yes.
The operator began to deliver the order. However, before the operator finished typing, the chains of conviction arrived. The crime-breaking chain was like a big octopus, wrapping up the spaceship on the opposite side. Then it easily found the door, pried open the outer shell, and reached inside. Breaking the chain of sin was overwhelming along the way, and all the three-eyed clans they saw were completely wiped out, leaving no one behind.
Damn it! What's going on? Let the Flying Legions return to defense immediately. We're under attack. Damn it!
The captain yelled.
Convey it immediately.
The operator began to call the Flying Corps patrolling outside on broomsticks. And at the same time, a piercing alarm sounded on the spacecraft. The three-eyed men of the Flying Legion were stunned when they heard the alarm. They didn't expect that there could be something that could cause the spacecraft to sound an alarm in this backward place. However, an order was an order. So they turned the broom and flew back towards the spacecraft. As soon as they were halfway through the flight, a large number of sin-breaking chains came to greet them. Seeing this, those three-eyed tribes quickly used their abilities. One eye after another opened, and all kinds of extraordinary abilities rushed towards the crime-breaking chain. However, the crime-breaking chain was not affected at all, and instead sped up. The chain of sin met these three-eyed men of the Flying Legion. And then nothing happened. The three-eyed man who was showing off his power just now turned into ashes and drifted away in the wind. And the cleanup of the spaceship by the chain of sins has come to an end. Zhang Tuohai killed everyone with ease, except for the commander, after being educated with the prodigal son slap in the face. The information was interrogated again. This is not the first captain that Zhang Tuohai doesn't believe he has captured. Rather, I want to understand the intelligence from multiple aspects and comprehensively judge the accuracy of the intelligence. After all, the information a person can obtain is limited after all, and it may even increase his or her own subjective factors, which will affect his judgment. Only by integrating all aspects of information and corroborating each other can the information obtained be the most accurate. After some interrogation, the information provided by this captain was similar to that of the previous captain. There is only one difference. That is, the people on this spaceship are inextricably linked to Sir Horton. They come here with a mission, which is to help Sir Horton lay down a piece of territory as a springboard. Get ready for Sir Horton's rodeo.
Heh! It seems that the Three-Eyed Clan is not monolithic, and they are also fighting for power.
Zhang Tuohai sneered, threw the spaceship into the wilderness, and then drove the Red Stone to the next town. Before executing the next step of his plan, he must first kill all these three-eyed clans that have not yet established a stable footing. Originally, his plan was to let the Warlock Legions hold back the three-eyed clan's attack. He would find an opportunity to sneak into Red Moon, remove the Omniscient Eye, and do something else. Now it seems that those Warlock Legions are unreliable, and he can only play in person. No way. Who asked his main mission to resist the Red Moon invasion? Fortunately, the Three-Eyed Tribe has equipped these spacecraft with positioning systems, so that each spacecraft can know each other's location. This was originally used to coordinate spaceships to cooperate with each other and fight together. Now it is convenient for Zhang Tuohai to find these spaceships. The Red Stone's speed was much faster than the steam airship, and it quickly arrived at the next city. The ship also moved very quickly. In the city, several buildings were completely destroyed, leaving a huge circular pit on the ground, with smoke rising. Scattered corpses could be seen everywhere on the streets, including fully armed warlocks, civilians in ordinary clothes, and horsemen. The Three-Eyed Clan holding a broom roared and patrolled back and forth in the sky.
Now that you're here, don't leave.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hands, and the crime-breaking chain spread toward the spacecraft. Then, there is the familiar recipe and the familiar taste. Soon a spaceship and the Three-Eyed Clan inside were all wiped out.
Let's go to the next place,
Zhang Tuohai said gloomily. According to the order of distance on the map, Zhang Tuohai found the remaining 70 spaceships one by one. The situation was similar to what he had guessed. The Warlock Legions left behind suffered heavy losses. The defenders in most cities were almost wiped out. Most of the managers were killed. Many residents were also injured. A large number of houses were destroyed, and many people became homeless. The worst thing is that because the defenders have lost all their money, and there is no one to manage the order, many people have begun to take to the streets to buy goods for 0 yuan, and scrupulously releasing the darkest places in their hearts. Zhang Tuohai killed a few senior people, but he did not have so much energy to manage so many places. He could only inform the Crimson Queen to send people to take over these places again and restore order as soon as possible. And he also looked at the Red Moon. He knew that the next plan had to be implemented. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble waiting for him. Chapter 1309, Lure Reinforcements.
Is such a large landing site enough?
Zhang Tuohai asked, looking at the large clearing ahead.
It should be enough. The standards left for us by the above are just that high,
the captain of the Red Stone said respectfully.
How is the evacuation going?
Zhang Tuohai asked the Imperial Guard beside him.
Sir, all evacuation has been completed,
the guard said. In order to create a landing site, Zhang Tuohai directly emptied a city of people, although he was confident that it would not affect people in the city. What if something unexpected happened? To be on the safe side, Zhang Tuohai asked the Imperial Guards to evacuate the civilians.
You have people conduct research on those spaceships. I have left you a group of educated Three-Eyed Tribe engineers. After a period of training, they should be able to learn to control them. The best thing is to learn all the techniques and learn how to make them. Otherwise, you will be at a huge disadvantage against the Three-Eyed Tribe. By the way, the person you choose must be someone you can trust. Don't let anyone sneak in. By then, the knife will be in someone else's hands.
Zhang Tuohai said to the Crimson Queen.
I will pay attention. That won't happen again this time. I will definitely choose people who have been tested by you,
the Crimson Queen said.
That's good. Let's get started,
Zhang Tuohai said to the captain of the Red Stone. The captain sent the signal according to the predetermined code word and marked the coordinates. Above the Red Moon, in a huge palace, a huge eyeball composed of mysterious symbols was constantly rotating. A man covered in black robes sat silently on a throne. Below is a long table, with 2 rows of nobles from the Three-Eyed Clan sitting on both sides of the long table. Everyone is gorgeously dressed and exudes rich energy fluctuations. At this time, a guard came in from outside, holding a report in his hand.
Your Majesty, there is news from the Red Stone that the landing site has been constructed and can be used to lead the army to land at any time. Marvelous. It finally worked. Your Majesty, let's send troops quickly. We can't let this hard-earned opportunity go to waste.
The 3-eyed nobles below were very excited when they heard the news. The resources on the Red Moon are almost exhausted, and the storm surge is coming. If they cannot invade the Red Moon continent, they will be dead. The only choice is to starve to death after the resources are exhausted and be used as food rations by others, or to be caught in the turbulence during the storm surge and die without any body parts. They placed all their hopes on the Red Moon continent. Everything is pinned on the 80-ship advance team. Almost half of the resources were concentrated on those spaceships. If they fail to succeed, only death awaits them. Now, the news of occupying the bridgehead has made them very excited. They can't wait to go to the Red Moon continent immediately, occupy this resource-rich world, and rebuild their homeland.
Your Majesty, let's do it.
A group of nobles stared at the black-robed man on the throne with burning eyes.
Is there news only from the Red Stone? What about the other ships? Is there any news?
The man in black robe asked.
Not yet,
the guard said immediately.
There are a total of 80 spaceships, and only one has sent back the message. All other spaceships have lost contact. This may be a problem.
The man in black robe hesitated.
Your Majesty, although we are not far from the Red Moon continent, the spaceships we built are all rushed out in a hurry, and some performance problems are possible. Those spaceships may have malfunctioned and lost contact while crossing the void, or they may have crashed when landing, or they may have even been killed in battle with the indigenous people. There are too many reasons for losing contact on the battlefield. We won't be able to confirm it in a short time. Even if we can't send someone there, we don't even have a way to confirm it. Now, finally, a spacecraft has opened a landing site. I think we should continue to land as planned. Now, there is only one way before us, and that is to land on the Red Moon continent, rule there, and build a new home there. Otherwise, there will only be famine and storm surges waiting for us. Even to confirm the current status of those dozens of spaceships, we have to send follow-up troops to station. Your Majesty, if we don't send people immediately, I'm afraid we may even lose this landing site. By then, we will really have no chance. Your Majesty, give it a try. This is our only chance.
Many nobles said in a confused voice. They had waited so long for today that even they themselves could hardly hold on. No one can stop them at this time. Not even the Emperor. Seeing the excitement among the people below, the man in black robe sighed.
Okay, since you insist, according to the original plan, the subsequent 101st Army, 74th Army, 82nd Army, and 4th Army will be sent to the landing site first to stabilize their positions, and the subsequent corps will enter one after another to implement the comprehensive invasion plan. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. Long live Your Majesty.
Many nobles cheered. Then, the order was passed on. In the square outside the palace, groups of soldiers were ready to go. After receiving the order, the notified troops began to line up to enter the spacecraft. Then, these transport spaceships, like bread rolls, took off into the sky and flew towards the Red Moon continent in the distance. The internal conditions of these transport spacecraft are not very good. Those advanced combat ships, despite their ugly appearance and small space inside, at least reserved a bed for everyone, ensuring that everyone got enough rest. However, these huge transport ships only have one deck after another, and apart from a place for everyone to stand, there is no extra space. In addition, the air purification equipment is not very good, causing the air in the warehouse to be extremely turbid.
What kind of crappy spaceship is this? It doesn't even have a seat, and I don't know where all the resources have been used. It's just a crappy thing like this.
A three-eyed soldier said dissatisfiedly.
Okay. Anyway, we are the first batch of troops to land, so you can have fun. At least we can escape from that barren Red Moon. Have you heard? The storm surge is coming soon. The faster you go, the safer you are. Really?
The soldier didn't believe it.
This is still wrong. The nephew of my brother's girlfriend's second uncle works at the monitoring station. The news he sent. How can it be wrong? Didn't you notice that there have been many new people in the army recently? Those are all those children of nobles came here just to avoid the coming storm surge. Otherwise, do you think they would come here to suffer? So that's it.
The three-eyed soldier showed a clear look.
Look, that's the Red Moon continent.
A three-eyed clan pointed at the scene outside the porthole and said,
This is such a rich continent. I must grab a piece of land.
A soldier from the three-eyed clan gleamed in his eyes.
I don't know what indigenous women are like. If I can just look at them, can I also live the life of those nobles with 3 wives and 4 concubines?
A three-eyed clan soldier was thinking.
Wait, what do you think that is? It seems like a chain.
Chapter 1310 Plan X.
Is this the spaceship of the second batch of landing troops of the Three-Eyed People?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the increasingly larger spaceships in the sky. Those spaceships felt like sardine cans to him, looking shabby from the inside out.
Yes, it's these spaceships. In order to save materials, the design is to save costs as much as possible. All redundant facilities are discarded, and they are not even considered to return. After landing, they will not be able to return to the Red Moon on their own.
The captain of the Redstone said,
Don't you need to go back? That would be much easier. I thought I had to put them down and trick the people inside into killing them elsewhere. But now it seems that there is no need for them. Just let them crash. After all, it's a one-time spaceship. It's not surprising if anything happens.
Zhang Tuohai said, and released the crime-breaking chains. Those crime-breaking chains formed a large net in the sky, covering the landing spaceships. Those spaceship pilots saw a big net approaching, although they didn't know what it was. They also knew that the situation was not good and hurriedly turned around. However, these transport ships were so economized on materials that the hulls were not strong enough. When turning rapidly, 2 transport ships disintegrated on the spot because they could not withstand such a large force. The huge spaceship disintegrated into pieces in the air, and the three-eyed soldiers inside wailed and fell downwards. The moment it came into contact with the crime-breaking chain, it turned into flying ashes. Several spaceships that were lucky enough to escape disintegration wanted to turn and escape, but the large net composed of sin-breaking chains quickly enveloped these spaceships, and then pried them open like eating cans, swallowing up the food inside. In just a few minutes, the follow-up troops of the Three-Eyed Men's 4 legions were all consumed. No one escaped.
Reporting to the Superior, 2 transport ships have successfully landed and are expanding their position. The remaining transport ships were blocked and crashed. Requesting reinforcements. Otherwise the landing site may not be secured.
Zhang Tuohai said to the captain of the Redstone. He already knew from the captain's mouth the importance of the landing site to the Three-Eyed Man, and was not afraid of exposing the news of the ship's crash. Instead, this news was used to support the fact that the landing site was in danger. Let the Three-Eyed People speed up the pace of sending troops. For the Three-Eyed People, even if they knew it was a fire pit, they had to jump, because if they stayed on the Red Moon, they would die. Only by coming to the landing site would they have a chance to survive. They had to come. This is a conspiracy. Don't be afraid of being discovered. Just be upright and crush it.
The news has spread,
said the captain of the Redstone.
Now, the pressure has come to the top of the Three-Eyed Clan. I wonder how you will deal with it.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the red moon hanging high above his head and whispered to himself. Above the red moon, inside the palace, the guard ran in again with a report.
Your Majesty, 2 transport ships have successfully landed on the Red Moon continent and are stabilizing the landing site position. What? Only 2 successfully landed? Where are the remaining transport ships?
A nobleman heard this and slapped the table and stood up.
Due to structural problems with the transport ship, some of the transport ships disintegrated during the landing process, and some of the transport ships were attacked by indigenous people and landed outside the landing site. They are being besieged by indigenous people. The casualties are unknown,
the guard said.
Then send the Red Stone to the rescue immediately,
the noble said anxiously.
The landing site was also fiercely besieged by the natives. The Red Stone was unable to do anything, and the newly added reinforcements were also filled in on the battle line. They could only be used to stabilize the battle line and were unable to attack. The Red Stone requests more reinforcements. Otherwise, not only the besieged troops will not be rescued, but the landing site may also be missed.
What? The guard's words shocked the nobles present. They never expected that such a change would occur to the plan they had been working on for so long. The sharp knife troops that they had spent all their strength to build were actually beaten like this by a group of natives. There was only one usable landing site left, and it could be lost at any time.
What to do? Save or give up?
Asked a noble.
Ha. Do we have the right to give up? The storm surge is coming soon. This is our only chance. If we don't enter the Red Moon continent, there will be only a dead end waiting for us. No one will be spared, a female noble said with a sneer. However, a precarious landing site is really too dangerous. We even threw our best soldiers into it. But if we throw the remaining soldiers in, I'm afraid it won't change anything.
A nobleman hesitated.
Ha ha. Throwing ordinary soldiers in may not change anything. But throwing all the people in? With so many people, even if they are all pigs, it is enough for the natives to catch them for a while. Right.
The female noble sneered.
Throw all the people over. What do you mean?
A noble asked.
You still need to ask. You know very well why you are pretending to be confused.
The female noble said with a sneer.
Miss Scarlet, throwing those civilians out as targets is allowed in emergencies. Anyway, they are just some means of production and consumables. But for what purpose? Everything is valuable. They should not be thrown away casually.
At this time, a middle-aged man sitting in the front row tapped his fingers and asked.
You should still remember Plan X. Right,
Scarlet said.
That elite escape plan? Hasn't it been stopped?
Asked a noble.
We stopped it publicly due to pressure from public opinion,
Scarlet said with a smile.
Actually,
a nobleman seemed to have guessed something. His eyes lit up.
It has actually been completed. It is in the Holy Mountain. There is enough space for all of us. In order to keep it secret, all the construction workers also completed their own journey of life while completing the project,
Scarlet said.
Can it help us escape the storm surge?
Asked a noble.
No, but it can lead us to land on the Red Moon continent without relying on a landing site,
Scarlet said with a smile.
Throw those civilians and ordinary soldiers down to attract the target, and then we will take the opportunity to sneak into the Red Moon continent. Our primary goal is to avoid famine and storm surges, and we will wait until the Red Moon continent to decide what to do next. I think no matter how bad the situation is, it's better than waiting to die on the Red Moon. Right?
Scarlet asked with a smile.
For the sake of fairness, let's vote. I agree.
A nobleman raised his hand. The other nobles looked at each other, and all raised their hands.
Then, unanimous vote passed.
Scarlet stood up.
Now, give everyone 2 hours to collect your assets, and then gather at the Holy Mountain. The rest will be done as usual. I believe those civilians will complete their tasks. Those who are on a mission, may the All-Seeing Eye bless them. May the All-Knowing Eye protect them.
Everyone said in unison. Chapter 13:11 Scarlet's Plan. On the Red Moon continent, Zhang Tuohai was squatting beside the landing site. He had opened himself.
What's the news over there?
Zhang Tuohai turned to look at the captain of the Red Stone.
They said reinforcements would be arriving soon and asked me to hold on. Moreover, it is said over there that if possible, the landing site should be expanded as much as possible, because there are many reinforcements and one landing site may not be enough. Not enough? Do you have so many legions?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows.
Actually, the real core troops were all used up during the first assault. The rest are the second-line garrison troops. There may be some elites left, but they are all private soldiers of various nobles and are generally not thrown into the air. This kind of meat grinder battlefield. But who can say for sure in this situation? Of course, it's also possible that militiamen were recruited to fill in the lines. Just collect the heads. Such a big deal?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the red moon in the sky, waiting for the result. Sure enough, a moment later, densely packed spaceships were seen descending from the sky, like a meteor shower.
So many? The landing site is not enough. Are they planning to use the spaceship to kill the enemy?
Zhang Tuohai didn't expect these people to be so cruel and throw down so many spaceships. However, fortunately, he was well prepared. The chains of Sin were fully activated and stretched towards the sky, forming a huge net and surrounding the large number of spaceships. The scene was like a school of sardines meeting a trawler. A large number of spaceships were wrapped in a large net woven by the chains of Sin. Then, it was completely absorbed by the chains of Sin breaking. But then a new batch of spacecraft landed. The chains of Sin breaking reopened into a large net, covering the past. High in the sky, an inconspicuous white spaceship passed by. The high-ranking nobles of the Three-Eyed Clan were among them. A nobleman looked at the huge net on the ground and exclaimed,
"The omnipotent omniscient eye! What is this? How can it be so powerful? So many spaceships are all gone at once. Fortunately, we were prepared. Otherwise, I don't even know how to die. So, I still have to thank Mrs. Scarlet for her foresight. Thank you, Lady Scarlet, for the all-seeing eye."
Everyone agreed. Scarlet returned the greetings with a smile on her face. But her eyes were full of coldness, as if she was looking at a group of dead people.
Do you really think I built the spaceship just for you? If you weren't still useful, I would have thrown you down long ago.
Scarlet thought to herself. The white spaceship traced a trajectory and landed at the southern end of the Red Moon continent. This area is full of steep mountains and deep river valleys, with rocks everywhere, overgrown trees, and miasma rising from time to time. At first glance, it looks like an undeveloped wilderness. The white spaceship circled over this area for a long time before choosing a relatively flat hilltop to land on. The cabin door of the spacecraft opened and the gangway was lowered. The three-eyed nobles, who had been in the spaceship for a long time, came out of the cabin one after another and looked at the surrounding scenery curiously.
I finally saw so many plants. The last time I saw so many plants was decades ago. It's such a waste for such a good place to be occupied by inferior creatures. That's right. This kind of place should be left to us. Those creatures that can walk upright can only exist as slaves. But what to do with that big net? Why do we have to deal with them? We just need to hide them well, blend in, and climb to the top of their society. By then, all the good things will be ours. That makes sense.
A group of nobles from the Three-Eyed Clan looked around and chatted, while Scarlet came to the edge of the top of the mountain. This is an open and empty rocky land, with a huge and weird picture carved on the ground with thick lines.
That's right here. The ancestors' notes did not lie to me. Everything is true.
Scarlet looked at the huge painting on the ground, and her body trembled with excitement.
Mrs. Scarlet, what are you doing here?
A nobleman came over.
It turns out to be Mr. Rupert. Can you grant me a request?
Scarlet asked, fiddling with the ends of her hair that fell to her ears.
Of course. Mrs. Scarlet. Just say it,
the noble said.
Please give your life,
Mrs. Scarlet said with a smile.
What do you mean?
Rupert looked stern and couldn't help but take a step back.
Don't you think it's too late now? Do you remember the cup of mint tea you drank on the spaceship? Do you think there is still a chance now?
Mrs. Scarlet asked with a smile.
You?
Rupert felt bad and wanted to react, but it was too late. He felt as if his body was out of control. He walked step by step to the giant rock painting, took out a knife from his windbreaker, and stuck it in his chest. The blood on his body sprayed out and fell on the giant rock painting. The blood seemed to fall on the gravel, seeping in instantly and disappearing. Rupert also fell on top of the petroglyph.
Not enough. Not enough at all.
Mrs. Scarlet looked at the huge petroglyph and shook her head.
Mrs. Scarlet, what are you doing?
Some nobles saw what just happened and couldn't help shouting.
Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come and offer your flesh and blood quickly?
Lady Scarlet shouted to the remaining nobles. The nobles originally wanted to resist, but after hearing what Mrs. Scarlet said, they all lost control and staggered towards the huge rock paintings. One by one, they took out weapons from their windbreakers and broke their own hearts. A large amount of blood sprayed on the rock painting. The pure white lines of the petroglyphs turned red.
Not enough!
Lady Scarlet frowned. The rock paintings required more blood than she expected. But it didn't matter. She had a backup plan. She clapped her hands, and the staff in the spaceship, the private soldiers and guards brought by the nobles, and even the pilot of the spacecraft all came out and came to Scarlet uncontrollably.
The time has come to offer your loyalty. Go ahead and offer your flesh and blood, and you will receive everything you need.
Scarlet pointed to the petroglyphs. These people also staggered towards the rock paintings, picked up the sharp blade on the ground, and stabbed their chests. Massive amounts of blood flowed into the grooves of the rock paintings again. The lines on the petroglyphs turned black and red.
This should be okay, right?
Mrs. Scarlet knelt down with excitement, pressed her hands on the huge rock paintings, and chanted,
Great unknown God, please accept my sacrifice and listen to my wishes. Please come to your sacred body and let me I have witnessed your glory.
Chapter 13:12 Powerful Monster. Rumble. Violent vibrations came from the ground. Fine cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground. But the rock painting area was unscathed. The cracks changed directions when they reached the area covered by the rock paintings. Mrs. Scarlet worked harder when she saw this situation, continuously injecting energy. Rumble. With loud noises, the surrounding mountains began to collapse. Steep peaks began to disintegrate. Huge rocks collapsed, and entire rocks fell into the abyss. For a moment, the earth roared. Smoke and dust rose, and the thick smoke even blocked the sun. The world was enveloped in an earthy yellow haze, looking like the end of the world. Instead of being afraid, Mrs. Scarlet became more and more excited, constantly injecting her own energy. The earth trembled more and more frequently, and the shaking became more and more severe. Large areas of the surrounding mountains began to collapse, and some mountains even began to collapse as a whole. Thick smoke and dust rose, making it even more difficult to see clearly. The more this happened, the more excited Scarlet became. She even pulled out a knife and cut her palm, letting the blood flow into the mural. Boom! Accompanied by loud noises, the surrounding mountains finally collapsed completely, and the ground was covered with gravel. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground. The crack became wider and wider, and then continued to spread toward the distance, forming a huge abyss. A huge hand stretched out from the abyss and grabbed the abyss edge. Roar. A roar that penetrated people's hearts came. After hearing this roar, countless creatures that had survived either exploded to death or bleed to death from their orifices. Countless lives perished in an instant. Even Mrs. Scarlet was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Boom! Another big claw came out of the abyss. The direction in which the huge claw fell was the rock painting area where Mrs. Scarlet was.
No! Great God! I am your loyal believer. You can't do this!
Cried Lady Scarlet. However, the huge claw fell directly on the rock painting. The entire petroglyph area was completely reduced to dust, and even Lady Scarlet was wiped out. Roar. With a roar, a huge monster covered in flames and lava crawled out of the abyss, roaring towards the sun. Magma gushes out from the abyss and continues to spread to the surroundings. The cracks in the ground begin to spread to the surroundings. The earth begins to crack. Magma surges outward. Sulfur and poisonous gas emerge from the cracks. The rising smoke covers the brilliance of the sun. The whole world seems to be doomed. Even Zhang Tuohai, who was thousands of miles away, could see this vision clearly. Zhang Tuohai, who had just dealt with the last batch of spaceships, was about to take a rest when he suddenly saw a strange sight in the distance. He looked at his main mission, but it still didn't show that it was completed.
Is this also an invasion caused by the Three-Eyed Clan? How many methods do they have?
Zhang Tuohai frowned in thought. However, no matter how bad things were, he had to check it out.
The Redstone will take off immediately. I'm going to check on the situation,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Yes.
The captain of the Redstone immediately started the spacecraft, heading towards the place where the vision occurred. The Redstone increased its speed to the limit and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. At this time, the ground in this area was cracked, and the ground was filled with red magma and mist that smelled of sulfur. Yellow smoke enveloped the sun, and a gigantic object thousands of meters high stood in the smoke. At first, Zhang Tuohai thought it was a mountain, until he knew that the mountain started to move. Boom! Boom! Every step of this behemoth was accompanied by earth shaking. Pieces of land were trampled to pieces. Jungles began to burn. Rivers were steamed away by the high temperature, and even hills were trampled to the ground.
What is this thing, and why is it so big?
Zhang Tuohai raised his head and looked at the huge thing. Even though he was well informed, he didn't recognize what it was.
No matter what, just do it.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out his hands. Thousands of sin-breaking chains were separated and stretched towards the huge monster. When the huge monster saw the extended sin-breaking chain, blazing flames erupted from its body. The flames were so hot that even if Zhang Tuohai was so far away, he could feel the steaming heat wave above. But the chains of guilt were still attached. After the crime-breaking chain entangled the monster, it kept entangling it, trying to entangle the monster. However, that monster kept struggling, tearing hard at the crime-breaking chains, and even made two of them fall off.
Huh? What a powerful thing!
Zhang Tuohai's eyes narrowed, and he began to look squarely at the monster in front of him. You must know that the sin-breaking chain is something created by condensing the power of a world. There is no monster that cannot be killed in front of the sin-breaking chain. However, this monster can actually tear off the sin-breaking chains from its body. This ability can be said to be unique among all the monsters Zhang Tuohai has ever seen.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai began to look squarely at the monster in front of him, continuously pouring power into the crime-breaking chain, and wrapped the crime-breaking chain around one of the opponent's arms, preparing to remove one arm first.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai began to withdraw his strength. The chains of guilt are constantly tightened. The chains continue to penetrate deep into the monster's body. Wow! With a muffled sound, one of the monster's arms fell down and fell into the abyss. Before Zhang Tuohai could take a breath, the underground magma surged. Countless magma poured into the monster's body, and the monster's lost arm grew back. Not only did the monster's wounds heal as before, but its body even grew twice in size.
What the hell is this, and why is it so powerful?
Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked at the monster in front of him, thinking about countermeasures. In so many worlds, he has never seen such a troublesome monster. Zhang Tuohai waved his hands, and thousands of sin-breaking chains condensed into one, and passed through the monster's chest like a spear. Then, the chains began to circle around the monster, wrapping the monster tightly from the top of its head to the soles of its feet, like a mummy. Then, the sin-breaking chain began to absorb the energy from the monster's body.
I can kill you now.
Right, Zhang Tuohai thought. The sin-breaking chain is an existence that can absorb even a whole world. It can even drain a monster as big as a star core. There is no reason why it can't kill a monster. However, the reality is often unexpected. The monster is constantly being drained of energy. Instead of shrinking, it has a tendency to continue to grow. It seems that the energy is getting more and more, and the chain of punishment is ringing. Chapter 1313 The Omniscient Eye.
Why is it so difficult to deal with?
Zhang Tuohai used all his strength to activate the runes of the sin-breaking chain. The red runes shone one by one and made a buzzing sound. The intensity and speed of absorption were faster. The surrounding air began to converge towards the sin-breaking chain, forming vortex-shaped cyclones. Even the magma and stones on the ground were drained of energy and turned into dust floating in the wind. The monster wrapped in the crime-breaking chain also stopped growing in size and began to shrink again.
Finally under control.
Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he got the crime-breaking chain, he had never dealt with such a difficult monster. He always felt that this monster seemed to be beyond the level that this world should have. The sin-breaking chain can pry open the Earth's mantle, dig out a monster as big as 1/3 of the planet from the star core, and kill it. Now it can hit a monster that is only a few kilometers high and drills out of the cracks. It started to be difficult, and the car almost rolled over, which was really unacceptable. However, at this moment, the hazy sky suddenly cleared, and a twinkling starlight lit up. Zhang Tuohai raised his head and looked at the starlight. Although it was shining, it exuded an astonishing chill. Even from such a distance, Zhang Tuohai could feel the slightest chill. What? Zhang Tuohai let the crime-breaking chain quickly absorb the monster while preparing for it. The starlight was moving very fast, getting closer and brighter. The light was so dazzling that Zhang Tuohai had to squint his eyes. When Zhang Tuohai drained the monster, the starlight also fell in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai withdrew the guild-breaking chain and blocked it in front of him. Being cautious, the light gradually dissipated, revealing what was inside. It was a humanoid creature, wrapped in a black cloak. The hood was pressed low, and a large shadow covered its face, making it difficult to see what it looked like. Next to the humanoid creature is a huge eye composed of runes.
The All-Seeing Eye!
Although Zhang Tuohai had never seen the Omniscient Eye before, the name came to his mind the moment he saw it.
This is the Omniscient Eye. Then who is this person with the Omniscient Eye? The king of the Three-Eyed Clan?
Zhang Tuohai guessed.
What's your reason for coming?
Zhang Tuohai tried to communicate. Buzz? In response to Zhang Tuohai, the Omniscient Eye made a buzz. The black runes were shining with bright red light.
Go ahead.
Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly injected energy into the crime chain. The crime-breaking chain was divided into dozens of pieces, half of which were blocked in front of him, and the other half were grasped towards the Omniscient Eye. Buzz! A white light shot out from the all-knowing eye. When the sin-breaking chain entered the range of the white light, it was like a mud cow entering the sea. It immediately felt blocked, and it had to endure extremely huge resistance if it wanted to move forward even half an inch. Not only that, Zhang Tuohai could also feel a clear sense of erosion from the crime-breaking chain, as if something was eating away at the crime-breaking chain.
What a strong thing! I have to find a way to break the situation.
With a thought, Zhang Tuohai separated dozens of crime-breaking chains, forming a large net that enveloped the Omniscient Eye and the man in black robes. At the same time, several guild-breaking chains were inserted into the ground, preparing for a sneak attack from below. As if aware of Zhang Tuohai's movements, the light of the Omniscient Eye became even brighter, and the aperture expanded several times, blocking the criminal chains at the periphery. Although the sin-breaking chain is like a big net that covers the Omniscient Eye and the man in black robes, it cannot penetrate even half of it. The two sides were at a stalemate.
It's really difficult.
Zhang Tuohai used all his strength, but there was no change at all, and he was unable to break through the opponent's defense. Zhang Tuohai scanned his skill list, searching for skills that could break the game.
Forget it. Let's try each one.
Zhang Tuohai took the lead in taking out the endless wine bottle, opened his mouth, and sprayed out blazing flames towards the Omniscient Eye. However, the flame was also blocked from the aperture, and could not enter at all.
Try this.
Zhang Tuohai took out another shotgun, replaced it with a single-head bullet, and kept pulling the trigger against the aperture. I emptied a box of bullets in a row. and the aperture didn't move at all. Zhang Tuohai changed his electric shock gloves again, and the silver-plated scimitar had no effect.
Try the sorcerer's skills.
Zhang Tuohai tried using petrified eyes and plague cloud again. The petrifying light and plague were also blocked from the aperture, unable to invade at all.
Is he really an iron bastard?
Zhang Tuohai frowned and stared at the aperture. Suddenly, he had an idea.
This thing can't be opened from the outside. Can you try it from the inside?
Zhang Tuohai found the magical skill to bypass obstacles and give you a punch.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai punched out in the air. Boom! The man in black robe groaned and swayed.
Efficient!
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he finally found a way to break the situation. He uses skills one after another. Give you a punch. Give you a punch. Bang bang bang. The man in black robe suffered heavy blows one after another. The body shape is a little unstable.
We have an idea.
Zhang Tuohai showed joy on his face. Took a deep breath, and was about to use the skill again. Suddenly, I felt a huge force coming from the crime-breaking chain. Zhang Tuohai turned his head and looked around, and found that the white light suddenly grew larger. The sin-breaking chain that condensed the power of a whole world suddenly broke, and the light quickly came towards Zhang Tuohai. Wherever the white light passes, everything turns into nothingness. Not turning into dust, but nothingness that does not even exist. It was like being erased with an eraser, leaving no trace at all. Zhang Tuohai was shocked, and quickly stepped back, lightly knocking the anti-wolf boots under his feet. Several nozzles emerged from the boots, and plasma flames emerged. Zhang Tuohai flew out directly, and rushed thousands of meters away in one leap. This was something Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith to help modify, and it was a life-saving device. I originally thought that I would not have the opportunity to use it, but I didn't expect that it would be used on today's occasion. Zhang Tuohai got up from the ground, and was about to escape when he saw the white light already in front of him.
It's over this time.
Zhang Tuohai no longer has the skills to deal with the next situation.
I didn't expect to die here.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little powerless. He had no unfulfilled wishes. He had experienced all the delicious and fun things in the world. The only regret in his heart was that he could not meet Lilith again. He knew that he was unable to make a comeback. So in order to die with dignity, he decided to give the middle finger. The bright light was getting closer and closer, becoming more and more dazzling. Zhang Tuohai involuntarily covered his eyes with his arms. However, the feeling of the body turning into nothingness did not come, and the bright light gradually dissipated. A voice sounded in Zhang Tuohai's ears.
Dad, it's not a good habit to give up casually.
Chapter 13-14 Evil Thought Body.
Lilith?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Lilith standing in front of him with a smile on her face, wearing the shark pajamas he bought. Lilith held one hand in front of her, and the white light emitted by the omniscient eye was like a light bulb, falling in Lilith's hand, flickering like a firefly. Snapped. Lilith exerted force with one hand, and the ball of white light like a light bulb was crushed by Lilith's bare hands. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this, knowing that the white light that he had tried so hard to do nothing about just now was actually easily broken by Lilith. Lilith's ability is actually so strong?
No wonder this kind of thing appears in a world of this level. It turns out that cheating is used. The data of this thing has exceeded the limit of this world. You are in violation. My evil thought body.
Lilith looked at the man in black robe and said,
Humph. I can point the finger at others for the first violation.
The man in black robe pulled off his hood, revealing his figure inside. The man in black robe turned out to have the same appearance as Lilith, with the same long silver hair and fair skin. The only difference was that Lilith had amber pupils, while the man in black robe had red pupils.
Who is she?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Lilith, and then at the man in black robe, his eyes full of astonishment. If it weren't for the wrong eye color, Zhang Tuohai almost thought she was Lilina.
This guy is a collection of negative emotions and evil thoughts that I cut off. I called it the evil thought body. Unexpectedly, it produced wisdom,
Lilith explained.
If I guess correctly, it was the gate of truth that pushed you down to fight with me.
Lilith put her hands in her pockets.
Ha ha. The gate of truth? You underestimate yourself too much. And you underestimate me too. Although I am just a piece of waste cut off by you, I am also the book of all Dharma. Just the gate of truth. The guy who woke up also wants to control me. He has been corrupted by me a long time ago. So, you are the one who controls the City of Trials during this period? I mean, it doesn't look like the gate of truth.
Lilith nodded understandingly.
Humph. If you hadn't been busy dealing with the gate of truth, you thought I could let you make trouble in the City of Trials. You actually took the opportunity to get here. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I left a trap on the 7th floor. I'm afraid the entire Trial City will be broken through by you.
The evil thought body said as he glanced at Zhang Tuohai. His scarlet eyes filled with coldness. Being so far away, Zhang Tuohai also felt waves of cold air.
Okay. It's no longer useful to say that. What are you going to do?
Lilith tilted her head and said.
Simple. 2 games will be played at the same time to determine our outcome.
The evil thought body said.
2 games? Tell me.
Lilith said.
The first game is between us. You and me. 1-on-1. The one who wins is the real one. The one who loses must become the nourishment for the winner.
The evil thought body raised a finger.
Are you so impatient?
Lilith's eyes turned into crescent moons.
I didn't handle it completely last time, so I'll handle it completely this time. Now we can talk about the second game. That's him.
The evil thoughts pointed at Zhang Tuohai.
Dad? If you want to challenge my weakness and expose my weaknesses, you are worthy of being an evil thought body. You can come up with any kind of tricks. However, Dad is also very strong. Who can you pick to challenge me? Don't be defeated as soon as you appear.
Lilith said.
Don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. He is an old acquaintance of yours.
The corners of the evil thought's body's mouth turned up. She drew a hand in the void, and a door opened. A figure came out from inside. When Zhang Tuohai saw that figure, his heartbeat slowed down involuntarily. The pure white wings, white stockings, and pleated skirt fluttering in the wind are none other than Lioli.
How about it? Having her as your opponent doesn't mean it's an insult to you. Right.
The evil thought body looked at Zhang Tuohai with a smile. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. He felt like he was in a bad situation. It's like I'm standing on the rooftop. If I don't answer well, my head will be cut off with a hatchet. He turned to look at Lilith, wanting to ask her opinion. But Lilith did not look at him, but smiled and said,
Okay. Since you think it's okay, then give it a try and see how effective your machinations are. Can we start?
Lilith asked.
No. Their 2 arenas are not here. This is our arena. In order to avoid disturbing us, let them change places.
The evil thought body said.
Okay. Which world should I change to?
Lilith asked with a smile. The evil thought body didn't say anything. Just took out a dice from his pocket and threw it into the sky. Bang! The dice fell to the ground. Rolled twice. And a light shot out from it, turning into a light gate.
Go in.
The evil thought body said to Lioli. Lioli nodded, walked towards the light door, and submerged her body into the light door.
Dad, don't let me down.
Lilith said to Zhang Tuohai with a smile.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Zhang Tuohai said. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to move, the evil thought body suddenly made a sound.
Stop. Take out your cheating tools before going in. What? I don't know what you are talking about.
Zhang Tuohai retorted without blushing or heartbeat.
Dad, she is the evil thought that I cut off. It knows all the things I do. The card drawer. It watched me do it the whole time.
Lilith said.
Okay then.
Zhang Tuohai took out the card drawer and gave it to Lilith.
And your equipment and skills. These are all obtained from the first pot of gold obtained through cheating. And they cannot be brought in.
The evil thought body said. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to retort, Lilith pulled a ball of light directly from Zhang Tuohai's body with her quick hands and eyes. Zhang Tuohai felt his body light up. And he found that his equipment, props, items, skills, souvenirs collected from various worlds, supplies carried from the real world, and even his physical fitness had been torn away.
I'll give it all to you. Who cares about your junk? I'll give it back to you twice as much. And I'll give Dad a better one later. Is that all right now?
Lilith threw the ball of light to the body of evil thoughts. Humph. The evil thought body checked the contents of the light ball, and after confirming that it was correct, retracted its blocking hand.
Dad, come on. Don't embarrass me,
Lilith said, raising her foot and kicking Zhang Tuohai on the butt. Zhang Tuohai staggered into the light gate. No one saw a small ball of light sinking into Zhang Tuohai's body following Lilith's feet. Zhang Tuohai felt like the world was spinning, and he was falling rapidly. A vast continent gradually appeared in front of him. Chapter 13:15. When 3 people are together, they must have our teacher system. The scene in front of him gradually solidified, and Zhang Tuohai saw clearly where he was. The room he was in was a relatively simple one, with all white clothes on the floor, a polished floor, and a very clean sweep, a long wooden table, a few chairs, and 2 benches, all made of solid wood. Clumsy but looking strong. There was a large porcelain bowl and a teapot on the table. The teapot was steaming, and the faint fragrance of tea filled the air. He lowered his head and glanced at his attire. His original attire had turned into a pair of coarse cloth clothes, with a coarse cloth bag at his waist and a pair of cloth shoes at his feet. The attire looked more classic. The equipment and skills on his body were naturally gone. However, Zhang Tuohai had a vague feeling that Heart of Glass and Angel's Kiss were still there. But there were no prompts from the game system, and they were no longer displayed. I just don't know if the effect is still there. At this moment, a panel popped up. Dad Special Cheat 1.0 Trial Version. 3 people must have my teacher system. Name, Zhang Tuohai. Remaining life, 60 years. Realm, ordinary people. Identity, concierge of Prince Qin's mansion. Physical strength, 10 mediocre. Body skill, 10 mediocre. Constitution, 10 mediocre. 5 senses, 10 unremarkable. Internal force, 0. Kung Fu, bastard boxing, the posture is ugly. But it is very effective among ordinary people. The effect is especially obvious when combined with the ferocious face and shrill roar. Exclusive weapon, Feather Duster, includes critical hit bonus for daughter. System description, when 3 people pass by you at the same time, you have the opportunity to randomly learn a skill or technique from each other. Note 1. The same skills can be combined and upgraded. Note 2. Unnecessary skills can be exchanged for attribute points. Note 3. The attribute points exchanged for different levels of skills are different.
This girl is quite vindictive. She just got slapped with a feather duster. She still remembers it now.
Zhang Tuohai studied his own layout. Although there are some ridiculous things in it, I have to say that this system is quite good. As long as 3 people pass in front of him at the same time, you can get a reward. Moreover, attribute points can also be combined or exchanged. Does this mean that as long as you find a place to hide, you can directly become a saint physically by adding some points? In this case, the identity of the concierge in the identity column is quite suitable. A concierge is a concierge. His daily tasks are very simple. He just visits the door and passes on messages. He sits and goes to work every day. There is nothing wrong with him. The income is guaranteed during droughts and floods. Apart from making little money, it is the ultimate ideal career for many people. While Zhang Tuohai was studying, the wooden door of the room was pushed open. A middle-aged man, who was very well-dressed, came in. Zhang Tuohai stood up quickly when he saw this.
Are you recommended by the concierge Lao Qin to take over?
The middle-aged man asked.
Yes.
Zhang Tuohai responded.
You look very energetic. Lao Qin has worked in the house all his life and has never made any mistakes. I believe you are recommended by him. Let's do this. From now on, I will get 3 taels of silver every month. I will work and take a break. I will have nothing to worry about at night.
You can sleep, but you can't be too dead. You must answer when someone calls. Do you understand? I know. I know.
Zhang Tuohai responded. The middle-aged man looked satisfied with Zhang Tuohai's appearance and continued.
You are not familiar with it for the first time here. I will help you get familiar with the situation.
The middle-aged man said and took Zhang Tuohai out of the room. When Zhang Tuohai came out, he realized that the place where he had just been was the concierge, a house with half facing in and half facing out. Next to it was the main door and the small door for entry and exit. At the door were 2 guards with swords and armor. If there are any maids or servants passing by, everyone who sees the middle-aged man must step aside and say,
Mr. Li,
it's a pity that these people are 1 or 2 people. So there is no way to trigger the golden finger. The 2 people passed through a courtyard and came to a courtyard. This courtyard was paved with yellow sand.
And there were some wooden figures, plum blossom piles, stone locks and other things placed in the corners. There are racks of swords and guns placed against the wall, with weapons placed on them. They are all real guys with sharp blades, shining with cold light. Several strong men were shirtless and practicing happily.
This is a place for servants to practice martial arts. The king of Qin likes to ride and shoot, and often takes people out for hunting. The servants should also be good at it. You can come here to learn when you have a rest in the future. Apart from anything else, the most basic boxing skills. Sword skills the law must be mastered.
Manager Li explained.
I see.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. It's good to be allowed to practice martial arts. From now on, he won't have to practice martial arts secretly. Manager Li took Zhang Tuohai to a side room. A servant was sitting behind the table reading with a book. While watching, he was twirling his beard. After seeing Manager Li, he quickly closed the book and stood up.
Manager Li, you are here.
Zhang Tuohai could see clearly that what the man was holding was an embroidery booklet, which seemed to depict a hook and loop scene, with several technicians showing their breasts. Passionate and bold.
This is the new concierge. Please make some arrangements. Okay. Manager Lee. Just leave this matter to me. I promise to help you handle it properly.
The man said quickly.
Yes.
Manager Lee nodded, turned around and left. After waiting for Manager Lee to leave, the man said,
My surname is Zhang. I am the third eldest child in my family. I am the manager of the miscellaneous department. You can just call me Manager Zhang. You work in Lao Qin's class. Who are you in Lao Qin? That's my uncle. My surname is Zhang.
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
Lao Qin's nephew. That's right. Let me tell you. I have a good relationship with Lao Qin. His nephew is my nephew. From now on, we will be a family. If you have anything in the future, come to me. Don't dare to say anything else. I can help you in the field service department.
Manager Zhang's chest slapped loudly.
Then I'll trouble Manager Zhang.
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
No trouble. No trouble. We are all our own people.
As Manager Zhang spoke, he took down 2 sets of clothes and a waistband from the rack in the room.
This is a change of clothes. You can't wear your own clothes in the house from now on. You have to wear this suit so that people know what you do at a glance. Otherwise, you will offend the nobles and lose your job. This badge is your identity card. You rely on it to eat, receive things, and get around. The dining hall is in Ziguoyuan. There are 2 meals a day, morning and evening. In the morning, it is multigrain steamed buns, vegetable soup with pickles, and in the evening, it is multigrain rice with 1 meat and 1 vegetarian dish. There are enough staple food tubes. During the new year, we can enjoy wine and meat. There are 2 sets per season. Clothing. By the way, there's also this.
Manager Zhang took out 2 brochures and handed them to Zhang Tuohai.
What's this?
Zhang Tuohai took the booklet, which said,
Basic boxing techniques.
And
Basic sword techniques. This is something that the mansion must master. There will be an assessment in 3 months. If you fail the assessment, you will be kicked out of the mansion.
Manager Zhang said. Chapter 13:16 The possibility of brushing attributes.
Ah, so strict?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pretending to be surprised.
It's not that serious. The above are all basic moves. During the assessment, if you can practice it once, you'll be fine. If it doesn't work, just throw in some money. It's about 5 taels, and you can pass. Good guy.
Zhang Tuohai clicked his tongue, which directly cost him nearly 2 months' monthly profit. It seems that Prince Qin's mansion really cares about this aspect.
Manager Zhang, I heard that the most important thing in martial arts training is the body. It requires a lot of meat to nourish the body. I'm afraid I can't train just by eating breakfast and dinner. Isn't it going to damage the body?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You don't understand this.
Manager Zhang looked like he was experienced.
Real martial arts training definitely requires a lot of meat. But practicing martial arts doesn't require it. During the assessment,
as long as you can practice according to the show, you don't need to have real kung fu. So it's not a big problem. However, if you are really serious, you can try to practice martial arts. If you can practice it successfully, you will not only get an extra meal of meat at noon and night, but also increase your monthly profit, and even change your position. That can be considered a success.
Manager Zhang looked at Zhang Tuohai and said,
Then how do you think you practiced it?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
See if the biggest stone lock is gone. Lift it up. Walk around the yard. And then survive 30 moves under an instructor. You will be considered qualified.
Zhang Tuohai took a look at the largest stone lock and saw that it weighed 200 to 300 kilograms. Just a little more. You still have to lift it up and walk around the yard, which seems to be quite difficult. After understanding some matters with Manager Zhang, Zhang Tuohai said goodbye and returned to the concierge. In fact, there is not much that the concierge needs to do. When someone comes, he goes in and announces. When the distinguished person comes out, he helps open the door. The servants will go out and come back to register. It's almost no big deal. Except that someone has to be here to keep an eye on it. There are 2 concierges at the main entrance of Prince Qin's mansion. One is on duty for 1 day and 1 night, and 1 day and 1 night off. The 2 of them work in shifts. Therefore, when Zhang Tuohai was on duty at the concierge, he had almost nothing to do. So he used
basic boxing techniques and basic sword techniques too.
Take it out and look through it. After flipping through the 2 thin books, Zhang Tuohai understood why the names of these two books came from.
Take Basic Boxing.
As an example, this is not the kind of martial arts with routines at all. All the basic fighting movements in it are just codified together. Moreover, in order to make people understand, they are all descriptions of character actions, without any text description. According to this practice, without the guidance of a master, you can only practice on air. No wonder manager Zhang doesn't care much. The same goes for the
Basic Knife Skills,
which only describes the basic knife-holding frame and several attack methods with the knife. Basically of no use. But it was idle time. So Zhang Tuohai simply practiced the basic boxing movements. Because he has a foundation in the spiritual realm and is very proficient in various fighting routines and force-generating techniques. After seeing the above picture, Zhang Tuohai can basically guess what this action is for, as well as several possible types. Change tricks. According to the training, it is considered to be in good shape. When Zhang Tuohai finished practicing the last movement, a line of prompts popped up. Congratulations to Dad for mastering the first skill. The current proficiency level of
Basic Boxing.
A first glimpse, 1/100. You only need to practice it 99 more times to upgrade. Tip, every time the skill level is improved, rewards will be given according to the difficulty. There will be additional rewards after reaching the full level of the skill.
This girl.
Zhang Tuohai was speechless when he saw the prompt.
I just need to practice 99 more times. This guy can use adjectives. I need to find a tutoring class to further my studies when I go back.
Zhang Tuohai thought. With the attitude of being idle, Zhang Tuohai began to practice basic boxing skills over and over again. Once, twice, 3 times. When it was time to hold the lamp, Zhang Tuohai finally practiced it 100 times. Congratulations. After your hard practice, the proficiency of
Basic Boxing
has been improved. The current proficiency is a slight success, 0/500. You only need to practice another 500 times to upgrade. Keep up the good work.
Basic Boxing
Proficiency is improved, and the physical strength is rewarded by 0.1 points. And the physical strength is rewarded by 0.1 points. Zhang Tuohai looked at his attributes panel, and indeed his physical strength and stamina were both 10.1. After moving my body for a while, the fatigue caused by the practice just now dissipated, and my strength seemed to be a little stronger.
If I had this system, I could get positive feedback immediately on everything I do. And I would have become a god long ago. Why am I waiting for my daughter to be fed now?
Zhang Tuohai looked at his own screen and sighed, thinking of his daughter. He also thought of his purpose in this world. Defeat Liu Li. To be honest, he hasn't decided yet on how to deal with Liu Li. Moreover, with his current strength, he is definitely no match for Liu Li. He plans to stay in Prince Qin's mansion for a while to improve his strength. Of course, the most important thing is that even if he wants to find Liu Li, he doesn't know where he is. The world is so big. Does he know where Liu Li is hidden?
On the one hand, we need to improve our strength. And on the other hand, we need to establish an intelligence network. At least there must be a force that we can borrow to find out information.
Zhang Tuohai had a plan in mind. After making a plan, Zhang Tuohai retreated and opened the door. It was already time to light the lamp and finish the meal. Zhang Tuohai went straight to the kitchen with his waist badge. On the way, Zhang Tuohai could see many servants walking towards the kitchen. Zhang Tuohai suddenly saw 3 maids walking in front of him. His heart moved, and he quickly walked past the 3 people, pretending to glance at a few of them casually. Detected 3 people passing by. Randomly selected skills. Female red.
What's the use of this? Do you still need to do needlework?
Zhang Tuohai was speechless. Whether you equip the female red skill or not, you will get the female red basic skill after equipping it. You can also choose to forget the skill and convert it into attribute points.
Conversion.
Zhang Tuohai chose to switch. Forgot skill female red. Gain 0.1 free attribute points.
Is it only 0.1 points? But if you round it up, it's a free pick. So it's not bad.
Zhang Tuohai didn't mind the lack of attributes. He didn't pay much anyway. He just took 2 quick steps. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. That is, can this attribute be brushed repeatedly? For example, these 3 maids in front of me. Zhang Tuohai pretended to carry his shoes and deliberately fell a few steps behind, allowing the 3 maids to pass him. Then he took a few more steps and walked over, passing a few people. While passing him, he pretended to glance at a few maids casually. Everything is the same as before. Chapter 13-17 Chicken Assassin, Ginger. A line of prompts pops up. Here we come. Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes wide. Dad, don't try to be lazy and brush attributes. Each person can only provide skills once a day and cannot brush them repeatedly. Refreshing repeatedly will trigger the world defense system and attract attention. Therefore, instead of grabbing a sheep and trying to kill it, it would be better for everyone if the hunting range is appropriately expanded. Lilith Liu. Zhang Tuohai. Fine. He understands expanding the scope of hunting and fishing in a sustainable way. Anyway, the Prince of Qin's mansion is so big, and he has a job as a gatekeeper. Among other things, the number of people he sees must be at the forefront of the entire Prince of Qin's mansion. Moreover, tomorrow is his holiday, so he can take the opportunity to go shopping on the street. Isn't his attribute improved? Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai relaxed his mind and no longer stayed, but strode into the kitchen. The kitchen was steaming with steam. There were several long tables and benches, and a group of people were queuing up to cook with wooden bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Tuohai took a set of wooden bowls and chopsticks from the wooden shelf at the door and lined up at the end of the queue, following the crowd and walking slowly. In front of everyone are 3 large pots. One pot is full of multigrain rice, which is stuffy. In modern times, it was a nutritious meal, but now, it is eaten by the poor and servants, and only the rich can eat refined rice. The Prince of Qin's mansion is no exception. The only difference between Prince Qin's mansion and the outside is probably that there is no sand in these miscellaneous grains. Among the other 2 large pots, one is made of cabbage and tofu, boiled in salt water. It stands to reason that if you cook it carefully, it will be delicious. But I don't know if the cook was careless or something else. Anyway, this big pot of vegetable soup looked more like swill, which made people unappetizing. The pot at the back is better. It seems to be stewed chicken. The food for the servants in Prince Qin's mansion is not very good. It seems that they have to practice martial arts and increase their skill levels to see if there is any food for Xiaozhao. Zhang Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. Soon it was Zhang Tuohai's turn. He came to the rice pot first. A cook put a large spoonful of multigrain rice into Zhang Tuohai's bowl and shouted, "Next one." Zhang Tuohai took a step forward, and the second cook poured a large spoonful of cabbage and tofu soup into Zhang Tuohai's bowl. There was more soup and less vegetables. Just treat it as soup and rice. Zhang Tuohai continued walking forward with the bowl in hand. The third cook filled a spoonful of chicken. Zhang Tuohai smiled happily when he saw this. And while passing the bowl, he thought, this Prince Qin's mansion is not bad. It actually serves so much meat. It is much better than the canteen. As a result, the third cook's hands were shaking like she had Parkinson's disease. Slowly a spoonful of chicken fell back into the pot. Of course, not all of it fell back into the pot. There was still a piece left in the spoon. Snapped. The cook put the remaining piece of meat into Zhang Tuohai's bowl and said, "Next one." Zhang Tuohai didn't move, looking at his bowl with an ugly expression. "Sister, it's okay if your hands are shaking. You can just give me a piece of meat. But what you gave me is a piece of ginger." Zhang Tuohai threw the ginger in the bowl on the stove. "What's the matter? Are you going to rebel?" The cook raised her hands to her waist. "Let me tell you, this is Prince Qin's palace. There are strict rules. You can eat whatever is given to you. Stop being picky. What's wrong with the ginger? If you think it's too little, I'll give you another piece," the cook said, taking out a whole piece of uncut ginger from the pot and placing it in Zhang Tuohai's bowl. After the cook finished, she waved a huge spoon in her hand and said, "I am the third aunt of Manager Sunday. I have the final say in this kitchen. I don't care who you are. When you come to this kitchen, you have to listen to me. If you are not satisfied, just get out and don't eat here. Guancher Sun is your supporter." "Right. I remember that." Zhang Tuohai threw his rice bowl on the stove and left quickly. He couldn't bear this anger. He decided to master the basic boxing skills and basic sword skills tonight, and try to get Xiaozhao as soon as possible. As for Manager Sun, he will wait until he finds out the details of the other party before retaliating, making sure that the other party will not be able to bear the consequences. No one has ever been able to survive unscathed when his job was compromised. Zhang Tuohai left brazenly, causing people in the cafeteria to talk a lot. Who is this person? He actually dares to shame Mr. Sun's third aunt. He is just a young man after all. Just showing off his temper. Unless he doesn't eat like this anymore, he will look good in the future. I bet he'll have to apologize tomorrow with 4 snacks. 2 days. I bet. The market is open. The market is open. Tomorrow you will pay 2 for 1. and you will lose 3 for every 2 days.
Everyone was talking about it. And some people even took the opportunity to open the market. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't show any respect at all and actually left directly, the cook's face became very ugly. And the flesh on her face was shaking.
Okay. This has gone against the grain. Now no one dares to go against me. As long as I'm here, you won't even be able to step foot in this kitchen.
After the cook finished speaking, she glanced at the people who were still whispering, and pointed with her hand.
And all of you, please shut up. If anyone dares to speak again, don't enter the kitchen for 3 days.
When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. The servants like them are not allowed to go out of the house to buy things casually. This kitchen is their only source of food. The cook keeps her word here, and says she won't let in. She really won't let in. It's useless even if she says it, unless you can find the noble person above. But given their status, wherever they see noble people, they are just handymen working in the periphery. If you are not allowed in for 3 days, you will really starve. It's not like this has never happened before. A boy and a cook had a fight. They didn't enter the kitchen for 3 days, and almost starved to death. Later, the cook was afraid that she would not be able to explain the situation if someone died. So she let the boy into the kitchen. From then on, the cook established her authority in the kitchen, and no one dared to disobey her. These people all kept their mouths shut and waited to watch the show tomorrow. However, these have nothing to do with Zhang Tuohai. He was walking and looking at his own screen. When he was passing by the canteen just now, the golden finger was triggered more than a dozen times, and he gained a bunch of skills. For example, the art of sweeping the floor and catching fish, the art of washing dishes and catching fish, the art of losing 1,000 bets, and the art of shaking hands while cooking. There are a total of 12 skills. Zhang Tuohai scanned around and found that none of these skills were useful. He had all converted them into skill points. Now, he has a total of 1.2 skill points. Zhang Tuohai looked at his attribute panel and focused all his attribute points on physical strength. Now, for him, the most important attribute is physical strength. Although the rest are also important, they can be slowed down. With enough physical strength, he can brush more attributes. Zhang Tuohai returned to the concierge. After closing the door, move the table and chairs to the corner, leaving a large space, and start practicing basic boxing techniques. Chapter 13:18 New usage of attribute points. Once, twice, 3 times. The more Zhang Tuohai practices, the more proficient he becomes. And the more he practices, the smoother he becomes. He already had a good foundation. And the more he practiced this boxing, the more smoothly he would do it, without feeling any jerky at all. Coupled with the incentive of the visual progress bar, Zhang Tuohai became more motivated. When the sky brightened, he unexpectedly gained more than 500 proficiency levels and reached the 2nd level of basic boxing, with a slight success. After reaching a small level of basic boxing skills, 0.1 point of physical strength and 0.1 point of physical strength will be rewarded again. Now Zhang Tuohai's physical strength has reached 10.2, and his physical strength has reached 11.4. Although the improvement is not much, the improvement visible to the naked eye is still exciting. Zhang Tuohai waved his fist and found that his strength had increased a little. After practicing the last round of boxing, Zhang Tuohai discovered a problem. That is, simply practicing is a bit inefficient. It was okay when he was at a low level, but now he wants to practice basic boxing skills to the 3rd level, which requires 1,000 proficiency levels. To level up, you need to practice at least 1,000 more times, which takes at least 2 nights. This was a rapid progress in the eyes of others, but it was still not enough in the eyes of Zhang Tuohai. He wanted to go faster. I have to go out to brush up on some attributes today. Zhang Tuohai made a plan. He rested in the concierge for a while, and a middle-aged man in Singyi walked in. After the middle-aged man walked in, he nodded along with Zhang Tuohai.
I'm here to take over. Then you sign, and after completing the formalities, I will release the value.
The two signed the handover procedures, and Zhang Tuohai walked out of the door with his waistband. As the concierge, he had the privilege to leave. After exiting the gate, Zhang Tuohai walked towards the main street, where there were many pedestrians. After taking 2 steps, my foot stumbled. Zhang Tuohai raised his feet and took a look, and found a piece of broken silver at his feet. He waited and found 2 taels.
What luck! It seems the effects of the angel's kiss are still there.
Zhang Tuohai was in a good mood and put 2 taels of silver in his pocket. These 2 taels of silver were not a small amount of money. They were almost as much as his monthly salary. enough to support his expenses during this period.
I have enough money to eat.
Zhang Tuohai was very happy. I walked quickly to the main street. The streets are bustling with people, and the sounds of buying and selling are endless.
Bingtong order. Buzzy. Newly baked buns. Those coming from the south or the north. Don't miss it if you pass by. A certain house passes through Guibao.
Looking at the vendors on the street, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled. These are all attributes. Zhang Tuohai quickly walked onto the street. One prompt after another started to flood the screen. Detected 3 people passing by. Randomly selected the skill, how to make candied haws. Detected 3 people passing by. Randomly selected skills, chest crushing boulders. Detected 3 people passing by. Randomly selected skill, bargaining. One prompt after another slides by. Although most of the skills are of no use to Zhang Tuohai, they can be changed into attributes. Zhang Tuohai changed them into attributes one by one. However, standing on the street was a bit conspicuous. Zhang Tuohai found a stall and ordered a bowl of wontons. While eating slowly, he watched pedestrians passing by in 2s and 3s. A lot of skills were drawn out, and Zhang Tuohai was very happy. Just after eating for a while, Zhang Tuohai collected 50 attribute points.
Which one is better?
Zhang Tuohai had so many attribute points that he didn't know which one to add. Suddenly, he saw the skill.
Basic sword technique.
If you want to pass the exam, you not only need to pass the basic boxing skills, but also the basic sword skills. He didn't train last night because he didn't have a long sword for practice.
Can these attribute points improve proficiency?
An idea came to Zhang Tuohai's mind.
Try it?
Zhang Tuohai decided to give it a try. If it worked, he would be able to save a lot of energy. Zhang Tuohai tried to add a little more to the basic knife skills. The proficiency of basic sword skills actually increased by 10 points.
One attribute point can be exchanged for 10 experience points?
Zhang Tuohai immediately invested 10 attribute points in basic sword skills, improving the basic sword skills to a slightly accomplished level. Then, Zhang Tuohai thought that if he wanted to pass the examination, he would need to lift the stone lock. And not only to lift it, but also to walk around the yard, which requires 2 key points. One is strength, and the other is endurance. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and added the remaining 40 attribute points to physical strength and physical strength. At this time, Zhang Tuohai's attributes changed. Name, Zhang Tuohai. Remaining life, 60 years. Realm, not in a flow. Identity, concierge of Prince Qin's mansion. Physical strength, 30.2, excellent physical strength. One person can overturn a pig. Body skill, 10, mediocre. Physique, 31.4, excellent physical strength. Maybe you can compare your physical strength with a pig. 5 senses, 10, unremarkable. Internal strength, 0, mediocre. Skills, basic boxing skills, proficient, 0/1000. Basic sword skills, slightly successful, 0 out of 500. In addition to the relatively low level, the attributes have been greatly improved compared to when he first came in. Zhang Tuohai rolled up his sleeves. Although nothing about his arms can be seen from the outside, you can see that he is now covered in bone-bonding muscles, with 8-pack abs and waistcoat lines. He can challenge domestic pigs head-on. Exist. Don't underestimate the domestic pig. It really can't be suppressed without 5 or 6 people. Moreover, the vitality of domestic pigs is also very strong. He can even resist being stabbed in the heart with a knife. There are even some running around the yard. Much stronger than many people's vitality. Not bad. In a good mood, Zhang Tuohai ordered another bowl of rotten pork noodles. This rotten meat noodle is so famous that it is not considered a poor man's food. It mainly depends on where you eat. If you live in a place where poor people live, the meat is made from the leftover deboned meat from selling meat. And the side dishes such as daylilies and hazelnut mushrooms are also chopped, with heavy ingredients used to cover up the staleness of the ingredients. And the taste is relatively poor. Heavy. If it's in a relatively wealthy place, the meat is made of good pork belly. And the daylily, mushrooms, etc. are also of good quality. The more sophisticated ones also add green vegetables, sesame seeds, and even seafood. Anyway, how luxurious comes. It can also be regarded as rotten meat noodles. The street where Zhang Tuohai is located cannot be a slum because it is close to Prince Qin's mansion. So the ingredients used are quite particular. Although abalone and sea cucumber are not added, fresh pork belly is used. Zhang Tuohai ordered a bowl and took a bite. Not to mention, it was really delicious. At this moment, There was sudden chaos on the street. Pedestrians ducked to both sides of the street. Several people rushed into the stall where Zhang Tuohai was, and almost knocked over the table. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai had quick hands and quick eyes, and picked up the bowl, saving the noodles in his hand. At this time, 2 fast horses ran past on the street, and the people on the horses shouted loudly,
"Get out of the way! The idlers! Your Highness, Prince Qin of the East Palace, has returned to the palace. Get out of the way! Idlers!"
Chapter 13:19, Hundredfold Benefit. Along with the shouting, a procession of honor guards passed by, holding various instruments. Behind the ceremonial guard was a carriage, which was as big as a small house, with dozens of guards in silver armor protecting both sides. The wheels made a rumble on the bluestone pavement. Lines of prompts pop up. You get
5 Thunder Lightning Hands.
You get
Mandarin Duck Shadowless Legs.
You get
Away's 18 Styles.
You get
Ji Fei Dan Dan Ji.
You obtain the
Powerful Eagle Claw skill. Huh? He is indeed the guard of the Prince of the East Palace. He really has some good things on him.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little excited when he looked at the book of exercises he had obtained. At first glance, these skills are much stronger than the basic boxing skills. He randomly selected a skill and converted it into skill points. Convert
5 Thunder Lightning Hands
to obtain 0.2 attribute points. Do advanced skills also gain more attribute points? Zhang Tuohai's eyes grew hotter when he looked at the guards. If you stay next to these guards every day, your income will be no lower than that of a concierge. Moreover, the quality is even higher. Moreover, if you follow Prince Donggong everywhere, you will definitely meet powerful people, and the probability of harvesting good skills will be higher. One good exercise book is worth dozens, or even hundreds of low-level exercises.
Perhaps, finding an opportunity to sneak into the East Palace Prince's side is also a good choice.
At this moment, another prompt popped up. You obtain
Qingwan Red Flame Technique.
What kind of skill is this? Just by looking at the name, it seems to be advanced. Zhang Tuohai clicked on the name of the exercise to check it. After glancing at it, I found that this is an advanced skill book. After people practice it, their internal energy will take on the attribute of fire. After being injured by the internal force, they will feel the pain of fire. Of course, the most important thing is that this is a technique that only women can practice. If a man wants to practice forcefully, not only will his beard fall off, but he may also become a celestial eunuch. Zhang Tuohai glanced at both sides of the carriage, and there were all male guards.
Is there a woman in Prince Dong Palace's car?
Zhang Tuohai just thought about it for a moment and felt relieved. It doesn't matter if there is a woman next to the Prince of the East Palace. Even if there are a few maids with high martial arts skills, it is reasonable, because he couldn't use it himself. He casually exchanged
Qingwan Red Flame Ju
for attribute points. What made Zhang Tuohai's eyes widen was that this
Qingwan Red Flame Ju
was actually exchanged for 10 attribute points. You must know that basic boxing can be exchanged for 0.1 attribute points, and the difference between the two is 100 times. This is equivalent to Zhang Tuohai triggering the golden finger 100 times. This means that Zhang Tuohai has to meet at least 300 people a day to be comparable between the two.
It's so efficient around the prince.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little excited. For a moment, he felt that the job of concierge was no longer pleasant. But he still felt comfortable next to the prince. Moreover, he has access to more resources, which makes it more convenient for him to do other things.
You have to find an opportunity to sneak in with the prince.
Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. The carriage of the Prince of the East Palace drove through the long street and turned into the alley leading back to Prince Qin's mansion. Pedestrians on the street gradually returned to normal. Zhang Tuohai set up the long table that he almost knocked over and sat down to eat noodles again. Not to mention, the boss's cooking skills are really good, and a bowl of rotten meat noodles makes Zhang Tuohai satisfied. Zhang Tuohai kept this skill and planned to go back and give it to Lilith to try. After eating the rotten meat noodles, Zhang Tuohai continued to stroll on the street. At this time, a team of police officers walked over from the street, shouting as they walked.
Everyone stand against the wall. Stand against the wall. Shantian Mansion is handling the case, and anyone who dares to run will be regarded as an accomplice of the robbers, and immediately kill without mercy.
A group of government officials shouted while pushing passers-by to the wall and searching them. Behind them, there was a large group of soldiers holding spears, and under the banner of the 5 Cities Soldiers and Horses Division, they also joined the search. Zhang Tuohai bumped into 2 government officials.
What are you doing? Stand by the wall. Don't you hear me?
A government servant shouted impatiently. While shouting, he also pulled out a section of his waist knife.
I'm from Prince Chin's palace. I'm out on business. I'd like to thank you for your convenience.
Zhang Tuohai took out his badge and waved it. When the two yeoman servants saw that it was the waist badge of Prince Chin's mansion, their expressions changed immediately, and they hurriedly clasped their fists and raised their hands.
It turns out they are from Prince Chin's mansion. I'm sorry for my poor eyesight, but I didn't recognize your majesty. I apologize to you. It's easy to talk about, but I don't know what happened. Why did it cause such a big fuss?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
You don't know? A big case happened last night, and someone entered the palace at night.
A government official looked around and whispered.
Enter the palace at night? Do you mean to assassinate the king?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows slightly. You must know that assassinating the emperor is a major event in any dynasty. If you can get involved, you may be able to gain a lot of benefits.
We don't know whether it was an assassination of the emperor. After all, we don't dare to ask more about the matter in the palace. It is said that the accomplices were caught and the shadow figures were made overnight. Why didn't we start a citywide manhunt early this morning?
The yeoman servant sighed helplessly and said to Zhang Tuohai,
If you don't have anything important to do, don't come out today. Especially if you haven't come out in the past few days. Why?
Zhang Tuohai asked softly.
The whole city is being searched. Your Majesty is furious and has ordered Shatian Prefecture and the 5 cities military and horse division to coordinate the case. The people in the picture must be arrested and brought to justice. The capital is under martial law these days, and the whole city has to be turned upside down. Who dares opening for business at this time? There is chaos and chaos, and there is nothing interesting. So it is better to go home and hide,
the officer said.
That's it. Thank you for letting me know.
Zhang Tuohai clasped his fists and said goodbye to the two government officials. Now it was impossible to go shopping in the street, so Zhang Tuohai had to return to the concierge. At this time, the middle-aged man was still sitting there. When he saw Zhang Tuohai coming back, he just nodded and said nothing. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and went directly to see Manager Zhang across the hospital.
Uncle Zhang.
Zhang Tuohai called.
Why are you here? You should take a rest today. Why didn't you go shopping on the street? Let me tell you, the capital is a good place. A world of flowers. There are many things that are not available outside. Especially Rouge Alley. I have a sweetheart there. Call by me on Pocket.
I will wait for you to receive your monthly salary some other time, so that you can open your eyes.
Manager Zhang winked and said with a smile that every man would understand.
Uncle Zhang, something big happened on the street.
Zhang Tuohai lowered his voice and said,
What happened?
Manager Zhang also stopped smiling when he saw this and asked in a low voice. Zhang Tuohai recounted what he saw on the street. Manager Zhang took a breath of air when he heard this. He looked at no one on the left and right, then lowered his voice and said,
As long as you know this, it's okay. Don't go out and talk nonsense. If someone from Dongchang hears about it and finds an excuse, you will suffer a lot.
Chapter 1320 The Crown Prince's Guard.
So serious?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pretending to be surprised.
What do you think?
Manager Zhang looked around before saying,
That means you are Lao Qin's nephew. Let me remind you, I don't bother to tell others. What is Dongchang? They are the eyes and ears of the emperor, who specializes in investigating information. If they find out that you are spreading rumors about the palace, will they spare you? So, if you know about matters related to the palace, just keep it in your stomach and don't say a word. This is Prince Qin's palace, the residence of the prince. Is there someone from Dongchang here too?
Zhang Tuohai asked. Why not? Manager Zhang said.
Why didn't the last crown prince die? Wasn't he just criticized?
Manager Zhang said and stopped talking.
Forget it. It won't do any good if you know about this. Stop asking around. If you have nothing to do, go back, and once you have mastered the postures of basic boxing and
basic sword technique,
although the assessment is simple, you still need to practice.
Manager Zhang warned.
Uncle Zhang, this is exactly why I came to you.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What's wrong? I have practiced both of them. This time, I came here just to ask Uncle Zhang to find a familiar instructor to test them out.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Have you practiced well? Did Lao Qin teach you in private?
Manager Zhang's eyes widened.
Yeah.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Old Qin really values you.
Manager Zhang gave Zhang Tuohai a thoughtful look.
What's wrong? Is there any taboo about this?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
That's not true. After all, it's just
basic boxing techniques. and basic sword techniques. There's nothing secret about it. However, after all, I got this from the palace. It's definitely not good to teach it privately. The main reason is that no one checks it. If it's true, seriously, it's more or less a tale. Manager Zhang said. Will that be a problem? Zhang Tuohai was a little worried. It's not a big problem. Many people who recommend their nephews to take over work actually do this. The palace also knows that they usually turn a blind eye. Anyway, they are working for their own family. So it is a welfare. If you really know how to do it, don't hide it. After all, Kung Fu is directly linked to treatment in Prince Qin's mansion. If you really make up your mind, come with me. There happens to be an acquaintance on duty today. Manager Zhang said as he led Zhang Tuohai to the cross yard. The courtyard is paved with yellow sand, with stone pillars, stone locks, and sword and gun racks placed in the corners. Several coaches were sitting around a table under the eaves of the corridor, drinking tea and chatting. Where is Coach Lin? Manager Zhang shouted loudly. A man with a leopard head and ringed eyes stood up. Manager Zhang. Is there something wrong? Nothing's wrong. My nephew is almost done with boxing and kicking. Let's show him to Coach Lin. Manager Zhang said with a smile. Oh, I understand. This is my nephew. Let's practice boxing and kicking first. Coach Lin knew what Manager Zhang meant as soon as he heard this. In fact, this was also an unspoken rule here. After all, the sedan chair was carried by everyone, and everyone was just eating and drinking in Prince Qin's palace, so they would naturally help each other within the rules. If Zhang Tuohai comes today, apart from anything else, filial piety when getting started is a must. Otherwise, you won't even be given a chance to try, and you'll just be dismissed without a single word of skill. Just go back and practice again. Moreover, in order to prevent servants from trying every day, the Qin Palace specially made a rule that if you fail the assessment, you cannot take the assessment again within 3 months. The losses on the books here are huge. Therefore, no servant who comes here dares not to show filial piety. However, Zhang Tuohai has Manager Zhang to lead the way, and he is one of his own, so he can naturally be exempted from the customs. Please give me some advice from Coach Lin. Zhang Tuohai stood still in the field and practiced according to the steps of basic boxing. The whole set of movements is smooth, without any unfamiliarity. The movements are vigorous, and it can be seen from the first glance that hard work has been done. Even though it was Coach Lin who was specifically responsible for the assessment, he couldn't find any faults. That's right. It seems that my nephew has practiced hard and can be given an A level in this category. Coach Lin turned to Manager Zhang and said, Manager Zhang, your nephew is quite talented in boxing and kicking. Thank you very much, Coach Lin, for your kindness. Manager Zhang responded. In fact, Manager Zhang was surprised when he saw Zhang Tuohai's boxing skills. He originally thought that Zhang Tuohai was just proficient. Unexpectedly, this set of basic boxing skills was more solid and proficient than his own, which really made him proud. Is it possible that Lao Qin's nephew still has some talent in martial arts? Manager Zhang thought to himself. Go pick out a weapon and try it out. Coach Lin pointed to the knife and gun rack in the corner. Zhang Tuohai walked over, picked up a Yinling knife, and practiced according to the basic sword techniques. Although his basic swordsmanship is not as high as his basic boxing skills, it has reached a level of moderate success. Not to mention his proficiency, there will definitely be no problem in passing the assessment. Although it's not as good as boxing, it can still be rated as second class. Coach Lin nodded. The last item is to test your strength. The most fundamental thing for martial arts practitioners is physical strength. You can find a stone lock, as long as you can lift it and walk around the yard. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the stone locks. This is much larger than the one in Guancher Zhang's yard. This time he wanted to get closer to King Qin, so he naturally had to behave well. Zhang Tuohai picked a stone lock that was 2 sizes larger than the assessment standard, and raised the stone lock with a fierce force. This stone lock weighs 400 to 500 kilograms, which is very heavy. Ordinary people may not even be able to lift it, even move it. But Zhang Tuohai actually lifted it up directly. My good nephew is actually born with supernatural powers. He is a good young man who can practice martial arts. Coach Lin's eyes shone brightly, and he said to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai was so strong that he directly lifted the stone lock for the intermediate assessment. You know, that's the standard for joining the guard. 3 meals of meat a day. And the salary package is much better than those of the handyman. In terms of status,
He is half a head higher than the stewards like him.
Old Qin, there is smoke coming out of the ancestral grave,
Manager Zhang thought to himself.
If he joins the Crown Prince's guard, it will be of great benefit to me. Maybe I can take the opportunity to take a step forward.
Zhang Tuohai raised the stone lock and started walking around the yard. Lifting heavy objects and walking is not a simple matter. It not only requires strength and physical strength, but also requires body control and balance, both of which are indispensable. Zhang Tuohai has rich experience, so this entrance examination will naturally not be a problem for him. After walking steadily in a circle, he put the stone lock back to its original place. After a lap, my face was just a little red, and my forehead was sweating a little.
What a natural divine power!
Coach Lin laughed loudly and took Zhang Tuohai's hand.
See, nephew, are you interested in participating in the assessment of the Crown Prince's Guard?
Chapter 1321 Optimizing Skills.
Prince Guard Assessment? Can I do it?
Zhang Tuohai was secretly happy. Someone would hand him a pillow when he felt like falling asleep. He was just thinking about how to sneak into the prince's side when someone set up a ladder. However, he still pretended to have a look of fear on his face.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a preliminary selection. With your current level, it's enough to enter the selection,
Coach Lin said.
Do you have the money to get it? What should I do with my position? Don't lose your job as a concierge if you don't get selected by then.
Zhang Tuohai kept his character in mind and asked.
Don't worry. It's just a month of training. If you don't get selected, you will be sent back to your original position,
Coach Lin said with a smile.
Moreover, even if you are not selected, if you perform well and are favored, even if you are sent back to your original position, your promotion speed will be much faster than that of ordinary people, and your salary will be improved by that point. For example, if you are a concierge and your monthly salary is 30 taels, if you participate in the selection and are rated as good, even if you are transferred back to your original position, your monthly salary can be raised to 40 taels. If there is a vacancy in management, you will be promoted first,
Coach Lin said.
So good. Then I agree,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then come with me.
Coach Lin took Zhang Tuohai to another courtyard. This courtyard is relatively large. There are more than 20 people in the courtyard, all of whom are silently practicing a sword technique. It seems that the sword skills are still the same. A row of messages passed in front of Zhang Tuohai. You get the
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Remnant. You get the
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Remnant. You get the
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Remnant. There are 7 or 8 densely packed ones. Before Zhang Tuohai could react, new information popped up.
5 Tiger Soul Severing Swords.
Remnant merged into
5 Tiger Soul Severing Swords.
Full version.
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Full version merged into
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Optimized version. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the detailed information of
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Optimized version. The 5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife was created by an enshrined priest of the Prince of Qin's mansion. The enshrined man once used the power of this knife to chop 5 fierce tigers. Hence the name. The 5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife is very simple, with only 5 moves. But it is extremely powerful, and once it is deployed, it is as ferocious and violent as a storm. Moreover, he is extremely good at using one-to-many. Later, it was revised several times, and became the test threshold for guard selection. The broken version only has the moves and footwork of the sword technique, while the full version comes with breathing techniques, which can double the power of the sword technique. The optimized version optimizes some force-generating techniques and breathing methods, doubling the power of the
5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife.
Again,
this system is quite powerful. It can actually optimize the exercises. In this way, even if you can only get the residual copies, as long as you keep grinding and get enough, you can get the more powerful optimized versions of the exercises.
Zhang Tuohai was thinking about how to maximize the advantages of plugins. At this time, Teacher Lin led Zhang Tuohai through the courtyard and came under the eaves of the corridor. He knocked on the table and woke up an old man who was dozing.
Old man Luo, wake up! I'm bringing someone new here again.
An old man climbed up from the table and rubbed his sleepy eyes.
How long has this been? Why are you still bringing new people? Don't you know there will be a selection tomorrow? You know, isn't this about taking my nephew to open his eyes and prepare for the next selection? Please register.
Coach Lin handed over Zhang Tuohai's badge. Old man Luo copied the information, pulled a booklet from the shelf, and threw it to Zhang Tuohai.
Take it and practice hard. If you can become a third-rate warrior directly, It will be enough for you to eat and drink for the rest of your life. Thank you, Mr. Luo.
Zhang Tuohai took the booklet, looked down and found that it was the
5-Tiger Soul-Severing Knife.
broken. Zhang Tuohai opened the booklet, and inside it was also a picture of a character, demonstrating the 5 moves in succession. Because the optimized version of memory has been instilled in Zhang Tuohai's mind, Zhang Tuohai quickly found several optimized places. With his rich experience, Zhang Tuohai soon discovered that the optimized version was indeed more scientific than the original version and less likely to leave hidden wounds.
Practice hard and strive to be selected in the next selection. When the time comes, we will join the guard, and we will all benefit from it,
Coach Lin said with a smile.
I would also like to thank Coach Lin for his support.
Zhang Tuohai handed over.
Actually, I did it casually. If you really get in, those of us who recommended you will be rewarded.
Coach Lin smiled and gave Zhang Tuohai a few more words, then turned and left. After Zhang Tuohai watched Coach Lin leave, he glanced at everyone in the field. I found that those people looked at me in a somewhat unkind way. Zhang Tuohai thought about it for a while and realized that everyone here was a competitor, and it would be strange if the relationship could get better. After understanding the relationship between them, Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to pay attention to them. He chose a blunt knife for practice on the knife rest in the corner and started practicing in the corner.
5-Tiger Soul-Severing Knife.
Optimized version, proficiency +1. Current proficiency first glimpse, 1 out of 100. Zhang Tuohai practiced over and over again. Since there were only 5 moves, he practiced very quickly. In about an hour, he improved his proficiency to a slight degree. The moves are smoother and smoother, and the attack rhythm is sharper. Looking from the side, it really looks like a tiger.
Old
Man Luo took a nap again at this time. He just got up and saw the scene just now. He stared at Zhang Tuohai for a long time and nodded slightly.
This kid is a good material for martial arts training. He has mastered the essentials so quickly. If he passes the basic requirements, he might be able to be selected as a guard. Coach Lin has found a good candidate.
Old Man Luo watched as he picked up a wine gourd and took a sip. It was already noon. Those who were practicing glanced at the sundial, put down their long knives one after another, and walked towards the courtyard in 2s and 3s. Zhang Tuohai has already understood with Coach Lin that those who participate in the selection must eat 3 meals a day, including meat. After all, they need to practice martial arts. If they don't eat enough meat, they will not gain strength. All the people participating in the selection were in a separate small kitchen. On the stove was a thick stack of pancakes with chopped green onions sprinkled on them. The aroma was fragrant. Everyone also has a large bowl of stewed meat, although it only uses salt and not much seasoning. It tastes really good. The most important thing is that the chef's hands don't shake, and he's in charge. It's 10,000 times better than the food at the handyman's office. Zhang Tuohai ate 6 pancakes and 4 bowls of stew alone. Even the chef, who was used to seeing big-bellied men, was startled.
Young man, eat slowly. This is what we eat this time. The days are long. Don't eat too much at once to hold yourself back.
Chapter 1322 The Phantom of the Tiger. The chef at the guard selection office was a simple and honest man. He saw Zhang Tuohai devouring his food and advised him. As an old chef, he took care of Zhang Tuohai and other servants who had risen from the bottom, and almost all of them looked like reincarnations of starving ghosts. As a chef, he naturally knows what a handyman's kitchen looks like. However, he was just a cook and couldn't do much. He could only sigh and help Zhang Tuohai fill a bowl of vegetable soup. The other escort candidates covered their mouths and snickered. He completely forgot that it was the same situation a month ago when he first came here. Zhang Tuohai didn't care much. After experiencing so many worlds, he had already developed a thick skin. Being laughed at didn't matter. Getting the benefits was the real thing. Moreover, no matter how happy they are today, when the assessment comes tomorrow, they will have to rush to curry favor with him if he beats the others and becomes a bodyguard. He wanted to see what the expressions of these guys looked like at that time. It would definitely be interesting. After lunch, many candidates chose to go back to their rooms to take a nap to recuperate before practicing again in the afternoon. Zhang Tuohai returned to the training ground and improved his proficiency in
5-Tiger Soul-Severing Knife.
Optimized version, over and over again. Because the entire set of exercises only has 5 moves. Even fewer than the moves in
Basic Sword Techniques.
Zhang Tuohai practiced very quickly. In less than an hour, the optimized version of
5-Tiger Soul-Severing Knife
was brought to the level of proficiency. After reaching the state of perfection, Zhang Tuohai gained 1 point of physical strength and 1 point of stamina. After getting promoted, Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and continued practicing. It took another 2 hours to raise his level to a state of perfection. Gained 2 points of physical strength and 2 points of physical strength again. At this time, Zhang Tuohai's physical strength has reached 33.2 points. And his physical strength has reached 34.4. Although it doesn't look like much, Zhang Tuohai knows that the difference between these points is enough for him to have an advantage in the same level battle and win in the end. The balance of victory is accumulated by relying on these inconspicuous advantages. Although Zhang Tuohai only had one knife in his hand, when he used his moves, it was like there were hundreds of thousands of knives, wrapping Zhang Tuohai's body tightly, making it impervious to wind and rain. Old Man Luo, who had been dozing on the table, his eyes sparkled. He couldn't help twirling his beard in his hand. He kept mumbling, "Wonderful! Wonderful!" He has been the instructor here for more than 10 years since he was injured. Although he did not create this set of 5 tiger soul-severing knives, he has actually seen thousands of people practice this martial art. It can even be said that he is more familiar with this set of exercises than the original creator. But in the past 10 years, no one has ever been able to improve so quickly. It only took 1 day to practice this set of skills to such a level. Although he was injured and his martial arts skills were not as good as before, he was not blind. He could clearly know that Zhang Tuohai had never been exposed to this set of exercises before. The rawness of Zhang Tuohai's first practice cannot be faked. In this case, there is only one explanation, and that is that Zhang Tuohai is a genius in martial arts. Born to practice martial arts, Old Man Luo had the idea of accepting a disciple. If I can pass on what I have learned, my lineage will not be cut off. Old Man Luo thought secretly. Just as Old Man Luo was thinking to himself, a tiger roar suddenly came. Old Man Luo looked around quickly, and was shocked to find that as Zhang Tuohai slashed with his sword, the shadow of a tiger appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. The phantom of the tiger was as big as a buffalo. Its palm was bigger than a wash basin, and it had a bloody mouth, ready to pounce. The surrounding practitioners were so frightened that they backed away. Some even sat down on the ground and took out the steel knives in their hands. The tiger transformed and returned to its true nature. You have actually reached this level? Old Luo stood up suddenly, because he used too much force. Several strands of his beard were pulled off, and the corners of Old Luo's mouth twitched in pain. However, Old Man Luo couldn't care less and rushed over, grabbed Zhang Tuohai, and couldn't help asking, "Have you really succeeded? What's done?" Zhang Tuohai had a faceplate, so he naturally knew what had just happened. But he still pretended to be a stupid boy who didn't understand anything, and asked with confusion on his face, "It's the tiger phantom just now. How did you use it?" Old Man Luo asked. "That's it." Zhang Tuohai slashed casually, and a phantom of a tiger emerged from the long knife. The tiger roared, shocking the heart and lungs. Several people with weaker cultivation levels felt their hearts and lungs beating wildly, and almost spit out a mouthful of blood. "How did you practice it?" Old Man Luo became even more excited. "I don't know. I just came out casually. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Isn't everyone like this?" Zhang Tuohai said, casually swiping his long knife. And another phantom of a tiger appeared. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, the trainers around him almost vomited blood. "Listen, is this human talk? What does it mean to just have hands? Does that mean we all have no hands?" Moreover, they had indeed never seen the phantom of the tiger. A trainer approached Old Man Luo and asked respectfully, "Coach Luo, what exactly is that tiger shadow? It's so powerful. Why have we never heard of it?" Hearing the trainer ask this, Old Man Luo put his hands behind his back, took a deep breath, and then said, "The 5 tiger soul-severing sword actually does not only have 5 moves. In addition to the regular 5-style sword techniques, there is also a unique move. It's called the Tiger Roaring Mountain Forest. It means that the phantom of a fierce tiger is struck with a knife to shock the enemy, disrupting the enemy's mind and achieving the purpose of defeating the enemy. It's just that this technique is too advanced. Except for the person who created this technique, no one has ever practiced it to such a level. In addition, this is just a transitional book, and no one has delved into it in depth. It is understandable that you have not heard of it. So that's it." The trainers around him let out a sigh of relief. It turns out it's just a transitional technique. So what if I develop a special skill? When I learn more advanced secrets, I can easily break them, a trainer said. Most of them have been training here for a month, and some have even practiced for 2 months. But they have not yet reached this level. And Zhang Tuohai was just a newcomer who had just arrived today. and he actually managed to achieve a stunt that they had not practiced for 2 months. They, the veterans, felt a little embarrassed. After hearing that this was just a transitional technique, they frantically tried to make up for themselves, as if this could cover up their mediocrity and incompetence. Seeing their appearance, Old Man Luo sneered.
Oh, although this is just a transitional technique, the unique skills in it are endless. Otherwise, it would not be regarded as a transitional technique by the Qin Palace. Why do you think all kinds of techniques can do it?
A transitional technique to become a guard? What you see now is just the initial appearance of this stunt. When you practice it to a high level, you can bring out 5 tigers with one strike, or even turn the shadow into reality, allowing the tiger to attack the enemy. The instantaneous burst of power is comparable to a second-rate warrior's full blow. Do you still think this technique is bad?
Chapter 1323 Rushing to Recruit Disciples.
What can be compared to a full blow from a second-rate warrior?
The trainers were shocked when they heard what Old Man Luo said. You know, these trainers are just subpar warriors in terms of strength. In the eyes of superiors, they are like ants. Only those who can carry a cauldron, chop bluestone with a sword, and reach the level of third-rate warriors are qualified to join the reserve force of the guard and can continue training. Only those who have condensed the Sword Chiefess gang and can turn reality into virtual reality can be considered a second-rate warrior. Only second-rate warriors can become the guards of King Qin and become true masters, with their remuneration and benefits greatly improved. That's their ultimate goal. Now, how could they not be shocked when they heard that Zhang Tuohai could reach this level by practicing the unique technique of
5 tigers soul-severing sword
to a high level? Many people showed envy and jealousy, wishing to take their place. However, due to Old Man Luo's strength, they did not dare to make mistakes.
Are you willing to be my close disciple?
Old Man Luo ignored the students and looked at Zhang Tuohai eagerly. When the students heard this, their expressions became even more horrified. You know, Old Man Luo has been here for 10 years. He just drinks and sleeps every day and almost never does anything. In the past 10 years, only 2 people have received guidance from Mr. Luo. Now, one of these 2 people has become the prince's personal guard, and the other is the governor of the spiritual beast garden of Prince Qin's mansion.
Although the spirit beast garden is nominally to help King Qin take care of the spirit beast pets, it is a kind of helper. However, this spirit beast park is different. It was actually the place where the king of Qin kept his retainers. It is filled with all kinds of strange people. It is said that he is also responsible for monitoring the place and catching the wind and shadow. He is the first-class personal attendant of King Qin. If you can hold these 2 positions, it can be said that you will reach the sky in 1 step. They entered here with one goal in mind. If they could get Old Man Luo's favor, they would be able to live peacefully in this life. However, in the 10 years since Old Man Luo came here, he has only pointed out 2 people. No matter how hard they try, the other people cannot get Old Man Luo to look him in the eye. But today, Zhang Tuohai, a newcomer who was ordinary in their eyes, actually got the favor of Old Man Luo and wanted to accept him as a close disciple. This is no ordinary advice, but a direct inheritance of Old Man Luo's mantle. They could not even imagine what it would be like to be given the guidance to achieve such a high position, and what it would be like to be passed on to someone else.
How about it? Would you like to be included on my door wall?
Old Man Luo asked, twirling his beard.
After
hearing what Old Man Luo said, Zhang Tuohai hesitated. He had just entered the Qin prince's mansion, and the situation of the opposing forces was not clear yet, so he did not want to join a certain force rashly. If you get on the wrong boat, it will be difficult to change your family in the future. Seeing Zhang Tuohai pondering like this, the students almost went crazy. The young man in front of them was still hesitating about the opportunity they had been asking for, which almost made them angry to death.
Mr. Luo, I have been listening to your deeds since I was a child. I have great respect for you. I came here just to serve you. If you don't dislike it, you are being polite.
When a student saw this, he immediately knelt down and turned the raw rice into cooked rice. As long as you get around Mr. Luo, you can slowly figure it out. Old Man Luo glanced at the student, flicked his sleeves, and the student flew backwards and hit the stone wall.
Humph. You're just a chicken and a dog, and you want to show off your thoughts in front of me. Loyalty is the first choice for employees in the Prince of Qin's palace. A utilitarian fly like you is not worthy of joining the guards of the Prince of Qin. You can get out,
Old Man Luo said coldly, grabbing the student's waistband from the air with one hand, and holding it with one hand. The waistband directly turned into pieces. The students around them all looked horrified when they saw this. because having this waste card broken meant being expelled from Prince Qin's mansion. Not only can he no longer be a candidate for the prince's bodyguard, he has also lost his job. In their memories, Old Man Luo had always been kind and calm, and he almost never showed an angry face. And he almost didn't care about anything every day. Today he actually took action decisively for Zhang Tuohai, which shows the importance of Zhang Tuohai in his heart. Many people secretly looked at Zhang Tuohai's face, wondering who this guy was that could make Old Man Luo do this.
Well, what do you think of my skills? Are you willing to become my disciple?
Old Man Luo was very proud of his unique skill in retrieving objects from the air. He relied on this skill to obtain a certain position in Prince Qin's mansion back then. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still able to eat and die in Prince Qin's mansion.
Seeing Old Man Luo like this, Zhang Tuohai knew that Old Man Luo must be cruel and must put him behind the wall. It seems that it will be okay with such a master to protect me.
Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to agree, there was a sudden shout above his head.
Wait!
The sound was like thunder, making everyone's ears buzz.
Who is this?
Everyone looked up and saw a man in a black cloak crossing the wall and falling into the courtyard. The man fell into the courtyard like a feather and made no sound at all.
Sheng Wuing, what are you doing here?
When Old Man Luo saw the visitor, his expression turned gloomy. He felt that he and Sheng Wuing were naturally at odds with each other. As long as the two stayed together, they never got along for even a quarter of an hour. He always takes action because of some inexplicable things. Even that injury was inextricably linked to Sheng Wuing, because after he was injured, he hid in a small courtyard, and Sheng Wuing calmed down a bit and stopped coming to do anything. Old Man Luo thought that there would never be any relationship between the two parties. Unexpectedly, today, at this critical moment, this Sheng Wuing appeared again.
This damn guy will definitely not do anything good when he encounters you.
Old Man Luo spat, cursed in a low voice, and then said,
Sheng Wuing, if you don't stay in your yard, what are you doing here? Hey, Old Man Luo, this yard is not your private residence. As a guard of Prince Qin's mansion, I naturally have the right to move around and patrol. It's natural and legal to get here.
Sheng Wuing said with a smile.
Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you're here for. Right.
Old Man Luo cursed angrily.
Hee hee. It's very simple. This kid is a bit strange. As a guard, I naturally have to investigate. I have no other intention here. I just want to take this kid away.
Sheng Wuing said with a smile. He had just heard an outline of what happened in the courtyard next door, and also witnessed Zhang Tuohai's miraculousness. He was also motivated to accept his apprentice's wishes and wanted to pass on his unique skills. However, this is only the second purpose. His first purpose is to prevent Old Man Luo from accepting disciples. Even if he cannot accept them, he still has to let Old Man Luo draw water from a bamboo basket. Chapter 1324. Fight hard without any shadow.
Humph! Don't even think about it.
Old Man Luo snorted coldly and grabbed Sheng Wuing with one hand. Sheng Wuing saw that his figure was like a flying dragon, dancing with the wind in the courtyard. Although Old Man Luo's fists were powerful, he was powerless in front of Sheng Wuing. Sheng Wuing wiped the wind from Old Man Luo's fist and hid aside. Sheng Wuing burst out laughing.
Old Man Luo, admit defeat. You were no match for me back then. And now that you have wasted your efforts for 10 years, you are no longer a match for me.
Sheng Wuing laughed brazenly.
Ha ha.
Old Man Luo snorted coldly, without any sign of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward and pointed at Sheng Wuing with one hand. There was a strong wind on the fingertips. And Zhang Tuohai, who felt the energy from the side, was sure that even the thick armor could be pierced by Old Luo's finger. Seeing the strong wind at his fingertips, Sheng Wuing showed a rare serious expression.
Such power? Have you restored the master level? This is impossible. How did you do it? Hey, I don't need to worry about it. I will tell His Highness the Prince that when it comes to you, just stay here.
As Old Man Luo spoke, he opened his hands like eagle claws, and a powerful force came from the eagle claws.
Snort!
Sheng Wuing showed a stern look, and used the energy of his Dantian to attack the Old Man Luo. The two actually formed a stalemate.
Leave! You are no match for me.
Old Man Luo said in a deep voice.
Oh! It's unknown!
There was a cunning look in Sheng Wuing's eyes, and a hand suddenly stretched out from the cloak, holding an Amei thorn in his hand. The Amei thorn was surrounded by a strong wind and hit Zhang Tuohai directly. Obviously, after he found that he couldn't take down Old Man Luo for a while, he actually attacked Zhang Tuohai directly. Anyway,
His purpose is just to disturb Old Man Luo. Whether to recruit disciples is still on the second level. Old Luo was shocked when he saw Xing Wuing taking action against Zhang Tuohai. He didn't expect that Xing Wuing would be so devoid of martial ethics. That he would actually attack Zhang Tuohai when he couldn't beat him. You dare! Old Man Luo's beard and hair were spread out. And his eyes were about to split. He wanted to take action to stop him. But at this time, he was dealing with Xing Wuing with all his strength and couldn't get away from him at all. As for the students, all of them looked surprised. Zhang Tuohai is the biggest stumbling block for them to become the guards of the Qin Palace. If Zhang Tuohai is allowed to survive, their quota will inevitably be squeezed. They will appear very incompetent because Zhang Tuohai is too dazzling. They may even be kicked out directly. By then, let alone guarding the students. I don't even know if I can continue to stay in Prince Qin's mansion. Now, if Xing Wuing kills Zhang Tuohai, their biggest stumbling block will be kicked away. They will also appear less incompetent. And their chances of becoming guards are greatly increased. Therefore, considering their personal interests, these students all hoped that Zhang Tuohai would be found dead on the spot. Some of them even began to consider how to climb onto Xing Wuing's lap. After they become guards, there is a certain chance that they will be assigned to Xing Wuing's command. If you can say hello in advance, you will benefit a lot. Many of them secretly clenched their fists with their hands, cheering for Xing Wuing, hoping to help Xing Wuing completely kill Zhang Tuohai. Some brave people actually drew out their steel swords and slashed at Zhang Tuohai from behind, in an attempt to attack from both front and back. He showed his prowess in front of Xing Wuing. Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai sneered and waved forward with one hand. A Qi Jin composed of 5 fierce tigers rushed towards Xing Wuing. These 5 tigers were not phantoms, but real tigers. Each one was as huge as a war elephant. They rushed toward Xing Wuing with their teeth and claws bared, and surrounded Xing Wuing from all directions, forming a pincer attack. Seeing these 5 fierce tigers forming Qi Jin, Xing Wuing was shocked. This is impossible! This is the ultimate version of Tiger Roaring Mountain Forest. Even Li Zhong can only practice half a step to perfection, and can only form 4 Tiger Qi Jin. How can you be better than the original creator? Xing Wuing said while pulling away to dodge. He had competed with the inventor of the 5 Tiger Soul-Severing Knife, and knew how powerful the half-step perfect stun of Tiger Roaring Mountain Forest was. Even in his heyday, he didn't dare to take it hard. This skill is extremely powerful, but it can also make people desperate. Even the inventor, Li Zhong, is half a step short of reaching perfection. However, the young man in front of him did it. What kind of monster is this? Thinking of this, Xing Wuing looked at Zhang Tuohai with a hint of fear in his eyes. Zhang Tuohai has shown such strength. It is even more impossible for Xing Wuing to let Mr. Luo accept Zhang Tuohai as his disciple. The Zhang Tuohai, who has not yet grown up, is so terrifying. What will happen when Zhang Tuohai has fully grown up? By then, will there still be room for him in the entire Qin Palace? This child must not be kept. Xing Wuing snorted coldly, and stabbed Zhang Tuohai with the Yamei thorn in his hand again. He bet that Zhang Tuohai's move just now was done by accident. As long as he keeps up his efforts and adds another blow, he will definitely be able to kill this guy. The Yamei thorn in Xing Wuing's hand flew out directly and stabbed towards Zhang Tuohai's heart. Again? Zhang Tuohai frowned and swung the long knife in his hand again. The 5 fierce tigers formed by energy rushed towards Xing Wuing and launched attacks from all directions, threatening to kill Xing Wuing under his palms. How dare you! Shuzi? Xing Wuing snorted coldly. In order to escape, he flew back and landed on the courtyard wall, avoiding Zhang Tuohai's blow. The Yamei thorn in his hand was stopped by a fierce tiger and fell to the ground. You? Being forced back by Zhang Tuohai twice in a row, Xing Wuing's face became very ugly. He is a captain of the Prince's Guard, in charge of more than a dozen people. He has the deep trust of King Qin, and is considered a powerful force in the palace of King Qin. I originally thought that it would be easy to deal with a student. However, he didn't expect that he was forced back by the student twice. And the student didn't even get a hair injured. If King Qin knew about this, how would he treat him? Would he think he was useless and kick him out? After enjoying a life of fine clothing and fine food in Prince Qin's mansion, he didn't want to go back to that ordinary life. Although what was ordinary in his eyes was already noble in the eyes of ordinary people, he still felt dissatisfied. After enjoying the life of a prince, no one can accept it when they return to ordinary life. No! We must kill this guy! Xing Wuing rolled his eyes, thinking about how to get rid of Zhang Tuohai. But at this time, Old Man Luo was already standing in front of Zhang Tuohai. Xing Wuing! You have crossed the line. If you continue to pester me, people from the law enforcement department will come.
Old Man Luo said with a smile. Chapter 1325 Apprenticeship. Hearing what Old Man Luo said, Xing Wuying's expression changed. The king of Qin prohibited his followers from fighting in private, and also set up a law enforcement department to patrol. Once caught, a punishment would be inevitable. Of course, if you are not caught on the spot, there is still room for maneuver. As long as you refuse to admit it, it will not be a big problem. Anyway, he and Old Man Luo had a deep grudge, and everyone in the house knew that based on Old Man Luo's one-sided testimony, the law enforcement department would not accept Old Man Luo's testimony as long as he was not caught on the spot. At this time, the sound of wind was heard in the distance. Xing Wuying took a deep look at Zhang Takumi and sneered.
Very good. You are fine. Be careful when walking in the dark at night.
After Xing Wuying finished speaking, he floated away without leaving any trace.
This guy's Qin Gong is really powerful. He deserves to be called Xing Wuying. He really deserves his name.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Are you okay?
After seeing Xing Wuying running away, Old Man Luo breathed a sigh of relief and came to Zhang Tuohai, holding hands and asking for help.
Thank you for your concern. Master, I will be fine. My disciple.
Zhang Tuohai responded quickly. Xing Wuying's 2 attacks just now had completely pushed him into Old Man Luo's camp, whether he wants it or not. This made Zhang Tuohai very unhappy, because he lost the right to choose. However, there is also an advantage to this. That is, Old Man Luo is the examiner for the selection of the guards. He is true to his words. With Old Man Luo in charge, he can easily become King Qin's guard. What he wants to worry about is the suppression of Xing Wuying after becoming a guard. After all, Xing Wuying is the leader of the guard. He has been in business for many years and has intricate relationships. If you want to deal with him, you will definitely suffer. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't care. He has killed enemies many times more powerful than Xing Wuying. Compared with those powerful ones, who can reach for the stars and the moon, Xing Wuying is simply not good enough.
I want to see what tricks you have.
Looking at the place where Xing Wuying disappeared, Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly. Old Man Luo was worried about Zhang Tuohai and checked him up and down again. After confirming that Zhang Tuohai was really not injured, he let out a sigh of relief.
By the way, my disciple, how did you develop the unique skill of the tiger roaring in the mountain forest? It was just a shadow after you tried to hide it. But how did it become a reality so quickly? How did you do it?
Old Man Luo asked curiously. The students around him also pricked up their ears and listened quietly. This is the experience of a guy who can fight against the guard leader. Even if they only need to learn a little bit, they will benefit a lot. Although they all hate Zhang Tuohai, they really like Zhang Tuohai's martial arts experience.
Of course, I use attribute points to top up my proficiency,
Zhang Tuohai said secretly in his heart. The reason why he entered the country so quickly just now was all because of the hundreds of attribute points he had accumulated. The ability is obtained by maxing out the proficiency level in one go. However, this must not be said to everyone. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the students and said with a smile,
This disciple doesn't know either.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
At that time, Xing Wuying attacked the disciple. The disciple used the tiger roaring forest in desperation. Who would have thought that the final version of the tiger roaring mountain forest was used? The disciple didn't know what happened.
Zhang Tuohai decided to pretend to be dumbfounded, pushing 2, 6, and 5, killing him without knowing anything. For a genius, Old Man Luo wouldn't care about this. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Old Man Luo stroked his beard and laughed.
Okay. You are worthy of being my chosen disciple. His talent and understanding are excellent. He can understand the unique skills to turn danger into safety in such a desperate situation. He is indeed a lucky general.
I believe that with you here, my skills will not be buried, but will definitely reappear and be spread throughout the continent. In this case, you come with me, and I will pass on the mantle to you.
Old Man Luo turned around and walked into the room. At this moment, several guards in powerful costumes climbed over the courtyard wall and came into the courtyard. Several people were wearing uniform blue clothes, with waist tags hanging on their waists, with the words Law Enforcement Division written on them. After the group of people landed in the courtyard, the leader looked around, then clasped his fists and handed over his hands to Old Man Luo.
Mr. Luo, I don't know what happened just now. Why is there the roar of a tiger? It's not a big deal. It's my disciple who has developed a special skill. He tried it casually, Unexpectedly, it exceeded expectations and alarmed a few people. I will naturally apologize to His Highness King Qin when I turn around,
Old Man Luo said calmly.
His.
Everyone in the law enforcement department gasped when they heard this. They could clearly hear the roar of the tiger just now,
which was almost comparable to a full-force blow at the Grandmaster level.
Only their governor could achieve this kind of power. This young man actually did it, and his future is limitless. Moreover, Old Man Luo has always been indifferent to fame and fortune. He usually only likes to drink and get drunk, and he doesn't even care about business. Now he has accepted a disciple. What is he going to do? The conflict between Old Man Luo and Xing Wing is well known to everyone in the Qin Palace. Could it be that Xing Wing's enemy asked Old Man Luo to deal with Xing Wing? If these two people fight, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. I'm afraid there will be no quiet days for Prince Qin's mansion from now on. Everyone knew that they could not wade in this muddy water. Otherwise, they would be sucked into the whirlpool and shattered to pieces. It's really unwise to get involved in the fight between two big guys. They took a deep look at Old Man Luo, and then took a deep look at Zhang Tuohai, etching Zhang Tuohai's appearance in their hearts. At the same time, he secretly decided that he would never mess with this person in the future.
In that case, let's take our leave.
Several members of the law enforcement department looked at each other, nodded, hugged Old Man Luo, and flew away, fearing that they would be caught in the dispute if they ran half a step slower.
No!
Old Man Luo watched the law enforcement officers leave with his fists clasped, then turned to look at the students. At this time, those students were like chaff, especially those who had attacked Zhang Tuohai just now. The original plan was to hug the thigh, but the thigh was not hugged, and the horse was actually kicked in the butt.
Mr. Luo, we know we were wrong. Please let us go.
The few people who had taken action just now knelt down and apologized to Old Man Luo, trying to gain Old Man Luo's forgiveness.
Are you the only one worthy of letting me let go?
Old Man Luo snorted coldly.
Pack your things and get out. If I find you staying in Prince Qin's mansion tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude.
Old Man Luo said, patting the wooden man stake next to him. The wooden human stake instantly turned into powder. This hand made the students feel like they were dead. Even the wooden dummies were like this. If this palm hit them, wouldn't they die?
Yes. Let's get out of here. Get out of here.
Seeing this, those people hurriedly rolled away and did not dare to stay for a moment.
Come into the house with me,
Old Man Luo said, leading Zhang Tuohai into his room.
Chapter 1326, Full-Level Drunken Master. Zhang Tuohai followed Old Man Luo into the room. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with a bed in the innermost part and a round table outside. After looking carefully, I realized that it was not a round table, but a huge wine vat covered with a slightly larger wooden lid. So it looked like a table. Wisps of alcohol seeped out of the wine vat.
This Old Man Luo is really a drinker. He has a big wine vat in his room,
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. After Old Man Luo brought Zhang Tuohai into the room, he rummaged under the bed for a while, found 2 booklets, and handed them to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai took it and took a look. One was Drunken Master, and the other was
Flying Dragon Explorer.
This Flying Dragon Detector
is my own martial arts. I also relied on this skill to work as a retainer in Prince Qin's mansion. If you learn it, you may not need to work as a guard to gain qualifications and become a retainer directly,
Old Man Luo said. Hearing what Old Man Luo said, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. If you can directly become a retainer, your status will indeed be directly improved. But you will not always be with King Qin like a guard. Which of the two is better or worse is hard to say for a while.
As for this
Drunken Master,
it is a martial arts book that I created by summarizing my martial arts and all my insights during my spare time over the years. However, I have no energy left, and I don't know what the effect will be after I practice it. It's up to you whether you want to learn or not.
Zhang Tuohai, hearing what Old Man Luo said, Zhang Tuohai was speechless. You don't even know the effects of your own martial arts? Are you serious? Are you sure you're not using your apprentice as a test? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuohai would not practice this unproven technique casually. However, he is a man who feeds off his daughter. Although this daughter is not very reliable, her golden finger research is still fine. Just add more until it's full.
Now you have 2 options. One is to directly participate in the selection of guards tomorrow. With your current strength, you will definitely be selected. The other way is to hibernate for a period of time and take this opportunity to practice the Flying Dragon Cloud exploration skill. Once you have mastered this skill, You can directly serve as a disciple.
Zhang Tuohai thought about it for a while. It was safe to hibernate here, but he would lose a lot of opportunities to brush up his skills. In comparison, it is faster to be a guard. Once you have accumulated enough skill points, you can become a transfer customer.
Disciple still wants to try being a guard first. While acting as a guard, he can practice the Flying Dragon Cloud exploration skill at the same time. Once he has mastered it, he can then become a guest,
Zhang Tuohai said. Old man Luo only regarded Zhang Tuohai as a country boy and did not understand the difference between a guest and a guard. However, since they were all chosen by his disciples, he couldn't say much. Anyway, he was still here, so it wasn't a big problem.
Then you should go to the room next to you to rest first. When the assessor comes tomorrow, you can take the assessment directly.
Yes,
Master.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and left the room, finding an empty room nearby to live in. In the empty room, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the prompt. You defeat a powerful enemy by leapfrogging a level for the first time, and receive a reward. A random martial arts skill is maxed out. In random selection, Drunken Master is selected. Your Drunken Master reaches full level. Your physical strength is increased to 50 points. Your body skill is increased to 50 points. Your constitution is increased to 50 points. Your 5 senses are increased to 50 points. Your physical attributes have reached the limit of ordinary people, and you have broken through to the level of a third-rate warrior. Your lifespan is increased to 100 years. Looking at these lines of prompts, Zhang Tuohai was stunned for a moment. I originally thought that after the Drunken Fist reaches the full level, it will gain a unique skill like the 5 Tiger Soul Severing Knife. Unexpectedly, it actually improved the basic attributes. And it's still full attributes.
This is not bad. It saves time on improving attributes.
The only thing that makes Zhang Tuohai regretful is that his internal strength is still 0.
It seems that after arriving in the escort team, I have to think about getting a book on internal strength cultivation.
Zhang Tuohai had some calculations in his mind. After getting the benefit of 2 full-level skills, Zhang Tuohai set his sights on the remaining skills. The progress of Phylong Cloud Explorer is completely 0, and Zhang Tuohai is going to get some attribute points to add to it. Now that there is progress, the 2 things that are easier to succeed are basic boxing skills and basic swordsmanship. Zhang Tuohai started practicing basic boxing skills in the room. After some hard practice, basic boxing proficiency plus 10. After Zhang Tuohai practiced it once, a line of prompts popped up.
The proficiency level has become 10? What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai practiced again and confirmed that the proficiency level had indeed increased from 1 to 10. Zhang Tuohai stopped, opened his attribute panel, looked at it carefully several times, and finally came to the conclusion that it was probably that his Drunken Fist level was maxed out, which led to him having a deeper understanding of the boxing technique. Practicing simple boxing techniques such as basic boxing techniques will have a bonus. The verification method is also very simple. That is, practice the basic knife skills. His 5 Tiger Soul Severing Sword is also at its maximum level. Zhang Tuohai practiced the basic sword skills, and as expected, he also received a prompt to increase his proficiency by 10.
This is good news. If I practice more similar techniques to the full level, will my practice speed become faster and faster?
Zhang Tuohai decided to test his conjecture if he had a chance in the future. Zhang Tuohai continued to practice basic boxing techniques. After a whole night of hard practice, Zhang Tuohai finally mastered the basic boxing skills to the point where he could return to his original nature, successfully unlocked the special effects of basic boxing skills, and increased all attributes by 5. Although there are not as many as Drunken Master, considering that the basic attributes of ordinary people are only 10, it is already very impressive to be able to add 5 to all attributes. Zhang Tuohai looked at the sky and saw that it was already dawn. He had no time to practice basic knife skills, so he simply went to the kitchen to have a meal first. This morning's breakfast was big meat buns, steaming hot and full of aroma. At this time, several people were already eating here. After seeing Zhang Tuohai come in, they all subconsciously leaned to the side and did not dare to get close. Yesterday, they saw with their own eyes how Zhang Tuohai showed off his power, and Zhang Tuohai had already left a shadow in their hearts. In addition, yesterday, several people were kicked out of Prince Qin's mansion because of Zhang Tuohai, ruining their promising future. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Tuohai, they couldn't help but retreat. I was afraid of following in the footsteps of those people. Zhang Tuohai glanced at these people and ignored them. They were not the same people. They just got together by chance and would soon separate.
Here we go again. I'll give you 2 plates first. If it's not enough, I'll give you more.
The old cook recognized Zhang Tuohai at a glance and immediately served 2 plates of steamed buns. Each bun was about the size of a fist, and there were 12 or 13 buns on one plate.
Thank you, uncle.
Zhang Tuohai casually picked up a bun and took a bite. His mouth was filled with meat fillings and juices flowed out from the bun. So delicious. After eating 3 plates of steamed buns, Zhang Tuohai rubbed his belly. I have to take the assessment today, so I won't eat too much. Chapter 1327 Spring Snow. Zhang Tuohai returned to the practice ground and found that Old Man Luo had already appeared at the practice ground. Surprisingly, Old Man Luo didn't drink today, but he still had a wine gourd hanging around his waist, and there was a faint aroma of wine wafting out.
Master!
Zhang Tuohai went over and saluted.
The person who chooses the guard will be here soon. Behave well, and don't lose the face of your master.
Old Man Luo said.
Master, please rest assured.
Zhang Tuohai responded. Soon everyone else in the training ground also arrived, and a group of people were waiting anxiously. Many of them have been preparing for this moment for who knows how many years. Being able to join the escort team and rise to prominence will ensure your future life. If you can't get in, you may have to be an ordinary servant in the future. Time passed little by little, and when it was almost noon, a female guard wearing armor walked in from outside. When Old Man Luo looked at the person, he smiled.
Miss Chunxue, why are you the only one here today? Everyone else has something to do, so this job falls on me. There seem to be a few people this time.
Haruyuki pressed the sword on his waist with one hand and glanced at everyone present.
We have eliminated a few people who did not understand the rules, so the number is a little smaller this time. If Miss Haruyuki feels that the number is too small, I can pick some more to make up the number.
Old Man Luo said with a smile.
Forget it. If it's all just food and wine, it's useless no matter how many people there are. It's better to have fewer people to save time.
Haruyuki decisively rejected Old Man Luo's proposal.
First conduct a physical test. Lift this stone pier and circle the field. Anyone who cannot complete it will get out.
As Haruyuki spoke, he raised his toes and kicked a stone lock the size of a millstone into the center of the field. Boom! The huge stone lock hit the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust. Many people waiting for the test looked at each other with shocked expressions. You know, this is the heaviest stone lock in their training ground, weighing 1,000 kilograms. In the past, the guard test only required lifting a stone lock weighing 500 to 600 kilograms, and the highest was only 700 or 800 kilograms. A stone lock weighing 1,000 kilograms had never been tested. This stone lock is just a decoration here, and almost no one will touch it. Now they suddenly have to investigate this, which makes them a little unacceptable for a while.
It wasn't like this before,
a person said below.
The past was before, and the present is now. Since this stone lock is placed here, it is within the scope of the assessment. Today I am here, and I have the final say. Either lift it up, or shut up and get out,
Haruyuki said with a sneer. After hearing Haruyuki's words, many people involuntarily shrank their necks. This is not some weak and beautiful maid. She is the guard beside King Qin, a ruthless person who can kick a huge stone away with one kick. Together, they are no match for each other.
Is there anyone who has the guts? Come out,
Haruyuki asked loudly. A strong man couldn't wait any longer and was unwilling to give up. He stood up and said,
I'll do it.
Haruyuki did not respond, but looked at the other party with a smile.
Hey, get up.
The strong man bent down and tried to lift the stone lock, but the stone lock was beyond the scope of his strength. Although he exhausted all his strength, his face was flushed, and the veins on his forehead popped out. The stone lock was still as solid as a rock on the ground. Move half a point.
Trash. You can't even lift this. How can you protect His Highness the King of Qin in the future?
Next one. Haruyuki ran out of patience and kicked the strong man away. The strong man rolled all the way and fell in a miserable state. But he did not dare to say a word, and silently lowered his head and hid back among the crowd.
Is there any more?
Haruyuki continued to ask. After seeing the strong man fail in the challenge, everyone looked at each other and became silent for a while. No one was willing to continue to come forward.
Is there no one here? Are they really a bunch of trash? If there is no one, then I will leave,
Haruyuki said as he prepared to leave. When Zhang Tuohai saw this, he knew it was almost done and stood up immediately.
You? Okay.
Haruyu glanced at Zhang Tuohai, who seemed not as strong as the strong man just now. Zhang Tuohai smiled and said nothing, but went straight to the stone lock and lifted it up with one foot.
Walk! The huge stone lock actually flew up. Zhang Tuohai used it steadily in midair, and then walked quickly around the field, walking as fast as flying, without feeling any strenuousness at all. After reaching the original position, Zhang Tuohai gently placed the stone lock back on the ground without making any sound. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was not even sweating, and his breathing rate was not disturbed. Excuse me, Miss Haruyuki, do I pass the test? Zhang Tuohai asked. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, Haruyuki became interested. Finally, we have someone who is capable. Now is the second assessment. As long as you pass it, you will be considered successful, Haruyuki said with a smile. Excuse me, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Take my sword. As Haruyuki spoke, the long sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed, and the sword light was like a colorful ray of light. It was so dazzling that people could not tell where the real sword blade was. The long sword was like a dragon emerging from the water, attacking Zhang Tuohai. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai suddenly unsheathed the practiced steel knife on his waist. A roar of tigers was heard, and 5 phantoms of tigers were seen rushing towards Xiaoguang. The phantom hit the rays of light and made a soft sound. The tiger and the glow disappeared. Haruyuki held the long sword, and only half of the practiced steel knife in Zhang Tuohai's hand remained. Haruyuki took a deep breath and looked deeply at Zhang Tuohai. She didn't expect that the man in front of her could actually catch her sword. If the long sword in his hand was not a treasure gifted by the king of Qin, and he had the advantage of the weapon, he might not have been able to gain the upper hand with his sword. Tiger roaring mountain forest. You actually mastered it. Haruyuki looked deeply at Zhang Tuohai. It's all taught well by the master, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Who is your master? Haruyuki asked. It's me, old man. Old man Luo said while stroking his beard. Mr. Luo is actually willing to accept a disciple? Then, Haruyuki's eyes lit up. Now that old man Luo is willing to accept a disciple, is there hope for his comeback? The king of Qin is now employing people. I am already old, and I will leave it to you young people from now on. Old man Luo knew what Haruyuki was going to say, so he waved his hand to interrupt Haruyuki's thoughts. So that's it. Haruyuki rolled his big eyes and said to Zhang Tuohai with a smile. Since you caught my sword, you have passed the test and are waiting aside. After saying that, Haruyuki turned to look at the others. Who else wants to take part in the test? Come up quickly. I don't have much time to wait for you. I will give you 1 stick of incense. If you exceed the time, you will be deemed to have given up. Chapter 1328. God moves without a trace. After burning incense, Zhang Tuohai was the only one who finally passed this election. There's only one? It's better than leaving empty-handed. Come with me. After Haruyuki finished speaking, he walked out of the courtyard. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly followed. The 2 people walked through several courtyards and came to a small building. This is a benefit for your new guards. You can choose a skill to practice. Haruyuki pointed at the small building and said, Remember, you can only choose on the 1st floor. If you go to other places without permission, it will be regarded as rebellion and you will be killed on the spot. My subordinate understands. Zhang Tuohai nodded and entered the small building. There was only an old man in the small building, his whole body shrouded in black robes, his face hidden in the shadows and unable to be seen clearly. It can only be judged by the hands full of wrinkles and age spots that this person is definitely not young. When the old man in black robes saw Zhang Tuohai coming in, he lit an incense stick in the incense burner. You must leave before the incense burns out. The old man only said this and then bowed his head and remained silent. Zhang Tuohai walked in. On the 1st floor are several rows of large bookshelves, filled with books. What Zhang Tuohai wanted most was a method for cultivating internal strength. Of course, it would be best to have another book on Qin Gong or something like that. Zhang Tuohai followed his own habit and started scanning books from the bottom of the 1st bookshelf. He needs to know what books are on this floor first. After a quick look, Zhang Tuohai found that most of them contained some basic martial arts, but they were more comprehensive. Zhang Tuohai even saw basic martial arts here such as Basic Breathing Method, Basic Qigong, and Basic Hidden Weapon. Most of the rest are techniques such as Hu Family Sword Technique, Man Niu Jin, and Elephant Armor Technique. Only a few basic martial arts are placed individually on a table. Zhang Tuohai thought it was some more advanced martial arts, but when he opened it, he found that they were all incomplete secret manuals. Some have signs of being torn apart, some have signs of being ablated, and some are just a few fragments. and the original appearance cannot be seen. Zhang Tuohai was about to leave when his eyes were suddenly caught by a broken jade slip. Because the carrier of this secret book turned out to be a broken mutton-fat jade. It depicts a personal movement. Zhang Tuohai saw those actions, and couldn't help but follow them. When the practice reached the fifth movement, it suddenly stopped because the back part of the jade slip was destroyed. Just at this moment, a prompt popped up. Congratulations on learning the cultivation technique body training disabled. The current proficiency is a first glimpse, 1 out of 100. Cultivation skills? Seeing these 4 words, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved. He originally thought this was just a world similar to martial arts. But now it seems that this world is not as simple as it seems. If you can practice cultivation techniques while everyone is practicing martial arts, you will definitely have an advantage. Moreover, this reminder also opened up Zhang Tuohai's thinking. Although he couldn't take the book with him, he could take the proficiency with him. The worst case scenario is to top it up with experience later. This is equivalent to him mastering multiple martial arts books at once. Just do it if you think of it. Zhang Tuohai immediately picked out the basic skills he had selected previously. In terms of boxing and kicking skills, Zhang Tuohai chose the book, Powerful Diamond Finger, with the highest attack power. In terms of internal energy, Zhang Tuohai chose the most powerful method of Jiping and Tuna method. It will be more convenient to specialize in other subjects in the future. In terms of Qigong, there was no good choice. So Zhang Tuohai just picked up a book called Meteor Catches the Moon. After practicing all these, Zhang Tuohai looked at Xiang's progress, and there was still one section left. He didn't dare to waste it, and hurriedly learned all the corresponding basic martial arts. Then, he left the small building before the incense was completely burned out. Outside the small building, Haruyuki was already impatient with waiting. Why so slow? There are so many secret books. I was fascinated by them for a while. Zhang Tuohai said, pretending to be embarrassed. Haruyuki believed this. When she first entered there, she was not much better than Zhang Tuohai. It took me a long time just to select the exercises. What did you choose? Haruyuki asked. Powerful the draw finger, Zhang Tuohai said. As expected of Mr. Luo's disciple. Are you going to show off your skills? Zhang Tuohai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect this section just now. The reason why he chose this technique was purely because it was the most powerful. Practice it to such an advanced level that you could even pierce steel with one finger. However, naturally he couldn't say this. So he could only nodded, acquiescing to Haruyuki's statement. Indeed, it would be strange if Mr. Luo's disciple chose something else. In this case, you are no longer suitable to be a sword and shield guard. You can follow me for the time being and personally protect King Qin. Haruyuki frowned and thought for a while before saying, Real? Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. His ultimate goal was to mix attribute points with King Qin. Unexpectedly, Haruyuki actually allowed him to achieve his goal directly. This woman is really a blessing. As promised in advance, there are many rules around the King of Qin, which must be strictly followed, and no one can cross the threshold. Otherwise, no one can save you. Even Mr. Luo can only collect your body. Do you understand? Haruyuki said seriously. Of course, I understand this. From now on, when I follow you, I will do whatever you ask me to do. This will be all right, Zhang Tuohai said. He didn't care much about this. As long as he could stand near King Qin. It would be even better if you don't have to do anything and just keep fishing. Haruyuki was very satisfied with Zhang Tuohai's knowledge. It's good that you realize this, and I hope you can keep doing it. After Haruyuki finished speaking, he took Zhang Tuohai to the warehouse and received a new guard uniform. This guard uniform is different from the ones Zhang Tuohai saw on the street. There is a gold line on the collar. This is a sign only a close waiter can have. There are no more than 100 people in the entire Qin Palace who can wear such clothes. Everyone is a close confidant of King Qin. Zhang Tuohai was able to win this honor immediately because of Lao Luo. Otherwise, given his qualifications, he would definitely be kicked to the escort team to complete his qualifications. Follow me first to see His Highness King Qin, Haruyuki said, leading Zhang Tuohai towards the inner house. On the way to the inner house, a group of guards suddenly came forward in a hurry. Congratulations on obtaining the skill. Shadowless movement of God. Is this technique? Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that the person who came was indeed walking without a shadow. Xing Wing also saw Zhang Tuohai at this time. He was stunned for a moment, and then saw the clothes on Zhang Tuohai. His face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. Even one of his dignified security commanders failed to win this honor.
Why did this guy who was just a handyman yesterday suddenly put on the clothes of a bodyguard today? How can this be? Chapter 1329 Flying Dragon Cloud Explorer. Xing Wuying stared at Zhang Tuohai. His eyes filled with 3 parts shock, 3 parts jealousy, 2 parts suspicion, 1 part hesitation, and 1 part determination. Just like a fan chart. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how he could see such complicated emotions in Xing Wuying's eyes. However, he secretly felt these complicated emotions from the other party's complicated eyes.
I don't remember being so good at observing these things.
Zhang Tuohai searched for the reason and thought of his attributes panel.
Is it the result of the increased 5 senses? We need to find an opportunity to verify it.
Although these thoughts were many, they were completed in Zhang Tuohai's mind in just an instant. He glanced at Xing Wuying again and stopped paying attention. This guy was able to parry when he was not yet in the mainstream. Now that his strength has improved rapidly, and he has acquired the opponent's famous martial arts. As long as he gives himself some time, Xing Wuying will no longer be his opponent. All he needed to do now was stay by Haruyuki's side for a while. Judging from Xing Wuying's behavior of avoiding the law enforcement team last night, Zhang Tuohai felt that no matter how courageous Xing Wuying was, he would not dare to kill someone in front of Haruyu. Therefore, as long as he stayed with Haruyuki, he would be safe. Therefore, he was not worried at all that Xing Wuying would go berserk and followed Haruyuki about half a step behind. Xing Wuying now really wanted to find out the relationship between Zhang Tuohai and Haruyu. Because of his grudge with Old Man Luo, he now really wants to get rid of Zhang Tuohai, Old Man Luo's disciple. Of course, it would be even better if Zhang Tuohai could be used to get rid of Old Man Luo easily. Xing Wuying thought of this and led the team to Chuanxue.
I have met Miss Chuanxue.
Although Haruyuki does not have any position, as the personal maid of King Qin, no one dares to look down upon her.
It's polite to be in charge.
Haruyuki just bowed slightly and did not salute.
Miss Haruyuki. Who is this? The new valet? He looks unfamiliar. As if he has never been seen before.
Xing Wuying tried to inquire.
You don't need to worry about who he is. He is under my control during this period. I will tell you when you are supposed to know. When you are not supposed to know. Don't ask too much and keep your duty.
Haruyu had heard that Xing Wuying seemed to be at odds with Old Man Luo, and he didn't want Xing Wuying to know about the relationship between Zhang Tuohai and Old Man Luo.
Yes, Xing knows.
Xing Wuying hit a snag and was naturally dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything and quietly backed away. Watching the 2 people pass by, a subordinate quietly came up and asked,
Boss, did you see that person?
Xing Wuying said softly.
I saw it.
His subordinate responded.
If you see him in the future, if it's a person, just keep an eye on him and see where he goes.
Xing Wuying said.
Yes.
Several of his men responded.
Let's go.
Xing Wuying led the people to continue their inspection. Haruyuki continued to walk towards the backyard with Zhang Tuohai. A carved courtyard gate appeared in front. There were 4 guards guarding the door with knives.
If you enter here, you will be regarded as the true core of King Qin. Don't run around. Otherwise you will be regarded as an assassin and killed on the spot.
Haruyuki suggested.
Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the carved door and took a deep breath. After so many days, he finally arrived at the core of Prince Qin's mansion. If he had been working as a concierge, he would never be able to come here in his life. After the 2 people entered the carved door, they found a flower hall surrounded by small gardens and a small river meandering through. The flower hall is in the middle of the river. The windows around the flower hall were all open. In the flower hall stood a young man wearing a 4-clawed python robe, sitting at a table, reading a book in his hand. There are 2 maids behind him. One is fanning the fan, and the other is mixing the fragrant tea. Needless to say, that man is the King of Qin and the current crown prince, Li Qingyuan. Zhang Tuohai stole a glance at King Qin's appearance. It can be said that he is extremely handsome. So handsome that many people can't figure it out using face-pinching games. Her skin was so smooth and tender that even women were jealous.
How many beauties have you married, and how many generations of genes have you optimized to get this look?
Zhang Tuohai secretly gossiped in his heart. Congratulations on winning the female makeup method.
Jealousy of women. What's the use of this?
Zhang Tuohai took a look at this technique. It was a technique for women to use makeup to disguise themselves. It is of no use to him, and can only be exchanged for attribute points.
There are so many women around the prince. Just using female skills will delay things and make money.
Zhang Tuohai muttered as he exchanged the technique for 20 attribute points. Zhang Tuohai temporarily saved this attribute point, and planned to wait for a while before figuring out how to use it.
You stand here first. I will report first.
Haruyu asked Zhang Tuohai to stand where he was, then crossed the wooden bridge alone and entered the flower hall.
Your Highness, I'm back. Haruyu, is this trip going well?
Seeing that it was Haruyu, Li Qingyuan put down the book in his hand and asked with a smile.
Thanks to His Highness. Everything is going well, and everything has been taken care of.
Haruyuki nodded.
That's good. By the way, today is the day for guard selection. Who is in charge today? Let's go see how the progress is.
Li Qingyuan said.
Your Highness, I am also responsible for this. Moreover, I have also chosen a person that Your Highness will be interested in.
Haruyuki said.
Well, Haru Shui, you have learned how to tell the truth. Tell me, who is it?
Li Qingyuan asked with a smile.
Lao Luo's disciple. Mr. Luo has accepted a disciple? Then Mr. Luo.
Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up.
Old Luo still doesn't want to come out, but he said his disciples can. So I took the initiative and brought old Luo's disciples here, and they are down here now.
Haruyuki said.
That's fine. Then call him up and have a look. If it's suitable, it's best. If not, find a good position. After all, Mr. Luo has worked hard and made great achievements, and his disciples can't be left out in the cold.
Li Qingyuan said.
Yes.
Haruyuki came out and called Zhang Tuohai.
His Highness is calling you. Please know the rules when you go up. I understand. Don't worry.
Sister Haruyuki, Zhang Tuohai responded. The two of them crossed the wooden bridge and entered the flower hall.
Are you Mr. Luo's disciple?
Li Qingyuan asked with a smile.
Back to Your Highness. Exactly.
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
How to prove it?
Li Qingyuan asked.
Old Luo said it to Chuanxue himself. It's impossible that King Qin doesn't know. The reason why he wants me to prove it is probably because I learned some skills from Mr. Luo when he took the exam again. Right. Combined with Mr. Luo's previous description, it seems that King Qin is still interested in that skill. Fortunately, I was prepared.
Zhang Tuohai immediately converted those 20 skill points into proficiency and achieved a slight success in Flying Dragon Cloud Explorer.
Your Highness, please take a look.
Zhang Tuohai opened his hand, and a teacup on the table was sucked into his hand. Chapter 1330, Getting What You Want.
It's indeed the Flying Dragon Cloud Explorer.
Li Qingyuan was overjoyed when he saw this. Although it is not as profound as Old Man Luo, it seems that it can't be used in my own plan to check much.
If I give you some more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I might be able to increase my skill by a few points. And that's basically it.
Li Qingyuan was thinking in his mind.
As expected of Mr. Luo's disciple,
Li Qingyuan said with a smile.
Since you are Mr. Luo's disciple, I will naturally give you preferential treatment. Let's do this. You can follow Chuanxue and wait by my side for a few days. Once you get used to it, there will be rewards. By the way, this is the meeting gift given to you at that time,
Li Qingyuan said, taking out a bottle and throwing it to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly took it. Congratulations on getting Baichao Huanglong Pill. Baichao Huanglong Dan, Elixir. A medicine made from hundreds of kinds of herbs, which can increase one's skill and increase 10 attribute points after taking it. Note, taking the same type of elixir multiple times will lead to drug resistance, and the bonus obtained will gradually decrease and eventually return to 0.
Elixir? Can you actually get attribute points?
Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he saw the explanation and sighed that this king of Qin was really a boy with many treasures. This further confirmed the correctness of his previous plan. You should really stay with King Qin. There will always be unexpected surprises.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Zhang Tuohai took the elixir and stood aside. Anyway, he has nothing to do, so he can just fish on the side. At this time, a chamberlain ran in and stood outside the flower hall and said to Li Qingyuan,
Your Highness, the Emperor has ordered you to enter the palace to meet the Holy Spirit. What do you want from me? Father?
Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a little pain in his head when he heard this.
Your Highness, I really don't know this. You can find out by yourself when you go in and ask,
the waiter said with a wry smile.
Okay, I understand. Go down.
Li Qingyuan stood up.
Chuanxue, prepare to drive. Yes.
Haruyuki walked outside. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly followed. Basically, between the two of them, Haruyuki was busy in front and Zhang Tuohai was following behind. Haruyuki was a very capable man, and he quickly put the carriages and horses in order. Even the escort and honor guard are well prepared. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Liu Mo discovered that it was Xing Wuying who was in charge of guarding today. Xing Wing has already brushed it today. But many of the guards behind him have not. Zhang Tuohai collected 10 attribute points. At this time, King Qin Li Qingyuan came out of the inner chamber. Haruyuki helped open the door of the carriage that looked like a small house. Walk! Li Qingyuan strode in. Thanks to his identity, Zhang Tuohai finally had the opportunity to follow him inside. This is Zhang Tuohai's first time entering this kind of carriage. The layout inside this carriage is very different from that of an ordinary carriage, but is similar to a study. There are pens, inks, paper and inkstones, all kinds of things. On both sides of the carriage were rows of shelves holding stacks of books. If nothing else, these books alone have some weight. There are hand warmers, small cupping pots, etc. next to it. And there is a soft bed inside, which is no different from an RV.
It's really a luxury.
Zhang Tuohai stood aside and looked at the things in the carriage. The car started off and drove towards the palace. Because the window was not opened, Zhang Tuohai could not see what was going on outside. The carriage drove all the way and finally arrived outside the palace. The carriage could only stop here. Even Haruyuki and other guards were not allowed to enter and could only wait at the door.
Sister Haruyuki, how long does it take for your highness to come out?
Zhang Tuohai waited for boredom and asked casually.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. If it's a military and state matter, it might take a while. If it's a wedding, it'll be quick,
Haruyuki said casually.
Can we still talk about the prince's marriage? Isn't it already settled?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
Other people are naturally like this. But His Highness doesn't seem to like the person who is engaged. He objects to shirking it whenever there is a chance. This has been dragging on for 3 years.
Haruyuki let out a long sigh.
Could it be a problem with appearance?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I have sent people to check. General Song's daughter is top-notch in terms of character, appearance, and personality. Why doesn't His Highness like her?
Haruyuki was also confused.
Is there something wrong with General Song?
Zhang Tuohai speculated.
General Song is unique, and he has many disciples and old officials in the army. If His Highness marries General Song's daughter, it will be very helpful in controlling the army. It can also appease the veteran generals in the army. It can be said that it can serve multiple purposes with one stone.
This is obviously a perfect marriage, but His Highness is unwilling to do so. It's really a headache.
Haruyuki rubbed his forehead.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Zhang Tuohai and Haruyuki chatted about each other. After a while, King Qin walked out angrily.
Looks like we're talking about marriage again. Stay smart for a while.
Haruyuki was rich in experience, so he had a good guess at King Qin's appearance. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai pushed back 2 steps.
Go back.
Haruyuki ordered to go down. The carriage turned around and drove towards the mansion. Zhang Tuohai stood in a corner and said nothing. It was quiet inside the carriage. Only the sound of rolling wheels could be heard. At this moment, a bowstring exploded. A crossbow arrow pierced the window lattice and shot in the direction of King Qin.
There's an assassin.
Seeing this, Haruyuki jumped up in front of King Qin and drew out his long sword to block it. But Zhang Tuohai had already taken action.
Flying Dragon Cloud Explorer.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out one hand, and the crossbow arrow flew horizontally into Zhang Tuohai's hand, and was firmly grasped by Zhang Tuohai. At this time, everyone saw the crossbow arrow clearly. The 3-edged arrow, with a faint green light shining in the black, was so cold that people couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts.
The arrows are highly poisonous. Be careful not to get stabbed,
Haruyuki reminded.
Do you want me to go catch the assassin?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. This is a matter for the guards. You have only one mission, and that is to protect the safety of His Highness. Leave other matters to the appropriate people.
Haruyuki shook his head. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Anyway, he was here to brush up his attribute points. Since he didn't need to do anything, he didn't bother to take care of it. After handing the crossbow arrows to Haruyuki, he stayed aside and continued fishing. After a while, Xing Wing's voice came from outside the carriage.
My subordinates did not protect me well, which frightened His Highness. He came here to apologize. Have you ever caught the assassin? Have you found out who instigated it? Are there any accomplices?
Li Qingyuan's voice was a little cold. Xing Wing paused for a moment before saying,
The assassin is a dead soldier. After being blocked by me, he felt that it was difficult to escape and committed suicide by taking poison.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at Li Qingyuan secretly. At this time, he obviously didn't look good.
Humph. It's a dead soldier again. You really have the money to spend. I want to see how many dead soldiers there are.
Let's go! Following Li Qingyuan's voice, the huge carriage continued to drive.
Chapter 1331 Weird Unfolding. Silence returned to the huge carriage. What was different from before was that the atmosphere in the carriage was a bit solemn at this time. Everyone was caught in the dark cloud caused by the assassination just now. This was an assassination in the street in broad daylight. It was no longer just a matter of assassinating the prince of a country. It was a slap in the face of all the capital security departments. Coupled with the assassination in the imperial city that happened 2 days ago. When the two cases are combined, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. All departments in the entire capital, especially those responsible for security, will definitely face a major earthquake. I don't know how many people will die because of this. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and decided that next time he harvested attribute points, he would first fill up his Qigong points. He felt that a storm was about to come to the entire royal capital, and all kinds of powers were about to come into play. So it would be more reliable to first practice the ability to run away with a bucket. King Qin Li Qingyuan also frowned, wondering what he was thinking. Everyone in the car said nothing and just returned to Prince Qin's mansion. As soon as he returned to the palace, a chamberlain came over and reported,
"Your Highness, a strange person has been caught in the palace." "What kind of strange method? 3 heads and 6 arms?
Li Qingyuan asked angrily.
"Your Highness, this person is almost the same as a normal person, but his hair color and eye color are very different from ordinary people. Especially his clothes and utensils do not look like things used by ordinary people. The various emblems are even more different. I left them to several disciples to identify them. Can't identify the origin. The words seem like crazy, but the demeanor seems to be normal. I don't know how to deal with it. Please make a decision. Your Highness." "Huh? Is there such a thing?"
Li Qingyuan seemed a little moved.
"Take me to see who he is. So weird."
The group of people walked along a gravel path, made 2 turns, and came to a remote yard. In a dark room, everyone saw a tied-up person. The person was a woman with short red hair and ice blue eyes. This is nothing. Zhang Tuohai has seen people with this kind of hair color and eye color many times, so he doesn't think it's very strange. But her outfit is worth pondering. This woman wore a bright silver tight-fitting outfit that outlined the curves of her body. This is not the point. The point is that there are many mechanical and electronic devices hanging outside her clothes. But most of them are damaged, with exposed wires exposed, and some are leaking engine oil, judging from the wounds. Some were damaged by impact, while others seem to have been cut with a sharp object. Moreover, there were some wounds on the woman's body and face, some of which seemed to have been caused by cold weapons. It was obvious that the arrest of her was not so peaceful. Looking at the cracked electronic device that was still sparkling with electric sparks, Zhang Tuohai's eyes narrowed. He felt that the world was becoming more and more strange. Originally he thought this was a martial arts world. Then, he discovered the technique of cultivating immortals. Now there is such a woman covered in technological equipment. What is the style of this world? How many elements are there that have not yet been discovered? Zhang Tuohai feels that the water in this world seems to be very deep. Before he has a certain level of strength, it is better to be steady. King Qin had obviously never seen such a dress before, and was stunned for a moment, looking up and down curiously. Haruyuki had never seen such a costume before, so he looked at it curiously. For a moment, no one in the room spoke, and everyone stared curiously at this strange woman. The first person who couldn't hold on was the woman under observation. It seemed that she couldn't stand the way everyone looked at animals. She was the first to shout loudly, "You uncivilized natives! Why are you looking at me like this? I've never seen this before. A human from another world? Come on! Help me up. I am the 2nd level clerk of the New World Development Group and a new explorer. Yuna, I am here to bring civilization and enlightenment to you. You can't do this to me." Before Yuna could finish speaking, 2 guards immediately pressed Yuna back with crossed long sticks in their hands, and angrily yelled, "Be honest. I didn't let you speak. So shut up. You can actually talk?" Li Qingyuan couldn't hide the shock on his face. "Nonsense. I am a human being. How can I not speak?" Yuna was angry. Obviously, these natives did not regard her as a human being, but as a humanoid animal. She was a little unhappy. Why are my colleagues, who are also adventurers, having an easy time exploring the new world? They are even worshipped as gods by the local indigenous people. They discover precious minerals by the way, get promoted and become rich, become CEOs, marry Baifume, and reach the pinnacle of their lives. And he encountered the fate of a spaceship crashing, equipment being lost, and being captured by the indigenous people? The most annoying thing is that these natives have no respect for themselves at all and treat themselves as animals.
Be honest, or I'll cut your tongue.
A strong man pulled out the dagger from his waist.
Don't rush to do it. Ask again.
Li Qingyuan became interested and stopped the rough actions of his men. Instead, he squatted down and looked at the woman with interest.
Tell me your origin and purpose, and maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, just by forcefully breaking into Prince Qin's palace, I'll behead you. I didn't expect that you were still a high-ranking official. You must be very powerful. Ask your people to return all my things to me. When I contact my superiors, I will give you benefits you can't think of. Those things you have in this world, benefits that I could never imagine.
Yuna began to try to persuade Li Qingyuan. But Li Qingyuan has been the king of Qin since he was a child. He couldn't believe it. He laughed loudly.
It's a joke. I am the prince of the East Palace. I will be the prince of the 9th five-year plan in the future. I will cover the 4 seas. I have the whole world in my bag. What is this, king?
Never seen it before. Your method is too low level. That's all. I'm tired. Haruyuki, please find someone to handle it.
Li Qingyuan stood up.
Yes.
Haruyu nodded. And just as he was about to tell people to take action, Zhang Tuohai came over with a thought in his heart.
Sister Haruyuki, if she is of no use, why don't you let me practice her skills? There is a goddess in my hometown who is quite capable of dealing with some mountain spirits and wild monsters. I have seen it a few times. I think this is probably a mountain spirit. The wild monster ran out of the mountains. And it doesn't look very smart. Why don't you give it to me to practice my skills with? If I conquer it, I can give King Qin more to play with.
Right? Zhang Tuohai said from the side.
Do you still have this ability?
Haruyuki glanced at Zhang Tuohai.
Of course. If I hadn't come to pick up my uncle's class, I would have been the temple blessing of our village in 2 years.
Zhang Tuohai said seriously.
That's okay. Just remember not to let go.
Haruyu nodded and left with King Qin, leaving everything here to Zhang Tuohai. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Tuohai said to the 2 people in charge of custody in the room.
You should also go out. I have some small spells that are not convenient to cast in front of others.
The 2 guards looked at each other and left the room. Zhang Tuohai and Yuna were the only 2 people left in such a big room. Chapter 1332 Yuna's Origin.
Now, there are only 2 of us left. If you have anything to say, please feel free to say it. I'm not as soft-hearted as them. Here, if you answer wrongly, you may not have the chance to reorganize your language.
Zhang Tuohai said to Yuna with a smile.
What are you going to do?
From Zhang Tuohai's smile, Yuna felt a hint of danger, and her voice weakened involuntarily.
You don't need to know what I want to do. Now tell me your origin again.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Don't you believe it?
Yuna was a little helpless. She had said it several times, but she was always regarded as the ravings of a madman.
That's not your concern. Tell it again.
Zhang Tuohai continued.
Okay. Then, I am a second-level clerk in the New World Development Group. A new explorer this year. Our group is committed to spreading the glory of science and technology to every corner of the vast universe. And this remote world of yours? This is my jurisdiction. To tell you the truth, the world you can see is just the tip of the iceberg. The real world is far beyond your imagination. Take your world as an example. You are only at one end of the continent. There is another country at the other end of the desert. That area is larger and has a larger population. It is just because of the vast desert that blocks you.
Yuna said.
Then why don't you go over there?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Actually, I also wanted to go there. But there was a glitch when the spacecraft loaded the angle, and it made an emergency landing here. Otherwise, I would have been worshipped by the natives as a god. So I would still be here. Are you angry here?
Yuna said, dissatisfied.
What about your spaceship?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I fell into the lake. It took me a lot of effort to climb up. As a result, I met a group of people trying to catch me. I wasted a lot of energy before I ran out and hid in this broken city for several days. Escaped several raids, and then wanted to come in to find some food. But was caught again. 2 days ago? The place where you fell couldn't be the palace. Right?
Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and suddenly thought of a possibility.
Who knows? Anyway, the courtyard wall is higher than this. And the residual energy of the thruster is almost not enough.
Yuna then said.
Wait, you believe what I said?
Yuna was a little hesitant and looked at Zhang Tuohai blankly.
What's so unbelievable about this? Do you still have a way to contact your superiors?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The portable communicator is broken. but the communicator in the spacecraft should still be working. However, the spacecraft sank in an artificial lake and needs to be fished out.
Yuna said.
In addition, if I disappear for more than the time limit, there will be a search spacecraft coming, and they will still find me by then. So you better treat me well. When the time comes, I can give you unimaginable benefits, such as how about my agent in this world. At that time, you only need to be responsible to me, and everything in this world will be under your control. How about it? Are you interested? Are all the people in your world as weak as you?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked.
Why am I a weakling? I am the first in our school's aerobics competition, the third level of women's anti-wolf skills, and the most powerful one. How can I be a weakling?
Yuna was furious. Zhang Tuohai smiled and said nothing, then stretched out a finger to poke Yuna's head. This finger used the powerful Vajra finger technique.
It hurts.
Yuna covered her head and shouted.
So, are all the people in your world at this level?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
No. There are transformers, genetic warriors, and monks.
Yuna shouted.
Then let's talk about these types in detail. Many primitive worlds are not so peaceful, and the indigenous people are not so easy to surrender, and will not give up their minerals easily. This requires force to suppress them. After the integration of various technologies, we have formed 3 major schools. The reformers are the largest group. They will transplant the limbs or organs of monsters into their own bodies to give themselves powerful powers. Some people feel that the power of Warcraft is too unstable, so they transform part of their bodies into mechanical devices. They all have great power, but because transformation is expensive, they generally join the Interstellar Mercenary Corps, a profession with relatively high remuneration. Although the transformers are powerful, most of them are ugly or deformed. Many wealthy families, especially those young ladies who are in love with their beauty, will not let themselves become like this. What they like is the method of genetic modification. The power is equally powerful, and they may even have certain superpowers. And their appearance can remain the original appearance of humans. They can even modify their genes to make themselves more beautiful. But the cost is even higher. The cost of a genetic modification is 1 to 2 zeros more than a transplant. What about the monk?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Those guys are just a bunch of old antiques. They have collected a lot of information from all over the world and practiced on it. They want to live forever through practice. They can obviously do it by modifying genes and cloning the body. But they insist on practicing. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. If this group of people had not had deep connections, they would have been eliminated long ago. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. He had a general understanding of Yuna's world.
Then based on your understanding, who will be the people looking for you next time?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It must be the mercenary group that signed a long-term contract with the company. It must be the reformers. Where's the landing place? This must be where I disappeared. Is any of the equipment on your body intact? No more. They were all chopped up by you with your swords.
Yuna was very angry.
Thank you for your answer.
Zhang Tuohai stood up, turned and left.
Huh? Why did I tell him everything? This is not my habit. What's going on?
Yuna didn't understand why when she saw Zhang Tuohai, she felt like she was seeing a relative, and she wanted to express all her inner thoughts. Only Zhang Tuohai knows that this is the function of Lily Heart, which automatically brings others closer, improves their perception, and increases their favorability, coupled with the lucky blessing of Angel's kiss. This was the pillar that allowed him to thrive during this period.
Angel is really a good person.
Zhang Tuohai touched his heart, walked out of the door, and said to the 2 guards,
"The woman inside is very important. King Qin may be interested. Be sure to keep an eye on her, and not let her run away."
"Yes." The 2 guards responded immediately. Chapter 1333, There is no such thing as a free dinner. Zhang Tuohai returned all the way to the courtyard in the middle of the lake.
"Do you have any information?"
Li Qingyuan asked casually when he saw Zhang Tuohai coming back.
"Your Highness, this thief indeed has an accomplice."
Zhang Tuohai said quickly. "Huh?" Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. He had just asked casually. In his opinion, Zhang Tuohai was just a newcomer, and his experience was not as rich as that of Chunxia and the others. It was the first time for someone to do such a thing alone, and usually there would be no results. But now, she actually gained something, which made her very happy.
"Tell me what you gained, Your Highness." Although this thief is a little mentally disturbed, after my interrogation, I still obtained some information. That is, they are organized. And this is not their first action. They were involved in the last attack on the palace. Figure. The last time they attacked the palace. This time, they attacked the prince's car in the street. Are they going to rebel?
Haruyuki was a little angry.
Sister Haruyuki, I know you are very angry. But the people who attacked the palace at night, and the people who attacked and killed the prince in the street are not the same people.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head.
What evidence do you have?
Haruyuki asked.
The people in this organization are very arrogant. And the weapons they use are special and very powerful. They are very conceited about their weapons. They think they can kill the target directly with weapons, and will not take the initiative to use poison.
Zhang Tuohai explained.
How can this be?
Haruyuki has never been in contact with people on the technology side, so he doesn't quite understand. In her opinion, the way these people behave is difficult to understand.
It's very simple. Senior Sister Chun. When you want to crush an ant to death, do you put poison on your fingers? Of course not. I'm not that stupid,
Haruyuki said immediately.
Although it's hard to accept. In their eyes, we are just bigger ants. So poison and the like are superfluous to them.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
Damn it. Who gave them the courage?
Haruyuki clenched his fists.
Have you found out where their lair is?
Haruyuki asked.
The prisoner's mentality is not normal, and the available information is limited. There is no specific location of their lair, but the description seems to be that it is far away from here, at least thousands of miles away.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Thousands of miles away. Is it a desert of death? Isn't it inhabited by humans? How can anyone survive there?
Haruyuki didn't believe it.
The prisoner is not mentally healthy. It is not difficult to understand some bizarre news.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Your Highness, look.
Haru Shui turned to look at Li Qingyuan.
Well done. I didn't expect that you actually have such means. In this case, I will leave this matter to you. If I can dig out the location of the thief's lair, I will certainly reward you,
Li Qingyuan said immediately.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Zhang Tuohai was very happy. From now on, he would be able to control the appearance of the visitor. When the time comes, it's not up to you to decide how to deal with it. It's the spaceship that fell in the palace. I don't know how to get it out. I have to think long and hard. Zhang Tuohai was thinking about how to get Yuna's alien assets into his hands. His vision is no longer limited to the Qin Palace, the entire royal capital, or even the entire empire. He knows that there is a broader map beyond these. King Qin's boat seems a bit small, and not enough to achieve his purpose. Before I knew it, it was time to turn on the lamp.
Your Highness, it's time to eat,
a waiter said respectfully.
Has the time already come?
Li Qingyuan glanced at the time and nodded.
Then let's pass on the meal. I'll eat here today. Don't go anywhere else. Eat something together. It's not fun to eat alone.
As Li Qingyuan spoke, he called the two maids, Chun Shui and Zhang Tuohai, and opened a table together. The two maids and Haruyuki received traditional education and maintained a deep respect for the imperial power. Although Li Qingyuan asked them to eat at the same table, they only tasted the food, especially the two personal maids, who barely moved their chopsticks and were busy picking up food for Li Qingyuan. But Zhang Tuohai is different. If it was before meeting Yuna, Zhang Tuohai might still be pretending. But when he knew that this might just be a novice village and there was a bigger map outside, his respect for Li Qingyuan became extremely limited. For example, when it comes to eating, Haruyuki and the two maids were interested. But Zhang Tuohai didn't worry too much. As soon as the steamed pork slices were served, Zhang Tuohai stabbed half of the plate away with his chopsticks. Haruyuki was dumbfounded. Haruyuki wanted to kick Zhang Tuohai under the table to make Zhang Tuohai pay attention to his behavior. However, the table was too big and her legs were a bit short. She tried hard to stretch her little feet forward several times, but could not even cross the center line, let alone kick Zhang Tuohai. He could only look at Zhang Tuohai angrily. I hope Zhang Tuohai can notice her and restrain himself. But there was no place for her in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. All he saw was the table full of delicacies. It has to be said that no matter what era, the top dignitaries will never have a bad meal. In particular, this table of dishes would have cost tens of thousands in Zhang Tuohai's time. If a famous chef was asked to help prepare it, the premium would be even greater. Zhang Tuohai hadn't eaten food of this level for a long time, and he was very happy with it. Chun Shui's little face was bulging with anger, and the two maids stared at Zhang Tuohai. Only Li Qingyuan looked at Zhang Tuohai with a smile. Who dares to eat like this in front of him? Therefore, when Li Qingyuan saw Zhang Tuohai, he felt like an ordinary person watching a mukbang for the first time. The more he watched, the more delicious it became, and his mouth watered involuntarily. Haruyuki couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped the table and stood up when he was stopped by Li Qingyuan.
No. Zhang Xuanche is really good-natured. Don't stop him.
Li Qingyuan said and asked Zhang Tuohai with a smile.
Are you satisfied? It would be nice to have some more staple food.
Zhang Tuohai hacked a chicken drumstick and said,
It's a bit boring to eat meat dry. It's best to have some soup. Hurry and get the staple food and soup.
Li Qingyuan said quickly. Immediately, a servant brought the staple food broth. The staple food here are all small pancakes. A bit like duck rolls. Very thin and delicate, but not very filling. Zhang Tuohai rolled up several stacks of large pieces of sauce meat and threw them into his mouth. By the time Zhang Tuohai was almost done eating, half of the food on the table had gone into Zhang Tuohai's stomach.
Zhang Xuanche has a good appetite.
Li Qingyuan gave a light high five.
We have a popular saying that the more you eat, the more powerful you become. A truly powerful warrior can even eat a cow in one meal. I don't know if it can be beaten, but it must be a waste of food.
A maid said from the side.
You don't believe it, do you? Then I'll show you. Here I don't eat for free.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he suddenly grabbed the ground with one hand, and a square brick was pulled out from the ground by Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai returned his hand fiercely, and the square brick flew towards a big tree in the yard. Boom! There was a muffled sound, followed by a scream. A dark shadow fell from the tree. Chapter 1334 The Prince and I know each other well.
There's an assassin!
When Haruyuki saw it, he drew out the long sword from his waist and rushed towards the place where the figure fell. After a while, Haruyuki came back carrying someone. Boom! The man was thrown to the ground. This man was dressed in black, with only his eyes exposed, and the rest was wrapped in layers of black cloth. There was a big bump on his head, and he had fainted.
Sister Haruyuki, your skills have improved, and you finally caught them alive,
a personal maid said. Hearing this, Haruyuki's face turned red.
It's not my fault. He had already fainted when I passed by. Let's see if there are any clues,
Zhang Tuohai said, walked over and tore off the other party's clothes. This man carried several bottles of poison, a tube of poison needles, and a small token in the sole of his shoe. There is a black skull on it, with the words EC Air engraved on the back.
Which organization's seal is this?
Zhang Tuohai threw the token to Haruyuki.
This is the seal of the Hanjiang Gang. It is rumored that this is a gang formed by the third prince and is responsible for affairs in the Jianghu. However, no one has ever obtained relevant evidence. The third prince wants to kill our prince?
A maid asked in shock.
It may also be a forgery with the purpose of provoking a dispute between the crown prince and the third prince.
Zhang Tuohai smiled and said,
After all, it's just a sign. If you find a skilled blacksmith, you can make a bag of this stuff in a day. Are you so sure it's a lie?
Haruyuki asked.
Not necessarily. Maybe they are using this kind of thinking like yours and mine to avoid taking responsibility. As long as they find out who they are, they will insist that it was framed,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then there's no way to check?
Haruyuki frowned.
It's not impossible. The main thing is to see who benefits. When the prince is assassinated, he and the third prince start fighting. Whoever benefits the most will be the most suspect,
Zhang Tuohai said.
If this is the case, my royal brothers will all be suspicious,
Li Qingyuan said with a wry smile.
They are all eyeing my position as the crown prince. As long as I don't ascend the throne, they will never give up. Then there's nothing we can do.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
There are too many suspects. It's impossible to investigate. As long as he is a prince, he is suspected. What should we do?
A maid asked.
What can we do? Strengthen the security. Have someone to guard you. And send someone to check the food and other things,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then you will be Gu's personal bodyguard.
Li Qingyuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Zhang Tuohai, why did it get to my head? Shouldn't Haruyuki be allowed to come?
Is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? You look good alone. You will be the one keeping watch tonight,
Li Qingyuan said. Seeing that Li Qingyuan was very determined, Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to comply. However, he had already blocked 2 assassinations today. He expected that no more assassins would stupidly knock on the door. There should be nothing wrong tonight. After today, he would find another opportunity to pass the errands to Haruyuki. Zhang Tuohai accepted the errand. After removing the cup and plate, Li Qingyuan drank tea for a while Haruyu went to interrogate the assassin. Zhang Tuohai stayed to guard him personally. Li Qingyuan's room was an inner suite. Li Qingyuan himself rested inside, while Zhang Tuohai and 2 personal maids rested in the outer suite. Zhang Tuohai asked Zhang Ruotai to study basic breathing techniques and prepare to gain some proficiency. After practicing for about 3 weeks, Zhang Tuohai faintly heard the sound of water inside.
This prince is really hardworking. He is still taking medicinal baths so late.
Zhang Tuohai had just seen 2 personal maids carrying a large wooden barrel in. It is said to be a medicinal bath used by the prince to practice Qigong. Because the exercises are confidential, no one is allowed to watch and serve.
Will a prince's medicinal bath be a good thing? Can I refresh some attributes or something if I enjoy it?
Zhang Tuohai thought curiously. Just then, he heard the sound of a knife tapping the window.
Huh?
Is there anyone else? Zhang Tuohai stood up suddenly, and suddenly felt the smell of medicine in the air. The whole person shook slightly, and almost fell down. Zhang Tuohai quickly held his breath, used his internal energy, and eliminated the drug from his body. Then he kicked the door open, and thrust a stool leg straight out of the window. Puff! A stream of blood sprayed on the window lattice. The stool leg actually pierced the neck of the person outside the window, nailing him to the spot.
Your Highness. Fortunately,
Zhang Tuohai was stunned. Because Li Qingyuan was standing up from the medicinal bathtub at this time, holding a long sword in his hand. The pure white moonlight shines on his smooth and white body. He looked at the prince's body. In fact, this problem is not big at all. We are all men. And he is so protective that it is understandable. But the problem is, the prince is actually a woman. He could swear with his 5.2 eyes that there was absolutely nothing wrong with it.
This is a big deal.
Zhang Tuohai's mind buzzed. Li Qingyuan was also stunned. After a second, she came to her senses, swooped back into the tub, and turned her back.
Get out,
Li Qingyuan said. The voice is clearer than usual. Zhang Tuohai didn't make a sound, silently closed the door, and at the same time considered whether to run away with the bucket. He never expected that the dignified prince was actually a girl. Even if you think about it with your buttocks, you can tell that there is definitely a big secret in it. Now that this secret is known to me, will I be silenced directly? Although, with his current strength, running will definitely be no problem. But Zhang Tuohai would definitely not be willing to run away without borrowing any power. This is not in line with his character. After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai decided to stay and watch the limelight. If there was a chance, he would stay for a while. If it was really impossible, he would run away with the bucket. He glanced at the 2 personal maids, who were stunned by the smoke and were still sleeping.
Just like you, Li Qingyuan is soft-hearted, and someone else would have been chopped more than 10 times.
Looking at these 2 people, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head. After a while, the door was opened and Li Qingyuan was already dressed. Her face was ashen. After taking a look at the situation in the outhouse, he said to Zhang Tuohai,
"Come in."
Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath and entered the room. At this time, Li Qingyuan was holding a sword in his hand. I don't know if it was because of anger, but the hand holding the sword kept shaking.
"Tell me, should I kill you?"
Li Qingyuan's voice was very cold. Hearing what Li Qingyuan said, Zhang Tuohai felt half relieved. If the woman wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have asked and would have taken action directly. If she could ask, it meant she was hesitant, which was an opportunity.
"If I were your Highness, I would not kill,"
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
"Reason? If it's another person, it might be looked at again. It's better to choose someone like me who is familiar and knows everything."
Li Qingyuan. She felt that the right path should be to kill Zhang Tuohai with one sword. Chapter 1335 Bad Things Turn into Good Things. Seeing that Li Qingyuan's mood seemed a little unstable, Zhang Tuohai quickly said,
"Your Highness, calm down. Although what I said is a bit rough, but the truth is true. Changing someone will increase the risk of leaks.
And the next one may not be more likely to leak. Good. Think about it. If the next person also discovers it, but he doesn't say anything and just peeks, you won't even know that you have been exposed. If he peeks and informs at the same time, your secret will be completely lost. At least, I'm quite a strict person, so I'll buy it off with some small favors. What do you think?"
Zhang Tuohai stopped being polite and pulled up a stool and sat down. He picked up the pastry on the table and took a bite. Not to mention, the pastry is worthy of being eaten by the prince, and it tastes really good. Although Li Qingyuan was very angry, she also knew that most of what Zhang Tuohai said was true. The result might not be better if you change someone else. Moreover, she may not be able to find someone as skilled in martial arts as Zhang Tuohai. The most important thing is that the next one may not be endorsed by Mr. Luo. Li Qingyuan thought about it carefully and felt that although Zhang Tuohai could not spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, he was still reliable. After all, he had saved himself several times and caught several assassins. It's much better than those losers who appear to be loyal but have no abilities and can only serve as an honor guard. Except this mouth is quite irritating. Can't you put it in an acceptable way? Does it have to be so straightforward? Snort. Although he had already weighed it in his mind, Li Qingyuan was still very angry. She stared at Zhang Tuohai with an unkind look.
So, what are you going to do to keep your mouth shut? Your Highness, I like to practice martial arts the most. If I can stay on the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion for half a day, I promise to keep it secret. Not only do I keep my mouth shut, but if anyone dares to say that you are a woman, I will castrate them. I will turn them all into slaves. A woman! If you like someone's lifeblood, I promise to cut it off overnight and deliver it to you.
Zhang Tuohai said quickly.
Roll.
Li Qingyuan kicked Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai turned over and rolled out of the door, closing the door for Li Qingyuan.
Your Highness, it's late at night. It's time to rest. This guy.
Although Li Qingyuan was still angry, he was relieved. She knew that Zhang Tuohai would help her keep the secret for the time being. Only those who have needs and desires can use it with confidence. Just now, if Zhang Tuohai didn't ask for anything, she would be worried. You don't want gold, silver, treasures, or martial arts secrets. What do you want? Zhang Tuohai took the initiative to expose his desire, which made her feel at ease. Isn't it just martial arts secrets? The royal family has accumulated them for thousands of years, and there are many martial arts secrets. Zhang Tuohai may not be able to finish it in 10 years. Zhang Tuohai can even show him the royal family's exclusive secrets if he wants, as long as Zhang Tuohai can stand on her side. In her eyes, everything in the world is a resource and can be exchanged. It just depends on whether it is worth it. Putting Zhang Tuohai's matter aside, Li Qingyuan looked at the hole in the window. The body had been taken away by Zhang Tuohai, and there were still stains of blood on it.
The frequency of assassinations is becoming more and more frequent. It seems that my younger brothers will no longer be able to survive. What gave them the courage? Did something happen in the palace? Or did some external force intervene again?
Li Qingyuan looked at the map on the wall and fell into deep thought. Zhang Tuohai sat cross-legged on the couch and continued to practice breathing and breathing. After a night of practice, he had mastered the basic breathtaking technique to the point of perfection. Each of the 4 major attributes increased by 0.3 points. Although, with Zhang Tuohai's current physical fitness, this 0.3 is almost negligible. But the visible improvement still makes Zhang Tuohai very happy. Zhang Tuohai decided to practice basic breathing to the full level today, and then choose a book of advanced exercises to practice. As for the attribute points, first fill up the basic Qigong and Divine Movement Shadowless points. When a storm is coming, the life-saving Qigong must be reached to the full level first.
This is common sense. As the sky grew brighter, the 2 maids slowly woke up and began to fetch water to wash their faces and clean the room. Looking at the 2 people working, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt that except for their vigilance, these 2 people were pretty good at everything else. If only his family could employ 2. This way you don't have to wash the dishes yourself. Haruyuki is here too.
Your Highness, are you up?
Haruyuki asked.
It's time to get up.
The 2 maids knocked on the door quickly. The door was opened. Li Qingyuan had already changed his clothes and walked out. His expression was almost the same as yesterday. Zhang Tuohai took a serious look at Li Qingyuan. Apart from his thin shoulders, Li Qingyuan looked like a thin young man. She is completely different from the beauty who took a bath last night. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be difficult for Zhang Tuohai to connect these 2 people.
How on earth did this guy hide?
Zhang Tuohai looked at it secretly and curiously. Snort. Li Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Tuohai.
Did you offend His Highness last night?
Haruyuki came over and asked. If Zhang Tuohai doesn't understand the rules and offends His Highness, she, the recommender, will be blamed.
Maybe when I caught the assassin last night, I didn't use enough strength and got blood on the window. That's it.
Zhang Tuohai pointed. Haruyuki looked in the direction Zhang Tuohai pointed. And sure enough, he saw the broken window and blood stains left by Zhang Tuohai.
These assassins are getting more and more arrogant. It's simply unreasonable.
Haru Shui slapped the doorframe angrily.
Any clues about the assassin yesterday?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Those assassins are all dead soldiers. Before he could go back yesterday, that guy committed suicide. There was no news at all.
Haruyuki sighed.
It doesn't matter. There can't be too many of these dead soldiers. As long as there are enough, someone will always be willing to speak.
Zhang Tuohai comforted Haru Shui. We still have breakfast together. Each person has a bowl of bird's nest porridge and a plate of pastries. Zhang Tuohai ate 6 food boxes by himself. And the maids rolled their eyes in exhaustion.
You can go to the kitchen and eat by yourself. Don't tire them.
Li Qingyuan couldn't stand it, and threw a token to Zhang Tuohai.
In addition, if you were a good guard last night, I will reward you with a half-day trip to the Sutra Pavilion. Thank you, Your Highness.
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the token.
Your Highness is so kind to you. You were able to enter the Sutra Pavilion on the first day.
Haruyuki looked at Zhang Tuohai with some envy.
Are you envious? I almost got chased and killed.
Zhang Tuohai took the token and went to the Buddhist scripture pavilion happily.
Haruyuki, come here and help me analyze which one of the people in the court can be used by me. Which one can be won over, and which one should be eliminated.
Li Qingyuan took out a roster and took Haru Shui to discuss it in a low voice. Chapter 1336. Wild Ball Fist. Zhang Tuohai came to the small building of the Sutra Pavilion again. It was still quiet, except for an old man in black robe standing guard on the long table in front of the door.
This is His Highness's seal.
Zhang Tuohai handed over the token.
Long time.
The man in black robe took out a long incense candle, lit it, and inserted it into the incense burner.
Can I change to electronic incense next time, so I can stay here forever?
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the slowly burning incense candle, and thought to himself. Zhang Tuohai walked in again. The first floor was still the same as before. Zhang Tuohai scanned it to make sure there were no new books, and then followed the steps to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, there are much fewer things on the second floor. There are not so many bookshelves. Only a long table. And what is placed on the long table are not the entire secret book, but fragments of pages. There are paper ones, silk ones, bamboo slips, and even jade ones. Various materials are available. Zhang Tuohai felt like he was at a street stall. In addition to these fragments, there are also several clay figures. Zhang Tuohai casually picked up a broken page and took a look at it. He found that it was a piece of text with no beginning and no end. The top and bottom were missing. Even if he had a plug-in, he could not complete it. After reading it twice, Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to put it down and replace it with the next one. Most of these fragments are similar to this. They are fragments of pages that are not touching each other. There are still signs of tearing and snatching on the edges. You have to say that this thing is useful, but it cannot be practiced at all. If you say it's useless, throw it out randomly, and you're guaranteed to get your head bruised and bloody. Zhang Tuohai sighed and put aside the broken pages. Just as he was flipping through almost all the remaining pages, a jade piece caught Zhang Tuohai's attention. There are no words on it, but an action. Zhang Tuohai practiced the action again, and suddenly found out the prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the cultivation technique.
Qi gathering method.
Incomplete.
Another book on cultivation techniques?
Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed. This is already the second time that he has obtained cultivation techniques in Prince Qin's mansion. He felt that this novice village must not be as simple as it seems. Otherwise, it would not be possible to discover cultivation techniques again and again. Zhang Tuohai has 2 guesses about the origin of this technique. Either this world used to be a world of immortality, and then it disappeared for some reason. It may have left. It may have died. Or it may have even been hiding. As for the second guess, it is that these cultivation techniques were left behind by some aliens, just like Yuna and the organization behind her. However, they felt that there was nothing they needed in this world, so they left. Only a few skills were left behind, proving that they had been here.
Prince Qin's palace has cultivation techniques. So will the library in the palace also contain cultivation techniques?
Zhang Tuohai's mind became active.
It seems that I still have to find a way to help the prince to the throne, so that I can enter the palace's library openly. There might even be some in the tombs of the late emperors. Don't we have to open them and take a look?
After thinking for a while, Zhang Tuohai felt that he still had to send Li Qingyuan to the throne. This would do more good than harm to both people.
It seems that I have to help this little girl.
Zhang Tuohai put Yujia down and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the dolls on the table. Those dolls were all made of pottery, with a gray surface, as if they had just been dug out of the soil, and their appearance was unattractive. However, Zhang Tuohai dare not underestimate it. The fact that this thing can be placed here shows that its origin is absolutely extraordinary. It's been thrown here forever, but no one has been able to decipher the mystery.
Others can't crack it, but maybe I can.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while. placed the clay dolls, and practiced the above actions one by one, changing the order from time to time and practicing again. After about an hour, the prompt finally popped up. Congratulations to the player for obtaining this special skill. Wild Ball Fist. Incomplete. Wild Ball Fist. A special skill that is mediocre at first, but each blow is twice as powerful as the previous one, as long as the body's strength can support it. There is no upper limit to its power. Hiss! Zhang Tuohai gasped when he saw the description of the technique. As long as your body's strength can support it. There is no upper limit to your power? Are you bragging? Zhang Tuohai looked at the explanation of the exercises with disbelief on his face. He has seen quite a few techniques, but he has never seen techniques of this level. If this was his own explanation of the technique, he would definitely feel like he was bragging. However, since the front page says so, the credibility is very high. Lilith would never trick him. If it is really as powerful as described, then this technique is stronger than the cultivation technique. However, to practice this thing, you must first train your body. Otherwise, others will not be affected by one punch, and you will turn into blood mist first. It seems that the body training method must also be put on the agenda. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the exercises that needed to be practiced on the schedule, and felt that the speed of obtaining attribute points was still a bit slow. You have to find an opportunity to get more attribute points. Zhang Tuohai was thinking about how to get more attribute points. By the way, the palace is so big, you can always take a stroll. Right. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai immediately left the library and visited Old Man Luo first. After all, without Old Man Luo, he wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. There is a new group of newcomers practicing in Old Man Luo's yard, swaying to get into the escort team. Prompts kept popping up one after another. Zhang Tuohai gained more than 10 attribute points. Old Man Luo was very happy to see Zhang Tuohai. When he learned that Zhang Tuohai wanted to order some wine to take away, he decisively kicked Zhang Tuohai out. After leaving Old Man Luo, Zhang Tuohai came to the training ground of the escort team. Xing Wuing happens to be here too. When Xing Wuing saw Zhang Tuohai, he wanted to kill him on the spot. But before he could get closer, Zhang Tuohai leisurely raised King Qin's token. Xing Wuing's eyes widened when he saw King Qin's token. This thing is like the King of Qin coming in person. Although he was unwilling, Xing Wuing still half knelt down towards Zhang Tuohai. Go on! I'm here to see if anyone is wasting his money and food on behalf of King Qin. Zhang Tuohai was holding the token and wandering around in the field. Xing Wuing had no choice but to follow behind. After brushing dozens of attribute points, Zhang Tuohai slowly left. After leaving the practice ground, Zhang Tuohai wandered around the mansion again. Zhang Tuohai took the token and spent nearly 100 attribute points in Prince Qin's palace, and then slowly returned to Prince Qin. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Zhang Tuohai noticed that King Qin's face was gloomy. What happened? Were you assassinated again? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. It's not an assassination. It's His Majesty who granted me the marriage, Haruyuki said from the side. Chapter 1337 Li Daitao's Zombie Plan. Marriage? Zhang Tuohai looked at Li Qingyuan's livid face and almost laughed out loud. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Congratulations to the King of Qin. Congratulations to the King of Qin. It's a pity that I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. I will definitely prepare the gifts when I issue the monthly report. Li Qingyuan's face turned darker when he heard Zhang Tuohai's half-joking words. It doesn't matter what others say. You saw everything you should and shouldn't see last night. And now you are saying this. Are you here specifically to laugh at me? Stop joking and help me figure out how to deal with it. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, Can I cancel the engagement? Zhang Tuohai asked. I'm afraid not. This is the third time. This time, the Prime Minister personally pushed for it, and His Majesty also issued an order. If I push the envelope again, I'm afraid there will be officials who will appear in court, which will be detrimental to His Highness. Haruyuki shook his head and sighed. Can you hide out? Zhang Tuohai asked. His Royal Highness is the Crown Prince of the East Palace. He is not allowed to leave the capital at will without an edict, Haruyuki said. Isn't this the end? Zhang Tuohai spread his hands. I can't retreat. I can't hide. What else can I do but accept it? Is there any other way I can do now besides congratulations? Haruyuki, Li Qingyuan. Both of them felt that they were speechless. That can't be the case. We have to think of a coping strategy. Li Qingyuan looked at Zhang Tuohai seriously. You understand Gu's difficulties. Only you can come up with this solution. Please. Li Qingyuan deliberately emphasized the word difficulties very hard.
Okay, I'll think of a way.
Zhang Tuohai understood what Li Qingyuan meant. For the sake of the throne, Li Qingyuan didn't mind consummating the marriage. But the problem was that Li Qingyuan himself did not have the ability to consummate the marriage. You can't drag the princess to polish the mirror on your wedding night. If the princess was from Li Qingyuan's side, it would be okay. The crux of the problem is that the crown princess is the daughter of the general who ruled the country. She grew up in the border gate and has hardly seen Li Qingyuan since she was a child. Let's not say that the two of them were childhood sweethearts. It can only be said that they are strangers to each other. Li Qingyuan had no idea what the other person was thinking. It's too late to communicate now. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his head for a long time and discovered the crux of the problem. The core of this problem is that the princess cannot discover anything strange about the prince on the night of the wedding. Then as long as the crown princess cannot discover it, wouldn't the problem be solved?
Your Highness, how do you drink?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's okay to drink lightly.
Li Qingyuan didn't know why Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked this.
On your wedding night, don't you have to drink a glass of wine? If you drag the crown princess to drink 2 more drinks and drink her too much, won't the problem be solved?
Zhang Tuohai said.
Is this plan really feasible?
Li Qingyuan asked.
As long as you get the crown princess drunk, this strategy will succeed.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What if she gets me drunk?
Li Qingyuan asked. Zhang Tuohai.
No. Here's another plan.
Li Qingyuan shook his head.
What about sending someone to assassinate her that night and snatch the princess away?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's still not appropriate. If the assassin is caught, there is a risk that the news will be leaked. In order to prevent the news from leaking, it is not appropriate to have to kill these dead soldiers with your own hands,
Li Qingyuan said.
Furthermore, I heard that the crown princess grew up in the border areas in her early years. She is proficient with guns and horses, and has strong martial arts skills. She is even better than some generals. She may not be able to be kidnapped. It's inappropriate. If the crown princess cannot be kidnapped, how about kidnapping you?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
If Gu is kidnapped, all the servants around him will be responsible for failing to protect him, and they will all be executed. Gu is heartbroken.
Li Qingyuan continued to shake his head.
It won't work this way. That won't work either. You can't ask me to consummate the marriage for you on your wedding night. Right.
Zhang Tuohai was also a little angry and said angrily.
This seems to be a solution.
Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this.
You're not serious, are you?
Zhang Tuohai was startled. He was just making angry remarks casually. And looking at Li Qingyuan, he seemed to take it seriously. Damn it. Li Qingyuan was walking in circles, thinking as he went around.
You came to consummate the marriage on Gu's behalf. And the technical problems were solved. All the difficulties were solved. And the crown princess could not doubt Gu. Your Highness, our looks are different. The crown princess is not blind, so she will definitely be able to spot the difference.
Zhang Tuohai was speechless.
It doesn't matter. Gu knows how to dress up, which can change a person's appearance. When the time comes, Gu will help you dress up, and it will be the same as Gu. Even if you wash it with water, you won't be able to see through the makeup,
Li Qingyuan said with a smile.
Besides, I can prepare more wine, light less candles, and make up for it to make sure everything is foolproof.
Seeing Li Qingyuan excitedly completing his plan, Zhang Tuohai was speechless. This was the first time he saw a person so keen on being green. Is this Li Qingyuan a hidden Tauren?
Die the Tauren!
Zhang Tuohai was completely speechless. Haruyuki was speechless at the side. Although she didn't know as much as Zhang Tuohai did, she always felt that the prince seemed to have some serious illness when he did this. On her wedding night, she actually asked her subordinates to help her consummate her marriage. Only a married princess could do this. His Royal Highness. This can be considered a groundbreaking event. Although she felt something was not right. She had been accustomed to obeying in Prince Jin's mansion for many years. Even though the prince proposed such a ridiculous plan, she did not object. Instead, she tried her best to find loopholes in it and help make up for it. It took a whole morning to come up with this plan, which was named Dai Tao Zong by Li Qingyuan. It was planned by Li Qingyuan as the main leader and Haruyuki as the supplementary one. The core of the entire plan is that Li Qingyuan provides the skills, Haruyuki provides the support, and Zhang Tuohai provides the strength.
Is this the plan?
Haruyuki asked, looking at the freshly prepared plan.
It might work.
Li Qingyuan is also a master of talking on paper.
Do you have experience?
Li Qingyuan turned to Zhang Tuohai and asked. Zhang Tuohai, How to answer this? Zhang Tuohai was speechless.
Forget it. You are from the countryside and have never been married. So you must have no experience.
Li Qingyuan came to a conclusion on his own.
But he has no experience. What if he fails?
Haruyuki asked.
This makes sense. We must let him gain some experience. At least he cannot be a fledgling who knows nothing.
Li Qingyuan agreed with Haru Shue's words.
But where can I find experience in this matter? Should I go to some stable women for advice? Will they leak the news?
Haruyuki asked worriedly.
We can't take action in this matter personally, as it will arouse suspicion. We can only let him go out and face it on his own.
Li Qingyuan said.
But where can he find experience on his own? Should he find a few married women? They must not be willing to do it. Right,
Haruyuki said.
Besides, Wenpa, there is another place where you can learn experience. Where?
Haruyuki asked, blinking his big eyes.
Gulanyuan.
Li Qingyuan slapped the table. Chapter 1338, Brushing Attributes.
So, I am doing this at public expense?
Zhang Tuohai was speechless looking at the stack of banknotes he had just withdrawn from his hand. Li Qingyuan and Haruyu were afraid that Zhang Tuohai had no experience, which led to the disclosure of the plan. After some discussion, the solution proposed was to take the money and let him go to the Oiran to learn from the experience. Zhang Tuohai still dare not say that he has experience. In that case, it would be inconsistent with the new personality in the countryside. In fact, the original version of the plan was that Li Qingyuan also wanted to learn some knowledge. In the end, it was Haruyu who thought it was really unethical and risked his life to persuade Li Qingyuan to give up the idea. As a result, Zhang Tuohai was the only one left to implement the plan. Standing in front of Guling Courtyard with the banknote in hand, Zhang Tuohai still felt a little guilty. Although he has had several girlfriends, they are actually the kind of girls who don't even dare to stay in touch even if their feet are pinched. The back pinches are only limited to cupping. This is the first time for him to go to such a club-like place. It is inevitable to feel a little nervous mentally. On the contrary, the girls soliciting customers on the street are very enthusiastic.
Hey, young master. It's been a while since you came to our place. Xiao Tao misses you so much. Today, I have to come and sit with you no matter what.
A girl stopped Zhang Tuohai's arm and turned into a restaurant. Zhang Tuohai was confused. My mind is full of, when have I been here? Who is Xiao Tao? Did you admit the wrong person? After entering the venue, Zhang Tuohai understood that everything this girl said was just words. Because after he came in, an old woman brought 10 girls and stood in front of Zhang Tuohai, letting Zhang Tuohai choose. To be honest, these 10 girls, Yan Huan, are both fat and thin, each with their own strengths. In Zhang Tuohai's time, they were more or less internet celebrities. But here, we can only do this kind of business of entertaining people with sex. It can only be said that it has changed but not changed. To be honest, if you just want to gain experience, what you have in front of you is enough. Those who can be brought out in the first batch, among other things, must have rich experience. But the problem is that after they arrived, a bunch of reminders appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Congratulations on getting the special skill, Qin Xiao Himing. Congratulations on getting the special skill, Rotating Horse. Congratulations on getting the special skill, Trapped in a Cocoon. Congratulations on getting the special skill, Red Candle Adds Fragrance. A series of skills can also be exchanged for attribute points. Can Takumi endure this? Zhang Tuohai took out 2 banknotes and threw them on the table.
Find me all the girls in the place. I want to look at them one by one.
Anyway, Li Qingyuan paid for everything tonight. He didn't bother to worry about money anymore. He just spent a lot of money. Seeing the amount on the banknote, the old madam almost burst into laughter.
Master, please wait a moment. I will make sure everything is properly arranged for you.
The old madam has been in this business all her life, and has seen many weird hobbies. In her eyes, there are only 2 types of customers, rich and poor. As long as you have money, no matter how weird your hobby is, it won't be a problem. It's just a party with a few people. It's nothing. The old madam immediately found all the girls who had no guests, lined them up, and walked in front of Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai couldn't close his mouth with laughter as he looked at the constantly refreshing prompts. As for what the girl looked like, sorry, he really didn't pay attention. In a short while, Zhang Tuohai had accumulated more than 30 attribute points. This is just because the skills exchange ratio given by these girls is not high. If the proportions were normal, this might be a better place to farm attribute points than Prince Qin's mansion. Zhang Tuohai was thinking as he looked at his attribute panel, wondering where to add so many attribute points. At this moment, the old buster came over.
Master, you have seen all the girls here. Do you like any of them? I can ask her to come and serve you.
Zhang Tuohai was happily brushing up his attributes. When he heard what the madam said, he immediately became anxious. Nothing can delay him from brushing his attributes.
There are only so many people. And they are gone so quickly? There are too few people here.
Zhang Tuohai frowned.
Young master, you are joking. My Tianxiang Tower is the biggest place in this street. It has the most girls and the best quality. Even the children of high-ranking officials can leave with satisfaction. Do you think I'm too picky?
Zhang Tuohai raised his eyebrows.
I don't dare. I don't dare.
The old bustard smiled apologetically.
I don't care whether you are just hanging out or borrowing people from other places. Anyway, I'm not satisfied with this. So continue to hire people. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Zhang Tuohai said, and slapped another handful of banknotes. Looking at the thick stack of silver notes, the old madam took a deep breath.
Master, I know who you spent so much money for. It's just that this person is special. He just borrowed our place for a while, and will not return. We don't care. We can't force her to do anything. I can only help you ask. Whether it works or not depends on what the other person wants. If it works, we will provide the venue for free. If it doesn't work, don't complain. I will help you pick 2 girls, and I will ensure that you will be satisfied. What do you think?
Zhang Tuohai. He just wanted to get more attribute points. But judging from the madam's tone, it seemed that he might have misunderstood from what the other party meant. It seemed like there was a very awesome Warren living here. Moreover, the power behind the Warren seems to be very strong. Even the old buster doesn't dare to force his life. Zhang Tuohai felt that this was not consistent with common sense. If there were really rich and powerful people who would devote themselves to this romantic place to becoming courtesan. But if you don't have money and power, I'm afraid you won't be able to make the old madam so afraid. How many fuel-efficient lamps can open such a place in the capital? There are no backers such as Shutian Mansion and the 5th Army Protectorate Mansion behind you. So you dare to start a show? You have to take a water trip the next day. There must be something wrong with making people like this so fearful. Moreover, in these troubled times, Zhang Tuohai would not believe that such a person came to the capital without any purpose.
Is this guy the same person as Yuna? Or is it someone recruited from outside by a certain prince? Or maybe it's a pawn of a certain force in the DPRK? Or is it the tentacles of some Jianghu sect that has extended its reach?
Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai became energetic.
That's troublesome. If it works, I'll be rewarded heavily.
Zhang Tuohai said, and slapped a large handful of banknotes on the table. Seeing the banknotes on the table, the old madam's breathing quickened. These banknotes were even enough to buy her entire place. She knew deep down that anyone who could spend so much money was definitely not someone she could offend.
Okay, I'll ask for you right now. Please wait a moment. Qiuxia, Shuanglu, take good care of me.
The old madam left the 2 girls to serve tea and water, and walked quickly upstairs. The 2 girls helped Zhang Tuohai serve tea, water, and snacks without any hesitation. Chapter 1339, Great Harvest of Attribute Points. There is a magnificent room on the 6th floor of Tianxiang Tower. This room is gorgeously decorated, and the various decorations are filled with rare treasures from all over the world. For example, the lights in this room are not ordinary candles, but luminous pearls produced in the deep sea of the South China Sea. Each one is about the size of a fist and emits a soft light. A young woman in gauze was leaning on the couch. A maid peeled off a grape and brought it to the young woman's mouth. The young woman ate the grapes and licked the maid's fingers. As if being electrocuted, the maid retracted her hand and rolled her eyes at the young woman.
Young master, you are making fun of me again. Teasing. This is called teasing.
The young woman grabbed the maid in her arms and pulled the maid onto the soft floor.
I want you to feed me, said the young woman. Young master, you were sent to this remote world just because of this. If you continue, I will be fine. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to go back,
the maid said worriedly.
Huh? If you don't go back, you won't go back. If you go back, you will have to look at the faces of those old men. It's not interesting at all. It's better to stay here and be happy.
The young woman looked disdainful.
However, if you don't go back, you won't be able to get the follow-up potions. Young master, your potions will expire in more than 200 years. If you can't replenish new potions in time.
The maid looked worried.
Anyway, there are still more than 200 years. So why worry? When the time comes, those old people will be more anxious than me. So don't worry about that,
the young woman said nonchalantly. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Who?
The young woman asked dissatisfiedly.
Miss Chung. There is a benefactor below who is willing to spend tens of thousands to see you. I would like to ask if you are willing to honor him and see him. Our young master can see all kinds of cats and dogs?
The maid spoke first.
Wait a minute.
Chuntong suddenly called the maid.
I'm getting bored after staying in the room all day, and a native just happened to come to my door. It's good to tease him. Okay, then I'll let him come up.
The maid nodded and said to the door.
Then let him come up. Okay, I'll let him come up right now.
The old bustard went downstairs happily.
Sir, Miss Chung is willing to meet guests. I have sacrificed all my strength for your errand. If it turns out to be a good thing, don't forget our hard work.
The old bustard was all smiles.
It's quite a big show. If you satisfy me, I'll give you a reward. If you don't, I'll demolish your Tinxiang Tower.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he put down the teacup and walked straight upstairs. A maid led Zhang Tuohai to the 6th floor.
This is Miss Cheng's residence. We are not allowed to come up here. If we go upstairs without permission, our legs will be broken,
the maid said.
The rules are pretty big.
Zhang Tuohai sneered in his heart, and he became more and more certain that the person living here was not some courtesan. Which Oren has such big rules? The Prince of the East Palace doesn't have such rules.
I want to see which kind of hairy god dares to be so arrogant.
Zhang Tuohai opened the door and walked in. Surrounding the screen is a soft curtain with a curtain, and a girl wearing a gauze is leaning on the soft sofa. The face can't be seen clearly. It just makes people feel like a fairy from heaven descending to earth. Congratulations on obtaining the immortal cultivation technique.
Jade Girl Su Xian. The cultivation method of immortality? It's actually still complete. This woman is really not simple.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had seen the immortal cultivation technique twice in total, but they were both fragments. From this woman, you can actually obtain a complete immortal cultivation technique in one go, which shows that this woman's background is definitely not as simple as a courtesan. The only pity is that this
Jade Girl's heart
is a technique that can only be practiced by women. Zhang Tuohai has no use for it, and can only exchange it for attribute points.
Exchange?
Zhang Tuohai casually chose to exchange. Then, a prompt popped up. Successfully exchanged. Congratulations on getting 100,000 attribute points.
His.
Zhang Tuohai carefully checked it several times before confirming that it was 100,000 attribute points.
What kind of immortal cultivation technique is this? It actually gives you 100,000 attribute points? After practicing it, can you become a Daluo Jingxian?
Looking at the huge amount of attribute points, Zhang Tuohai's first thought was that the money was well spent. And his second thought was to be cautious. A woman who can cultivate immortality skills is definitely not as simple as she seems. Zhang Tuohai's third thought was to stabilize this hen that lays golden eggs. If this woman can keep him busy for a month, he will definitely be able to take off on the spot.
But now,
Zhang Tuohai started to lower his head and add more points. Zhang Tuohai glanced at his own skills and took the lead to reach the full level of the 3 light skills of basic Qigong. Meteor chasing the moon and divine walking shadowless. Nothing else. This is a skill related to escape, and you must be the first to reach the full level. After reaching the level of these 3 skills, in addition to adding a lot of light skills, which gave Zhang Tuohai the ability to be a gentleman in Liangshan, Zhang Tuohai also gained a full 15 points of basic body skills, increased Zhang Tuohai's basic movement skills to 70 points. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Tuohai can now jump 5 or 6 meters high without using any skills. He can jump 5 or 6 meters high on the spot. In the real world, he is comparable to Superman. After filling up the Qigong skills, Zhang Tuohai also filled up the tuna method and Phylon cloud detector. The former is the core of internal strength, which cannot be achieved without learning, while the latter is the foundation for Li Qingyuan to take a fancy to him. It's a bit unjustifiable if I don't practice well. What Zhang Tuohai didn't expect was that after filling up the basic breathing method, it would increase his physical fitness by 5 points, increased his physical attributes to 60 points. Looking at the remaining techniques, Zhang Tuohai hesitated and chose the physical training technique. Seeing the increasing combat effectiveness, Zhang Tuohai was afraid that one day a powerful person would come and destroy him with a casual blow. For the sake of his own life, Zhang Tuohai decided to fill up his defense points first. When Zhang Tuohai started to practice the physical training technique, he found that he seemed to have been deceived.
Although this bodybuilding technique looks like a skill on the surface. But who would have thought that this is just a general directory? And there are many sub-projects in it after opening it. Qi Nourishing Chapter. Blood Transfusion Chapter. Viscera Chapter. Muscles and Bones Chapter. That's not all. The most crazy thing is that it even has separate exercises for each individual organ. For example, strengthen the kidneys, nourish the liver, protect the stomach, and improve eyesight. The articles are extremely numerous. Rather than saying this is a book of exercises, it is more appropriate to say it is a collection of exercises. He is definitely a big consumer of attribute points. Zhang Tuohai made a rough estimate. If he maxed out this body training technique, it would be enough for him to max out the other techniques and still be wealthy. However, for the sake of his own life, no matter how many attribute points he has to spend them. Zhang Tuohai piled a large number of attribute points on the body training technique. Chapter 1340, Attribute Surge. Zhang Tuohai kept pressing the add point button. It feels like my hands are going to cramp. This attribute panel is really inhumane. You can only add a little bit at a time. Can't you add more points at a time? Zhang Tuohai muttered, as if after hearing Zhang Tuohai's words. Plus 10. Plus 100. Plus 1,000. And plus 10,000. Buttons were suddenly added to the attribute panel. The changes are really fast. It would be great if those game developers could also improve at such a fast pace. Zhang Tuohai chose the largest button. This time the speed is much faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zhang Tuohai filled up the entire bodybuilding technique. After recharging the body training technique, Zhang Tuohai's basic attributes skyrocketed. Physical strength and physical skills were each increased by 100 points. Physical strength has become 155 points. And body skill has become 170 points. The physical fitness jumped from 60 points to 600 points. A direct increase of 10 times. Even the 5 senses have been upgraded to 100 points. Zhang Tuohai's overall attributes have been improved to 3 digits. Zhang Tuohai felt that he could kill an elephant with his bare hands. I can't say it's physically resistant to missiles, but it should be fine to carry machine gun bullets. As for his lifespan being increased from 100 years to 300 years, the realm of martial arts was directly upgraded from third rate to first rate. Zhang Tuohai felt that this level of martial arts was inaccurate. He estimated that there were not many first-class warriors who could rival him in terms of basic attributes. Compared with him, what I lack is just skills. As long as I fill up the attack skills in those books, I will definitely be among the top few among the first-class warriors. However, it is a pity that Zhang Tuohai almost spent most of his attribute points in order to fully use the body training technique, and the remaining attribute points were no longer enough to use other techniques. It's a pity. It seems we can only wait until tomorrow. Zhang Tuohai felt a little regretful. While Zhang Tuohai was weighing his new attributes, Cheng Tong, who was half lying on the bed, became impatient. What are you doing standing there? Zhang Tuohai, who had just experienced a surge in attributes, was bursting with confidence. Hearing Cheng Tong's unkind words, he couldn't help but laugh. He slowly came to the point of collapse. What are you doing? Did I allow you to come close? Seeing Zhang Tuohai keep walking in, Cheng Tong couldn't help but frown. She just wanted to find a native to have fun. But the native in front of her had obviously gone beyond that. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai was about to collapse, Cheng Tong's face turned ugly. Gooseberry. Cheng Tong looked at the maid beside him. Teach him the rules. Yes. Gooseberry walked around Ronson and grabbed Zhang Tuohai's shoulder with one hand like a hook. That speed is as fast as lightning in the eyes of ordinary people. But Zhang Tuohai's 5 senses have been greatly improved. In Zhang Tuohai's eyes, Gooseberry's speed is just that. Comparable to a husky pulling a sled. Although it is fast, it can keep up. Zhang Tuohai also wanted to verify his physical fitness, so he did not dodge. Gooseberry thought Zhang Tuohai couldn't dodge, so he grabbed Zhang Tuohai's shoulder. After grabbing Zhang Tuohai's shoulders, Gooseberry slammed inwards. Gooseberry is not an ordinary maid, but a maid who follows Cheng Tong and usually doubles as a bodyguard. Although the skills she practiced were not as advanced as the Jade Girl Su Xian practiced by Cheng Tong. If judged by the martial arts level in this world, it was at least a master level. If this were an ordinary person, his shoulder blades would even be crushed by Gooseberry's grasp. However, after Gooseberry pinched Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, he felt as if he had pinched the bulletproof armor of the battleship. Even if he tried his best, his fingers could not penetrate even an inch. Even his 5 fingers were a little congested due to excessive exertion. Hey! Gooseberry didn't believe in evil and continued to exert force, but still couldn't do anything to Zhang Tuohai.
On the contrary, his fingers were a little sore from excessive exertion.
That's it? Are there any new methods?
Zhang Tuohai felt very happy when he looked at Gooseberry's appearance, feeling as if someone was massaging his shoulders.
It feels good to increase my physical fitness. If I increase my physical fitness tenfold, can I bathe in lava?
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. Zhang Tuohai was unharmed, but Cheng Tong was shocked. You know, although Gooseberry's cultivation skills are worse than hers, she is still her maid and bodyguard, and her strength is not bad. In terms of realm, he is only slightly weaker than her, even more experienced than her. It stands to reason that there are few people in this world who can be Gooseberry's opponent. Even if all the hidden masters are found, Gooseberry will still be able to win 50-50 at the worst. He must not be like the man in front of him, who can't even break through the defense. The man in front of him is definitely not from this world, and his strength is simply not normal in this world. Thinking of this, Chutong put away his contempt and sat up slowly.
Gooseberry, come back.
Chutong spoke slowly. Humph. Gooseberry also knew that he might not be Zhang Tuohai's opponent. He took a deep look at Zhang Tuohai, retracted his hand, and retreated to Chingtong's side. However, her eyes did not leave Zhang Tuohai, and she placed one hand on the sachet at her waist.
I don't know which world you came from to experience here. I'm from Tianxian Tower in the Jade Realm. I came here to have some fun. I accidentally bumped into you, and I still hope to see Haiyan,
Chentong said.
As expected, he is not from this world.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and felt tired for leeching you in. The world looked good, but in fact it was as leaky as a sieve. In the past few days, he had seen two groups of outside visitors, came here with various intentions. There is even a group of people who plan to attack this place on a large scale after a while, and completely turn this place into a colony. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. However, can these two groups of people provoke a fight between two tigers and let me reap the benefits? Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes and had an idea.
Jade Realm? Tianxian Tower? It's really a pleasure to meet you. I'm a clerk of the New World Development Group,
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Are you from the New World Development Group?
Chingtong's expression changed. Gooseberry even took out a hosta and a bronze mirror directly from the sachet. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel sad for the New World Development Group. How many destructive things did this group do to make people so famous and disgraceful? Even people in other worlds feel in danger after hearing this. This reputation is worse than United Fruit. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. Judging from the status of these two people, as long as I wear the skin of the New World Development Group, no matter what I do, I will be accepted.
Now that you know my identity, I don't need to explain more about what you should do,
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Chapter 1341 Unexpected Gain.
Young master, how about we kill him? If he continues to stay here, the world will soon become a colony, and our vacation life here will probably come to an end.
Gooseberry turned to Chentong and said,
Wait a minute.
Chentong seemed to have thought of something and stopped Gooseberry.
Are you really a clerk of the New World Development Group? It's guaranteed to be genuine.
Zhang Tuohai patted his chest.
Well, I have a commission here. Do you dare to accept it?
Chentong suddenly asked.
What commission?
Zhang Tuohai felt that something was not quite right.
I know the coordinates of a world, which is guaranteed to be an unexplored world. I can give you the coordinates, but the price is that you must help me control this world,
Chentong said suddenly.
This.
Zhang Tuohai scratched his head when he heard Chingtong's words. He judged from the information he got from Yuna that the New World Development Group, in addition to being responsible for pioneering, exploration and development, also work part-time as mercenaries and thugs. Anyway, that's what you do to make money. As long as the price is right, there is nothing they dare not do. If Zhang Tuohai was a clerk of the New World Development Group and received this order, he would definitely laugh to death. This is delivered to your doorstep. But the problem is that Zhang Tuohai is not a clerk of New World Development Group. He is not a clerk who works for performance. His purpose was to temporarily take control of this novice village. He would search the novice village first to see if it was possible to find Lioli, instead of creating an extraneous problem. Go and help Chentong explore some new world.
Wait a minute. Since Chentong wants this world, can I borrow her power to clear some obstacles in this world? As for the next world, if I have the chance, I can use the power of the New World Development Group to plan it. I just bought a coordinate for nothing without a chance, and I won't lose anything. Anyway, my ultimate goal is to search this world, whether I occupy it or not. It doesn't matter.
After Zhang Tuohai figured out his needs, he felt that he really had room to make a profit. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai began to change his position and put himself into the position of a clerk of the New World Development Group.
Of course, cooperation is possible, but the price must be right. How can I know whether the value of that world is equivalent to this world? You know, I have already conducted a certain amount of exploration into this world and invested a lot upfront. If I can't be sure there is enough profit, I can't explain it to the group.
Zhang Tuohai pulled up a chair for himself and said, seeing that Zhang Tuohai was willing to sit down and talk, Chun Tong let out a sigh of relief. As long as she's willing to talk, she has a chance.
Don't worry. If you don't want to believe it, can you still not believe in the reputation of our Tianxin Tower? Our Tianxin Tower is also an established force, and we will not ruin our brand name just because of a world. But, after all, what I am facing is not the contemporary speaker of Tianxin Tower.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands.
Bold, this is our young master of Tianxin Tower. In the future, the entire Tianxin Tower will belong to our young master. Aren't her words enough?
Gooseberry was angry.
But where's the evidence? I can't just believe it just because you said it casually. This is a transaction involving two worlds. No matter how cautious you are, you should be cautious. Right?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
Indeed. If I were you, I would also have such doubts. So can this prove my identity?
Chun Tong stretched out a finger, and a dark color appeared on the jade-like fingertip. The darkness was like a bottomless abyss, sucking everything around it into it, not even light entering it, making it impossible to escape. In fact, Zhang Tuohai found that even he couldn't really see the black color. What he saw was just a missing blind spot in his field of vision.
Abyss black hole. This is the signature skill of Tianxin building, and it is also a skill that every future building owner can learn. Is this enough to prove my identity?
Chun Tong shook his finger, and the black streak was like mist, floating with his finger. Although it looked beautiful, Zhang Tuohai's keen senses made Zhang Tuohai feel the danger. A feeling of palpitations kept rising from the bottom of my heart. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time. Zhang Tuohai took a deep look at Chun Tong.
Okay, this is indeed okay, but I still have to go back and evaluate it. Although I am personally very optimistic about this business. This is a process of the company group and cannot be omitted. I hope you can understand.
Zhang Tuohai hesitated and said, he still had many things to ask Yuna for confirmation, and he had to give himself some time to prepare.
This is natural. I hope our cooperation can go smoothly. In order to show our sincerity in cooperation, all your purchases here today can be recorded in my account,
Chun Tong said with a smile.
Thank you very much for your kindness.
Zhang Tuohai stood up and went downstairs. The old madam had been waiting here for a long time when he came downstairs. Seeing Zhang Tuohai come down so quickly, he thought that Zhang Tuohai had been kicked out. So he quickly said with a smile,
Master, don't be angry. You are just a mere they are just shepherds. That is, they are good looking. So they are nothing. They are not as good as the horse slimming skills we specially trained. I will pick the two best ones to serve you.
The old madam winked, and immediately two girls blocked Zhang Tuohai's arms, one on the left and one on the right. As expected of being trained by the old madam himself, every move was planned. Just leaning lightly on Zhang Tuohai made half of his body flex. Zhang Tuohai checked the time. If he went back now, he might be suspected by Li Qingyuan and Haru Shui of not learning from experience and being passive and sabotaging work. Instead of doing this, it is better to rest here for one night and go back tomorrow. Anyway, it's all at public expense, and it won't be in vain if we don't live there.
Then it's better to be respectful than to obey.
Zhang Tuohai chose a luxurious guest room to rest. Seeing Zhang Tuohai enter the room, the old madam let out a sigh of relief. When Zhang Tuohai entered the room, the most she could do was pay some money. If Zhang Tuohai didn't enter the room, she would have a headache. Then the loss would not be money, but probably life. Opening such a place in the capital made her well versed in various ways to save her life. The most important thing is not to offend anyone. After a night of fish and dragon dance, Zhang Tuohai felt refreshed. The negative energy accumulated in these days has been swept away, and the proficiency of the powerful Vajra finger has even improved a little because of the clear thoughts. Seeing the increasing proficiency, Zhang Tuohai was very happy and casually wiped out 2 handfuls of silver notes and gave them to the 2 girls around him.
Thank you, Master, for the reward.
The 2 girls smiled happily.
No need.
Zhang Tuohai stood up and prepared to go back to Li Qingyuan. The experiential learning conference was a complete success.
Chapter 1342 Everything is ready. Along the way, Zhang Tuohai wandered around the market for a few times and brushed dozens of attribute points before reluctantly returning to Prince Qin's mansion. After returning to Prince Qin's mansion, Zhang Tuohai took the lead in arriving at Li Qingyuan's flower hall. At this time, Li Qingyuan was indeed studying a list with Haru Shui. After seeing Zhang Tuohai coming back, he quickly asked, "How?" "Fortunately, I did not disgrace my fate," Zhang Tuohai responded with his hands clasped in fists. Haruyuki almost choked to death when he heard this. "You just went to a brothel to learn from the experience. And you were lucky enough to live up to your fate. People who didn't know better thought you were doing something big." Li Qingyuan didn't pay much attention. Zhang Tuohai is an important part of his plan, and it is related to whether her identity will be exposed. "Then I will rely on you more tomorrow. We must not let the crown princess have a chance to think. We must let her indulge in the gentle land and have no time for others," Li Qingyuan said seriously. "This is natural. I will do my best to share your worries for His Highness." "Wait, tomorrow?" Zhang Tuohai was stunned. "Your Highness, are you right?" "Yes, it's tomorrow," Li Qingyuan sighed. "Maybe it's because I refused too many times before. Your Majesty is in a hurry this time, and the wedding day is set for tomorrow. The people from the Ministry of Rites have already finished the agenda. The 3 letters and 6 appointments are all ready, just waiting for the day tomorrow." Li Qingyuan was helpless. Zhang Tuohai no longer knew what to say. His Majesty's anxious attitude seems to be no different from that of parents who are eager to get married. It's just more powerful. "Then what should I do?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "Don't go out. From today on, you won't show your face anymore. Try to downplay your impression in the eyes of others." Li Qingyuan thought for a while and said, "I see." Zhang Tuohai nodded. After several people studied the details of the plan, Zhang Tuohai said goodbye and left to interrogate Yuna. After all, helping Li Qingyuan get married is just a small branch line for him. Yuna's side is the main line of the task, and it can even involve wars in 2 or 3 worlds. So he has no choice but to be cautious. Yuna was quickly brought to Zhang Tuohai. Because of Zhang Tuohai's special care, Yuna lived a pretty good life without any abuse. But being tied up around the clock was enough to make Yuna suffer a lot. "Can you help me untie the rope? My arm is going numb," Yuna complained. "Just be content. If it weren't for me, you would have been locked up in a dungeon with leeches and mosquitoes instead of complaining to me about the tightness of the rope. However, I do have a loose rope here, but I don't know if you are willing to do it," Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. If you are willing, you can do anything as long as you don't tie my hands," Yuna said quickly. She was tied up so much that she was going crazy. What she wanted to do now was to squirm on the ground like a caterpillar. She was going crazy. She never realized how important it was for her hands to move freely. "I hope you won't regret it," Zhang Tuohai said, and untied the rope from Yuna's body, and then tied a black ribbon around Yuna's neck. The ribbon looked very beautiful, and Zhang Tuohai even tied it thoughtfully into the shape of a bow. "What is this? Is this kind of decorative ribbon also popular in this world?" Yuna moved her wrist and fiddled with the ribbon. "Don't underestimate it. This is a smart rope. It will automatically sense the distance between you and me. If the safe distance is exceeded, it will automatically tighten and break your neck," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Yuna's hands trembled. "Don't try to break it. If it senses your destructive behavior, it will automatically shrink and break your neck. So, don't try to do things that trigger its wrong judgment. It's not very intelligent, but the efficiency is very fast. Once the contraction starts, I may not have time to save you. Do you understand?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. This is a magic weapon he specially obtained from Li Qingyuan, specially prepared for Yuna. After listening to Zhang Tuohai's story, Yuna's face became sad. "Isn't your world very backward? How could you invent such a crazy thing? What is the difference between this and an electronic collar? The electronic collar has a warning function, but this one does not warn and is executed directly. This is the difference between the two," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. "Tell me, what do you want me to do? Can't I cooperate?" Yuna said with a sad face. "It's simple. Tell me about New World Development Group," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Zhang Tuohai stayed with Yuna for most of the day and asked almost everything about the New World's pioneering group. Now, Zhang Tuohai's familiarity with New World Development Group is almost the same as that of a real clerk. In order to prevent Yuna from deceiving him with lies, Zhang Tuohai also deliberately used various sources of information to cross-check and repeated questions from time to time.
Make sure Yuna doesn't mix lies. After getting what he wanted, Zhang Tuohai was very happy and asked the guard to try his best to meet Yuna's needs before leaving. Today is Li Qingyuan's wedding day, and he still has business to do.
Ready? Do you remember those skills? Do you want to find 2 people to review them for you?
Li Qingyuan asked nervously.
Don't worry. I've learned very well and don't need to review.
Zhang Tuohai almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He never thought that this kind of thing actually needed to be reviewed.
Really not necessary?
Li Qingyuan asked.
Energy is limited. If I review now, I'm afraid I won't have any energy at night.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, Li Qingyuan gave up his doubts and decided to find someone to help Zhang Tuohai review.
Then come over and put on makeup.
Li Qingyuan took out a small box and started to help Zhang Tuohai put on makeup. Not to mention, Li Qingyuan really has some tricks up his sleeve. After being dressed up by Li Qingyuan, Zhang Tuohai now looked exactly like Li Qingyuan. Even the body shape is quite different, even under the cover of clothes. The 2 people stood together, and it was almost impossible to tell who was who.
Will this makeup be spent if I wash it off?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the bronze mirror.
Don't worry. The ones I choose are waterproof and can last all day on my face.
Li Qingyuan said.
I feel relieved now.
What Zhang Tuohai is most afraid of is putting on makeup in the middle of the night, which will cause big trouble.
Okay. Now hide under the bed. Don't forget. I will come with you to change shifts at night. Don't fall asleep.
Li Qingyuan warned while stuffing Zhang Tuohai under the bed. Chapter 1343, Digging out 3 rooms and 1 living room. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Listening to the lively sounds of blowing and beating outside. I have to stay under the bed of the newlyweds. Thinking about what he was going to do later, a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. What does it mean to go into the bridal chamber yourself when someone else gets married? The most absurd thing is that the groom is begging for him.
If this were in the original world, I'm afraid only book painters could create this kind of plot. Right.
Zhang Tuohai lay under the bed and thought boredly. Because being under the bed was too boring, Zhang Tuohai decided to find a technique to improve his proficiency. After rummaging through the list of exercises, Zhang Tuohai finally selected the powerful Vajra finger. There is no way. The remaining skills are either full or not suitable for use in such a small place. Only this skill is the most suitable. Zhang Tuohai stretched out his index finger and poked it towards the bluestone ground. Zhang Tuohai just poked casually, but what he didn't expect was that his index finger sank directly into the bluestone. It's like inserting tofu without any hindrance. Zhang Tuohai himself was shocked.
Is this a fake stone? How is it possible?
Zhang Tuohai changed his position and continued to thrust downward. The index finger still had no obstruction and was inserted into the bluestone tiles.
Hiss!
Zhang Tuohai took a breath of air.
I'm so strong!
He looked at his list of martial arts. The basic boxing skills are maxed out. Drunken Fist is maxed out. Flying Dragon Cloud Detector is maxed out. Breathing Technique is maxed out. And Bodybuilding Technique is maxed out. Physical Strength 155. Constitution 600. In the realm of skill, he is just an average first-rate master. It seems quite normal to be able to do this. Zhang Tuohai was like a child who discovered a new toy and started poking holes in the bluestone tiles with his fingers. Soon, Zhang Tuohai was no longer satisfied with poking holes, and he began to write on the bluestone tiles. When it is full, erase it with your hand, and then write again. I don't know how long it took, but there was a noise at the door. Zhang Tuohai knew that the main show was about to begin and stopped his movements in a hurry. From his point of view, 2 maids walked in supporting a woman wearing a gorgeous dress. Congratulations on getting the skill Painting Skin. Painted Skin. A special skill to copy someone else's skin and transform it into someone else's appearance.
Wait a minute. Is this a skill that a general's daughter should learn? Are you serious about painting a skin?
Zhang Tuohai felt that something was not right.
Okay. You go out. I want to rest with my wife.
Li Qingyuan's voice came.
Yes.
The 2 maids responded and withdrew. Li Qingyuan helped the bride to the bedside and sat down. At the same time, he kicked Zhang Tuohai under the bed. This was the signal they had agreed upon before. And it was time to change shifts. Zhang Tuohai was well prepared and rolled out from under the bed. Li Qingyuan rolled under the bed. Then Li Qingyuan felt that he fell on a slope, and then rushed down all the way. Li Qingyuan. She instinctively wanted to shout, but she quickly remembered her situation and immediately forced herself to shut her mouth. After rolling a few meters, Li Qingyuan felt that his speed had slowed down and he came to a flat ground. Li Qingyuan looked around and found that he appeared in an underground space. The underground space is large, with 3 rooms and 1 living room. And there are tables and chairs carved from stone. Li Qingyuan looked at everything around him in shock. She has lived in this room for many years. Why didn't she know there was such a place under the bed? She looked around with confusion. Then she saw what seemed to be writing on the table. So she leaned over.
I was so bored waiting. So I just picked out a little handicraft. Please forgive me. Zhang Tuahailu. You call this a small craft?
Li Qingyuan looked at the underground space with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room.
Are you crazy?
Li Qingyuan was speechless. This was the first time she saw such a boring person digging out a 3-bedroom apartment under her bed when he had nothing to do. How will she live in this future? Will you really not feel the cool breeze under the bed when you lie in bed in the future? Li Qingyuan felt speechless. However, he looked around and found that this was not without benefits at all. At least, she didn't have to crawl under the bed while she waited. At least there was a stool to sit on. Although, it is made of stone. Li Qingyuan sighed and sat on the cold stone bench. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai was standing in front of the bed, looking at the bride sitting on the bed. 10 minutes ago, Zhang Tuohai might have been looking forward to having a romantic night with this bride. After all, he was following the order. So why not? Such an opportunity would be rare in the world. If you miss it, you may never come across it again in this life. But the skin painting skill he just acquired made him hesitate again. After all, it is a skin painting skill. He had watched the old version of the movie, Painted Skin, and he still had a psychological shadow about the monster in human skin. Zhang Tuohai felt a little numb when he thought that the bride on the bed might be a monster in human skin. After all, he is not Ning Kaichen, and he does not have that much ability to accept. Zhang Tuohai stood here hesitating. The bride on the bed was so impatient that she tore off her hijab. A face as beautiful as a flower was revealed. Not to mention, this face is smooth and supple, with no trace of weather or sun damage at all. Instead, she looks like a young lady who has been raised in a boudoir cabinet since childhood.
Husband, why are you hesitating? Are you still afraid that I will eat you?
The bride smiled and said.
Afraid?
Zhang Tuohai nodded decisively. He was really afraid that this bitch would open her mouth and swallow him alive the next moment. The bride was stunned. She never expected that Zhang Tuohai would answer her like this. How can I say that she is also a beauty? Even for the sake of her face. She can't say a few nice words?
I heard that the prince has a weird temper. He is really weird.
The bride took a deep breath, suppressed the depression in her heart, and smiled again.
Husband, you see it's getting late. Shouldn't it be time for us to have a rest?
As the bride spoke, she stood up and prepared to take Zhang Tuohai to bed.
Wait a minute. Ma'am, I still have a glass of wine to drink. This is etiquette and must not be wasted.
Zhang Tuohai took a step back without leaving a trace, dodged the bride's hand, came to the table, picked up the wine flask and poured 2 glasses of wine. While pouring the wine, Zhang Tuohai took out a packet of realgar powder from his sleeve and poured it into the wine glass.
Madam, come and drink from this cup.
Zhang Tuohai picked up 2 glasses of wine and handed one to the bride. The bride did not doubt that he was there. So she took the wine glass, banged it with Zhang Tuohai, raised the glass and drank. Zhang Tuohai raised the wine glass to his mouth, and suddenly with a sudden backhand, the full glass of wine splashed into the bride's face. Chapter 1344, Confused. Wow! A whole glass of wine was thrown in the bride's face. Then, a horrific scene occurred. The bride's face was like a watercolor painting touched by water. Her beautiful features were surrounded by the flowing wine, and her originally charming face suddenly became ferocious.
Husband, why are you insulting others?
The bride raised her hand and wiped the drink from her mouth. It was okay if she didn't wipe it. But after wiping it, the corners of her mouth suddenly split to the base of her ears, like a woman with a cleft mouth.
Monster! Look at the stick!
Zhang Tuohai picked up the wine bottle with his backhand and hit the bride on the head. Boom! The flask shattered and the wine flew. At the same time, more drinks made the bride's face even more hideous and terrifying.
You dare!
No matter how stupid the bride is, she knows at this moment that Zhang Tuohai has seen through her disguise, wiped her face with one hand, and directly tore off her face. Under the charming face was a rotten pink skeleton. That face looked like a zombie from Resident Evil.
Hack!
Zhang Tuohai was startled when he suddenly saw that face, and reflexively punched him with his backhand. Boom! Zhang Tuohai punched the opponent's head, and the punch was so powerful that it directly broke the opponent's skull into pieces. Wow! The body fell to the ground. At this time, Li Qingyuan, who heard the noise, also crawled out from the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room under the bed.
What are you doing?
Li Qingyuan asked softly.
What the hell are you marrying? Why are you so close to your face? You almost ate me in 1 bite.
Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to the body on the ground.
I don't know either. To be honest, I didn't even see her face before we got married. I only knew that she was the daughter of General Zhengue.
Li Qingyuan shook his head. At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps outside, and a large group of people approached holding torches.
Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness?
Someone shouted outside.
Here comes someone. I clearly removed all the people around me for convenience. Why are they here so quickly?
Li Qingyuan frowned. Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes, and suddenly pulled off the wedding dress from the corpse, and put it on Li Qingyuan. At the same time, he put the hijab on Li Qingyuan's face, and kicked the corpse on the ground to the 3rd room under the bed. In one hall.
Don't say anything. Just treat yourself as the bride.
Zhang Tuohai pressed Li Qingyuan on the bed, and whispered in Li Qingyuan's ear. Li Qingyuan felt his ears itching, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained, so he could only sit where he was. Zhang Tuohai finished taking care of Li Qingyuan, adjusted his robes, and said in a deep voice to the outside.
It's okay to be alone. Please step aside. Please Rong Chen and others confirm that His Highness is safe.
People outside shouted. Listening to sound is walking without shadow.
Huh?
Zhang Tuohai's expression turned cold.
Are you so anxious to see my face?
Zhang Tuohai turned around, walked to the door, and opened the door fiercely. The person outside the door obviously didn't expect the person inside to open the door, and was caught off guard and fell in towards the door. In the flash of lightning, Zhang Tuohai saw that the person eavesdropping at the door was Xing Wuing.
What are you doing?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked loudly. Xing Wuing was also startled by the situation in front of him, which was different from what they had planned before. He hurriedly said,
I just heard a noise in the room. I am concerned about the safety of His Highness. So, you're fine. You're fine. Please step back.
Zhang Tuohai said gloomily.
Your Highness, I am worried that there are assassins who will be harmful to Your Highness. Please ask me to lead a search to protect Your Highness's safety.
Xing Wuing continued to persist.
Prime Minister Chao, why are you here so late at night?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly said to behind Xing Wuing.
The Prime Minister is here? This is different from the plan. Is there something unexpected?
Xing Wuing looked back subconsciously. However, apart from the guards he brought behind him, there was no trace of the Prime Minister. Just when Xing Wuing was surprised, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. He looked down and saw that a dagger had stabbed into his waist at some point, and the dagger was in Zhang Tuohai's hand.
Your Highness.
Before Xing Wuing's words could be spoken, Zhang Tuohai's dagger suddenly lifted upwards, opening Xing Wuing's chest. The dagger stabbed upwards diagonally into Xing Wuing's heart.
Ahem.
Xing Wuing opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. But Zhang Tuohai suddenly pulled out the dagger and cut Xing Wuing's throat with his backhand. Xing Wuing fell to the ground with a thud, although his legs were still kicking. It was obvious that he could not survive for more than a few minutes. The surrounding guards were stunned by this sudden change and didn't know what to do for a while.
Xing Wuing tried to assassinate me, but I have already punished him. You will guard with all your heart, and you will be rewarded tomorrow. Retreat immediately, otherwise you will be treated as an assassin's ally.
Zhang Tuohai's cold voice spread throughout the courtyard. Many guards looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One of the deputy commanders saw the opportunity quickly and immediately knelt down and shouted loudly,
I am willing to die for His Highness.
Only then did the surrounding guards react, and they knelt down and shouted loudly,
I am willing to die for His Highness.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the deputy commander and memorized his face.
Clean up this place and leave the rest,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Here.
Everyone dragged away Xing Wuing's body and washed away the blood with clean water. And then they all left the yard. After watching the last guard exit the courtyard, Zhang Tuohai slowly closed the door.
Never mind.
Zhang Tuohai took off Li Qingyuan's hijab. Li Qingyuan's face turned red. He twisted his hands together, lowered his head and said nothing. No matter how strong she is in front of outsiders, Li Qingyuan is essentially a woman after all. Just now Zhang Tuohai forced her to put on a wedding dress and cover her head, which really made her feel like she was married. Especially the confrontation between Zhang Tuohai outside the door just now, when he directly killed the other party after a disagreement. It made Li Qingyuan feel protected in his heart. Li Qingyuan felt like this was not a bad idea. At this time, the hijab was lifted, and the red candles were shining brightly in the room. Both she and Zhang Tuohai were wearing red wedding dresses, which made her feel like this was her own wedding.
Wait, it seems this is my own wedding?
Li Qingyuan suddenly remembered that this was his own wedding. But there were some problems with the role.
If I were the princess being married, maybe it would be pretty good.
For a moment, Li Qingyuan was confused. And he had such an idea unknowingly. Even she herself didn't notice anything unusual. For a moment, she looked at Zhang Tuohai with a different meaning. Chapter 1345 Cabinet and Supervisor of Ceremonies. Seeing the way Li Qingyuan looked at him, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat.
Is this girl in love with me?
Thinking of this situation, Zhang Tuohai's head couldn't help but get big. He is just a passerby in this world, and cannot leave any promises to anyone. He can't bear the deep love. He could accept casual romance, but a heart full of love was too heavy for him.
Wake up! Wake up!
Zhang Tuohai waved one hand back and forth in front of Li Qingyuan.
What?
Li Qingyuan knocked Zhang Tuohai's hand aside and rubbed his blushing cheeks.
Honestly, how is your relationship with the Prime Minister?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The relationship seems to be okay. He doesn't show excessive closeness, but he doesn't seem too distant either. He looks like a normal Prime Minister. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with him?
Li Qingyuan asked.
Today's matter seems to be related to Prime Minister Chao.
Zhang Tuohai said.
It has something to do with him? Are you sure?
Li Qingyuan's expression became nervous. Prime Minister Chao is the head of the civil servants of the dynasty. If Prime Minister Chao does not support her, the line of civil servants will be in danger.
I just used Prime Minister Chao to deceive Xing Wuying. He was fooled and showed hesitation. I'm worried that this matter has something to do with Prime Minister Chao.
Zhang Tuohai said.
It's just this little piece of evidence. It doesn't prove anything. Right.
Li Qingyuan didn't want to believe it.
Xing Wuying is just a guard commander. It's impossible for him not to know that you removed all the surrounding guards. However, he actually blatantly disobeyed your orders and came directly to the courtyard. Moreover, this guy actually wanted to enter the house to search after I came forward. This is blatantly trampling on your face. How dare he? A little guard commander. Dare? I suspect there is someone behind him to support him in doing this.
And this person's status is not low. Otherwise, Xing Wuying will definitely die after doing this. Moreover, this marriage was mainly promoted by Prime Minister Chao, and the bride was also chosen by him. Xing Wuying openly wanted to enter the room at this time. I suspect that they have a whole set of plans later, and the biggest pusher behind the scenes is Prime Minister Chao.
Zhang Tuohai analyzed. After listening to Zhang Tuohai's analysis, Li Qingyuan remained silent. She is not a vase who knows nothing. In the first dozen years of her life, she had been trained as a prince, and she still had basic experience. After Zhang Tuohai's analysis, she also felt that it was very reasonable, and she reviewed what she saw and heard today. She didn't think anything was wrong at first, but now the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was not quite right.
What should we do?
Li Qingyuan looked at Zhang Tuohai and regarded him as a life-saving straw.
Let me see.
Zhang Tuohai walked around twice with his hands behind his back.
In this case, you will put on makeup and become the princess first, and we will wait and see what happens tomorrow, if they have a whole set of plans behind them. When we appear together tomorrow, someone will definitely contact you secretly. Whoever contacts you will be related to the person behind the scenes. We will catch this guy, and then follow the clues to find out who is behind the scenes. Catch it.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What if it was really Prime Minister Chao who did it?
Li Qingyuan asked worriedly.
Then kill him.
Zhang Tuohai said calmly.
Kill?
Li Qingyuan was surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Tuohai to say these two words so easily. Although she has been involved in court battles since she was a child and has seen a lot of strife between courtiers, it is still rare for her to just open her mouth and say kill each other. Everyone is still accustomed to exchanging benefits with each other. The worst that can happen is that he will be dismissed from office and return to his hometown to retire. Rarely do they kill each other directly. After all, there is a balance between the several forces, and everyone still has to abide by some unspoken rules. But Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth to kill a prime minister. This was really inconsistent with Li Qingyuan's previous principles of dealing with things.
This is the prime minister, the head of the civil service. Wouldn't it be better to kill him? Will it attract criticism? Those people may be unhappy.
Li Qingyuan was a little worried.
So what if you're dissatisfied?
Zhang Tuohai sneered.
What about the civil servant leader? He is just a minister. So what if he kills him? Could it be that without him, the court cannot function?
Zhang Tuohai asked rhetorically.
This.
Li Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, and then said,
The Prime Minister is the head of the 100 officials. Everything needs to be reviewed by the Prime Minister before it can take effect. Without the Prime Minister, it will indeed affect the operation of the court. An official has such great power. Is he the emperor? Or is he the emperor sitting on the throne?
Zhang Tuohai asked coldly.
This.
Li Qingyuan didn't know how to answer. After hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, she also felt that there seemed to be something wrong. If she succeeds to the throne in the future, if he wants to issue some decree, if the Prime Minister disagrees, it really won't work. However, Li Qingyuan, who has lived within this framework for a long time, could not think of any solution for a while. She had no choice but to turn her eyes to Zhang Tuohai for help.
Then what do you think we should do? It's very simple. Abolish the position of Prime Minister.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Abolish it?
Li Qingyuan frowned.
Then the court. Simple. Abolish the official position of Prime Minister and establish a new department called the Cabinet.
Zhang Tuohai modified the cabinet system and took it out.
Let all the officials and deputy officials of the 6 ministries be included in the cabinet. If there is any government affairs, the 6 ministries and the cabinet will discuss it together, come up with a solution, and submit it to the emperor for review. If the emperor agrees, it will be stamped and effective. If the emperor disagrees, it will be rejected. It will be reconsidered and the decision-making power will be taken back. Only in this way can we guarantee the supremacy of imperial power.
Zhang Tuohai said.
What if the 6 cabinet ministries collude and fail to report important information?
Li Qingyuan thought for a while and asked.
Simple. 2 solutions.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out 2 fingers.
Which 2? One is to set up a supervision department. Place hidden stakes in the houses of the 6 department officials, and monitor them secretly, so that you can clearly know every possible sign, so that you are not afraid of being deceived by them. As for the other one, it is to allow the officials below to have the right to go to the secret office. If there is any matter, they can directly go to the secret office and go directly to Tianting, bypassing the cabinet directly. With the constraints of these means, those cabinet officials will not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if you cross the Thunder Pool, your family will be confiscated and your clan will be exterminated. Then if the people below can read the secret book, wouldn't there be a lot of books to read every day? Wouldn't it be very tiring?
Li Qingyuan was a little worried.
Don't worry. You can also set up another department called the Director of Ceremonies, which is composed of personal eunuchs, valets, and maids. Let them be responsible for reading ordinary memorials and sorting out things into briefings every day. You only need to read the briefings and important ones just fold it. In order to prevent these people from acting arbitrarily, you can also separate them. Some are responsible for organizing memorials. Some are responsible for responding to opinions. Some are responsible for sealing. And some are responsible for issuing briefings. They can supervise and restrict each other. This is enough to ensure that everything they do is in order. It's under your control.
Chapter 1346 Revealing the Tale. Zhang Tuohai took out the original system in which the world's imperial power was concentrated in several dynasties, and told Li Qingyuan about it. Although the world is different, the principles are the same. It makes no sense. A system that was originally very successful will no longer work in this world. What's more, there is a guarantee in this world. That is, the emperor himself has super strong martial arts. As long as the emperor's martial arts can maintain absolute suppression over others, no one can overturn the world. Li Qingyuan thought carefully about Zhang Tuohai's words. Zhang Tuohai's suggestion opened a door for her and showed her a new way of management. She began to seriously consider the possibility of this approach. As the prince, she has a keen insight into the benefits of this system, which is to decentralize the power of the subordinates and take all the decision-making power into her own hands. The people below restrain and monitor each other to maintain a dynamic balance. As the core, she only needs a small amount every day. If you do your job, you can control the entire court.
You are truly a genius.
Li Qingyuan was very excited. His cheeks flushed. Now, she can't wait to see the effect of this new system. As for the Prime Minister, this time, even if he wasn't the one behind the scenes, Li Qingyuan still wanted to find an opportunity to remove the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the biggest threat to the imperial power. This position should not exist. While Li Qingyuan was thinking about it, He asked Zhang Tuohai for some details. Zhang Tuohai also knew everything and shared the knowledge he had. He and Li Qingyuan are now in the same boat. It is also good for Li Qingyuan to take control of the power as soon as possible. The two of them kept talking until the sky became brighter. But Li Qingyuan still felt that there was still something unfinished. However, it is no longer time to continue negotiations at this time. Li Qingyuan began to wash up and put on makeup to look like a princess. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, needs to touch up his makeup and continue to pretend to be Prince Li Qingyuan in order to dress up as a princess. Li Qingyuan specially changed into women's daily clothes. Why? So weird. Li Qingyuan kept tugging on his clothes, feeling a little weird. A normal person has worn men's clothing for more than 10 years. If he occasionally switches to women's clothing, he will definitely feel that something is wrong. In fact, it is just a matter of habit. Just wear it for 2 days longer, and it will be fine. Zhang Tuohai helped Li Qingyuan explain. Why do you know? Li Qingyuan looked at Zhang Tuohai suspiciously. She wanted to know why Zhang Tuohai had such an experienced expression when he said this. She felt something wasn't right. Zhang Tuohai didn't give her a chance to ask further questions, but opened the door and let Haruyu walk in. You watch here. Don't let anyone come in, especially under the bed. Don't let anyone get close. If anyone is disobedient, shoot to death. No matter who it is. Zhang Tuohai warned Chuinqiu as seriously. There is a corpse of a painted-skinned monster down there. If someone discovers it, the mastermind behind it must know that the plan has been exposed, and it will not be so easy to fish again. I see. Haruyuki nodded in agreement. What's on the schedule today? Zhang Tuohai turned to ask Li Qingyuan. Today, according to the rules, you have to go to the palace to have tea with him, and then go back to the general's mansion to meet your father-in-law. You will stay there for half a day and return to the mansion in the evening. Li Qingyuan recalled it and said, then follow this procedure and pay attention to the people around you. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, someone prepared a carriage, and the two of them drove towards the palace with their guards. This is Zhang Tuohai's first time entering the palace of this world. The palace is very huge, but there are almost no trees, giving people an empty feeling. Isn't this place too big? Zhang Tuohai said as he walked. Come on! It's time to leave for another cup of tea. You only left once. But I used to leave every day. Li Qingyuan responded. The two people arrived in front of a large hall. A chamberlain stood in front of the main hall and said with a smile on his face, Your Majesty is in retreat at a critical moment. It is inconvenient to disturb you. Your Majesty has said that all matters will be discussed after you leave the retreat. This is what Your Majesty has prepared for the new couple. Your Majesty keep it. The chambermaid said and motioned to a maid next to him. And immediately a maid came over carrying a mahogany tray. There is a pair of jade ruby placed in the tray. It looks very exquisitely made. Zhang Tuohai turned his head and glanced at Li Qingyuan. My father does go into seclusion often, especially during this period, which is normal. Li Qingyuan explained to Zhang Tuohai in a low voice. So that's it. Zhang Tuohai took a deep look at the chamberlain, took Yurui, and left the palace with Li Qingyuan. Next, the two went to the Jingui general's mansion, as planned to meet Li Qingyuan's father-in-law. The carriage stopped in front of the Jingui general's mansion. At this time, the Jingui general's mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and a long table for entertaining guests was placed from the courtyard to the street. After Zhang Tuohai got off the car, he saw General Jingui and his family greeting him outside the gate. People of all ages knelt on the ground. It doesn't look like it, Li Qingyuan said softly. Don't believe what you see easily. I'll try to give you some alone time later. Pay attention to the people around you, and don't show any flaws. Zhang Tuohai warned. Don't worry. I've learned this stuff, and there won't be any problems. Li Qingyuan nodded. A group of people entered the general's mansion. After entering the general's mansion, Zhang Tuohai found that there were not only people from the general's family, but also officials from all walks of life, military generals, and meritorious nobles. There were even people from the prime minister's family as representatives at the main table. Glancing at everyone present, Zhang Tuohai estimated that the mastermind might show up today. I want to see who the person behind the scenes is. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the people below and sneered secretly in his heart. Everyone sat down in order of priority. After some etiquette, the banquet officially began, and various dishes were presented like running water. Zhang Tuohai pretended to be too drunk during the dinner and went out to rest several times. When he came back for the third time, he felt Li Qingyuan tap his calf twice. This is the secret code agreed between the two of them.
When someone tries to contact Li Qingyuan, Li Qingyuan will notify Zhang Tuohai in this way.
Who is it?
Zhang Tuohai asked quietly.
People from the Prime Minister's mansion,
Li Qingyuan said quietly.
Sure enough, it's them.
Zhang Tuohai showed an expression as if that was indeed the case.
Do you want to do it now?
Li Qingyuan couldn't wait.
Don't worry for now. Maybe there are more than just this group of people. Don't act rashly first. Drag it out first to see how many people there are. After fishing out all the people, we will start to catch them all. We must eradicate the roots.
Chapter 1347 The Prince's Kidney Deficiency. After confirming that his plan was effective, Zhang Tuohai worked harder to create time alone for Li Qingyuan, so that the masterminds behind the scenes could contact Li Qingyuan. There were not many excuses he could use during the banquet, and your escape was one of the only few excuses he could use. When he came out of the hut for the 12th time, he found a young man standing in front of the hut. This young man Zhang Tuohai knew him as his brother-in-law, and he introduced himself during the dinner. When his brother-in-law saw Zhang Tuohai coming out, he immediately came over and quietly thrust a small bottle into Zhang Tuohai's hand.
Brother-in-law, you are newly married, and I have nothing to give you. You can take this thing.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the small bottle in his hand. It was made of white marble, and had embossed patterns on the outside. It looked very delicate.
What?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
This is the sacred oil I got from Western Tianzhu. It is said to be made by a local monk who has good cultivation. It can nourish yin and strengthen yang. It's not just a blow. I use a few drops every time, and I can beat 4 of them every night. Brother-in-law, please keep it, and don't let my sister know.
After his brother-in-law thrust the bottle into Zhang Tuohai's hand, he slipped away like a thief. Zhang Tuohai was left in a mess. Zhang Tuohai looked at his brother-in-law who had slipped away, and then at the bottle of divine oil in his hand, not knowing what to say.
I really don't know how to give away things. Do I look like someone who needs this?
Zhang Tuohai put the sacred oil in his pocket and walked back. As soon as I left the West Cross courtyard, I saw a maid waiting at the door. When the maid saw Zhang Tuohai coming out, she came close to Zhang Tuohai and bowed.
Your Highness, I am the maid beside the old lady. This is something the old lady asked me to give you. It was not convenient for you during the dinner just now. Take it,
the maid said, and handed a sachet to Zhang Tuohai.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai opened the sachet and found a brocade handkerchief inside. There was a prescription written on the brocade handkerchief: 2 qian for wolfberry, 3 qian for yang mao, 1 tiger whip, and half a liang of ginseng.
The old lady said that drinking a pear every night can nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang.
After saying this, the maid's face turned red, and she ran away without even bowing. Zhang Tuohai,
what's wrong with this family? Why did they give me this thing?
Zhang Tuohai put the prescription away and continued walking back. When he was about to return to the main room, a servant quickly came to Zhang Tuohai.
Your Highness, I am the master's attendant. The master asked me to give this to you,
the boy said, and handed a cloth bag to Zhang Tuohai.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai opened it and saw that it was a book. Opened slowly. Inside are little people doing a set of exercises. Congratulations on receiving the
8 parts of health-preserving skills. 8 parts of health-preserving gong.
Long-term practice can strengthen the kidneys and strengthen yang, nourish yin and replenish qi. Zhang Tuohai's face turned dark when he saw the description of this technique.
What do you mean? Sir? The master said that this is the treasure that he got from destroying a sect in his early years. He said that it will be good for you to practice more. In addition,
the master also said that he has sent to your house the nourishing medicinal wine that he has brewed for 30 years. Up.
After the boy finished speaking, he bowed and left. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. Did he look like a person with kidney deficiency? What's going on with this family? Why do 2 of them give themselves such things? After Zhang Tuohai returned to the table, Li Qingyuan came over.
Don't leave the table for a while,
Li Qingyuan said softly.
What's wrong?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You keep leaving. They all suspect that your kidneys are not good. Several sisters-in-law have already come over to ask me how my sex was yesterday. They also gave me a lot of tonics. You can take them all later.
Li Qingyuan bit his ear in a low voice. I don't know if it was because of drinking, but 2 blushes appeared on my fair face.
This.
Zhang Tuohai finally figured out the reason why they gave him tonics one by one. It turned out that they used too much urine, which made them feel that their kidneys were not good. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. If it weren't for the difficulty of bringing it up to the table, he would have asked a few courtesans to prove on the spot that he was in great shape. However, if he dares to do this, I am afraid that the emperor will depose him from the crown prince the next day. If he doesn't do it, he will feel depressed and unable to get out. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai transferred his resentment to Prime Minister Chao. If you hadn't done these things, I wouldn't have carried this stigma. Don't let it fall into my hands. Zhang Tuohai felt furious. At the table, Prime Minister Chao's representative felt chills in his body. What's wrong with me? I don't have enough clothes on. The weather changes too fast. I have to find my cotton coat when I turn back. Prime Minister Chao's representative thought as he wrapped his clothes tightly. The meal didn't come to an end until it was time to light the lamp. Zhang Tuohai took General Jinhua, who Li Qingyuan had bid farewell to, back to his carriage and rushed towards the Prince of Qin's mansion. It doesn't seem like General Jinhua's family was involved in this matter. Li Qingyuan was the first to express his opinion. I agree with this. If they were involved, they wouldn't give out medicine like this. Zhang Tuohai nodded in agreement. However, at this critical moment, we still cannot trust anyone easily. We will temporarily exclude them from the suspect list. But we cannot trust them directly yet. By the way, besides the people from General Jinhua's family, who else is looking for you during the dinner today? Zhang Tuohai asked. They are mainly representatives of Prime Minister Chao. And there are also a few officials from Prime Minister Chao's family. In addition, it is not convenient to talk during the banquet. They asked me to meet them in the backyard tonight at midnight to discuss in detail. Li Qingyuan thought about it and said, "Me tonight? They really can't wait." Zhang Tuohai showed a sneer on his face. Isn't it right? Then I won't sleep tonight. I want to see what they are planning to do. Zhang Tuohai and Li Qingyuan finalized their plans for the evening. After returning to Prince Qin's mansion, Haruyu still stayed in the room. Has anyone been here? Zhang Tuohai asked. A few guards wanted to come in, but I kicked them out. Haruyuki responded. Which guard is so reckless? Zhang Tuohai's face darkened. The guards actually dared to come to the prince's room to check openly. It was obvious that some people could no longer sit still. I remember what they looked like. Haruyuki said quickly when he saw this. Catch them all. If anyone dares to stop them, catch them too. If you want to run away, use your legs to pull them over together. Don't let any of them escape. Zhang Tuohai said. Yes. Haruyuki went out immediately. After about one stick of incense, Haruyuki dragged a long group of people back to the yard with a rope. These people were all wearing guard clothes. Many of them had their limbs broken and their bodies were bloody. Bring them all. Take the people and capture all their family members. Don't let anyone go. Even the hens that lay eggs are captured together. Where are the eggs in the hen's nest? Haruyuki asked smoothly. I won't bring the eggs. Just smash them. Zhang Tuohai was speechless and said casually. Chapter 1348 Blood Shock. The people employed in the Prince of Qin's mansion have been recruited from 3 generations up and down. And they will never hire a lonely person without relatives or friends. Moreover, the residence address of each family member is recorded within the palace. And people are regularly sent to check. During holidays, some rice, flour, grains and oils etc. will be given away. On the one hand, it is to distribute benefits. And on the other hand, it is to monitor. Therefore, Haruyuki's arrest was very smooth. Except for the time of traveling back and forth. The process took almost no time. When we arrived at the place, we caught all the people according to the list. Not even a dog was left behind. How to deal with it? Haruyuki brought people to the courtyard, which was almost full of people. The guards' eyes were splitting when they saw their family members being brought. They all yelled and cursed. Zhang Tuohai looked at these people coldly and said to Haruyu, Pick the 10 who cursed the loudest and kill them directly. By the way, pick out his family members first. Kill them all. The men, the old and the weak. In front of them, the young women will be brought into the Jiafang division. As for themselves, they were strung up with spears and stood in the courtyard as a warning. Zhang Tuohai said. Isn't it too cruel? Haruyuki couldn't bear hearing this. Oh, have you ever thought about what will happen to the prince after they enter the room? When the prince falls, what do you think will happen to all the people in the mansion? What will happen to you? They ate the prince's salary and colluded with outsiders to kill the prince for glory. They committed a heinous crime. It would be my greatest mercy to kill them with one knife. If they were in other places, I would ask someone to set up a frying pan and fry them. They all exploded. Zhang Tuohai's tone was full of chill. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Haruyuki shivered involuntarily. Exploding someone alive. What kind of mental state does it take to come up with this method? She began to wonder what Zhang Tuohai had done before. Judging from Zhang Tuohai's performance,
Zhang Tuohai is definitely not a small concierge who comes from the countryside and works for his uncle. However, now, there is no point in delving into this. Zhang Tuohai is on the same boat as them now. It's enough to know this. Everything is based on the premise that Li Qingyuan secures his position as crown prince. Other than that, nothing else matters. 10 guards and their families were pulled out and chopped off one by one. For a moment, the yard was filled with people. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood filled the yard. Some of the guards were washing the ground with buckets of water. Huge incense burners were filled with incense to neutralize the smell of blood. Those guards had never seen such a scene before. Zhang Tuohai didn't ask anything and just killed 10 people and their families. This iron-blooded method scared them out of their wits. Many people even lost the strength to stand and fell directly to the ground. Seeing the looks of everyone, Zhang Tuohai knew that the atmosphere was about to change. I hate people who eat the inside and outside the most. No matter who you are, there is only one way to die. However, for the sake of master and servant, I can give your family a chance to survive. Whoever can explain first will have his family. Whoever gives the most thorough explanation will live. And the rest of us will go on the road together. There will be no betrayers in the Qin Palace. Zhang Tuohai's cold voice spread throughout the courtyard. The guards were quiet for a moment, and then immediately started shouting. I said, His Highness King Qin, give me a chance. Your Highness, I am the leader of this group of people, and I know the best. Your Highness, give me a chance and I will tell you everything. A group of people were shouting and shouting, trying to fight for a small chance of survival for their families. The rolling heads and the blood on the ground just now let them know that the King of Qin in front of them is no longer the kind King of Qin before, but a terrifying existence with hands covered with blood. If they don't do what he says, their family will really die. Seeing the appearance of this group of people, Zhang Tuohai snorted coldly. Take them separately, record their confessions, and cross-compare them. If anyone tells a lie, the whole family will be cut in half. Zhang Tuohai said calmly. His words gave the guards another pause. It completely puts an end to the idea that some people are trying to hide some information. After all, if he didn't say it but someone else did, then what was waiting for him would be cut in half. This is the prisoner's dilemma. He was cut in half, but no one would pity him. At this time, everyone is working hard to survive. Many guards were taken away separately. If someone doesn't tell the truth, will he really be cut in half? Li Qingyuan came over and asked. Of course. What I want to establish now is a persona that means what I say. If I say cut it in half, I will cut it in half, without any discount. Zhang Tuohai said. Isn't this a little too cruel? Li Qingyuan frowned slightly. Cruel? When they dug in, colluded with outsiders, and tried to find excuses for you to pull you down from your position as prince. Did they ever think about how cruel it was to you? Have you ever thought about what would happen to you if you fell? What will happen to these people in your house? You haven't thought about it. Have you? The best outcome for you is to be imprisoned in the sex mansion and then be dealt with by a glass of poisonous wine. Because you are a stain on the royal family, and they will not let you exist. As for these people in your house, they will all be silenced. They are all witnesses, and the crown will not allow them to continue. By then, many times more people will die than now. Although what I am doing may seem cruel, it is actually to stop greater killings. If you want to kill less, you have to learn to use a sword. If you want to end all this, ascend the throne as soon as possible and wipe out all opposition forces. This is how you can achieve peace of mind. The more you hesitate, the more you bleed, Zhang Tuohai said. Li Qingyuan listened quietly. Although Zhang Tuohai's words were very unkind, she had to admit that what Zhang Tuohai said made sense. Many times a problem can be solved by cutting the knot with a sharp knife. The longer I dragged it, the more blood began to bleed, even to the point of bleeding. But the problem was not solved yet. This is the situation above the court now. Every issue is constantly being debated, and almost no substantive issues can be resolved. It's time for this court to be cleaned. I understand. Then, if we stay here for a while, will those guards really die? Li Qingyuan asked. Of course. Zhang Tuohai sneered. Only by bleeding enough can we intimidate those young men. Make them have scruples before betraying them, and make them consider their fate. You are usually too kind to them, and make them lack enough respect. Zhang Tuohai said, while looking at the people in the yard. Chapter 1349 Evolution of Powerful Diamond Finger. The interrogation of the guards went smoothly, and the confessions were soon presented. Zhang Tuohai took each of the confessions for comparison. The contents of almost all the confessions were very similar, and everyone tried their best to stay alive. The family members of this and this confession were taken to private cells to await their retribution, and the rest were killed. Zhang Tuohai threw the confession to Li Qingyuan and said casually. Following Zhang Tuohai's orders, heads were chopped off one after another. How to dispose of the body? Take it to a mass grave? Haruyuki came over and asked. The corpses were treated like this. The heads were pickled with lime and stuck on spears. Several were placed in each yard to let everyone know the consequences of betraying the Qin Palace. Zhang Tuohai glanced at everyone present and said, he needs to let everyone see with their own eyes the fate of the betrayer. Only blood can make people remember it deeply. After killing all the people who should be killed, there is no need for Zhang Tuohai and Li Qingyuan to stay at the scene. Subsequent matters will naturally be handled by specialized personnel. Zhang Tuohai and Li Qingyuan returned to the room. These people were actually paid and sent to infiltrate by the Prime Minister's office. Why did Prime Minister Chao do this to me? Li Qingyuan looked at these people's confessions with great confusion. Either Prime Minister Chao has long thought that you are wrong, or he treats everyone like this. Anyway, no matter what his thoughts are, this guy has big plans, Zhang Tuohai said. I really want to know what he thinks. Li Qingyuan let out a long sigh. It's simple. Just capture him and ask him yourself. Wouldn't you know? He is the Prime Minister. I'm afraid we won't be able to arrest him based on these confessions alone, Li Qingyuan said, while holding the confession in his hand. Don't worry. Won't those certifications be delivered to your door in the next hour? Arrest them together so that you have all the certification evidence, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. However, the Emperor is in seclusion, and the Ministry of Punishment alone cannot arrest the Prime Minister. He does not have this right. Li Qingyuan was a little worried. It's a joke. You are the prince. How can a mere Prime Minister restrain you? Before the Emperor comes out of confinement, you are the biggest. When the Emperor comes out of confinement, as long as you have enough evidence, what else can he say? Because a Prime Minister punishes you? Zhang Tuohai smiled. Prime Minister, let's face it. I'm just a senior servant working for your family. Don't think too highly of me. Then if he confronts the Emperor face to face, I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. After all, he has been running the court for many years and has many gang members. Li Qingyuan was still a little worried. Why do you want him to meet the Emperor? Zhang Tuohai asked puzzledly. Isn't this a rule? Li Qingyuan asked. The Prime Minister tried to flee in fear of crime. Before escaping, he also tried to assassinate the prince. He was killed on the spot by the guards. He tried to assassinate the prince and executed his whole family according to the law. The Yi tribe. By then, his whole family will be dead and no one will confront you. That's not it. That's what you say. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said helplessly. Li Qingyuan is good at everything, but he is too soft-hearted and too accustomed to doing things according to the rules. No courage to break the rules. This kind of person is suitable for maintaining the status quo, not for pioneering. Is this really okay? Li Qingyuan couldn't believe what he heard. These are things she never dreamed of. What's wrong? If you follow my method, you will be able to quell the civil unrest in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, if Prime Minister Chao is left alive, his gangsters will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble, and it will not end well by then. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Li Qingyuan thought for a while, and decided to follow Zhang Tuohai's idea. However, we just made such a big noise, and everyone in the Prime Minister's mansion must have known about it. Will they still come? Li Qingyuan was a little worried. Don't worry. After such a big commotion, they should come. They must also want to know what happened now, and they will definitely find you, the person closest to them, to learn about the situation firsthand. They will definitely not let this opportunity go. Zhang Tuohai said. Okay, so what should we do now? Li Qingyuan took a deep breath. Now! Let's take a rest. Zhang Tuohai sat cross-legged and meditated. On the surface, he was practicing breathing skills. But in fact, he was practicing more. After walking around a lot today and meeting so many people at the Jingguo General's mansion, Zhang Tuohai gained a lot of skills and techniques. Although Zhang Tuohai doesn't like many of them, they can still be exchanged for attribute points. Zhang Tuohai now has more than 800 attribute points in his hand. Zhang Tuohai first mastered the powerful Vajra finger skill. After digging 3 rooms and 1 living room under Li Qingyuan's bed, Zhang Tuohai felt more and more that there was something to this technique. Directly reached the full level of this skill. After completing the instruction of powerful Vajra, I was just about to change another technique, when I suddenly found that this technique had changed. Congratulations on practicing the
mighty Vajra finger
to the state of returning to nature, comprehending the true meaning of the
mighty Vajra finger,
and transforming the
mighty Vajra finger
into the
star pointing finger, pointing star finger.
Cultivation technique to condense the true energy in the body into energy to attack the enemy from the air. The more condensed the chi is, the greater the power.
Another cultivation technique?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. He was going to raid the Prime Minister's mansion soon. This attack technique came at the right time. Judging from the description, this technique is very powerful. However, as a cultivation technique, the proficiency required for this technique is also huge. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath, replaced all the remaining attribute points with proficiency points, and smashed them in, directly smashing
pointing star finger
to the full level in one fell swoop. After completing the
star pointing finger,
Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes and glanced at the decorations in the room, preparing to find a place to test the power of the new technique. After looking around, he took a fancy to the green bricks on the ground.
You are the one.
Zhang Tuohai stretched out one hand and pointed at the green bricks on the ground. A beam of energy shot out from Zhang Tuohai's fingertips and disappeared into the blue bricks. Zhang Tuohai came to Qingzhuan to observe. At this time, there was a round hole as thick as a thumb on the green brick. The round hole was as smooth as a mirror, with flat edges. It penetrated directly through the green bricks and was submerged into the soil below, more than 3 feet deep.
This power is at least comparable to that of a light machine gun. Right.
Zhang Tuohai evaluated the power of
pointing star finger. This is just the power of ordinary Jinqi. If you learn the
Qi collection method
and develop more advanced spiritual energy and Jinyuan, will it be even more powerful?
Zhang Tuohai is looking forward to the
gas extraction method
more and more. Just then, the watchman's banging sound was heard outside. The hour has come. Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan nodded, hid a soft sword at his waist, opened the door, and walked out. Zhang Tuohai followed from a distance, preparing to fish out those guys together. Chapter 1350 Catch the Big Fish. Li Qingyuan came to a remote courtyard. As soon as she entered, the door of the woodshed in the corner was opened, and several people walked out of the woodshed. It was the person who talked to Li Qingyuan today. The leader was the chief steward of the Prime Minister's mansion. After the chief steward saw Li Qingyuan, he was the first to come over.
Wu Mian, you owe me an explanation as to why Prince Li Qingyuan is still alive? This is different from what we agreed before.
Li Qingyuan was very angry when he saw the chief steward of the Prime Minister's mansion talking about his life and death so lightly. I almost wanted to ask the butler on the spot why he did this. But when she thought of Zhang Tuohai's plan, she suppressed her dissatisfaction again.
You have the nerve to ask me? The information you gave me doesn't match the real situation. The prince's strength doesn't match the report. If I hadn't seen the opportunity quickly, I might have been exposed and died on the spot. It's good that I didn't come to you to argue with you. But you still have the nerve to come to me to accuse me? Bah! I'm blind when I ask you to cooperate. How did I believe your lies and want to cooperate with you in the first place?
Li Qingyuan followed the method taught by Zhang Tuohai and took the lead and pushed the problem to the chief steward. Anyway, the cooperation between these two groups is like a dog biting a dog, and whoever speaks louder will be justified at this time. Sure enough, after Li Qingyuan snatched away all the money, the butler couldn't help but feel guilty.
Well, this is indeed a problem with the intelligence we investigated before. However, he is the prince, and he is under strict protection. Some mistakes and omissions are inevitable. However, when things have reached this point, you can't escape alone. We are all grasshoppers on a rope now. Only by working together and killing the prince can we have a way to survive.
The chief steward said in a deep voice.
Then what do you think we should do now? The original plan is definitely not going to work.
Li Qingyuan asked rhetorically.
Well, I have some medicinal powder here. You put it in the wine that the prince often drinks, and you will be sure to sleep for a day after drinking it. Then what do you want to do with it? Isn't it already at your fingertips? Any more?
Li Qingyuan took the pink packet and asked.
After killing the prince, skin him off as planned, continue to pretend to be the prince, and give us the news. The rest of the follow-up will follow the previous plan. By the way, why did Prince Qin's palace suddenly go into war today and kill so many guards? Did something happen?
The chief steward asked the question he was most concerned about. The actions of Prince Qin's mansion today were so abnormal, and all actions exceeded all their expectations. This makes them feel uneasy. The plan has reached the final stage, and they are afraid of unexpected changes, and they have to figure out the reasons even a little bit. Otherwise, they won't be able to sleep well. This is why the butler is so anxious to meet tonight. Well, Li Qingyuan hesitated because the words Zhang Tuohai taught her did not include these. Just when Li Qingyuan was thinking about how to make up a rhetoric, Zhang Tuohai's voice came from behind.
You will know about this soon.
Who? When the butler heard that there was someone there, his heart trembled. Everyone quickly followed the sound and looked over. I found that there was an extra person on the roof. The man was wearing a four-clawed dragon robe. He was Li Qingyuan dressed as Zhang Tuohai, the current prince and master of Prince Qin's palace. When they saw it was Prince Li Qingyuan, everyone's hearts trembled. Although they openly and secretly planned to kill Li Qingyuan, what they thought about every day was how to kill Li Qingyuan. But that was all in private. In any case, this is also a head-turning thing. If discovered, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Now he has been caught by the real owner. It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. However, the butler quickly regained his composure.
Your Highness, you are well and well. It is really presumptuous to meet you late at night.
The butler took a deep breath, talking trash, and thinking about how to solve the situation in front of him. As he spoke, he winked at Li Qingyuan, who was dressed as the princess, hoping that Li Qingyuan would come forward to help deal with the situation. After all, everyone is an ally. And if the housekeeper capsizes, it will not be easy for her. Li Qingyuan's face turned green with anger. The butler had just plotted with her on how to kill her, and now he wanted her to help him deal with it. Was he treating her like a fool? No matter how well-controlled Li Qingyuan is, he can't suppress his anger at this time. She touched her waist with one hand, and a soft sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Brush! The soft sword swept towards the head butler's neck like a waving snake. This sudden blow caught the big housekeeper off guard. The big housekeeper was in a hurry, and twisted his body to barely avoid the fatal blow. However, the clothes on his chest were still torn by the tip of the soft sword. The inner armor was exposed.
You are crazy! Even if I die, you won't be able to escape. Now we are in the same boat!
The butler's expression suddenly changed, and he roared angrily. However, at this moment, a strong wind sounded. The chief butler felt the murderous intent, but it was too late to take any action at this time. A force of energy penetrated directly through his shoulder, almost cutting off half of his shoulder. His entire right arm was completely destroyed.
Who?
The butler gritted his teeth and held his right arm, looking in the direction of the attack. I saw Zhang Tuohai standing on the roof and slowly said,
Are you too arrogant? There are so many people, and no one looks at me. In this case, I can only use my own method to attract your attention. Zhang Tuohai said, pointing towards the butler with one hand. The sense of crisis that pierced his heart once again enveloped the butler. Although the chief steward was prepared this time, he still had no time to react.
When he was about to take action, he found that his thigh had been shot through. With a pop, the butler sat on the ground, having lost the ability to move. Seeing Zhang Tuohai destroying the chief steward with one move, the people behind the chief steward were shocked. The chief steward was the most skilled in martial arts among them. Even so, he was abolished without even a chance to fight back. How long would it take them if they didn't run away now? A group of people turned around and fled for their lives. Where would Zhang Tuohai give them a chance? He just pointed his fingers. The chi energy shot directly through their hands and feet, making them lose the ability to escape.
Somebody come!
Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly.
Your Highness!
Haruyuki came with a team of guards.
Pull them down and interrogate them separately. If the confessions are inconsistent, the one with the smallest confessions will be cut in half. Follow your orders.
Haruyuki led his men and pulled everyone down for interrogation. After interrogating the guards in the first half of the night, these people had become skilled workers and knew exactly what to do.